Adventures in Research.
I tell you, I saw it with my own eyes. He sent a message from one room to another by wire.
X-ray, X-ray, read all about it. Message sent across ocean without any wires. X-ray, read all about it.
What has gone wrong?
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Our story today, by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, is called Electronics in Communication. This is the story of man's invisible messengers, the electrons, and how they were harnessed to carry his words throughout the world. It is more than the story of electrical communication. It is a tribute to the progress made by civilization. Jungle drums thumping through the thick, dank air of the tropics. Indian drums throbbing through the oak-lined woods of the western world. Voices in the night, hammering news of a celebration, warfare, warning. And then another beat, the rhythmic pounding of horses' hooves on the hard-packed road to Lexington and Concord.
To arms! To arms! The British are coming! To arms! To arms! The British are coming!
Westward moves America, fighting, struggling, pushing its frontiers farther into the heart of the New World, lengthening the distance over which man's words must go. It is the year 1825. In a house in New Haven, Connecticut, a young woman lies ill, gravely ill. The physician at her bedside wears a troubled look on his face as he speaks softly to the other woman in the room.
I don't know. It looks pretty hopeless. She has taken a bad turn.
Oh, Doctor, is there nothing you can do?
I'm afraid not. I think it best to notify her husband as quickly as possible.
But can we get the message to him in time before she goes, Doctor?
We can try, and that is all. I'll see if I can get an urgent message through to Washington on the boat that leaves here this afternoon. And the postmaster may know of a courier riding overland, too.
Would you try, Doctor? Please do. It was to see her so badly before.
There. I shall utilize every effort at my command.
Excuse me, Mr. Morse, sir. I hate to disturb your painting, but a letter just came for you from New Haven, marked urgent.
Oh, thank you. I'll take it. Urgent, eh? Now, what could that be? Wait just a minute, please. No.
Is something wrong?
Yes. Yes, it's very serious. I shall have to leave at once. Immediately. Oh, yes, please tell Monsieur Lafayette I shall be unable to finish his portrait. Do that, please. I must pack immediately. Doctor, how is she? I got your message a week after you wrote it. I came as quickly as I could. Is she gone?
Now, Sam, you must get hold of yourself. We did everything we could to get word to you in time, but it just...
And the funeral?
Last week, Sam. Just last week.
That man was Samuel F.B. Morse, one of America's foremost painters. This tragedy taught him the need for rapid communication. He never forgot it. Morse continued his artwork, traveled to Europe to study and to paint. It was October the 6th, 1832, aboard the packet ship Sully, bound for America, when the answer to the question of rapid communication came to this painter with a scientific turn of mind. He was having dinner in the ship's salon with an interesting group, including Dr. Charles Jackson, a resident of Boston.
Yes, gentlemen, this man Henry has hit upon something quite unique, to say the least.
Electromagnetism, you say, Dr. Jackson?
Yes, Mr. Morse, but I'm surprised to find a painter interested in these scientific things.
Not so surprising, Doctor. I've attended many an interesting lecture on electricity.
Amazing. Then you'll understand, no doubt, that what Henry has done is to bend a piece of iron in the shape of a horseshoe and wind it with wire. Then he sends an electric current through the wire, and the iron magnet will pick up another small bar of iron. Electricity travels instantly through the entire length of wire, you see, and thus causes the magnet to act.
I see. Tell me, Doctor, could electricity be made to go over many miles of wire almost instantaneously?
Yes. Yes, it could.
If electricity is present in every part of the circuit, I see no reason why messages may not be sent instantly by electricity. You'll excuse me, gentlemen, please. I have some very important thinking to do. Some very important thinking.
Well, how odd. How extremely odd.
Transmit messages by electricity over miles of wire.
Doctor, I got your message a week after you wrote it.
The iron bar becomes a magnet which will attract another iron bar.
We did everything we could to get word to you in time.
Each time the electricity travels through the... That's it. That's it. Telegraph. Writing at a distance.
(1835), the first telegraph instrument to send and receive, built by Samuel Morse in his rooms at the College of the City of New York. Length of wire for transmission, 1,700 feet. 1838, now assisted by a young graduate of the university, Alfred Vail, an improved instrument to send and receive. Length of wire for transmission, stretched around a Morristown, New Jersey factory, 3 miles. And the telegraph clicked away, if only in the hearts of Samuel Morse and his assistant, Alfred Vail. Without funds, against stubborn popular opinion, they kept up their long fight for recognition. Finally, in 1843, a bill was introduced in Congress.
Mr. Morse!
Just a minute. Well, Annie Ellsworth, come in.
Thank you, Mr. Morse. I can't stay but a moment. Have you heard the news?
The news?
But of course, Father just got word at his office.
It's about the bill.
Yes, it passed Congress. President Tyler has signed it. And the appropriation, it's for $30,000 for a telegraph line from Washington to Baltimore. Isn't it wonderful?
Annie, this is the best news I've heard in a long, long time. And you shall have the honor of composing the first telegram.
And on May 24th, 1844, in the Supreme Court chamber at Washington, in the presence of some of the nation's most prominent figures, Annie Ellsworth's message was written into communication history. Carried on the wings of electricity over 40 miles of wire from Baltimore to Washington came the meaningful biblical quotation, "What hath God wrought?" Then, in 1876, in the attic of a Boston house, a strange contraption is built by a man named Alexander Graham Bell and his aide, Thomas Watson. This attic has been their laboratory, where they have worked long, tiring hours to develop an improved communication system. Now, Alexander Bell exclaims,
Mr. Watson, come here, I want you.
And in a room adjoining, Watson is surprised to hear,
Mr. Watson, come here, I want you.
Mr. Bell, I can hear you. I can hear the words.
The wires are talking now, carrying the voice with the speed of light, 186,000 miles a second throughout the world. Now across the ocean, a A young man named Marconi, the son of a wealthy Italian gentleman, is thinking of the scientific experiments of Heinrich Wilhelm Hertz.
Hertz, eh? So he has proved Maxwell's theory of electromagnetic waves. Invisible waves can be handled like polarized light waves. Radiation, eh? If the radiation could only be increased, developed, and controlled, it ought to be possible to signal across space for considerable distance. Yes.
Marconi set to work immediately, determined to accomplish his aim. Wireless communication. From the scientific pioneers of an earlier day, he took the induction coil, the Rigi gap, the telegraph key, the batteries, and a receiving device known as a coherer. Wiring them together, he put them to work.
Alfonso, there it is. We've sent a signal and received it through the air just as I visioned it. No wires, no space, only space. Here, come over to my side of the table, and you send a signal.
From one side of a table to the other, wireless. From one room to another, wireless. Across the Channel, Great Britain to France, wireless. December 1901. The first wireless signal links two continents. By 1909, regular commercial service across the ocean was a reality. And in that same year, aboard a ship in the Atlantic, a man new at his job, the radio man, hears in his receiving set,
Distress call. Liner SS Republic in distress off Sandy Hook. Hold course, 11 degrees starboard, full speed ahead.
the first distress call for help by radio, CQD, later changed to SOS. That call saved hundreds of lives in what would otherwise have been another tragedy of the sea. Wireless had already won its laurels. Now come the Fleming valve to improve radio reception, the DeForest grid tube to amplify, to generate radio waves, to modulate the waves with voices. Throughout the world, amateurs experiment with wires and coils and tubes, with dials, antennas, and crystals.
Hey, Pop, what you doing?
You know what I'm doing, so don't ask. I'm trying to get this crystal set of mine to working.
Can you hear anything when you put those earphones to your ear?
Sure.
What?
Static. Now, go away and play somewhere else. You're making me nervous.
What are you supposed to hear in the earphones, Dad?
Well, Frank Conrad said he was going to tell us on this radio how the election came out today. Well, I'm figuring Harding to beat Cox for president. It's about time they should be saying something. Can't hear a thing so far.
Who's Frank Conrad, Dad?
He's a scientist at Westinghouse. Now be quiet for a minute or two, son. Hey, this is all right. Hey, come here, son. Hey, your father's a real radio man. Listen to this.
This is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We have the first returns in the Harding and Cox elections. Just a minute, please. We'll have them for you.
Gosh, Pop, that's radio, isn't it?
Yes, that's radio. November 1920. Out of that first election broadcast by KDKA grew the special features broadcast over hundreds of stations today. Out of the dreams of men like Morse and Bell and Hertz and Marconi and a host of other adventurers in research came the reality of rapid communication. Out of man's struggle with the unknown came words on the wings of electronic energy, swifter than sound, as fast as light. The thoughts of man are traveling around the world on a highway of electrons at work. And there you have another story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Another of mankind's thrilling adventures in research. adventures in research.
Now you better climb again and... Hey, pull her up, Joe. Here comes a piece of mountain.
It's okay, Mike. We missed it. Just missed it. Hey, Mike! Well, for gosh sake, the guy passed out cold.
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's chapter by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, is titled Electronics in Transportation. This is the story of men on the move and the electronic devices that guide them swiftly, safely on their way. It is the story of transportation and the remarkable part electronics has played in it. Far to the north, a great field of glacial ice shimmers in the crisp, cold air. The roaring of the wind, the hammering of the waves are dimmer beneath an ominous rumble that swells to a roar as it grows. Tons of blue-white ice, solid as Gibraltar's rock, are splitting away from the field to crash with a booming splash into the sea. An iceberg is born, a floating, ghost-like hulk. Most of its ponderous bulk submerged beneath the frigid water, drifts out with the shifting tides, bearing south to the great Atlantic Ocean, south across the lanes of traffic to menace the precious hulls of cargo-carrying, life-bearing vessels. In packs, or just as often quite alone, the iceberg waits, a frozen, floating mountain. Waits as she waited that April night in 1912 in the path of the new giant of the ocean, the steamship Titanic. I think it is only proper, before we leave this fine salon, to thank our good friend the purser for arranging for us to use it. Indeed, we must certainly be duly grateful for so many things. The calm, lovely weather we've enjoyed. The smooth grace of this mammoth liner. It is fortunate that she has been so blessed on this, her maiden voyage across the sea, and we travel secure in the steadiness of her, in her strength. It is good to know that we sail on a ship that is unsinkable, safe from all.
Good evening, Captain Smith.
Mr. Lightoller, thought I'd look in on the bridge before I retire. All's well?
All's well, sir.
Lookout's been instructed to keep a sharp eye out for icebergs?
That he has, sir.
Well, we should be getting close to the section where they were reported to be.
With a smooth, oily sea like this one running tonight, sir, they'll be hard to spot.
Yes, I know. Just as bad as running in a fog with icebergs to contend with. The blasted things take on the same dark coloration as the sea. Well, just be sure to keep a sharp watch. Pass the word to Mr. Murdoch when he relieves you.
That I will, sir. He's due on at 4 bells. I'll be sure to speak to him about it.
Very well. Good night.
Good night, sir.
A calm, oily sea, a sky packed with stars, a night so clear, so black as to swallow up the icy monster lying ahead. And then from the crow's nest high above the bridge, that bell shattering the velvet night with a hammered warning, obstacle dead ahead.
Kitchen, starboard the helm, hard!
Starboard helm, sir.
First Officer Murdoch.
Crow's Nest reporting. Iceberg, sir. You're veering a little, but she's coming on fast.
Yes, I can see it now.
We can't miss it, sir. She'll strike starboard, somewhere abaft the foremast.
Reports from below indicate things are bad, sir. She's ripped wide open, shipping water fast at the head. We didn't have a chance, Captain.
Have your officers give the alarm to all passengers. Order them on deck with life belts, but don't arouse their fears. I'm going to the Marconi room. We've got to get out a distress call at once.
Out across the lonely water went the mission of mercy, tense, loyal fingers pounding the shiny brass key. CQD, all stations attend, disaster. The Olympic sister ship of the Titanic heard the call and answered, but she was 560 miles away. The Baltic, 300 miles off, heard the call. So did the Parisienne and the Virginian, the Burma and the Mount Temple, and a German craft, the Frankfurt. 58 miles away from the tragic scene, the Carpathia heard the plea for help, and all began a race against time and the sea. But closest of all, the Californian, only 12 miles off, continued on her way. For wireless was something new, no standard life-saving requirement, and her operator was off duty for the night. The unsinkable Titanic plunged headlong to the bottom of the sea to take 1,000 lives along. And when the survivors landed at New York on the rescue ship Carpathia, Mark Coney, whose wireless made their rescue possible, was on the dock to greet them.
Yes, Mama. He was there on the dock when the Carpathia steamed in. I saw him myself. I saw the great Senor Marconi. Never in all my days of working on the docks have I gotten such a thrill. I can see it still in my mind. The survivors as they pour down the gangway. They see him. They recognize him. They cry, "We owe our life to you." It's true, Mama. If it were not for Marconi's wireless, they would all be dead. Dead.
Man was not satisfied to travel on sea and land. The wings of the Wright brothers took him into the sky, gave him new speed, and new hazards, too. No icebergs up there to block his path.
But mountains have peaks, and they are high.
No waves to pound his craft or swamp it.
But air can be as rough, and currents as treacherous.
Closer to the stars by which a man can find his way.
Except for fog. And then, in those early days of flying, when airmail stamps were something new on envelopes, there was nothing at all to go by.
How you doing, Joe?
Not so good, Mike. Wish I hadn't started out on this trip. This fog doesn't look like it's going to break.
This is a bad place to get off course. Too many mountains. Better keep plenty altitude.
Yeah, I'm trying. Can't get above it. Can't see through it. Oh, if we just get a break.
How long has it been since you lost sight of the railroad?
About 15 minutes. Hey, wait. There's a break in the fog. Let's make for it. No use, Mike. All I saw was a lot of nothing. Now we're in the soup again, and we've lost altitude.
Oh, you better climb it. Hey, pull her up, Joe. Here comes a piece of mountain.
It's okay, Mike. We were lucky. Just missed it. Well, don't worry. I know where that mountain belongs now, and I'll stay above it till it clears. Hey, Mike. Well, for gosh sake, the guy passed out. Cold.
That's how it was. Give one of those pilots a landmark, and he was all right. Just as long as he could look below and see a river or a brightly painted barn or two, or a railroad track or a high mountain he was far enough away from. Today, though, it's different. Look into the pilot's compartment of a huge modern luxury liner of the air. While the passengers relax in comfort and safety made possible by electronics, the pilot sits there, radio phones clamped to his ears, watching dials and instruments and panel lights, and listening.
Chicago Control calling Flight 407. Come in, please.
Flight 407 to Chicago Control. Go ahead.
Ceiling here is 0. Repeat, 0. Do not attempt landing. Proceed along north leg of range to Detroit Control. Weather at Detroit lifting. Go ahead.
Flight 407 to Chicago Control. Position 7214. Altitude is 7,000.
High up there in the foggy night, the pilot gets his instructions by radio. Hears in his headphones the continuous hum of the radio beam, and rides the roadway it paves for him through the sky. A roadway broadcast from ground stations dotted all along his route.
transmitters directing a beam of radio waves that marks his course through blinding fog no light could penetrate. And when he says to his co-pilot,
"Check the compass, Tom, and let's take a fix,"
that means turn on the radio compass and find out our exact position up here in this murky sky. A special antenna on the plane revolves, picks out a radio station at a known spot, and the compass, there on the instrument panel, connected to the turning antenna, points straight to the station. The co-pilot tunes in another station. The compass points it out. Then by drawing lines on a map from those two compass points to the place where the lines cross, the co-pilot gets his exact position.
Got it. We're right on the nose. Should be in touch with Detroit Radio Tower in 15 minutes.
And out of the foggy night that blankets the airport, your sleek, wet transport follows a radio beam to the firm safety of the concrete runway. Radio is the seeing eye of the airways. Electronic devices are serving the rails, too, putting the block signals right in the cab with the engineer. Someday they may automatically warn of obstacles ahead, even stop the train mechanically to avoid collisions. Traffic signals for your car may come right into the dashboard by electronics. And this... a car crash on the highway may be history when radar gets to work on our autos. Radar, an important development of World War II.
Radar swept the skies above England and stopped the German Luftwaffe in its tracks. That was in 1940 and 1941.
Radar works on the principle of reflection. Put a mirror in the path of a ray of light, and it will send the ray back where it came from. Send out the proper kind of a radio wave, concentrated in a beam, let it strike an object in its path, and the object will reflect the radio beam back where it came from. Complicated?
Heinrich Hertz's new radio waves could be reflected as long ago as 1886. Marconi knew it in 1922.
Yes, but it took a lot of men and a lot of research to make it what it is today. If only we could have known in 1912 what we know now. Can't you just see the giant Titanic on her maiden voyage, no longer blind to the lurking icebergs?
Good evening, Captain Smith.
Mr. Lightoller, thought I'd look in on the bridge before I retire. All's well?
All's well, sir. There's the iceberg picture on the radar scope, Captain. The warnings were right enough.
Well, looks like quite a field of them.
This one here is the nearest to us. Looks like it's right on our course.
It does at that. Better alter your course a little. Just a little. And keep an eye on the scope. Check the course with a radio loop and have Sparks confirm that iceberg report by radio. Well, you won't be needing me for anything more, Mr. Lightoller. Think I'll turn in.
Right, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night.
And like the liners of today, guided, protected, blessed by the marvels of electronics, the ghost of the luxury ship Titanic glides into the night. And there you have the story of electronics and transportation, inseparable partners in the march of civilization, products both of mankind's never-ending adventures in research. This has been another in a series of stories by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Adventures in Research. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. And here to act as guide along these highways and byways of science is Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories in East Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, whose lectures on these same adventures in research have taken him throughout the country.
Thank you, Paul, and hello, everyone.
Well, what are we going to talk about today, Dr. Thomas?
I have several subjects to discuss, Mr. Shannon, all of them interrelated and woven together into a story we'll call Eyes and Ears for the Millions.
Eyes and Ears for the Millions. That's a colorful title, all right. But what's it mean? And what are some of these subjects?
Oh, the telegraph, telephone, radio, television. All of them as timely as tomorrow, as absorbing a story as any thriller ever written.
I'll agree to that, Dr. Thomas. Radio alone is still an amazing miracle to me after all the years I've been in it.
It is to a great many people, and the story of how radio and radio broadcasting came into being is an equally amazing one.
It shouldn't be much of a secret to you, Dr. Thomas. After all, your own particular field of science is electricity.
Yes, but just the same, new ideas and new applications of radio waves are constantly flowing from the laboratories and industrial plants. And it's important that we keep abreast of these improvements, you know.
Oh, sure. It's easy to fall behind and suddenly find yourself out of date.
Exactly. Since the dawn of civilization, man has ever tried to improve the art of communication. And history is filled with reports of inventions and discoveries along these lines.
You mean like the Indian smoke blanket signals and the tom-toms of the jungle tribes?
That's right, yes, and all the improvements that followed. And since radio is based on electricity, any discussion of it could go back many years, say to the discovery of the peculiar spark-producing properties of amber when this material was rubbed on a piece of cloth or fur, or to the magnetic attraction in lodestone, dating such knowledge as far back as 600 B.C.
That's a long way to go back, all right.
However, just now we're interested in the story of radio and how modern broadcasting grew from the simple experiments of amateurs, conducted both before and after World War I, to become the mammoth industry it is today.
That's a mighty big story, Dr. Thomas.
Yes, it is, and a fascinating and exciting one. The fact that modern radio has developed into a miraculous art which wields such a tremendous influence on our everyday lives is in itself a monument to all those unsung, uncrowned men whose tireless efforts and hard work made that development possible.
Not to mention those valiant souls who stayed up night after night, missing meals and sleep, to hear a varied assortment of wails, squeaks, and grunts over their earphones.
I remember that myself very well. Just the same, radio owes a great deal to those early listeners in to the wireless. Without them, radio wouldn't be what it is today.
Well, just for the record, Dr. Thomas, when did radio broadcasting actually begin?
That, Mr. Shannon, is what the legal profession would call a leading question. Radio broadcasting as we know it today began with the first regularly scheduled broadcast, the Harding-Cox presidential election returns, on the night of November 2nd, 1920.
1920? Why, I thought it started long before that.
Many other people think the same thing, but nevertheless, that's when radio broadcasting was born. As a matter of fact, the term radio broadcasting wasn't even coined prior to that date. True, there had been many earlier wireless transmissions. Reginald A. Fessenden and Lee DeForest sent out experimental programs as far back as 1906 and 7. In 1919, Dr. Frank Conrad, one of my engineering associates, began some experimental programs from his station in the garage of his home. The November 2nd broadcast was the culmination of these programs and other experiments and research efforts, both before and after those dates.
I see. Then the November 2nd broadcast put radio, as we know it today, on a regularly scheduled program basis. Is that right?
That is correct. And KDKA has continued to broadcast on a regular schedule every day since that date.
That must have been an exciting night for all concerned, for the men who did the broadcasting and the listeners who heard it.
Yes, radio history was made that night, the dawn of a new era of communication. And few, if any, of the men who took part in that event could possibly have realized what a tremendous force was about to be loosed on humanity.
I'd like to have been there, or even had the privilege of hearing that broadcast. It must have been a real thrill.
It was, for all concerned.
Where did that first scheduled broadcast originate, Dr. Thomas? And what was it like? You were right in the middle of things around that time, weren't you?
Yes, I was. Not on the broadcasting end, of course. I was interested more in the technical side of wireless. However, suppose I set the scene for you and try to recreate the program as closely as I can from the records and from memory.
All right.
The broadcast itself emanated from a very small room atop a factory building called the K Building in East Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Just a crude little shack it was. The room, I mean, not the building.
Yes.
Inside this small room, bare except for the transmitter set in one corner. And incidentally, this transmitter weighed only about 500 pounds. Contrast that with KDK's present transmitting equipment, which weighs around 328,000 pounds. Next to it, running lengthwise, a long table, 3 chairs and a high stool. And around here was gathered a group of men. An announcer, an engineer, and a checker. And 2 men taking down election returns as they came in over the telephones.
You mentioned a checker. What was his job?
His job was to check the messages for clarity and correctness before they went on the air.
I see. For those early days, that sounds like a well-thought-out arrangement, Dr. Thomas. The returns came in by phone, the checker checked them, and the announcer gave them on the air. Well, come to think of it, election returns are given pretty much the same way today.
Don't look so surprised, Mr. Shannon. A great many radio patterns or formats had their beginnings in those early days of radio. That arrangement worked on November 2nd, 1920, and it still works.
What time did the election returns broadcast go on the air that Tuesday night, Dr. Thomas?
Oh, it was about 6 o'clock. And a stormy night it was, too. Raining cats and dogs. But the election interest and excitement made the weather a poor second as a topic of conversation.
I can imagine.
Newspapers ran banner headlines reading,
"Greatest vote in nation's history in spite of storms. Heavy vote being cast. Harding awaits complacently result of vote. Governor Cox more confident than ever, he says."
Well, Dr. Conrad was standing by at his experimental station, 8XK, ready to take over in case of transmitter trouble. And up in the small room, our group of radio broadcasting pioneers completed the last-minute details for their broadcast. Finally, the time came.
Okay. You fellas all set? Where's that jump? When I throw this switch, you start talking. Right. I'll give you the signal. Everybody ready? Right, George. Yeah, I'm up there. Okay, it's all yours.
This is KDKA of the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company in East Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We shall now broadcast the election returns. We are receiving these returns through the cooperation and by special arrangements with the Pittsburgh Post and Sun. The election returns will be broadcast as soon as they are received by us here at KDKA. We'd appreciate it if anyone hearing this broadcast would communicate with us, as we are very anxious to know how far the broadcast is reaching and how it is being received. Write your card or letter to station KDKA, East Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And now, while we're waiting for the returns to come in over the telephone, direct from the Post and Sun, I'll give you the list of offices in today's presidential election. Here they are. Some 30 million Americans are electing a president of the United States, a vice president, 34 United States senators, 435 members of the House of Representatives, governors of 34 states, and thousands of minor offices, county judges, and officials. Okay, those are the offices to be filled. And here are the 7 complete presidential tickets that are being voted on. I guess you all know these names pretty well by this time, but there's no harm repeating them. And we have to wait for the returns anyhow. Here's the list. Republican, Warren G. Harding and Calvin Coolidge. Democratic, James M. Cox and Franklin D. Roosevelt. Socialist, Eugene V. Debs and Seymour Stedman. Prohibition, Aaron S. Watkins and Leigh Colvin. Farmer Labor, Parley S. Christensen and Max S. Hayes. Socialist Labor Party, William Cox and August Gilhas. Single Tax, R.C. Macaulay and R.C. Barnum. Well, those are the candidates running for the various offices in this election. And we're going to stay right here and broadcast the returns as they come into us, so please stand by.
So the election returns continued intermittently throughout that night.
And here's another one here, a return from Topeka, Kansas. The first 206 votes counted in 4 scattering precincts have Harding 109, Cox 96, and Debs 1. That's Harding 109, Cox 96, Debs 1.
Okay, I'll take over while you get some coffee and sandwich if you want something. You say, Captain?
No, nothing much yet. It's too early. So what time is it?
A little after 11.
We've got a long way to go yet. Oh, look, I just gave this bulletin here, and I'm just going to give this one from Norwell, Massachusetts.
All right, I'll thank you. Reports from the town of Norwell, Massachusetts, giving the complete vote on the presidential electors and the gubernatorial candidates are, for President, Harding and Coolidge, 409. Cox and Roosevelt, 48. And here's an item about President Wilson. After receiving the early election returns, President Wilson retired to his bedroom at 9 p.m. tonight and was asleep a half hour later. Oh, just a minute. A bulletin has just come in. I'll read it to you. The Democratic candidate, James M. Cox, and his chief manager, Chairman White of the Democratic National Committee, have conceded the election of Senator Harding. Yes, sir, the election is conceded by Cox to Harding. And it looks like Warren G. Harding and Calvin Coolidge are the men who will carry the affairs of our nation for the next 4 years. Of course, don't forget all the returns are not in by any manner of means, so stand by and we'll give them to you as they come in. And so you'll have the complete story as we broadcast.
Gosh, that must have been quite a broadcast, Dr. Thomas. Was that the end of it when Governor Cox conceded?
No, by no means. The schedule called for the election returns to be broadcast from the time the polls opened to about noon the next day. Around noon on Wednesday, November 3rd, a very tired, sleepy group of broadcasters gave the final returns. That is, as final as they could be up to that time.
They swept into the presidency with the largest popular majority in history, the greatest popular vote in the history of American politics, and the largest electoral vote ever rolled up by a Republican candidate. Harding's electoral vote had reached 391, with indications that doubtful states might carry the figure to the 400 mark. And so, here are the incomplete returns again. Harding, 391 electoral votes. Cox, 127. Now, before we leave you, I'd like to ask all those who heard this election broadcast to communicate with us, telling us how it was received. We are anxious to know how far the broadcast reached. Just write a card or letter to station KD-KA, East Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is KD-KA of the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company in East Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, signing off until 7 o'clock this evening.
And that was it.
That was it. The first regularly scheduled broadcast in radio history. And to the men who broadcast those election returns and to the few hundred listeners, it was more than just that. It was the dawn of a new age of communication.
It seems to me there's a great deal more to this story of radio, Dr. Thomas.
Indeed there is, Mr. Shannon, a great deal more.
Well, then suppose we make it a date for next week.
That's agreeable. See you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard another in the series of programs titled Adventures in Research. Your guide telling the story of the first scheduled radio broadcast in history was Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories in East Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is Paul Shannon inviting you to join us again next week when Dr. Thomas will be back to tell more about eyes and ears for the millions on Adventures in Research.
adventures in research.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another in the series of weekly programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. And here, ready to take us adventuring, is Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories in East Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Paul, and hello, everyone.
Well, Dr. Thomas, this is the day you promised to tell us more about the story of eyes and ears for the millions, the story of telegraph, telephone, radio, and television.
That's right, Mr. Shannon. We've already told the story of the first regularly scheduled broadcast of November 2nd, 1920, over the newborn radio station KDKA, nursed into being by Dr. Frank Conrad, and thus turning what had been a dream into a reality, harnessing the swift, invisible energy, electricity, for communication.
Yes, and where do we go from there, Dr. Thomas?
Well, behind the triumph of that day lay a century of brilliant achievement. Men had always dreamed of using electricity to span space with words and messages, even before they knew what an electric cell or generator looked like.
That old urge, curiosity.
Yes, but curiosity with a definite purpose and goal. It was late in October of 1832 when Samuel F.B. Morse, a well-known painter, returned to America after a few years of study abroad. On the home voyage, Morse had caught the bug after talking with a learned professor on the newly discovered wonders of electricity.
Yes, there are a great many things, amazing, wonderful things, that will come out of this new discovery. I could wish that I were 20, no, 30 years younger, so that I might help in the development of this wonder, electricity.
The story you have told of this new power kindles the imagination, sir. Why, there are no limits to the possibilities.
I can almost see the wheels of your eager imagination turning in your head, Mr. Morse. Of what are you thinking?
I was just thinking, this new strange power might be used, as you said, for many things like sending messages. Well, thank you, Professor. And now, if you'll excuse me, I must put some thoughts on paper before I forget.
Ah, youth and imagination. Who can stop them in their progress? My word, time for lunch.
Samuel Morse had plans for his telegraph when he left the ship, but 12 years of hard work, experimentation, and disappointment were to follow before he could perfect his device and prove it to a doubting world.
12 years is a long time to devote to one thing, and just an idea on paper at that.
Yes, it is, but a very brief period of time as compared to the countless men of science and others who have devoted a whole lifetime to one idea or cause and never lived to see the final results of their work.
Yes, I see what you mean, Dr. Thomas. They supply the idea in the first place, work on it without too much success, and others come along and put the finishing touch to it, and there it is.
Exactly. Ours is an impatient world which is not too much concerned with names and personalities, but which wishes only to see the results of their labors. Thus it has ever been with pioneers. Well, to get back to our story, it was on May 24th, 1844, that Samuel Morse sat in the Supreme Courtroom of the nation's capital, surrounded by the statesmen who had finally been persuaded to help him. In Baltimore, at the other end of the first real telegraph line, was Alfred Vail, the young man who had worked for years with Morse to help him develop his instrument.
The chair recognizes Samuel Morse.
Gentlemen, there is little I wish to say at this time. I propose to let this instrument I have brought with me speak for me. My assistant, Alfred Vail, is at this moment seated before another instrument, similar to the one I have here, in Baltimore, Maryland. I shall send him a message by telegraph, which he will repeat as soon as he receives it. Now, gentlemen, I ask that there be absolute silence during this experiment, please. Thank you.
Yes, as the astonished statesmen listened, their doubts vanishing, the message sent by Samuel Morse in Washington to Alfred Vail in Baltimore was repeated, word for word. What hath God wrought? The first great long-distance message sent by electricity.
That must have been a mighty proud day for those two, Dr. Thomas, and for everyone connected with that first telegraph.
Yes, and an exciting day for history, too, Mr. Shannon.
I can imagine. What was Morse's invention like?
It was based on a principle almost every schoolboy knows today, the principle of electromagnetism.
Mm-hmm.
When an electric current flows through a wire, it creates a magnetic field around the wire.
Yes?
If the wire is wound around a soft iron bar, the magnetic field about the wire is concentrated in the iron, making the iron a strong magnet as long as the current continues to flow.
I see. Well, what happens when the current stops flowing?
As soon as the current stops, the iron loses its magnetism. Such a magnet is called an electromagnet.
Well, what kind of a telegraph key did Morse use, Dr. Thomas?
His key was nothing more than a switch which opened and closed an electric circuit at the touch of a finger. At the receiving end, this current ran through the coils of an electromagnet, whose force could be used in a number of ways, so that the pen point made a mark on a moving tape, or it could be recorded on the moving tape, or it could attract a bar of metal which clicked down when current flowed through the electromagnet and sprang back when the current stopped.
Must have taken a lot of brains and engineering ability to figure that out, I'd say.
Indeed, yes.
Well, what about the code they used, Dr. Thomas?
The code was one that was worked out by Morse and Vail. The code representing letters and numbers by dots and dashes, so that it was a simple matter for a person receiving the message to interpret the clicks, or the long and short lines on the moving tape. Morse's code is still in use today in modern telegraphy.
Yes, I remember learning the Morse code when I was a Boy Scout. At home, my brother and I used to practice tapping out messages to each other on the tables, the chairs, and anything else that would make a noise, especially at meal times.
That was probably as easy a way as any to say pass the butter without saying please.
Yes, it was.
Well, getting along with our story here. About 20 years or so after Morse and Vail sent their epoch-making message, a British physicist and mathematician published an essay that caused some excitement in high scientific circles.
I say, this is the most extraordinary thing I ever heard. Just listen to this. I am convinced that there must exist electric impulses just like light waves, but of a different length. And then he goes on to say, there are probably other waves longer than light waves which cannot be detected by the eyes. In every other respect, the waves are exactly the same as light waves. That's extraordinary. A very nice theory, of course, but after all, it's only on paper.
What does all that mean, Dr. Thomas?
Well, this British physicist was James Clerk Maxwell, who had done a little mathematical figuring.
Hmm?
It seemed to him, as his essay read, that there must exist electric impulses just like light waves, but of different lengths.
Yes.
Now, light waves as we know them today are electromagnetic radiations which travel through space at the rate of 186,000 miles a second. The waves are very short, ranging in length from the tiny violet light waves, about 16 millionths of 1 inch long, to the somewhat longer waves of red light, 26 millionths long.
Gosh, I can't even imagine anything that short. Well, Dr. Thomas, what did that remark mean? A very nice theory, of course, but only on paper.
Well, you see, there seemed to be no way of proving it except by intricate mathematical calculations.
And was it proved?
Well, patience, Mr. Shannon. We have to move along now to the year 1887, when a youthful physics professor at a high school in Karlsruhe, in Germany, Heinrich Rudolf Hertz, told the world of some amazing experiments that he had been performing for the past 2 years. Experiments that showed beyond a shadow of a doubt that James Clerk Maxwell's figuring was correct.
Good. Then it was proved after all, even though it was much later. Heinrich Rudolf Hertz. That name is very familiar to me, Dr. Thomas.
It should be, Mr. Shannon. Hertz is called by many the father of radio. In fact, radio waves are often referred to as Hertzian waves.
Oh, sure. That's right. Well, what kind of experiments was he performing?
Well, briefly, he discovered that when he made a spark leap across a gap in an electrical circuit, he produced electromagnetic waves like the ones Maxwell had predicted.
How did he discover them?
To detect the waves, Hertz used a small hoop of wire which held 2 balls of metal a short distance apart.
Yes?
The waves from the spark made another electric spark jump almost instantaneously between these two metal balls, you see? With this simple apparatus, Hertz was able to prove everything that Maxwell said. He showed that the waves traveled through space with the same speed as light, and that they could be reflected or bent, just like light. But more than that, he opened the door to the possibility of sending messages electrically, without wire.
And in a way, it proves what you were saying, Dr. Thomas, about one man devoting his life to an idea or a theory, and another man finishing it.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Well, what happened after Hertz made his experiment announcement?
A great many things. By 1895, many great men were hot in pursuit of capturing these waves that Hertz had described. One in particular was not very widely known, for he was only a young man of about 21, the son of a wealthy Italian banker. But in 1895, this young man, Guglielmo Marconi, was launching an experiment which was destined to grow into an enormous contribution to the world.
Marconi, wireless telegraphy.
Yes, the two are synonymous today. But back in 1895, they were not so well known, Mr. Shannon. And very few persons even knew about Marconi's experiments at that time.
What kind of experiments were they, Dr. Thomas?
Well, in his father's garden, outside the city of Bologna, young Marconi had rigged up a spark gap similar to the one Heinrich Hertz had used in his experiments. But leading from this gap were two wires, one buried in the ground and the other carried high aloft in the air.
Yes?
Marconi was experimenting with antennas and proving to himself that with the proper antenna, a message could be sent over long distances. That same year, 1895, he succeeded in sending a message to his father a mile away.
That was progress, all right.
Yes, but he wasn't satisfied. He dreamed of sending a message across the ocean.
That sounds just like a scientist. To get something to the point where it will work, then tear it down, and build it up again so it works even better than it was at first hoped for. Never satisfied.
Isn't it, though? Just the same, that's what makes for progress, Mr. Shannon, particularly in this electrical age of ours. A device has to be as near perfect as is humanly possible before it can be marketed.
Yes, I get your point, Dr. Thomas. Well, what happened next to Marconi and his experiments?
From his father's garden in Italy, Marconi moved to England for further experimentation. Bit by bit, he lengthened the stride of his messages, until finally in December of 1901, he was ready for the great test.
You mean the sending of a message across the ocean, as he'd dreamed?
That's right. In Poldhu, England, Marconi had set up a powerful sending station with receiving equipment in an old watchtower overlooking the harbor of St. John's, Newfoundland. On December 12th, all was in readiness to forge another vital link in the chain of communication.
And an exciting link it was, too, I imagine, Dr. Thomas. Gosh, I've been so interested in your story that I hadn't noticed how the time was flying. Can we tell the story of that experiment next week?
We certainly can, Mr. Shannon. You'll find it a most interesting one, I promise you.
All right, and thank you, Dr. Thomas. That's a date for next week, then. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard another in the series of programs titled Adventures in Research. Your guide along these adventurous highways and byways of science, telling the story of our various communications and their history under the title Eyes and Ears for the Millions, was Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories in East Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The story of how our modern communication systems came into being is told in both words and pictures in the free booklet issued by the Westinghouse Research Laboratories under the title Eyes and Ears for the Millions. You may obtain a free copy by writing to the station to which you are now listening. And be sure to join us again next week when Dr. Thomas will tell the story of Marconi's great experiment with wireless telegraphy on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, is an anniversary tribute to a man who contributed much to the power and the glory of America. George Westinghouse.
It is 1866. Another war has come to an end. A horrible conflict, not between nation and nation, but between brothers of the same nation. The Civil War is over, and on the ashes left by the dying fire of hate, America must build a new and better future. As the songs of battle fade into the past, a new song is born. A song of whirring wheels, of machines. A new era of industry is dawning, and a new way of travel to replace the covered wagon.
Pa, how far are we from California?
How far? Well, now, that all depends on how you look at it.
What do you mean?
Well, if you mean how far in hopes, I'd say we were practically there already. But if you mean in miles, it's pretty far off. Get up there!
Pa, do you think there ever will be any way to go to California outside of on a wagon?
I don't know. Those fool steam locomotives might be some good, but I'll take the wagon any time instead of riding one of them railroad trains.
Why, Pa?
Well, for one thing, they don't travel out this far. And besides, they ain't safe. It's easy to stop horses in a wagon, but a heavy train of 5, 6 cars is something else. Now, there's been too many wrecks on the railroad.
But I tell you, sir, this brake of mine will stop a train. I'll prove it to you if you let me.
Don't make me laugh, Mr. Westinghouse. No railroad will let you have equipment to prove something that is only a fanciful dream. Imagine stopping a train with wind.
But I tell you, this is what the railroads need. A brake that will give the engineer control of the train, instead of relying on the braking crew to stop it.
There is no doubt about it. If such a brake could be made and perfected, it would give the railroads what they need, a real chance to grow. Yes, there's no doubt about it.
Let's try.
And so the new brake gets its chance and proves itself. George Westinghouse's air brake is destined to shape a new era for America. But even as the first air brakes are being made and improvements added in the Westinghouse plant of Pittsburgh, a gold spike is being driven to join the rails of the Pacific Road, the first transcontinental railroad line at Promontory Point, Utah.
That's the last spike, boys!
To Chicago, please.
What's the train fare from here to Kansas City?
By boat? Oh, heavens, no. I'm going to go by train.
Throughout America, the wheels are rolling. The trains are getting longer, carrying more passengers, helping America to grow, to build newer cities beyond the thriving young city of Chicago, out to the great far west. They're getting longer, they're rolling faster, and they'll stop where the engineer wants them to, when he has to stop.
She's really eyeballing now, Tom.
Yeah, with 23 cars rolling right along, too.
You know, when I first started engineer, I never thought I'd be carrying a load like this.
Or going as fast, either.
Or being sure I could stop. The man who invented this air brake was powerful smart. Powerful smart.
And while new cities grow to the west, dwellers in New York and Boston and Hartford and Columbus are finding new contributions of the iron monster of the rails with its newfound brakes of air.
Good morning, Mrs. Grant.
Oh, good morning. I was looking at this. What is it, a new kind of vegetable?
Oh, that's oranges from out in California. You ought to try some. They're delicious, juicy as can be.
You mean they grow these out in California?
Yes, ma'am. And they ship them here in these new refrigerated railroad cars. Keep things wonderful, they do.
Yes, the rails are humming. America is growing. And industries, new industries, are growing with it.
Biggest year the meat factories have had yet. Those railroads sure can haul the freight. How can we do without them?
We'll have to expand our plant. Next year, the railroads figure to need more steel rails than ever in history. It'll mean a big thing to us if we can supply them.
The market's up in textiles and shoes. Higher in wheat and other grain, too.
I saw half a trainload of reapers going out to Kansas only this morning.
America is moving on rails, building on rails, thriving as she grows. And again, the mind that conceived the air brake, searching for new needs, sees in railroading the urgent demand for a system of safe signaling to control the ever-increasing traffic.
They have something like it in England, but here's the logical answer. An interlocking signal and switching mechanism powered by compressed air.
Another creation of Westinghouse genius to speed the trains on their way, safely on the open road, safely in the tangled terminal yards. Switches and signals that men need not set by hand. Perfect powered control of America's main arteries of transportation. Yes, it's a wonderful America now, with its trains and telephones, its bicycles with the big front wheels. It's a new age we're living in, a plush and gilded age, with new speed and lighter labors. Lighter nights, too, with electric lights. But there's considerable speculation about using electricity for power.
Steam. Steam is your only source of power.
Electricity ought to be put to use.
Well, it's fine for lighting a few of those lamps, but it isn't practical.
That's right. You can generate enough for the lights, but you can't carry the power very far from the generator.
If I had more power, I could turn out twice as much steel.
Give me more power, and I'll make enough shoes for everyone in the New England states. Give me power.
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 Power!
In Pittsburgh, George Westinghouse turns his agile mind to the solution of the problem of power. Sinks a gas well in his own backyard. Takes out 28 patents on gas control and distribution devices to furnish an inexpensive fuel for power to replace coal. But manufacturers all over the eastern states are crying for still more power. More lights are burning by electricity, more motors running. But electricity for power just won't travel over any distance.
Yes, it will. There's a way. Instead of generating current that goes in only one direction, make it go back and forth through the wire. You can carry it on for miles that way.
Who says so?
That's a laugh.
That's alternating current. The voltage is too high. Kill you like that.
No one wants that stuff.
I need power.
Try AC.
Another new melody in America's song of progress. The humming of an alternating current generator. George Westinghouse moves ahead in the face of all the disagreement. The first AC system is installed to light the main street of Great Barrington, Massachusetts.
Tarnation, Hetty, the town's going plumb wild over that display of electric lights last night.
I know, but isn't it wonderful?
Yeah, in a way it is. Old Doc Jackson was driving right down Main Street when they started the generator going out at the old mill. It scared his horse so, them lights coming on like that. He bolted, and old Doc couldn't get her stopped for half a mile.
They say it's very dangerous, electricity.
Well, I heard the Westinghouse men say it ain't so. Some other fellow from up at Massachusetts Tech says different. A man don't know what to think to hear so much pro and con.
Pro and con. Yes, indeed. While the argument raged, George Westinghouse and the men who worked with him carried out their research in the field of alternating current. With Nikola Tesla, he developed the polyphase AC motor. And the newspapers shouted,
"Paper, electric lineman killed at work. Read about the corpse and the wires. Paper, one more lineman roasted to death. Get to
Obviously, we must return to the use of gas. Electricity is far too dangerous.
I insist. The only practical source of power for factories and for illumination is alternating current.
Your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Step up and buy your tickets now. See the most marvelous, the most wonderful dance and sensation of the age, Little Egypt. She says, like a boat.
Here you ride the Ferris wheel, the only vertical ride in existence. See the entire World's Fair in a glance as you glide through the sky like a bird. How many?
It's 400 years since Columbus landed in America. And here is America commemorating the achievements of all those years in the magic splendor of the Columbian Exposition. Here is all the world on display, and the glory of it is crowned by another step to a greater future. The entire fair is bathed in the light of thousands of electric lamps installed by George Westinghouse and powered by the Westinghouse alternating current generators specially built and on display in the fair's marvelous machinery hall.
Mama, what are those big machines?
They're electricity machines, honey. Now stay back here with Mother and don't be climbing all over that iron railing.
What's electricity, Mama?
It's what lights all these electric lights at the fair.
Does electricity come out of the machines?
Yes, dear.
I don't see it.
Of course you don't. It runs along the wires.
It does?
Yes, dear.
But you said you can't see the electricity.
Well, you can't see it.
Well, then how do you know it runs along the wire?
Oh, for goodness sake, must you ask so many questions? Come along. The people are looking at you and laughing.
But I want to see the electricity running. You said it runs, and if it runs, I want to see the...
For hundreds of years, Niagara, giant among waterfalls, has poured billions of tons of valuable water over its foaming crest, dashed it against the rocks below, where it rushed down the river to the sea. Niagara, a wonderful place for a honeymoon, the favorite spot of couples newly married. Now, men of vision cast a far-seeing eye upon it, and see in Niagara's rushing water a source of energy to manufacture electricity.
A wonderful source of power. If we could harness our source, make it generate electricity.
You have no use for all the electricity that you generate.
Oh, not at Niagara, perhaps, but, well, there's Buffalo, and there's all upstate New York.
Oh, yes. Try and get it from Niagara Falls to those places.
The use of alternating current, proven practical at the World's Fair, is certainly the answer to the problem of carrying power.
Can you make it work at Niagara?
Can you make it work?
Can you?
The answer comes 3 seconds after midnight on November 16, 1896, when, generators installed and tested, the circuits are closed, and Niagara lights the city of Buffalo 20 miles away. Niagara is at work, thanks to the genius of George Westinghouse.
There's power at Niagara Falls.
Power at Buffalo. Bring the plant to upstate New York.
Carborundum, aluminum, electrochemical plants, new industries for America, new jobs for Americans, new useful products for the markets of America and the world. The contributions to transportation and power continue. George Westinghouse takes out hundreds of patents and doesn't stop even then.
Subway trains.
Elevated trains. Electrified railroads.
The new steam turbine for steamships.
Elevator systems for the rising forest of skyscrapers.
Speed.
Safety. Power.
That is the power, and this the glory.
If someday they say of me that in my work I have contributed something to the welfare and happiness of my fellow men, I shall be satisfied.
And this is the glory, the only glory George Westinghouse ever asked. And that's today's anniversary story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week for another story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
I tell you, I saw it with my own eyes. He sent a message from one room to another by wire. X-ray, X-ray, read all about it. Message sent across ocean without any wires. X-ray, read all about it.
What has gone wrong?
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Our story today by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, is called Electronics in Communication. This is the story of man's invisible messengers, the electrons, and how they were harnessed to carry his words throughout the world. It is more than the story of electrical communication. It is a tribute to the progress made by civilization. Jungle drums thumping through the thick, dank air of the tropics. Indian drums throbbing through the oak-lined woods of the western world. Voices in the night, hammering news of a celebration, warfare, warning. And then another beat, the rhythmic pounding of horses' hooves on the hard-packed road to Lexington and Concord.
To arms! To arms! The British are coming! To arms! To arms! The British are coming!
Westward moves America, fighting, struggling, pushing its frontiers farther into the heart of the New World, lengthening the distance over which man's words must go. It is the year 1825. In a house in New Haven, Connecticut, a young woman lies ill, gravely ill. The physician at her bedside wears a troubled look on his face as he speaks softly to the other woman in the room.
I don't know. It looks pretty hopeless. She has taken a bad turn.
Oh, Doctor, is there nothing you can do?
I'm afraid not. I think it best to notify her husband as quickly as possible.
But can we get the message to him in time before she goes, Doctor?
We can try, and that is all. I'll see if I can get an urgent message through to Washington on the boat that leaves here this afternoon. And the postmaster may know of a courier riding overland, too.
Would you try, Doctor? Please do. He'd want to see her so badly before...
There. I shall utilize every effort at my command.
Excuse me, Mr. Morse, sir. I hate to disturb your painting, but a letter just came for you from New Haven, marked urgent.
Oh, thank you. I'll take it. Urgent, eh? Now, what could that be? Wait just a minute, please. No.
Is something wrong?
Yes. Yes, it's very serious. I shall have to leave at once. Immediately. Oh, yes, please tell Monsieur Lafayette I shall be unable to finish his portrait. Do that, please. I must pack immediately. Doctor, how is she? I got your message a week after you wrote it. I came as quickly as I could. Is she gone?
Now, Sam, you must get hold of yourself. We did everything we could to get word to you in time, but it just...
And the funeral?
Last week, Sam. Just last week.
That man was Samuel F.B. Morse, one of America's foremost painters. This tragedy taught him the need for rapid communication. He never forgot it. Morse continued his artwork, traveled to Europe to study and to paint. It was October the 6th, 1832, aboard the packet ship Sully, bound for America, when the answer to the question of rapid communication came to this painter with a scientific turn of mind. He was having dinner in the ship's salon with an interesting group, including Dr. Charles Jackson, a resident of Boston.
Yes, gentlemen, this man Henry has hit upon something quite unique, to say the least.
Electromagnetism, you say, Dr. Jackson?
Yes, Mr. Morse, but I'm surprised to find a painter interested in these scientific things.
Not so surprising, Doctor. I've attended many an interesting lecture on electricity.
Amazing. Then you'll understand, no doubt, that what Henry has done is to bend a piece of iron in the shape of a horseshoe and wind it with wire. Then he sends an electric current through the wire, and the iron magnet will pick up another small bar of iron. Electricity travels instantly to the entire length of wire, you see, and thus causes the magnet to act.
I see. Tell me, Doctor, could electricity be made to go over many miles of wire almost instantaneously?
Yes. Yes, it could.
If electricity is present in every part of the circuit, I see no reason why messages may not be sent instantly by electricity. You'll excuse me, gentlemen, please. I have some very important thinking to do. Some very important thinking.
Well, how odd. How extremely odd.
Transmit messages by electricity over miles of wire.
Doctor, I got your message a week after you wrote it.
The iron bar becomes a magnet which will attract another iron bar.
We did everything we could to get word to you in time.
Each time the electricity travels through the... That's it. That's it. Telegraph. Writing at a distance.
(1835), the first telegraph instrument to send and receive, built by Samuel Morse in his rooms at the College of the City of New York. Length of wire for transmission, 1,700 feet. 1838, now assisted by a young graduate of the university, Alfred Vail, an improved instrument to send and receive. Length of wire for transmission, stretched around a Morristown, New Jersey factory, 3 miles. And the telegraph clicked away, if only in the hearts of Samuel Morse and his assistant, Alfred Vail. Without funds, against stubborn popular opinion, they kept up their long fight for recognition. Finally, in 1843, a bill was introduced in Congress.
Mr. Morse!
Just a minute. Well, Annie Ellsworth, come in.
Thank you, Mr. Morse. I can't stay but a moment. Have you heard the news?
The news?
But of course, Father just got word at his office.
It's about the bill.
Yes, it passed Congress. President Tyler has signed it, and the appropriation, it's for $30,000 for a telegraph line from Washington to Baltimore. Isn't it wonderful?
Annie, this is the best news I've heard in a long, long time. And you shall have the honor of composing the first telegram.
And on May 24th, 1844, in the Supreme Court chamber at Washington, in the presence of some of the nation's most prominent figures, Annie Ellsworth's message was written into communication history. Carried on the wings of electricity over 40 miles of wire from Baltimore to Washington came the meaningful biblical quotation, "What hath God wrought?" Then, in 1876, in the attic of a Boston house, a strange contraption is built by a man named Alexander Graham Bell and his aide, Thomas Watson. This attic has been their laboratory, where they have worked long, tiring hours to develop an improved communication system. Now, Alexander Bell exclaims,
Mr. Watson, come here, I want you.
And in a room adjoining, Watson is surprised to hear,
Mr. Watson, come here, I want you.
Mr. Bell, I can hear you. I can hear the words.
The wires are talking now, carrying the voice with the speed of light, 186,000 miles a second throughout the world. Now across the ocean, a young man named Marconi, the son of a wealthy Italian gentleman, is thinking of the scientific experiments of Heinrich Wilhelm Hertz.
Hertz, eh? So he has proved Maxwell's theory of electromagnetic waves. Invisible waves can be handled like polarized light waves. Radiation, eh? If the radiation could only be increased, developed, and controlled, it ought to be possible to signal across space for considerable distance. Yes.
Marconi set to work immediately, determined to accomplish his aim. Wireless communication. From the scientific pioneers of an earlier day, he took the induction coil, the Rigi gap, the telegraph key, the batteries, and a receiving device known as a coherer. Wiring them together, he put them to work.
Alfonso, There it is. We've sent a signal and received it through the air just as I visioned it. No wires, no space, only space. Here, come over to my side of the table, and you send a signal.
From one side of a table to the other, wireless. From one room to another, wireless. Across the Channel, Great Britain to France, wireless. December 1901. The first wireless signal links two continents. By 1909, regular commercial service across the ocean was a reality. And in that same year, aboard a ship in the Atlantic, a man new at his job, the radio man, hears in his receiving set,
Distress call. Liner SS Republic in distress off Sandy Hook. On course, 11 degrees starboard, full speed ahead.
The first distress call for help by radio, CQD, later changed to SOS. That call saved hundreds of lives in what would otherwise have been another tragedy of the sea. Wireless had already won its laurels. Now come the Fleming valve to improve radio reception, the DeForest grid tube to amplify, to generate radio waves, to modulate the waves with voices. Throughout the world, amateurs experiment with wires and coils and tubes, with dials, antennas, and crystals.
Hey, Pop, what you doing?
You know what I'm doing, so don't ask. I'm trying to get this crystal set of mine to working.
Can you hear anything when you put those earphones to your ear?
Sure.
What?
Static. Now, go away and play somewhere else. You're making me nervous.
What are you supposed to hear in the earphones, Dad?
Well, Frank Conrad said he was going to tell us on this radio how the election came out today. Well, I'm figuring Harding to beat Cox for president. It's about time they should be saying something. Can't hear a thing so far.
Who's Frank Conrad, Dad?
He's a scientist at Westinghouse. Now be quiet for a minute or two, son. Hey, this is all right. Hey, come here, son. Hey, your father's a real radio man. Listen to this.
This is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We have the first returns in the Harding and Cox elections. Just a minute, please. We'll have them for you.
Gosh, Pop, that's radio, isn't it?
Yes, that's radio. November 1920. Out of that first election broadcast by KDKA grew the special features broadcast over hundreds of stations today. Out of the dreams of men like Morse and Bell and Hertz and Marconi and a host of other adventurers in research came the reality of rapid communication. Out of man's struggle with the unknown came words on the wings of electronic energy, swifter than sound, as fast as light. The thoughts of man are traveling around the world on a highway of electrons at work. And there you have another story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Another of mankind's thrilling adventures in research. Adventures in research.
You better climb again and... Hey, pull her up, Joe. Here comes a piece of mountain.
It's okay, Mike. We missed it. Just missed it. Hey, Mike! Well, for gosh sake, the guy passed out cold.
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's chapter by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, is titled Electronics in Transportation. This is the story of men on the move and the electronic devices that guide them swiftly, safely on their way. It is the story of transportation and the remarkable part electronics has played in it. Far to the north, a great field of glacial ice shimmers in the crisp, cold air. The roaring of the wind, the hammering of the waves are dimmer beneath an ominous rumble that swells to a roar as it grows. Tons of blue-white ice, solid as Gibraltar's rock, are splitting away from the field to crash with a booming splash into the sea. An iceberg is born, a floating, ghost-like hulk. Most of its ponderous bulk submerged beneath the frigid water, drifts out with the shifting tides, bearing south to the great Atlantic Ocean, south across the lanes of traffic to menace the precious hulls of cargo-carrying, life-bearing vessels. In packs, or just as often quite alone, the iceberg waits, a frozen, floating mountain. Waits as she waited that April night in 1912 in the path of the new giant of the ocean, the steamship Titanic.
I think it is only proper, before we leave this fine salon, to thank our good friend the purser for arranging for us to use it. Indeed, we must certainly be duly grateful for so many things. The calm, lovely weather we've enjoyed. The smooth grace of this mammoth liner. It is fortunate that she has been so blessed on this, her maiden voyage across the sea, and we travel secure in the steadiness of her, in her strength. It is good to know that we sail on a ship that is unsinkable, safe from all.
Good evening, Captain Smith.
Mr. Lightoller, thought I'd look in on the bridge before I retire. All's well?
All's well, sir.
Lookout's been instructed to keep a sharp eye out for icebergs?
That he has, sir.
Well, we should be getting close to the section where they were reported to be.
With a smooth, oily sea like this, as this one running tonight, sir, they'll be hard to spot.
Yes, I know. Just as bad as running in a fog with icebergs to contend with. The blasted things take on the same dark coloration as the sea. Well, just be sure to keep a sharp watch. Pass the word to Mr. Murdoch when he relieves you.
That I will, sir. He's due on at 4 bells. I'll be sure to speak to him about it.
Very well. Good night.
Good night, sir.
A calm, oily sea, a sky packed with stars, a night so clear, so black as to swallow up the icy monster lying ahead. And then from the crow's nest high above the bridge, that bell shattering the velvet night with the hammered warning, obstacle dead ahead.
Hitchin, starboard the helm, hard!
Starboard helm, sir.
First Officer Murdoch.
Crow's Nest reporting. Iceberg, sir. You're veering a little, but she's coming on fast.
Yes, I can see it now.
We can't miss it, sir. She'll strike starboard, somewhere abaft the foremast.
Reports from below indicate things are bad, sir. She's ripped wide open, shipping water fast at the head. We didn't have a chance, Captain.
Have your officers give the alarm to all passengers. Order them on deck with life belts, but don't arouse their fears. I'm going to the Marconi room. We've got to get out a distress call at once.
Out across the lonely water went the mission of mercy, tense, loyal fingers pounding the shiny brass key. CQD, all stations attend, disaster. The Olympic sister ship of the Titanic heard the call and answered, but she was 560 miles away. The Baltic, 300 miles off, heard the call. So did the Parisienne and the Virginian, the Burma and the Mount Temple, and a German craft, the Frankfurt. 58 miles away from the tragic scene, the Carpathia heard the plea for help, and all began a race against time and the sea. But closest of all, the Californian, only 12 miles off, continued on her way. For wireless was something new, no standard life-saving requirement, and her operator was off duty for the night. The unsinkable Titanic plunged headlong to the bottom of the sea to take 1,000 lives along. And And when the survivors landed at New York on the rescue ship Carpathia, Mark Coney, whose wireless made their rescue possible, was on the dock to greet them.
Yes, Mama. He was there on the dock when the Carpathia steamed in. I saw him myself. I saw the great Senor Marconi. Never in all my days of working on the docks have I gotten such a thrill. I can see it still in my mind. The survivors as they pour down the gangway. They see him. They recognize him. They cry, "We owe our life to you." It's true, Mama. If it were not for Marconi's wireless, they would all be dead. Dead.
Man was not satisfied to travel on sea and land. The wings of the Wright brothers took him into the sky, gave him new speed, and new hazards, too. No icebergs up there to block his path.
But mountains have peaks, and they are high.
No waves to pound his craft or swamp it.
But air can be as rough, and currents as treacherous.
Closer to the stars, by which a man can find his way.
Except for fog. And then, in those early days of flying, when airmail stamps were something new on envelopes, there was nothing at all to go by.
How you doing, Joe?
Not so good, Mike. Wish I hadn't started out on this trip. This fog doesn't look like it's going to break.
This is a bad place to get off course. Too many mountains. Better keep plenty altitude.
Yeah, I'm trying. Can't get above it. Can't see through it. Oh, if we just get a break.
Well, how long has it been since you lost sight of the railroad?
About 15 minutes. Hey, wait. There's a break in the fog. Let's make for it. No use, Mike. All I saw was a lot of nothing. Now we're in the soup again, and we've lost altitude.
Oh, you better climb it. Hey, pull her up, Joe. Here comes a piece of mountain.
It's okay, Mike. We were lucky. Just missed it. Well, don't worry. I know where that mountain belongs now, and I'll stay above it till it clears. Hey, Mike. Well, for gosh sake, the guy passed out. Cold.
That's how it was. Give one of those pilots a landmark, and he was all right. Just as long as he could look below and see a river or a brightly painted barn or two, or a railroad track or a high mountain he was far enough away from. Today, though, it's different. Look into the pilot's compartment of a huge modern luxury liner of the air, while the passengers relax in comfort and safety, safety made possible by electronics. The pilot sits there, radio phones clamped to his ears, watching dials and instruments and panel lights, and listening.
Chicago Control calling Flight 407. Come in, please.
Flight 407 to Chicago Control. Go ahead.
Ceiling here is 0. Repeat, 0. Do not attempt landing. Proceed along north leg of range to Detroit Control. Weather at Detroit lifting. Go ahead.
Flight 407 to Chicago Control. Position 7214. Altitude is 7,000.
High up there in the foggy night, the pilot gets his instructions by radio. Hears in his headphones the continuous hum of the radio beam, and rides the roadway it paves for him through the sky. A roadway broadcast from ground stations dotted all along his route. Transmitters directing a beam of radio waves that marks his course through blinding fog no light could penetrate. And when he says to his co-pilot,
"Check the compass, Tom, and let's take a fix,"
that means turn on the radio compass and find out our exact position up here in this murky sky. A special antenna on the plane revolves, picks out a radio station at a known spot, and the compass, there on the instrument panel, connected to the turning antenna, points straight to the station. The co-pilot tunes in another station. The compass points it out. Then by drawing lines on a map from those two compass points to the place where the lines cross, the co-pilot gets his exact position.
Got it. We're right on the nose. Should be in touch with Detroit Radio Tower in 15 minutes.
And out of the foggy night that blankets the airport, your sleek, wet transport follows a radio beam to the firm safety of the concrete runway. Radio is the seeing eye of the airways. Electronic devices are serving the rails, too, putting the block signals right in the cab with the engineer. Someday they may automatically warn of obstacles ahead, even stop the train mechanically to avoid collisions. Traffic signals for your car may come right into the dashboard by electronics. And this... A car crash on the highway may be history when radar gets to work on our autos. Radar, an important development of World War II.
Radar swept the skies above England and stopped the German Luftwaffe in its tracks. That was in 1940 and 1941.
Radar works on the principle of reflection. Put a mirror in the path of a ray of light, and it will send the ray back where it came from. Send out the proper kind of a radio wave, concentrated in a beam, let it strike an object in its path, and the object will reflect the radio beam back where it came from. Complicated?
Heinrich Hertz's new radio waves could be reflected as long ago as 1886. Marconi knew it in 1922.
Yes, but it took a lot of men and a lot of research to make it what it is today. If only we could have known in 1912 what we know now. Can't you just see the giant Titanic on her maiden voyage, no longer blind to the lurking icebergs?
Good evening, Captain Smith.
Mr. Lightoller, thought I'd look in on the bridge before I retire. All's well?
All's well, sir. There's the iceberg picture on the radar scope, Captain. The warnings were right enough.
Well, looks like quite a field of them.
This one here is the nearest to us. Looks like it's right on our course.
It does at that. Better alter your course a little. Just a little. And keep an eye on the scope. Check the course with a radio loop and have Sparks confirm that iceberg report by radio. Well, you won't be needing me for anything more, Mr. Lightoller. Think I'll turn in.
Right, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night.
And like the liners of today, guided, protected, blessed by the marvels of electronics, the ghost of the luxury ship Titanic glides into the night. And there you have the story of electronics and transportation, inseparable partners in the march of civilization, products both of mankind's never-ending adventures in research. This has been another in a series of stories by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Adventures in Research.
I consider it not only unconstitutional, but beneath the dignity of the United States to accept benefits from a foreigner.
I am of the opinion that this gift should be accepted in the spirit in which it is offered.
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, is titled Uncle Sam's Attic, storage place extraordinary in the history of scientific knowledge and invention. You know, Children have a habit of asking some very embarrassing questions sometimes. Questions that are mighty hard to answer. But once in a while, a question comes along. And what a grand feeling it is to be able not only to answer it correctly, but to be able to fill in all the details. Just like the other day when my son came up to me waving a letter.
Hey, Dad, here's a letter for you. And can I have the stamp for my collection, can I?
Why, sure you can. What stamp is it?
Oh, I don't know, but it's pretty. New, too. Has a big building on it, see?
Mm-hmm. Look, and see what it says. Just above the picture of the building. Read it.
For the increase and
diffusion. Means to spread or circulate.
Oh, diffusion of knowledge among men.
Uh-huh. And do you see what the name of the building is under the picture? The Smithsonian Institution, 1946.
Does that mean it's just been built, Dad?
No, son. It means that the Smithsonian Institution is 100 years old. This stamp is commemorating its 100th birthday. There's a lot of history behind that stamp, son. Here, sit down beside me and I'll tell you what I know of the story. And maybe that stamp will mean more to you.
Okay, Dad.
To start this story at the beginning, we have to go back to the year 1829, when a British chemist, mineralogist, and author of many scientific writings on philosophy made his last will and testament.
Read back to me what we have so far.
I, James Smithson, do hereby bequeath my estates and fortunes to my nephew, Henry James Hungerford.
Good. Now, I have a stipulation to add. Should my nephew die without children, the whole of my estates and fortunes shall go to the United States of America, to found at Washington, under the name of the Smithsonian Institution, an establishment for the increase and diffusion of knowledge among men.
But, sire, such a bequest is most unusual.
My friend, I am a lonely and unhappy man. True, I was born through great wealth. The best blood in England flows in my veins. I am related to kings, and yet what does it avail me? My name is buried among the titles of my illustrious forebears. I intend that my fortunes shall do good for all men, and my name kept alive through such an establishment as I have named. Thus it shall read and be carried out.
James Smithson died that same year, 1829. His estates went to his nephew as willed. But 6 years later, in 1835, Henry James Hungerford died, leaving no children behind him. When news of the bequest, amounting to about $500,000, reached the United States, it was received with surprise, doubt, and bitter opposition.
What do you think of the news about the Englishman giving us more than 104,000 pounds as a gift?
If you want my opinion, I'd say we ought to be mighty careful about accepting it.
Why?
Why? Because there's a catch in it somewhere, that's why. You can bet your boots on that. Nobody gives a fortune away for nothing.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I don't agree with you. The man wants his money to do some good in the world. That's all there is to it.
Then why did he leave all that money to the United States? Why didn't he give it to his own country? Answer me that.
Well, I can't answer it, but, well, maybe he figured the United States would one day become the scientific capital of the whole world. That'd be a good enough reason.
Well, we can talk all we want, but it's up to the Congress to make the decision as to whether we'll accept the money or not. I'm like Sam here. I think there's a catch in it somewhere.
Yes, and that's what Congress will think, too. You wait and see.
The opinions of the man on the street were echoed and re-echoed throughout the halls of Congress, where the question of accepting or refusing the gift was debated at great length.
Mr. Speaker, Senator John Calhoun of South Carolina, it has been established beyond the shadow of a doubt that this Britisher, James Smithson, has never at any time during his life been a visitor to our shores, and furthermore, has no kith or kin residing in America. And yet this man, in his last will and testament, bequeaths to our country the sum of more than $500,000 for the purpose of establishing here in a strange land a scientific institution.
Certainly seems that there must be...
To my mind, gentlemen, the acceptance of this bequest would be not only unconstitutional, but beneath the dignity of the United States to accept benefits from a foreigner.
It's definitely unconstitutional. It should not be allowed.
In conclusion, I hold that this Congress has no power under the Constitution to accept such a gift.
It has been said that the acceptance of this gift would lower the dignity and prestige of our country. With this, I cannot agree. It is my earnest, considered opinion that the purpose of this bequest, the establishment of an institution that will benefit all mankind, far transcends any affront, real or imaginary, to our dignity. I, for one, am all for taking this gift in the spirit in which it is offered.
It was largely through the efforts of John Quincy Adams and Jefferson Davis that the gift was finally accepted, and in September of 1838, the Clipper mediator delivered the money in gold sovereigns to the Philadelphia Mint. Then followed some 8 years of debate in Congress as to the disposition of the fund.
But, Dad, I thought you said it was to be used to establish the institution. That's what it was sent for.
Yes, but the debate centers around the type of establishment that should be created. Some thought this type, others thought that type. But eventually, agreement was reached.
It is hereby resolved that Congress shall accept this trust and shall create, by enactment, an establishment to be called the Smithsonian Institution, consisting of the President, the Vice President, the Chief Justice, and members of the President's Cabinet.
Said institution shall provide for a library
and for a museum, which is to contain objects of art and of foreign and curious research, and objects of natural history belonging to the United States.
It is also resolved that said institution shall be governed by a board of regents, in which shall be included 3 members of the Senate, 3 members of the House of Representatives, and 6 private citizens, 2 of them residents of the District of Columbia.
On September 7, 1846, the first meeting of the Board of Regents took place, and in the autumn of that same year, a most important post was filled.
The board is unanimous in the selection as secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, and as such, an executive official of the institution, Professor Joseph Henry of Princeton University. Professor Henry's scientific experiments on the electromagnet and other subjects relating to electricity are well known to us all, and his election to the important post of secretary is, I think we will all agree, a most happy one.
Under the guidance of Joseph Henry, the institution took shape. Around that time, the great western areas of the United States were opening up and afforded a unique opportunity to study the Indian tribes, as well as the flora and fauna of the West. Steady progress followed, as year after year, improvements and important additions were made to man's fund of scientific knowledge.
1847, a plan to unify and systematize weather observation was adopted. 1849, telegraphic transmission of meteorological intelligence collected by the institution was begun. 1850, a standard Smithsonian barometer was distributed. 1856, weather maps were successfully made. 1870, the meteorological work of the institution was incorporated with the Signal Corps, independent of the institution. 1890, the United States Weather Bureau was established by Act of Congress.
But, Dad, all that is just about the weather so far.
Well, that's true, son. But then the weather was a mighty important thing in those early days. Scientists were beginning to make serious studies of it through weather charts and systematic observation. So it was quite natural that the annual reports of the Smithsonian Institute covered a great deal of territory in the field of meteorology.
Uh-huh. Well, when did they start collecting things like, Lindbergh's plane, the Spirit of St. Louis?
Well, that came years later. You see, it was in 1861 that an important transfer was made, an addition to the Smithsonian Institution that started it on its way collecting things.
Well, I see that quite a few changes are being made under the new secretary, Spencer Baird.
That so? Say, where did this fellow Baird come from?
He was head of the United States National Museum. Practically developed it.
Built up around the collections of the Patent Office, wasn't it?
That's right, and now according to this, the United States Patent Office collections and those of the National Institute are to be turned over to the Smithsonian Institution.
Man alive, what a collection that'll be. Why, all the material that's flowing into the Smithsonian Institution will cover almost every field of the arts and sciences.
Yes, and will come from all over the world, too. The system of international exchange of scientific literature alone is beginning already to pay dividends. And there's more, lots more to come.
Valuable archaeological material was gained from explorers. Rare specimens of fish, birds, great collections of plant life, knowledge of the jungles, mountains, seas, of humans, animals, insects, information about industry, the arts, the sciences.
So you see, son, that stamp in your hand, commemorating the 100th birthday of the Smithsonian Institution, represents a vast accumulation of knowledge gathered through the years and held in trust for you and your children and your children's children. Yes, the Smithsonian Institution's great store of knowledge belongs to all men, great and small alike, just as James Smithson intended it to be when he left his fortune to the United States of America, to found at Washington an establishment for the increase and diffusion of knowledge among men.
Gosh, thanks, Dad, for telling me about it. This stamp goes in a very special place in my stamp collection.
And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week for another interesting story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
And how's business these days?
Fine, just fine. I'd say I'm holding my own ever since I put in this machine here.
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, deals with a little-known but colorful chapter of man's inventive progress, the story of the cash register. Throughout the ages, back since the beginning of time, man has been faced with two basic problems.
How can I acquire possessions? And having acquired them, How can I keep a record of them? Let everyone know they belong to me.
How far back in history does counting go? Well, let's see what the historians tell us.
Primitive man had his own methods of counting. He was able to distinguish the difference between a large number and a smaller one, and in time developed what you call a number sense.
Man used his fingers for counting at first. Later he used pebbles. The ancient Babylonians registered contracts, custom duties, bonds, even receipts on clay tablets which were baked in the sun.
As long ago as 2637 BC, the Chinese are said to have used an abacus, a counting table with little sliding balls. A form of abacus is still in use today in China, India, and in Japan.
Along in 1642, a Frenchman devised a crude machine for counting. It added figures and even gave a total.
And later, around 1820, another Frenchman made counting history by producing the world's first commercially successful calculating machine. It added, subtracted, multiplied, and divided. 4 operations.
Then followed the first adding machine.
And the comptometer was a further step in the march of mechanical accounting.
And right here is where we'll pick up our story in the history of accounting. During a period that was rich in American mechanical progress, the Reconstruction era following the Civil War. Aboard a ship bound for Europe, a nattily dressed man makes friends with the chief engineer.
My name's Ritty, James Ritty, from Dayton, Ohio.
Oh, glad to meet you, Mr. Ritty. Hope you're enjoying the trip.
Yes, I am. I'd enjoy it a lot better, though, if I didn't have a load of worry on my mind.
Well, nothing serious, I hope.
Question of money. I own the Empire Cafe in Dayton, and I have a good business. Treat my customers right. But no matter how much business I do, the place is losing money. Seems that a lot of my money just gets away.
Well, have you tried changing employees?
Oh, yes, but it makes no difference. An open cash drawer is just too much of a temptation, I guess, and I'm the loser.
That's too bad. Nothing you can do about that, is there? Except watch them day and night.
Oh, that's right.
How'd you like to come down to the engine room and look around?
Oh, fine. You know, I used to be a mechanic myself by trade. How do you fellas stand all this noise?
Oh, we get used to it. I see you're looking at our pride and joy, the mechanism that records the revolutions of the propeller and does it automatically.
Yes, automatically. Ship's propeller. Machinery does the whole thing. Oh.
Huh? Hey, Mr. Ritty, you looked as though your mind was 1,000,000 miles away.
The movements of a ship's propeller can be recorded. Why couldn't the same thing be done in the movements of sails in my cafe? A machine to keep records mechanically. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking, I guess.
That's all right.
You know, I've just had a tremendous idea. One that might solve my troubles, losing money at the cafe. I think I'll just cut short my trip and hurry back to Dayton and work on it. My brother John's a mechanic. He can help. Wait a minute, Johnny. Wait a minute. That piece goes in here. Like this. Say, you know, this machine is working out perfectly, just as we planned it. Well, let's see if everything's in place. 2 rows of keys across the lower front of the machine, yes?
And each key is marked with a figure. If you want to record 50 cents, you simply press this key down like this. And there's your 50 cents marked on the face of the clock back there. See it?
Ah, perfect. Johnny, this machine is going to make all the difference in the world to my business. But...
But what, Jimmy? Aren't you satisfied with it?
Oh, yes. But I think we can make improvements on it.
Just what I was thinking. Look, instead of the recorder being like the face of a clock, why don't we build a set of wheels in back of the machine? They can be mounted easily, and the amounts recorded on a dial. Well, there you are, Jimmy. Works perfectly. And I think it's all right, but...
So do I, but we can do better. I've an idea, Johnny. Look, instead of the dial amount indicator there, why don't we substitute a tablet form? small plates with the same money values as the keys. You see what I mean?
Sure, good idea. The plates could be connected with the indicators by rods. Vertical sliding rods.
Then, as you press the key down, the indicator rod, which would be resting on the key, would raise up until the indicator showed through the opening here in the top of the machine.
Right. And that opening can be covered with glass to keep out the dust. And alterations.
Johnny, I think we're on the right track. Let's start work on it right away.
Well, Jimmy, there she is. Reddy's incorruptible cashier. She's a daisy if I ever saw one.
Yes, but, I was thinking only last night that
not another improvement.
Yep. Look, though, Johnny, we could mount a paper roll, a wide roll, mounted horizontally, right here, above and across the keys, inside the machine.
Uh-huh. Then what?
Well, as the key is pressed down, its pin pricks a small hole in the paper just above the key. And at the same time, the paper moves up a notch. You see what I mean there?
Yes. As the key is pressed down, the paper moves up a step, with each hole punched.
Yeah.
Okay, then what?
Well, then at the end of the business day, the roll could be removed, and the part representing the day's business unrolled and the holes counted, the holes in each column.
But how would he be able to reach a total?
Oh, easy, by counting the holes. Oh, now look, say there were 10 holes in the 5-cent column. Well, multiply 10 by 5, what do you get?
50 cents.
Sure. And then you go ahead and count the holes in all the other columns, and you get the day's sales, the total.
Say, that's all right. You not only get the total for the day's sales, but also the total in each price range.
Sure. You want to try it?
Do I? This is the best idea yet. Let's go.
The paper roll machine was the first cash register to be put on sale. But James Ritty encountered hard sledding when he tried to build up a cash register business. In 1883, the two brothers decided to sell out. And now, fate steps into our story. Fate in the person of a man named John H. Patterson, owner of a general store at Colton, Ohio, and who suffered from the same malady that had caused James Ritty so much worry, an open cash drawer out of which flowed much of the business profits. He was sitting in a hotel lobby one night talking to a stranger, a New England businessman.
You say you're going to be away from your business for 2 months?
That's right. Going to make it a real holiday.
But 2 months? How can you afford to leave your business for so long? I can't leave mine for a single day.
It's quite simple. My manager's a capable man, and I own a cash register made in Dayton. Each day I receive the punched roll from the cash register, together with my manager's statement of the day's business. I check the two. That gives me a check on the day's sale.
Cash register? Well, if it affords you that degree of protection, it can do the same for me. National Cash Register Company, Dayton, Ohio. Send 3 machines at once. Signed John H. Patterson, Colton, Ohio. Get this telegram off right away, please. Frank, as my brother and business partner, I think you'll agree it was a smart move to install those cash registers. In the past 6 months, the store has shown a profit of several $1,000s.
I know. The wisest investment we ever made. But you got something else on your mind, haven't you, John?
Yes. It's this. If the cash register is good for our store, it ought to be good for every store in the world.
I have a feeling we're going into the cash register business. Huh?
Yes. We don't know anything about it, but we have the whole wide world for a market.
Thinking, planning, and doing were all one and the same thing to dynamic John H. Patterson. The year 1884 saw him at 40 years of age, embarking on a new vocation, assuming control of the National Cash Register Company.
All right, Frank. I'll take charge of the planning, selling, and advertising. You take over the factory management.
We've taken on quite a job, selling what amounts to an unknown machine. Not going to be easy, John.
No, it isn't, Frank. It's a challenge, and a big one.
But I'm convinced that we can do it. We've got a factory, small to be sure, but it's a start. 13 employees and 2 types of cash registers to market. Now let's go to work and create a demand for them. Get all our salesmen together for a meeting. We'll call over our opposition problems, talk them over, find a way to solve them. Bring a problem out in open forum and you've got it half licked.
A sales meeting, the first known of its kind, marking the beginning of a new era in salesmanship and of creative selling. To John H. Patterson also goes much of the credit of being a pathfinder in the sound industrial relations upon which modern business structure is founded.
Hot, nourishing meals provided for employees at the factory.
Baths, rest periods, dining rooms.
Medical and dental service, nurses, health education.
Recreational grounds, employees' garden clubs.
Regular vacations, night classes, training courses.
Imbued with the gifts of vision, John H. Patterson formulated principles and practices that remain basic in American business. Under his guidance, the cash register, once looked upon as a newfangled money machine, became the keeper of the business conscience. Yes, the cash register, invented by James Ritty back in 1878 and given to the world by John H. Patterson, created a new era of business honesty and efficiency. The rule,
we progress through change,
still applies today throughout the National Cash Register Company. With the discovery of new processes, new principles and materials, fresh horizons are opening for their application in electronics and chemistry. And research goes on constantly, seeking new ways to serve the cause of progress. The end came for John H. Patterson on May 7, 1922. But his teachings, etched upon the tablets of business memory, go marching on. His epitaph might well be the words he once spoke at a meeting.
If ever there comes a time in this business when courage is not needed, when it is not necessary to overcome obstacles, I will know that it's time to close down, turn off the power, and draw the fires for all time.
And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Be with us again next week for another interesting story of science by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, is an anniversary tribute to a man who contributed much to the power and the glory of America, George Westinghouse.
It is 1866. Another war has come to an end. A horrible conflict, not between nation and nation, but between brothers of the same nation. The Civil War is over, and on the ashes left by the dying fire of hate, America must build a new and better future. As the songs of battle fade into the past, a new song is born, a song of whirring wheels, of machines,
A new era of industry is dawning, and a new way of travel to replace the covered wagon.
Pa, how far are we from California?
How far? Well, now, that all depends on how you look at it.
What do you mean?
Well, if you mean how far in hopes, I'd say we were practically there already. But if you mean in miles, it's pretty far off. Get up there!
Pa, do you think there ever will be any way to go to California outside of on a wagon?
I don't know. Those fool steam locomotives might be some good, but I'll take the wagon any time instead of riding one of them railroad trains.
Why, Pa?
Well, for one thing, they don't travel out this far. And besides, they ain't safe. It's easy to stop horses in a wagon, but a heavy train of 5, 6 cars is something else. Now, there's been too many wrecks on the railroads.
But I tell you, sir, this brake of mine will stop a train. I'll prove it to you if you let me.
Don't make me laugh, Mr. Westinghouse. No railroad will let you have equipment to prove something that is only a fanciful dream. Imagine stopping a train with wind.
But I tell you, this is what the railroads need. A brake that will give the engineer control of the train, instead of relying on the braking crew to stop it.
There is no doubt about it. If such a brake could be made and perfected, it would give the railroads what they need, a real chance to grow. Yes, there's no doubt about it.
Let's try.
And so the new brake gets its chance and proves itself. George Westinghouse's air brake is destined to shape a new era for America. But even as the first air brakes are being made and improvements added in the Westinghouse plant at Pittsburgh, a gold spike is being driven to join the rails of the Pacific Road, the first transcontinental railroad line at Promontory Point, Utah.
That's the last spike, boys!
Chicago, please.
What's the train fare from here to Kansas City?
By boat? Oh, heavens, no. I'm going to go by train.
Throughout America, the wheels are rolling. The trains are getting longer, carrying more passengers, helping America to grow, to build newer cities beyond the thriving young city of Chicago, out to the great far west. They're getting longer, they're rolling faster, and they'll stop where the engineer wants them to, when he has to stop.
She's really eyeballing now, Tom.
Yeah, with 23 cars rolling right along, too.
You know, when I first started engineer, I never thought I'd be carrying a load like this.
Or going as fast, either.
Or being sure I could stop. The man who invented this air brake was powerful smart. Powerful smart.
And while new cities grow to the west, dwellers in New York and Boston and Hartford and Columbus are finding new contributions of the iron monster of the rails with its newfound brakes of air.
Good morning, Mrs. Grant.
Oh, good morning. I was looking at this. What is it, a new kind of vegetable?
Oh, that's oranges from out in California. You ought to try some. They're delicious, juicy as can be.
You mean they grow these out in California?
Yes, ma'am. And they ship them here in these new refrigerated railroad cars. Keep things wonderful, they do.
Yes, the rails are humming. America is growing. And industries, new industries, are growing with it.
Biggest year the meat factories have had yet. Those railroads sure can haul the freight. How can we do without them?
We'll have to expand our plant. Next year, the railroads figure to need more steel rails than ever in history. It'll mean a big thing to us if we can supply them.
The market's up in textiles and shoes. Higher in wheat and other grain, too.
I saw half a trainload of reapers going out to Kansas only this morning.
America is moving on rails, building on rails, thriving as she grows. And again, the mind that conceived the air brake, searching for new needs, sees in railroading the urgent demand for a system of safe signaling to control the ever-increasing traffic.
They have something like it in England, but here's the logical answer. An interlocking signal and switching mechanism powered by compressed air.
Another creation of Westinghouse genius to speed the trains on their way, safely on the open road, safely in the tangled terminal yards. Switches and signals that men need not set by hand. Perfect powered control of America's main arteries of transportation. Yes, it's a wonderful America now, with its trains and telephones, its bicycles with the big front wheels. It's a new age we're living in, a plush and gilded age, with new speed and lighter labors. Lighter nights, too, with electric lights. But there's considerable speculation about using electricity for power.
Steam. Steam is your only source of power.
Electricity ought to be put to use.
Well, it's fine for lighting a few of those lamps, but it isn't practical.
That's right. You can generate enough for the lights, but you can't carry the power very far from the generator.
If I had more power, I could turn out twice as much steel.
Give me more power, and I'll make enough shoes for everyone in the New England states. Give me power.
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 Power!
In Pittsburgh, George Westinghouse turns his agile mind to the solution of the problem of power. Sinks a gas well in his own backyard. Takes out 28 patents on gas control and distribution devices to furnish an inexpensive fuel for power to replace coal. But manufacturers all over the eastern states are crying for still more power. More lights are burning by electricity, more motors running. But electricity for power just won't travel over any distance.
Yes, it will. There's a way. Instead of generating current that goes in only one direction, make it go back and forth through the wire. You can carry it on for miles that way.
Who says so?
That's a laugh.
That's alternating current. The voltage is too high. Kill you like that.
No one wants that stuff.
I need power.
Try AC.
Another new melody in America's song of progress. The humming of an alternating current generator. George Westinghouse moves ahead in the face of all the disagreement. The first AC system is installed to light the main street of Great Barrington, Massachusetts.
Tarnation, Hetty, the town's going plumb wild over that display of electric lights last night.
I know, but isn't it wonderful?
Yeah, in a way it is. Old Doc Jackson was driving right down Main Street when they started the generator going out at the old mill. Scared his horse so, them lights coming on like that. He bolted, and old Doc couldn't get her stopped for half a mile.
They say it's very dangerous, electricity.
Well, I heard the Westinghouse men say it ain't so. Some other fellow from up at Massachusetts Tech says different. A man don't know what to think to hear so much pro and con.
Pro and con. Yes, indeed. While the argument raged, George Westinghouse and the men who worked with him carried out their research in the field of alternating current. With Nikola Tesla, he developed the polyphase AC motor. And the newspapers shouted,
Paper, electric lineman killed at work. Read about the corpse and the wires. Paper, one more lineman roasted to death. Get to it.
Obviously, we must return to the use of gas. Electricity is far too dangerous.
I insist. The only practical source of power for factories and for illumination is alternating current.
Your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Step up and buy your tickets now. See the most marvelous, the most wonderful dance and sensation of the age, Little Egypt. She says, like a boat.
Here ya, ride the Ferris wheel, the only vertical ride in existence. See the entire World's Fair in a glance as you glide through the sky like a bird. How many?
It's 400 years since Columbus landed in America. And here is America commemorating the achievements of all those years in the magic splendor of the Columbian Exposition. Here is all the world on display, and the glory of it is crowned by another step to a greater future. The entire fair is bathed in the light of thousands of electric lamps installed by George Westinghouse and powered by the Westinghouse alternating current generators specially built and on display in the fair's marvelous machinery hall.
Mama, what are those big machines?
They're electricity machines, honey. Now stay back here with Mother and don't be climbing all over that iron railing.
What's electricity, Mama?
It's what lights all these electric lights at the fair.
Does electricity come out of the machines?
Yes, dear.
I don't see it.
Of course you don't. It runs along wires.
It does?
Yes, dear.
But you said you can't see the electricity.
Well, you can't see it.
Well, then how do you know it runs along the wires?
Oh, for goodness sake, must you ask so many questions? Come along, the people are looking at you and laughing.
But I want to see the electricity, Mommy. You said it runs, and if it runs, I want to see the...
For hundreds hundreds of years, Niagara, giant among waterfalls, has poured billions of tons of valuable water over its foaming crest, dashed it against the rocks below, where it rushed down the river to the sea. Niagara, a wonderful place for a honeymoon, the favorite spot of couples newly married. Now, men of vision cast a far-seeing eye upon it, and see in Niagara's rushing water a source of energy. Energy to manufacture electricity.
A wonderful source of power. If we could harness our source, make it generate electricity.
You have no use for all the electricity that you generate.
Oh, not at Niagara, perhaps, but, well, there's Buffalo, and there's all upstate New York.
Oh, yes. Try and get it from Niagara Falls to those places.
The use of alternating current, proven practical at the World's Fair, is certainly the answer to the problem of carrying power.
Can you make it work at Niagara?
Can you make it work?
Can you? The answer comes 3 seconds after midnight on November 16th, 1896, when, generators installed and tested, the circuits are closed, and Niagara lights the city of Buffalo, 20 miles away. Niagara is at work, thanks to the genius of George Westinghouse.
There's power at Niagara Falls.
Power at Buffalo.
Bring the plant to upstate New York.
Carborundum, aluminum, electrochemical plants, new industries for America, new jobs for Americans, new useful products for the markets of America and the world. The contributions to transportation and power continue. George Westinghouse takes out hundreds of patents and doesn't stop even then.
Subway trains.
Elevated train.
Electrified railroads.
The new steam turbine for steamships.
Elevator systems for the rising forest of skyscrapers.
Speed.
Safety. Power.
That is the power, and this the glory.
If someday they say of me that in my work I have contributed something to the welfare and happiness of my fellow men, I shall be satisfied.
And this is the glory, the only glory George Westinghouse ever asked.
And that's today's anniversary story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week for another story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
I think it's wonderful, Joseph, wonderful.
Well, at least it's the first water power sawmill in the New World, Martha. Soon there'll be lots of them.
Then there should be a way to protect your invention so folks won't steal it from you.
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, deals with a period of American history long before this country of ours was welded into a union of states, before there was even a president. In the village of Lynn, Massachusetts, in the colonial year of 1646, an iron worker named Joseph Jenks returns home after a hard day's work.
You look so tired, Joseph. I'm sure you're working much too hard. Here, lie down here. Supper will be ready in a minute or two.
Yes, it has been a hard day, Martha.
Seems to me that you don't have to wear yourselves out in order to get the ironwork started, do you?
Martha, when John Winthrop, the governor's son, brought us over from England to this new world, our job was to start a new industry, establish an ironworks.
But that was 4 years ago, Joseph. It's established now. Can't you slacken off just a bit? No need to kill yourself, is there?
All right, Martha, all right.
Let some of the others who came with us do some of the work. Don't try to do it all yourself.
Oh, you women never will understand that a craftsman's work is not to be done lightly, that others have to be taught the right way to do things. And that takes time and work, hard work.
Well, supper's ready. I'll call the children.
Martha, notice anything new around the kitchen?
New? No, I can't say that. Joseph, a new kettle.
That's right, an iron kettle. Like it?
Joseph, it's wonderful. An iron kettle. Why, I'll be the envy of the whole village.
Not only the village, girl, but the whole country. Far as I know, this is the first iron kettle ever cast over here.
And you cast it yourself. Joseph Jenks, I always said that you're too good to be just an iron worker. You've got the head and the ideas to be a master craftsman.
Oh, that kettle's just the beginning. Wait till you see what I've got in mind. It's... But I'm too hungry to talk about it now.
Joseph, what's this I hear about a new implement you've made for harvesting your grain?
Just a moment, Samuel, and I'll tell you about it. There. Yes, it's true, Samuel. Only the implement I've made is not for the harvesting, but for the cutting of the grain.
For the cutting? Is it better than the implements we have now?
Well, I think so. But why don't you see it for yourself? I'm going to try it out tonight soon after supper so that I can get the benefit of the long evening. Come over.
Well, here I am, and all agog about this new implement. Where is it, Joseph?
If you're not careful, it will bite you, Samuel. Look to your right.
A scythe. At least it looks like a scythe, but far different from any I've ever seen. Made of iron instead of wood.
Aye. Notice the thin cutting edge. It cuts the grain cleaner and faster than the old one.
I'll wager it does. That long blade and the rigid back will make short work of grain cutting. And here's something new. This long bent handle.
The snathe, you mean? I've added something to that, I think, that should take the back break or part of it out of cutting grain.
Come out to the field, Joseph. I must try this new scythe, and if it's as good a workman as it looks to be, I'm going to draw on our long friendship and ask you to make me one.
Gladly, Samuel, gladly. But come out to the field and try it for yourself.
Joseph, my friend, this scythe you have made is without doubt the finest this new world has ever seen. But tell me, Joseph, aren't you afraid someone else, some unscrupulous person, might not steal your invention and call it his own?
No. We are too few here in this wilderness. What good would it do him? Besides, I have an even greater idea to worry about. A much bigger undertaking.
Yes, Joseph Jenks, pioneer ironworker of 300 years ago, had a much bigger undertaking on his mind. A man of foresight and resourcefulness, he saw the need for making life a little easier for his fellow man and evolved a way to fill that need. It was some little time later that Joseph, his wife Martha, and their friend Samuel sat around the table in their rough log cabin.
So this is what you've been working on night after night and day after day. But what is it?
It's a design of some kind, but what? I'm not sure. This I know. Here in the center of the parchment is a wheel.
That's right, it is.
It could be a pattern of ironwork for decoration. But who in this wilderness has need for such fancy work? I give up, Joseph. What is it?
It's a new kind of sawmill. A water power sawmill, to be exact.
A water power sawmill. But
Now, Samuel, you can't say we have no need for tools that will make our work here easier and faster. Here, I'll show you how it works.
Looks terribly complicated.
Oh, but it isn't complicated at all, Martha. And the principle on which it works is as old as these hills, though I must admit the idea of using water power to saw logs is somewhat new, an idea of my own.
This is the biggest idea of all, Joseph. Show us what it does.
The wheel is the central point of the sawmill. It operates as a water wheel. The water turns the wheel, which in turn operates the saw in a back and forth motion. And the saw does what it is supposed to do, saw the logs. Very simple.
But how do you know it will work?
I built a small model near a stream hidden in the woods. Even Martha didn't know about that.
With so many hostile Indians about?
There, the stream is well within the bounds of the settlement. Why don't we go over there and you can see my water power sawmill in action?
Lead the way, Joseph. Come, Martha.
Well, here's the stream. And there on the bank is my power sawmill.
Well, I never. It's so tiny.
Just watch the water carry the wheel around as well as if it were a real water wheel.
And now watch. I'll put the saw in place and a small branch, and we'll see what happens.
Did you see that? How it cut the branch in two as neatly as I could do it by hand.
Oh, it's wonderful, Joseph.
Come, Joseph. Place another branch to be sawn. I want to be sure that my eyes were not deceived the first time.
Joseph, I'm so proud of you. But
But what, good wife?
Samuel and I were talking over your sawmill, and he agrees with me that you should protect your invention. How or where, I don't know, but for the children's sake.
I see. Yes, perhaps you're right, Martha. I'll apply to the General Court for letters patent on my sawmill. I see no reason why they won't grant me such protection.
Of course not. After all, the General Court was set up as a body of representatives of the people, and we're the people, aren't we?
We are indeed. And John Winthrop, our governor, is a fair man, as is his son, young John.
Of course, being a woman, I know little of these things, but I do know that your inventions and your ideas should be protected against those who would be dishonest enough to steal them from you. Such a thing is only right and meet.
I seek no special privilege given as a favor by the king to those who please him.
We left England to come to these shores because of such unjustness.
Yes, you're right, Martha. I shall set about petitioning the General Court at once.
Hear ye! Hear ye! Hear ye! The General Court of Massachusetts, meeting 4 times a year to make laws and ordinances for the good of the freemen of the village of Lynn, is now in session on this, the 6th day of the 3rd month in the year of our Lord, 1646.
Once again, gentlemen, we are happily met as a body of representatives to act for the welfare of the free men of this community of people. Let us, therefore, solemnly and in sober judgment, consider the problems which confront the court, working as a body in a spirit of harmony and justice. The first of these problems for our earnest consideration is one of safety, measures which must be taken up to All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried unanimously. And now we are come
May it please the court, I have a petition to make.
The court recognizes Joseph Jenks.
Sirs, I am here to petition that letters patent be granted me on my invention but recently completed.
What is this invention?
It is an engine using water power to saw logs, and which lightens the work of the sawing of timber and saves much time and labor. I have here the drawing of the engine for your inspection.
I have myself seen a small-scale model of this engine, and can therefore vouch for Joseph Jenks as the man who made it, and also of the fact that the idea is both sound and practical.
Your petition shall be given the General Court's earnest consideration, Joseph Jenks, after the drawing and the model of the sawmill have been duly inspected.
Martha, it's here. The General Court has granted my petition.
Joseph.
See? Here it is. The patent grant states very clearly, be it known. Here it is. The court, considering the necessity of raising such manufactures of engines, of mills, to go by water, for speedy dispatch of much work with few hands, grant his petition, given this 23rd day of May, 1646.
Oh, Joseph, this makes me happy.
And it gives me the exclusive rights to my invention for 14 years. Think of it.
Thus was the first American patent granted. Then, as now, patents were granted to encourage invention. At the first session of Congress in 1790, the first patent law was enacted. In 1836, the United States Patent Office, as a separate branch of the government, was established. Later, the patent laws extended the time limit, giving an inventor the right to control his invention for a period of 17 years.
17 years? Then all you have to do is renew the patent, I guess.
That is a popular belief, but it isn't true. The fact is that a patent cannot be extended beyond 17 years except by a special act of Congress, something which never occurs. And that's the story of the first American patent as told by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Be sure to join us again next week for another interesting story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
Wonderful invention, the typewriter.
Yes, what would modern business do without it? Imagine doing all that work by hand.
This is Paul Shannon, introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, should interest everyone who has ever struggled with this situation.
Hey, where's the J on this machine? Never can find it when I want it. The guy that invented the typewriter ought to be made to swallow his own keyboard. Of all the dumb things to do, leave out the J. Oh, here it is. Well, what do you know?
Sound familiar to you? Well, that's our story for today. The guy who invented the typewriter. Or, to be more factual, the man who brought the idea of a writing machine to mass production success. His name, Christopher Latham Sholes. Let's pick up our story in a little shop on the top floor of an old factory building in the city of Milwaukee. It is late fall in the year 1865.
Hello there, Mr. Sholes. Thought I'd find you up here working away.
Why, hello, Sam. How's the printing business these days?
Oh, we're still at it. You know, it always surprises me that with all the interests you have, journalism, printing, politics, and civic problems, you still find time to do a little inventing. How do you do it?
Inventions are my hobby. It's a relaxation for me, Sam.
What's that you're working on now?
Oh, this is a device for numbering. Prints numbers on coupons and tickets and so forth. At least that's what I have in mind.
Say, you know, I've had a device like that in my mind for some time.
Well, I've just got started. Maybe we could pool our ideas and really make something.
We could, sure. That'd be okay with me, Mr. Sholes.
It's a deal then, partner. But we may as well start off on the right footing. My name is Chris, not Mr. Sholes.
Okay, Chris.
Now, here, my thought was to build a numbering machine that would print numbers in serial form automatically, and thus do away with the old, cumbersome, slow method of doing it by hand.
Oh, sure. It's too slow, stamping each number by hand with a different metal stamp. Well, just think. The machine we have in mind could turn out thousands at a time.
Of course. And here's another point.
Chris, I want you to meet a neighbor of ours. He's in the next room here. Mr. Glidden, Mr. Sholes.
Hello, Mr.
How do you
Sholes.
do, Mr. Glidden?
I couldn't resist seeing what you two were working on in here. Looks pretty important. I'm working on a new idea for a steel plow myself, but the thing won't work the way I want it.
Stubborn things, ideas.
Sam here tells me you've perfected a numbering machine.
That's right. It's just completed. Want to see it work?
I'd like to. I promise not to steal the idea.
Okay. All right, Sam. Man boats and let her rip.
It works like a charm, doesn't it? That's a fine job. Congratulations. Now you ought to go one step further and invent a machine to print words and letters, the way this machine prints numbers.
That's quite an idea. Yes, why not?
Just what I was thinking. Why not?
Of course, I realize the idea isn't a new one by any means.
No, lots of men have tried it before,
But this machine works perfectly. And I think you've discovered the secret of automatic printing. And the rest should be easy, or at least much easier.
You're right. What do you say, Sam?
I say, let's try it.
All right. We'll study all the drawings and descriptions of previous attempts at writing machines and see what we can do.
Here's an account of the latest machine built this year, 1867, by John Pratt of Alabama. Predicts that this machine or a successor to it will take the place of handwriting, that someday penmanship will be reduced to the art of merely writing one signature on a letter.
You know, I've been studying the drawings and description of Pratt's machine, and I'm convinced I can build a better one.
Well, I'm with you on that, Chris, and I'll help you.
How about you, Glidden?
Well, if I can be of any help, count me in by all means.
Good. It's a three-way partnership, then. Now let's see what improvements we can make on the old methods of building a typewriting machine. Well, summing up past experiments in typewriting machines, I, for one, am more convinced than ever that we can build a better one.
I think so, too.
Yes, most of the machines are for embossing letters in paper, so that blind people can read them by hand.
And the machines are so heavy and cumbersome, must weigh hundreds of pounds, to say nothing of being complicated.
That's right. And notice how the characters are arranged. Placed around the circumference of a horizontal disc, and a sheet of paper inserted under the disc.
Which means that a man would have to turn the disc until the letter he wants is in the right place.
Exactly.
Then press it down to make the impression on the paper. That's slow work.
Yes, it's too slow and too heavy. It takes a man's strength to operate it. We can build something better than that.
Of course we can. I have an idea that might work. Now follow this reasoning with me. There should be a type bar, up here that will swing automatically the moment the keys are struck. Now, when that happens, naturally...
Through the days, weeks, and months that followed, the three men, Christopher Scholes, Carlos Glidden, and Sam Sewell, worked hard and long on their experimental model of a typewriter. Each point was discussed, rediscussed, argued about pro and con. The problem of the keyboard arrangement was a stickler, until one day...
I've got it. Look, we simply arrange the keyboard like the keyboard of a piano.
How do you mean?
Well, I mean in 2 long rows of characters like on a piano. Now, what letters in the alphabet are most frequently used?
Well, let's see.
Well, as a printer, I'd say the letters E, A, O.
And by all means, the letter I.
Yeah. All right, now here's my idea. We'll arrange the keyboard so that the letters most frequently used are nearest the center.
Like the type in a printer's case.
Exactly. Does it sound logical to you?
Yes, it does to me.
And to me.
All right, then. Let's go to work on it.
Your keyboard arrangement works fine, Chris. Now, what about the actual printing process?
I suggest we adopt the ink ribbon everybody else has used.
Well, I've been trying to find a better material for the platen, something that will make a better impression. But so far, I haven't discovered anything better than rubber.
And I worked on that problem, too. Rubber is best. Grips the paper so it doesn't slip as it's brought into position. The paper rolls easier, too.
Well, if all the details are set, let's go to work and build the machine. Then we can tell better what improvements we'll have to make.
Well, partners, we've done it. And here's our protection. Our patent is granted and takes effect as of now, July 14th, 1868. Congratulations.
Gentlemen, this calls for a celebration.
I think so, too.
And when we've got one more last thing to do after this celebration, find an investor who'll turn out our machines in quantity.
Might be an idea to make up a list of possible investors and write them a letter on our new machine.
Sam, that's a stroke of genius.
Second the motion. Well, now that's settled, let's celebrate. And we earnestly invite your early inspection of this new writing machine. This letter, written on the machine we have invented, is proof in itself that our invention, the typewriter, is no toy, but a practical machine which will save both time and money. Sincerely, Messrs. Scholes, Glidden, and Sewell.
Well, that's the last letter. Now all we have to do is wait for the answer.
Well, here's a letter from a man by the name of Densmore. James Densmore. Says he's impressed with the machine and wants to buy a quarter interest in the patent. How about that, gentlemen?
Invite him over to see the machine, then we can talk to him personally.
Good idea.
Well, gentlemen, my offer still stands, although I realize that there's a long road ahead before a successful typewriter is made. However, this model gives the fundamental principles to be followed, even though the model isn't worth a cent as it stands.
What's the matter with it as it stands?
A number of things. It's too heavy. The parts are too complicated. I'd suggest that you start over and make the parts simpler and lighter, and I'll advance whatever money you need for the job.
Fair enough. What do you say, gentlemen?
To tell you the truth, I can't afford to give it that much time. If Mr. Densmore is interested, I'll step out and sell him my interest.
Well, that goes for me, too. I haven't the time to start all over again.
All right. I'll buy your interest in the machine. How about you, Mr. Scholes?
I'm staying with it, Densmore, to the bitter end.
All right. We'll fight this thing through to the finish.
next few years saw about 30 models made, each one better than the last. Improvements developed as the result of experience gained. As the models were built, they were sent to professional stenographers, all men in those days, to use and to criticize, which they did.
The machine is too slow.
Too much friction.
Type bar's automatic, all right, but doesn't move fast enough to be practical for fast work.
Well, we have one thing in our favor at least, and it's a very encouraging sign.
Yes? What's that?
Well, our critics are interested enough to comment on our machine instead of ignoring it.
Well, I think this latest model will meet most of the requirements. And the demand for the machines is increasing. But there's still the problem of cost.
Yes, it's costing us around $250 to build one, which puts it out of the average person's reach.
Then why don't we let a manufacturer build them? Turn them out in quantity. That's the only way to put them within the reach of all. Are you agreeable?
Yes, I am. And I know just the manufacturer for the job.
And it's a deal, gentlemen. With a few further refinements and using interchangeable parts, this typewriter can be produced by machinery at a price low enough to reach a vast market. A typewriter everyone can afford to own.
Mass production in the 1870s did the job. There were hundreds of typewriter inventions and improvements after that, and machines to manufacture them. But basically, the majority of the typewriters, even today, follow the principles of the Shoals patent. Yes, the typewriter opened up a new field for millions who found careers as typists and stenographers. And every word typed on a sheet of paper becomes a monument to Christopher Latham Shoals, father of the typewriter. And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week for another interesting story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
You mean our sports will all be different?
Ah, not different. Improved. Faster. More exciting.
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, is titled Science in Recreation. Already I can picture many an eyebrow being raised right now, and a question forming on the lips of many a sports fan.
Hey, where does science come into the sports picture?
Yeah, if any highbrow scientist thinks he's going to start changing any rules, he's got another think coming.
You said it. We don't stand for things like that, see?
No, the public doesn't stand for things like that. But there's no need to worry because no question of change is involved.
Okay. But where does the scientific angle come in?
Sports and science have nothing in common, do they? Or do they?
Well, it's a fact that during the war years, many new devices and techniques were developed. And a great many of these are peculiarly adaptable for peacetime sports.
Maybe so, but science takes all the guesswork out of things, doesn't it? What about the spirit of competition in our games?
Oh, it'll still be there. If anything, the fun and spirit of competition will be increased, adding new enjoyment for both players and spectators.
Like what, for example?
Yeah, like what?
Well, suppose we take a look at some of our games and see these various improvements in action.
Fair enough.
Our number one national pastime, baseball.
It's 1-1. 2 men out. Scores tied. Last half of the ninth inning. Time for action now. Nobody on, by the way. Pitcher steps up to the mound. And it's a long high drive out in deep left center. Logan's rounding second, and here's the throw-in. It's not in time, and Logan is safe on third. Oh, the fans like that hit all right. By the way, folks, Logan, who smacked that three-bagger just now, was using a new type of bat. It's made of laminated wood and aluminum, a combination that solves the old problem of a bat splitting on contact with a well-hit ball. Yes, sir, the old bats made of natural ash sometimes split when hit against the grain. But this new kind is a decided improvement. Doesn't split and allows just as much distance. Personally, I like it, and I think a lot of the players will, too, after they've used it a while. Well, getting back to the game now, I see that...
Yes, the combination of wood, laminated wood, which means that layers of wood are pressed together, and thin strips of aluminum balanced in the right proportion and weight, is a scientific improvement in our national game.
Well, it sounds okay.
Yeah, might work out all right.
And here's a modern travel note that's been added to our national game.
Hey, Chief, here they come.
Boy, that's what I call traveling in style and comfort. On the air circuit. You know, Joe, back a few years ago, it used to take a team days of traveling to make the circuit. Now it's a matter of hours. And what's more, they're fresh when they get here.
You know, there might be something to this at that.
Yeah, just what I was thinking. Let's hear some more.
Yeah, let's hear some more.
Well, if you're interested in track meets, we might see what is likely to be done there. The breathless hush that always precedes the running of a race. The runners are crouched, waiting for the gun. And then...
That makes 3 false starts so far. Number 4 that time. Think they'll ever get this race started? Must be pretty tough on the runner's nerves. I know it is on mine.
Yeah, this jumping the gun's a nuisance any way you look at it. They have a cure for that over in Denmark.
Yeah? What kind of a cure?
Well, as I understand it, it's a set of metal discs, and they're placed in the ground along the starting line.
Yeah?
The runners put their hands on these discs as they crouch for the start of the race. There's an electric contact between the metal discs and the starting gun, which is automatic.
Yeah.
And if any of the runners lift their hands off the discs, jump the gun, like just what happened now, the electric contact is broken and the starting gun won't go off.
Say, you know, that's all right. Gets the gunners off to a fair start all the way around. And it saves wear and tear on everybody's nerves.
You bet.
Why, we sure could use a handy gadget like that here today. You know, this is a pretty important race, and... well, there they go. At last.
Another handy wartime invention that could help solve the confusion problem at track meets when several track events are being run off at the same time.
That was the 100-yard dash just over. We'll have the results for you in just a few seconds now. As you know, we have direct communication with track officials on every event, thanks to the walkie-talkie. And here is the result of the 100-yard dash.
Say, how about my special pet game, football? Any improvements in that?
Well, let's take a look.
Man, oh man, look at that guy run! Boy, talk about broken field running. Oh, brother, that's
The new
sweet.
kind of uniform he's wearing helps a lot.
What do you mean, new uniform? What's that got to do with his running?
A lot. You see...
Look, he got past that guy. He's going to be out in the open now. Look out for that. He's going to make it. He's going to make it. He's over. It's over. It's a touchdown. It's another touchdown. Oh, boy, what a game. Hey, what were you saying about new uniforms?
Have you noticed them at all? They're made of a new lightweight material that makes running and dodging a whole lot easier than it used to be.
Lighter, huh? No, I thought there was something different about the players, but I didn't know what it was. So that's it, lighter, huh?
Yeah. Notice the old stiff shoulder pads are gone? Padding's now made of soft foam rubber.
Huh.
The helmets are smarter and lots more practical. They're made of plastic.
Well, what do you know?
You recall how bulky and ungainly the old football pants look?
Yeah.
Well, the new ones are made, believe it or not, of nylon. Material that's soft as silk, yet tough as they come.
Hey, those improvements are okay by me. And by the players, too, I'll bet. Makes playing a lot more comfortable.
One of America's top flight games, which has been steadily growing in popularity ever since it was introduced into this country from Holland back in colonial days, is bowling.
Mark me a strike, Alice. Across, right here in the third frame. That's it.
Oh, gee. Give a gal a chance, will you, Jim? That's 2 strikes in a row. And all I've done is knock down 8 pins in all. Isn't fair.
You're doing all right for a beginner, Alice. I don't honestly see how you can miss the pins at all with this new setup.
What do you mean by new setup? Wasn't bowling always like this?
Oh, I should say not. There are lots of improvements today that we didn't have a few years ago.
What, for instance?
Well, see that pin setter up there?
Yeah?
It's automatic. It sets the pins up almost as fast as you can knock them down, doesn't it?
It's pretty quick, all right.
Well, back in the old days, we used to have pin boys set them up. That used to take time, spotting the pins in the right place, and, well, that gave your bowling arm a chance to cool off.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Now you can step up, knock them down, and before you can get your score marked, the pins are set up again. Already, huh?
Sure, and that makes the game a lot faster, too. Not that the pin boys didn't do a bang-up job of pin setting, you understand?
No.
But, well, it takes a certain amount of time to collect the pins and spot them in the right places.
Yeah. And, say, what about this gadget on the scoreboard? Is that something new, too?
What gadget do you mean?
Oh, this thing that's always telling everybody that I step over the foul line every time I go to bowl.
Oh, sure, that's what it's for, to spot fouls. Yes, that's new. It saves a lot of time and arguments and, well, tempers, too. You're lucky that this one is just an electric eye that lights up.
Why am I lucky?
Well, some of them light up and read foul in great big letters.
Uh-oh.
And in one place I was in, the moment you step over the foul line, you get this.
Oh, no, I wouldn't like that.
But believe me, it adds to everyone's enjoyment of bowling. Makes everybody stick to the rules. And if that electric eye says it's a foul, you can bet your life it's a foul. And no ifs or ands about it.
No arguments. Well, how does this gadget work, Jim?
Well, it's very simple. See that beam of light just beyond the foul line?
Yes, I said.
Well, when you break the rules and step over that point, you also break the light beam, see?
Mm-hmm.
And that establishes contact with the electric eye, sign, or gong, whichever it might be.
Yeah. Well, seems to me I got interested in bowling at a good time with all the very latest improvements. That is, in everything but my bowling.
Yes, it's still the same old game, and your score is still up to you.
I see what you mean.
By the way, before we go on with our game, take a look at the alley itself.
All right. Well, what about it? It's a polished wood floor. It's slick as glass. How do they keep it so clean and shiny all the time?
Well, for one thing, the flooring of bowling alleys has been improved scientifically. The boards themselves are tougher and faster than they used to be.
Oh, they are?
Mm-hmm. And then, too, a better type of coating is used. The same stuff that was used on planes during the war. And better shellacs and lacquers.
Oh, well, no wonder it's like glass. Is there anything else in the way of new improvements, Jim?
Let's see. Yes. Take a look at the roof.
The roof?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Now, of course, this is a brand new building and was built especially for bowling. 3 floors of alleys, in fact. So it has all the latest improvements in it.
Uh-huh.
So when the weather is nice and sunny, like during the summer months, all they have to do is unzip the roof, and you have an open-air bowling alley.
Well, what do you know? And then they zip it up again for the winter months.
That's right.
Well, I had no idea there were so many improvements in this game. I'm glad I waited this long to learn.
Okay, let's get on with the game, shall we?
Sure, let's. Now, if only I can get this ball to go straight instead of in the gutter.
Well, all this is certainly a surprise to me.
Yeah, me too.
Well, there are many sports which will be greatly improved in the future. We haven't even mentioned such things as fishing, golf, tennis, boxing, hunting, but certain it is that science can do a great deal toward contributing greater enjoyment to America's sports and recreation. Improvements that will attract millions of newcomers to the pleasure, excitement, and relaxation that is America at play. And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Be sure to join us again next week for another interesting story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
Why all the excitement? What's going on?
Haven't you heard? It's an experiment. A man is going to ascend to the sky in a balloon.
Welcome to another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. And here with another story to tell is Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories.
Thank you, Paul. Hello, everyone. You know, we've been hearing so much in recent years about the tremendous strides made in the science of aeronautics, jet propulsion, robot planes, rocket ships, the newest flying wing, and their amazing feats which have captured modern imagination. It makes one stop and wonder how far man can go in his great adventure in the sky.
Yes, it used to be that the sky was the limit, but today the sky is only the beginning.
Yes, indeed. But as we read the headlines telling of new horizons reached in man's insistent efforts to conquer the skies, let's go back to the practical start of this great adventure. Back in the year 1782, in the small French village of Annonay, some 40 miles from the city of Lyons, two young men, Joseph Montgolfier and his younger brother Jacques, lay flat on their backs in a field, idly watching the white fleecy clouds in the sky.
Oh, I have never seen such clouds before, Joseph. Just floating along so serene, without any effort at all. It would be nice to be able to float along like that.
Yes, but I'm more interested in the clouds that remain suspended in the sky, as though they were anchored between the sun and the earth.
Yes, odd, isn't it, the way they hang there? I wonder why that is.
Oh, probably because of some vapor in the cloud. It would be wonderful if we could capture some of that vapor, or whatever it is, and put it in a bag and set it free, just to see what it would do.
Well, what would it do, do you think?
Oh, the bag filled with vapor would probably rise up in the air and either float along with the clouds, or it might hang suspended.
Well, we'll never know anyway. We have no cloud vapor to try out such an experiment.
It's true that we have no cloud vapors, but have you ever noticed how the smoke from a fire will do the same thing on a windless day? I mean, remain suspended in the air?
Well, yes, but what?
Come into the house and help me, Jacques. I'm going to try a little experiment. Here's what we need. A small bag. Here, you smooth it out while I light a small fire.
Mm-hmm.
You got the bag all smooth, John? All right, give it to me. Now, hold the open end of the bag above the fire so that the bag fills with smoke. See? See how it is filling? How the smoke makes the bag bulge?
Yes.
Now I crinkle up the open end so that none of the smoke vapor can escape. Let the bag go.
And Joseph, it rose straight to the ceiling.
It did, didn't it? Come, let's try it again. That first time may have been an accident, although I very much doubt it. Well, Jacques, our experiment with the smoke vapor was certainly no accident. The bag rises to the ceiling every time.
Yes, but what does it all mean?
I'm not quite sure yet. But if the experiment works with a small bag like this in the house, it should work even better with a larger bag outside.
Of course. Let's try it.
All right. You find a large bag, and I'll build a fire in the corner of the field. Hurry. This is a perfect day for such an experiment. Warm and dry, with scarcely a breeze, so the smoke from the fire will rise straight up into the bag.
You're right, Joseph. What do you want me to do?
I have the fire all ready. Careful with the bag now. Now, when the bag swells out with smoke, take this piece of twine and tie the open end quickly. I'll tell you when.
All right. Careful not to get the bag too close to the fire, though. It's only paper, you know.
Ready with the twine. The bag is almost full. Now. Finished?
Yes.
Here she goes.
Oh, Joseph, just look at it go. Straight up into the sky.
50 feet if it's an inch.
It's wonderful.
For a beginning, yes. But if it works so well with the bag that size, it should work even better with a bigger bag. Come, let's try it. Just look at that, Jacques.
It must have risen over 100 feet.
That one rose more than 200 feet.
Let's try bigger bags.
Yes, they hold more smoke.
400 feet. They're going higher and higher.
We'll make an even bigger bag. According to our measurements, that one rose almost 600 feet into the air.
600 feet. Almost out of sight.
Jacques, we mustn't mention a word of this to anyone. Understand?
Well, why not, Joseph?
Because this is something really important, that's why. I think we've discovered something, but we want to be absolutely sure about it before we tell anyone.
You're right, Joseph. They may laugh at us and think we've lost our reason. I promise I won't say a word about it to anyone. But what'll we do next?
Well, let's see what we've learned from all of these experiments. First, we know that when we fill a bag with smoke from a fire and close the open end tight, the bag rises.
Well, yes, we've proved that over and over again. It's the smoke from the fire that makes the bag rise.
Yes, so we shall keep on with our experiments until such a time as we can make a bag, a truly big one, and fill it with smoke and send it sailing into the sky among the clouds themselves. just as we planned in the beginning.
Well, will that take us long, do you think, Joseph?
Long? At the rate we're going? No, it won't take long. A day or so, perhaps.
Joseph Montgolfier was a little wrong in his reckoning, however, for it was quite some time later that the two brothers, assured by this time that their views were correct, broke their silence.
Well, Jacques, at last I think we're ready to let the whole world know what we've discovered.
I think so, too, Joseph. Shall we go through the village and tell everyone about it?
No, this is something big, so we shall make a public announcement. That will make it impressive. We'll send out invitations to everyone in the village.
And to all the villages round about, too.
That the brothers Montgolfier respectfully invite them to witness an ascension of their balloon, but recently invented by them and being demonstrated for the first time. That will excite their curiosity.
Oh, I can't wait to see the looks of surprise on their faces when they see what we've done.
On June 5th, 1783, a curious holiday crowd assembled in the marketplace at Annonay, where the great experiment was to take place. In the center of the square, a place had been cleared for the balloon, deflated at the moment. The Montgolfier brothers, busy with the preparations for the ascent, were kept busier answering the spectators' questions.
Just as soon as we can get things ready, madame. Yes.
What did you say the name of this thing is?
It's a balloon, which means big bag, as you can readily see.
What's it made of?
My brother and I made it out of paper and linen. The outside covering is linen, and then there's a paper lining on the inside.
What's that chopped straw on the ground for?
That's an important part of the experiment. We light the straw, and the smoke from the fire provides the lifting power for the balloon. Are you about ready, Jacques?
Quite ready. Only the crowd must be kept back.
Monsieur the mayor will, I'm sure, help us with that little task.
Gladly. Friends, it is required that all of you remain a safe distance away from the balloon in order that no one may be hurt or any harm before the experiment itself or any persons connected with it. There, we are now ready for the ascent, my friends.
Light the fire, Jacques.
Personally, I do not expect to see very much, but this is much better than slaving away at my work.
Pierre, you should be ashamed of yourself for making such a statement. I, for one, agree with you.
But see, the balloon is filling up rapidly.
And notice its size. Tremendous.
Fasten the end, Jacques. Quickly.
There. It's fastened.
Then stand aside. There she goes, up in the air. Look, it's flying straight into the sky.
What a great height. Almost now it is out of sight. Truly an amazing experiment.
Yes, indeed. I came to laugh, but now I shall stay to offer my congratulations to the brothers Montgolfier.
Yes, the Montgolfier balloon experiment was, to all intents and purposes, a great success. Filled with smoke from the straw fire, it rose to a great height and descended 10 minutes later at a distance of about 1.5 miles. Yet, in that short space of time, a great link in man's efforts to fly was forged, and history recorded the birth of the balloon. The news flashed across the country, and the race was on as men vied with each other to improve on that first flight.
Have you heard the news? The Montgolfier brothers have built a huge bag, a balloon, and caused it to ascend to a great height in the air. It's amazing.
Amazing, yes, but their theory is wrong, I think. It is not the power in the smoke that causes the balloon to rise, but the lightness of the heated air compared to an equal volume of air at a lower temperature. You see, I have been studying the results of their experiments.
It is still amazing.
True, and I propose to repeat their experiments. But I shall use hydrogen gas, which has been already proven to be 7 times lighter than air. Furthermore, my balloon will be made of thin silk and varnished with elastic gum. Their balloon stayed up only 10 minutes. Mine will stay up for hours. Well, it remained aloft longer than the Montgolfier balloon, at least. 35 minutes longer.
September 19, 1783.
Today, Joseph Montgolfier repeated his balloon experiment before the King and Queen at Versailles. The balloon rose to a height of 1,500 feet and descended after 8 minutes at a distance of 2 miles.
October 15, 1783.
Jean de Rosier became the first human being to ascend in a balloon. Riding in a captive fire balloon, de Rosier demonstrated that fuel could be taken aloft and the fire fed without difficulty when in the air.
December 1st, 1783.
In Paris today, a physicist, J.A.C. Charles, made an ascension in a balloon inflated with hydrogen gas. He rode in a car suspended from a rope net covering the upper part of the hemisphere. Elevation was 2,000 feet. Time aloft, 2 hours. Truly an astounding feat.
January 7, 1785.
Surely ballooning has at last reached its climax. Today, Jean-Pierre Blanchard and Dr. J. Jeffries, an American physician, made the first balloon voyage across the English Channel.
How wrong he was in saying that the trip across the Channel was the climax of flight. After that, many improvements came along. New frontiers were reached and left far behind as balloonists became more venturesome. But there were men who regarded the balloon with a scientific eye. Men like Dr. Jeffries.
I am of the opinion that the balloon can be used to a great extent as an instrument working in the interests of science.
What could one possibly learn from a balloon?
Many things, my friend. We know so little about the world that exists above the earth, the temperatures, magnetic forces, the rate and direction of air currents. Who knows? Perhaps the balloon can help us a great deal in our search for new knowledge.
Prophetic words indeed, as time has shown. Present-day aviation owes much to such men as Dr. Jeffries, who carried out atmospheric observations, Charles, who invented the balloon safety valve, James Glacier, whose balloon ascents resulted in obtaining valuable meteorological records, and many, many others. Daring aeronauts all, who followed the adventurous trail blazed by the brothers Montgolfier on that summer afternoon 164 years ago, when an idle thought pointed the way to the birth of the balloon.
Telling the story of the balloon, forerunner of modern aviation, was Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week when Dr. Thomas will be back with another interesting story to tell on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. And here is Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, who brings you our story today.
Thank you, Paul. Hello, everyone. The story you're going to hear is Dynamite. Long ago, many years before the age of the atom was ever dreamed of, man learned to use the explosive power of black powder, gunpowder. He used it in war and in the interest of his peaceful activities, too. But man searches eternally for something better. Always something better. And that's how it was in the case of explosives. There was a man who found it and put it to use, Alfred Nobel. He and his father were first introduced to the stuff of which his life would be made during the Crimean War in Russia.
For 15 years since its discovery, gentlemen, no one has been able to utilize the tremendous force of this oil, the nitroglycerin. Light it with a match, and it will burn like oil. Strike it with a hammer, and only a small part of it explodes. But it is treacherous, let me warn you. It is extremely treacherous.
And when Alfred's father returns from Russia to his native Sweden, he has found no answer to the problem how to harness nitroglycerin. Then there comes the day when Alfred summons his older brothers, Robert and Ludwig, to witness an experiment beside a canal in the rear of Brother Ludwig's engineering factory.
Robert, Ludwig, see what I've done with the nitroglycerin. I filled a glass tube with it and corked the tube tightly. Inside the tube, with the nitroglycerin, I've inserted a smaller, thinner tube also tightly corked. That tube contains gunpowder, and this fuse runs down to the gunpowder.
It looks very well, Alfred, but if you ask me, nothing will explode but the gunpowder.
I believe you're right, Ludwig. The gunpowder we know will go off. Father used it in the underwater torpedoes.
But wait, I believe that the concussion of the gunpowder blast will cause all of the nitroglycerin to explode too.
Well, go ahead. Light the fuse. You'll know soon enough if the nitroglycerin explodes.
Better stand back now. Yeah, I'll light the fuse. There it goes. I'll drop it in the canal here. Now, hold your ears, boys.
It did explode. Alfred, you were right. You were the first man ever to explode nitroglycerin completely.
And so it comes about that Alfred joins his father in the little town of Helenaburg, just outside of Stockholm, in the business of manufacturing nitroglycerin, establishing more of a laboratory than a factory in the near neighborhood of their modest home.
Well, Father, I think we're well on our way.
The shipments are ready?
Ready to be delivered. 50 pounds of nitroglycerin for the mines at Ammerberg and 200 pounds for the Northern Main Railway. All packed and waiting at the plant.
Brother Eric didn't come home with you?
Oh, no, Father. He'll be in soon, though. He's working with the men in the laboratory on the new glycerin refining idea. You know, Father, Eric is smart. I think he'll do better than any of us.
Yes, Alfred. He has the mind for this kind of thing. He's a wonderful boy. Been a great comfort to your mother and me, especially since...
What was that?
An explosion. Alfred, the plant.
Oh, no! No!
Who was in the plant when it blew up?
Well, the maid who kept the place in order, 3 assistants they employed, and the Nobel's youngest son, Eric.
Nitroglycerin, that's what they made. It's terrible stuff. They ought to be a law against it.
You're right. I'd heard of it, but didn't pay much attention. Understand their son Alfred got the patent on it, and they just went ahead and started making it.
Yeah, it must be wonderful for blowing up rocks and so forth. You see what it did to the factory?
Yeah, think what it could do to us. I say there should be a law against it.
So the city makes a law preventing the manufacture of nitroglycerin within the town's limits. But the tragedy doesn't stop the Nobels. Alfred takes up the task, and on a float in a lake beyond the city limits, rebuilds the Nobel nitroglycerin plant. Soon the powerful explosive oil is blasting the way for railroads and mines, not only in Sweden, but on other parts of the continent and in America as well.
Order 50 more cases of nitroglycerin for that mining job at Overberg, Carl.
We'll blast out the rock with nitroglycerin and reach the load that way. By Jupiter, all the gold in California ain't mined yet, by a long shot.
Yeah, that's what I said. A whole shipload of nitroglycerin blew up off the Atlantic coast of Panama. Certainly put it in the paper. It's news, isn't it?
With the expansion of the enterprise, Stockholm, then another plant near Hamburg, another in Norway, and another in Bohemia, comes an ever-increasing stir of public sentiment against the dangerous nitroglycerin. Alfred Nobel is convinced this danger is brought about by ignorance and carelessness in handling, but realizes it is due to its liquid state, too. So his problem is to get it into solid form, and he does.
The trick is to get the proper absorbent. Charcoal is quite porous and soaks up a great deal of the nitroglycerin, but the silica is an even thirstier material. That's what we'll use. 75 parts of nitroglycerin to 25 parts of silica. I want you to take this sample to the mines in Silesia and try it out. If it's successful, we'll concentrate on making the nitroglycerin in this solid form.
Sounds quite sensible. And what will you call the new explosive?
Call it Dynamite.
In his new Dynamite, Alfred Nobel finds the answer to the safer handling of nitroglycerin. Dynamite catches on. The world begins using it for tunnels or canals to blast the way for the expanding lines of rail. Sales are mounting year by year.
1867, sales 11 tons.
1874, sales 3,120 tons.
By this time, there are plants in California, in Finland, Scotland, France, in Spain, Switzerland, Italy, Portugal, and Hungary. Then comes another discovery, perhaps the most impressive of all. Working in his laboratory near Paris with his assistant George Fehrenbach, Alfred Nobel turns to the task of creating an explosive more powerful still than his dynamite. He'll have it too, if only he can find the way to combine gun cotton, another explosive, with his nitroglycerin. But they refuse to merge.
No use your staying any longer, George. You may as well clean up and finish for the day.
Are you sure you won't need me for anything more, Mr. Nobel?
I think not. Thank you, George.
That's a bad cut on your finger, Mr. Nobel. Better put something on it. See it hasn't stopped bleeding.
It'll be all right. I'll dab some of this collodion on it. That'll seal the cut.
Right, sir. Well, good night.
Good night, George.
Alfred Nobel does dab the cut with collodion, which he has on hand in the laboratory. But it doesn't stop the cut from paining him. All that night, the throbbing in his finger keeps him awake. Awake and thinking.
Gun cotton and nitroglycerin. Get them together. Mining engineers need a stronger explosive. Stronger explosive. Something better for men to kill one another with, too. Why can't we stop having wars? Fool pain in my finger keeps bothering me. Gotta get some sleep. Collodion, stop the bleeding. Heavily nitrated stuff, that collodion. Nitrate. Nitrocellulose is nitrated, too. Not so heavy as collodion. That's it. That ought to mix with nitroglycerin. Yes. Nitrocellulose instead of gun cotton.
"4 o'clock in the morning, but Alfred Nobel dresses hurriedly and races down to his laboratory to try the wedding of the two powerfully explosive substances.
Now, a little ether, alcohol added to the mixture. And stir it gently. The composition changes now. The mass begins to look like gelatin.
Blasting gelatin, a discovery inspired by a cut finger and a dab of collodion. After the blasting gelatin comes another discovery, a real boon to the military world, a smokeless form of nitroglycerin. And this he calls ballistite. And so his life runs on, until now in his 60s, Alfred Nobel, lonely, tired, ill with a serious heart ailment, consults a Paris physician.
Mr. Nobel, I should advise you to let up on your work. Rest, relaxation are the best kinds of medicine for you. I don't mean to say you must remain completely inactive, but use your good judgment. Your heart cannot afford much exertion.
I see, Doctor.
These tablets will help you, too. They've been used for a good many years in such cases as yours. I'll give you these and write out a prescription for more.
Tiny little things. What's in them, Doctor?
Nitroglycerin.
How strange. The very substance that had been the basis of the great Nobel industry, the substance that cost the life of Alfred's brother Eric and hundreds more like him, now becomes Alfred Nobel's help to life. Nitroglycerin is his medicine. Now Alfred Nobel returns to his rooms in Paris, picks up a pen, and, placing his writing paper on the desk before him, writes a paper that will keep his memory alive through many years to come. A paper, paradoxically, dedicated to the cause of peace.
I, the undersigned, Alfred Bernhard Nobel, hereby declare, after mature consideration, that the property which I may leave on my death shall constitute a fund, the annual interest on which shall be awarded as prizes to those persons who, during the previous year, have rendered the greatest services to mankind. The interest shall be divided into 5 equal portions.
Leaving nearly all of his fabulous estate to this fund, he specifies a prize each year to the person who shall make the most important discovery in the realm of physics. 1 prize for the most important chemical discovery or improvement, 1 for physiology or medicine, 1 to the person making the most notable contribution to imaginative literature, and 1 to the person who has done the most effective work to promote friendship between nations and to secure the elimination or reduction of standing armies, as well as for the formation and popularization of peace congresses.
And it is my express wish that the prizes should be distributed without any regard to nationality, so that the prize may be awarded in all cases to the most deserving, whether he be Scandinavian or not.
The will bore the date November 27th, 1895. Little more than a year later, the great scientist and inventor passed away. But behind him, in that will, he left not 1 lifetime, but many lifetimes, devoted to the cause of peace and happiness among the peoples of the world. Look today at some of the names of winners of the Nobel Prizes for the success of his last great venture.
William Conrad Roentgen.
Pierre and Madame Curie.
Guglielmo Marconi.
Harold Clayton Urey.
Rudyard Kipling.
Maurice Maeterlinck.
Sinclair Lewis.
Eugene O'Neill.
Theodore Roosevelt.
Woodrow Wilson.
Frank B. Kellogg.
Jane Addams.
Today, as time ticks on, and we have found a force many times more potent than Alfred Nobel's dynamite, his spirit and his work may lead our steps in the right direction. And in our age, we may fulfill his hope that
science can make men happy. And in the end, everlasting peace will supersede the barbarity of war.
And Alfred Nobel's dream is our aim as we travel toward the long road of progress through our adventures in research.
Dynamite, the story you have just heard, is another in a series of adventures in research told by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week for another story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
Hear anything yet?
Not yet, sir. Yes, that was it. That was the explosion. 1,000 miles away.
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. And here, ready with today's story, is Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories.
Thank you, Paul, and hello, everyone. Not so long ago, the eyes of the whole world were turned to the tiny atoll of Bikini in the Central Pacific, where the history of making atomic bomb tests were made.
Yeah, I wasted a lot of time listening to him on the radio. And boy, was I ever disappointed.
Well, why were you disappointed? What was wrong with it?
Well, from all accounts, I figured maybe I'd be blown clear out of my chair by the explosion. And what happened? Nothing but a lot of static. Phooey.
Well, these tests, my friend, were made in the interests of science, not for your entertainment.
Well said, Paul. And certainly science has learned a great deal from these tests and will continue to learn for years to come. Particularly interesting to those working on the relatively new science, SOFAR, where the underwater atomic bomb tests...
Pardon me, Dr. Thomas, but what was that name again?
SOFAR. S-O-F-A-R. SOFAR.
Never heard of it, Dr. Thomas.
Well, then, suppose we drop in on the Neals. Their son, Tom, Lieutenant Thomas Neal of the Navy, is home on 15 days' leave.
Another piece of pie, Tom?
How about another cup of coffee, son?
Oh, thanks. Oh, I haven't eaten a meal like that since I came home on leave last time.
It's grand to have you home, Tom, but I suppose you'll soon be off again. How you can stand this gadding about all over the world is more than I can understand.
Our Tom's a Navy man. Has to go where he's sent, you know. He has a fine career ahead of him, Mother. Don't worry.
You bet. Say, I haven't told you about my new assignment yet. It's sure interesting.
Well, you two clear out into the living room so Millie can clear the table. And Tom, don't you dare do any talking till I come in. I don't want to miss a word.
All right, Mother. We'd better get out of here, Dad.
There. Now, Tom, what's this new assignment you were talking about?
Yes, let's hear about it.
Well, since it's no longer a war secret, you'll be hearing quite a bit about SOFAR. That's a new underwater sound system for locating planes and ship survivors at sea.
SOFAR. That's an odd name. What's it mean?
Doesn't mean anything, the word. They're just Navy initials to designate the system sound fixing and ranging.
Oh, so they're making use of your ability as an electrical engineer. Well, that's good.
That's what comes of having a father who's an engineer and a mother who's been listening to engineering talk all her life. You can't fool him.
Go on, son. Your mother just makes a wild guess now and then, and hits it right now and then, too.
Well, anyway, that's what my new assignment is, with SOFAR. I was lucky enough to be in on the experimental tests. That was during the war when SOFAR was tested as a system for detecting submarines back in 41.
Oh, so that's what you were doing when you refused to answer any questions. Never saw anyone so close-mouthed.
Yes, naturally I couldn't tell you at the time.
Well, just what is this SOFAR, Tom? What's it do?
To answer that question, Dad, I'll have to go back to 1941, when a scientist, Dr. Maurice Ewing, who was then director of research in physics at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, talked with Navy officials of the Bureau of Ships about a new theory of what he called horizontal sound transmission.
I've been checking and rechecking this theory of underwater sound transmission for over 4 years, gentlemen. It's been tested on the Institute's research ship, and it works.
What conclusions did you reach on those tests, Dr. Ewing?
Briefly, my conclusions were that sound underwater can be heard from horizontal distances up to thousands of miles, provided that disturbing reflections could be cut out, and if delicate, precise amplifiers were used to intensify that sound. The speed of sound beneath the ocean has already been checked at various depths, and the minimum speed or velocity has been found at about 4,000 feet.
The slowest rate of speed was 4,000 feet below the surface.
Yes. With higher velocities both above and below that depth, the ray paths followed by sound underwater are refracted, literally bent toward depths of lesser speed or velocity.
And your point is, Dr. Ewing?
Well, my point is that if a bomb is set off at a depth of 4,000 feet, a large part of the sound of its explosion will be refracted, or bent upward and downward, crossing and recrossing this area, but never reaching either the surface or the bottom of the ocean.
And how do you propose to hear this sound, Dr. Ewing?
By means of a hydrophone lowered to the 4,000-foot depth.
Well, gentlemen, I'd like to hear some opinions from you.
Dr. Ewing's theory sounds feasible enough, but it's still only a theory. There are a few details I'd like to have cleared up, and then I suggest that a test be arranged to try it out.
Well, that's fair enough. The test is all I ask.
the test was arranged. I was on the test ship, an 87-foot yawl, carrying the hydrophone, a sort of stethoscope with electrical amplifications.
Well, I'd rather be here than on the destroyer escort. They're the guinea pig ship, 1,000 miles away.
How do you mean guinea pig?
They're carrying the bombs for this test. Each one of them contains 4 pounds of TNT.
How do you think this test will work out?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. But we'll soon find out. Get ready to lower the hydrophone.
Ready to lower.
Lower to 4,000-foot level. Anything come through yet?
Not as yet. Seems we should hear...
That's it. I heard the explosion. I'd never have believed it that a sound could travel underwater from 1,000 miles away.
I think that all of us are convinced after that test that Dr. Ewing's theory of underwater sound transmission has proved itself right. However, I am of the opinion that more extensive tests are necessary to prove this theory beyond the shadow of a doubt. I suggest that arrangements be made to set up an experimental shore station to determine whether or not signals can be detected from various distances at sea.
Now they were really going after this thing in earnest. Dr. Ewing was working like mad, improving his equipment. And the experimental station was set up in the Bahamas, on Eleuthera Island.
Were you in this second test, too?
Yes, I was right at the experimental station with Dr. Ewing in the big brass hats when it happened.
Well, Dr. Ewing, this should tell the story. Worried?
Not a bit. I've tested this theory too many times myself to have any doubts about the outcome.
Good. Well, the stage is all set. A destroyer loaded with the bombs you developed for this test is lying off Dakar on the West African coast, ready to drop them.
Better concentrate, gentlemen. It's just about time.
We're ready. Stand by. There's the signal. There's the first bomb.
Sounds almost like a kettle drum building up to a grand finale.
The bombs are being dropped in series. That accounts for the kettle drum effect. What's the timing for the series?
24 seconds, sir.
Well, that checks with my time in 24 seconds.
And the sound at the point of explosion lasts less than a second. That means, gentlemen, that we can make time measurements to within 1/10 of a second.
And those bomb explosions were picked up by our hydrophones here in the Bahamas over a range of some 3,000 miles.
That's right, and no other natural or man-made sound has ever before been heard more than a fraction of that distance.
Well, Dr. Ewing, the evidence of these tests is most conclusive. Frankly, in the beginning, we were of the opinion that your theory of underwater sound transmission was nothing more than a clever laboratory trick.
Well, I don't blame you for thinking it.
But we've demonstrated that as a result of your speaking tube effect, sound travels amazingly far in the depth zone between 2,000 and 6,000 feet underwater.
And what impresses me is its simplicity. Your theory doesn't involve the use of such things as electronics, supersonics, or smashed atoms.
Precisely. The system has official approval and will be designated as SOFAR, Sound Fixing and Ranging.
Well, that was quite a triumph for this Dr. Ewing, wasn't it?
Yes, but he really worked hard. Spent years of research and mathematical calculation before he even approached anybody with his theory.
But son, now the war's over, how will this SOFAR be used? Is it any good in peacetime?
Oh, yes, I should say it is. Its biggest job will be rescue work, locating men lost at sea from planes or ships.
Oh, how will it do that?
Well, it's a job for the shore stations, where 3 or more are listening for signals.
Why 3 or more stations?
Suppose there are survivors of a shipwreck or a plane down at sea. They're in a life raft, say.
Yes?
The life raft is equipped with these special bombs, which are dropped into the ocean by the survivors. Now, the sound of the explosions are picked up by the shore stations, both by an amplifier and by a recording tape.
New developments already, huh?
Yes. And then 3 or more stations simply radio the information to a central point, where, by checking charts and tables, the exact location of the explosion and the life raft can be made to within a square mile or so.
Well, I never. Well, that's smart thinking.
Sure. That's the triangulation method.
Well, what does that mean?
Question of timing by mathematical calculations. Means laying out and measuring of triangles. Pretty much like 3 men can fix the position of a thunderstorm by timing the lightning flashes and thunderclaps by triangulation. Comparing times that signals are received.
Sure, that's the idea, Dad.
Is that all this SOFAR is good for? Rescuing people?
Seems to me it's doing a mighty big job, just rescuing people.
Oh, well, I didn't mean it that way. I mean, does it have any other use?
Oh, sure. According to Dr. Ewing, SOFAR can be a big help for locating unknown shoals. In fact, 2 uncharted shoals were discovered during the Bahama test.
That might help prevent shipwrecks if those shoals can be discovered and charted.
Sure. Another thing, SOFAR can be a big help in navigation. Why, Dr. Ewing claims that right now, SOFAR gives a more accurate fix than celestial navigation. Within a mile, he claims.
Well, it all sounds as though this SOFAR might really amount to something and help scientists find out things they didn't know before. Think you'll like it, Tom?
Sure, Mom. I'm tickled to death to be in the start, almost, of a new science. Or maybe I should say a new start on an old science, oceanography.
Oh, you and your big words. I haven't the faintest idea half the time what you two are talking about. You go right ahead, and I'll see how Millie's getting along in the kitchen.
You sold on this so far, son?
You bet I am, Dad. You'll hear more about it as time goes by. You'll see. One thing I do know, SOFAR is going to help me in my job when my leave's up.
What job is that, son?
Why, we're going to make a survey charts of the bottom of the ocean.
And there you have the story of SOFAR, the new underwater sound system that has revolutionized underwater sound transmission, an ocean-going adventure in research.
And telling the story was Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week when Dr. Thomas will be back with another interesting story to tell on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. Hear that? Sounds kind of scary, as though some prehistoric monster was growling, ready to tear you, a human pygmy, limb from limb. But it's nothing like that at all. It's merely science at work, creating a man-made hurricane. This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. And here, ready with today's story, is Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories.
Thank you, Paul. Hello, everyone. You know, when you stop to think about it, this is a wonderfully scientific age we're living in. If anyone has any doubts about that, just cast your mind back to a matter of 10 years ago. Just imagine being at an airport 10 years ago and hearing this over a loudspeaker.
Passengers to London, flight number 612, 612, now loading at gate 6. Gate 6.
Hey, that's my plane. Well, goodbye. I'll drop you a cable when I arrive in London. Only takes about 16 hours flying time, you know. Goodbye.
Flight 114 from Paris, just arriving at gate 12. Flight 114 from Paris.
Chances are that had you heard that 10 years ago, you'd have had serious doubts about your hearing. But today, such announcements are hourly occurrences and are taken for granted.
Oh, sure. Transatlantic and Pacific flights are regular things today. I guess you might say that the age of flight has arrived at last.
You really think it has?
Oh, sure. All we need now is more of what we've got in the way of air transportation, and we're all set.
That's all right for now. But what of the future?
Well, the future can take care of itself, I guess. Planes will get bigger and faster, that's all. And we'll all go right along with them. Take 'em in stride.
Mighty good thing for you that science is on the job to worry about the future for you, Mr. Shannon. Today, one of the big issues before some of the nation's best scientific brains concerns the airplane of tomorrow, the mammoth of the skies that will be bigger, faster, more revolutionary in design than any since man first mastered the theory of flight. If you were out west, at a spot some few miles south of San Francisco, and could tag along with a small group of visitors making a tour of inspection, you'd see men of science experimenting with a giant machine that creates hurricanes for testing airplanes.
And now, here is the building you're most interested in.
My, what a huge building. It's tremendous.
Almost 1,000 feet long. And inside that building is the world's largest wind tunnel.
Anybody working in there?
Oh, sure. Work goes on all the time. There's a great deal of experimenting to be done and not too much time to do it in. So the work of testing goes right along.
Well, can we go in and see what's happening in there?
Of course. Better stand back a bit while the doors are being opened.
My, just look at the size of those doors.
King-sized, all right.
Well, pretty nearly everything is king size here. Has to be that way because all of our tests are man-sized jobs. Used to be that wind tunnels were pretty small affairs compared to this one, but then they were designed to test models of planes. All right, we can go on into the tunnel now. This way, please.
My, I've never seen anything like this before. Why, it's tremendous.
Tremendous isn't the word for it. It's huge.
Certainly makes a person feel small and insignificant, doesn't it?
Standing here in the lip of this tunnel and looking down toward the other end, hundreds of feet away, gives me the impression of looking down the throat of some huge prehistoric animal, magnified 1,000 times.
Looks like the small end of a funnel down there, doesn't it? Say, what's going on there in the middle?
Oh, that's where they're testing. Now, watch your step, please. We're headed that way.
Look, see it up there? It's a model of a plane.
Yes, it looks pretty tiny, almost like a toy.
It isn't a toy, though. That's a full-size plane. It only looks like a model to you because your sense of proportion has been twisted out of shape by the hugeness of everything else around here. But suppose we head for the observation platform now where we can watch the test.
It's an odd-looking airplane, isn't it? I've never seen one like that before. Why, it hasn't any wings.
Well, it's a new design they're testing for stresses and strains. It has wings, all right. Look a little closer there. You'll see that they're folded about halfway back.
Well, for goodness sake.
The planes you'll see in this wind tunnel are not the planes you'll see flying around in the sky outside. You see, these are tomorrow's planes, new models of the future, being tested for safety and practicability way ahead of time.
I see. No wonder that one looks rather odd. Plane wings usually stick straight out from the fuselage, but these are folded back. Looks almost like a big dart headed for a target.
I imagine there's a lot of money tied up in that plane just the same, and in all the others.
Thousands of dollars. Invested by any one of a dozen plane makers.
What are those men doing under the plane? They look like pygmies in this tunnel, don't they?
Well, they're scientists. And they're checking the plane from every angle before the big test. They're checking the guy wires, the supports, making sure that everything's in order.
Last-minute checkup before the test, huh?
That's right. A few minutes more now, and you'll see a sight you'll never forget.
And what exactly are they looking for in the test?
Well, in this particular case, we want to know what happens to those half-closed wings when that plane is hit with winds traveling at 750 miles an hour.
750 miles an hour?
No more, no less.
But, man, that's almost suicide, isn't it? Speed is speed, but 750 miles an hour.
It may sound like speed to you, but to an aviator, it's something more.
How do you mean more?
I mean that up in the air, the flyer runs into a barrier, a wall, pretty much like one you could ram into a car doing about 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And this wall, as you call it, is your problem. Is that it?
Basically, yes. You see, flying at a speed of 750 miles an hour or thereabouts, planes run into what are called shock waves.
Uh-huh.
The leading edge of a plane wing is actually pushing air ahead of it.
Something like that blunt-nosed boat of yours pushes water ahead of it, Bill.
That's the idea, yes. But at 750 miles an hour, and at just about the speed of sound, you know, anything any blunter than the sharp edge of a knife starts to have real trouble.
Sure, it wouldn't be able to push air out of its way fast enough.
So the airplane is bumping its way through the air.
Well, it's actually bumping the air itself. Something like you drive an auto down a nice, broad highway at about 90 miles an hour and nudging the car ahead of you at about 100 nudges a minute.
Oh, heavens. I can just imagine what would happen to my car. It would probably jolt itself to pieces.
Exactly. Well, that same thing happens to a plane. The wings begin to shudder, and then they start flapping at the tips, and then suddenly the winds literally snap them off the body of the plane.
And if that happens when you're up around 10,000 feet, oh, brother.
750 miles an hour, you probably only have a fraction of a second to bail out.
Yes, and even if you could make it, the wind at that rate would tear you to pieces.
Well, all this information has given me a brand new appreciation of the work you're doing here. I've always been under the impression that safety begins in the sky. But I can see that the real safety measures begin right here in this wind tunnel, your safety laboratory.
Well, science wants to know how it can make a plane fly faster than sound. And this wind tunnel may help us find the answer.
Well, how about these planes, like the one you're going to test? Are they the planes that will take to the skies later on?
Maybe, maybe not. Depends on how they operate under the test. These particular models that we test here are built as nearly perfect as possible. As perfect as care and engineering skill can make them. But they're built for test purposes only, and believe me, when they go through this wind tunnel test, they've really been through the mill.
I guess most of them break into pieces under the terrific strain, don't they?
Most of them, yes. Which is exactly what we want, because then we can investigate and find out why they broke. Well, I see they're just about ready for the big test now.
All clear in the tunnel. Stand by.
All clear. Let her go.
Man, oh man, just look at that plane, will you? It's a full-size plane, and yet that wind is tossing it around like it was a cork almost.
No wonder they break up. Seems to me nothing on earth could stand up under that battering.
And yet those planes are specially built to stand up under it if they can, and at terrific speed, too.
And all this is just so that someday we'll be able to travel through the air at the speed of sound, or faster. That day must be a long way off, I imagine.
Maybe not as far off as you think. It may come in your and my lifetime. New York to Los Angeles in something like 2 hours.
Goodness. Imagine.
All right. Cut motors. Wait for the all clear, everybody, before entering the tunnel.
Well, I'm glad that's over. I was beginning to feel sorry for that poor plane being battered that way. Just look at it.
We'd better not go down to where the test plane is just yet. The scientists are checking up on the damage done. And that's too important a job to interfere with.
The one thing I'm interested in is what other problems are there to be solved in these tests? Besides speed, I mean.
Well, there are a great many problems. Traveling through the air at terrific speed can be quite an experience, you know.
Kind of breathtaking.
Well, more than that. It can be something like being tossed into the pit of a blast furnace going full tilt. Don't forget, the plane of the future will be flying high above the stratosphere, where there are temperatures of around 70 degrees or more below zero. And yet, in spite of that, tomorrow's supersonic planes will have to be built with a precise, exacting refrigeration system.
Why will they?
Well, it's all a question of friction. The friction of the air, you see, sliding over the sleek, streamlined body of the plane, heats it to extremely high temperatures.
Say, I never thought of that.
Neither did I. Must be a tremendous amount of friction there.
Well, according to calculations and tests, at around 800 miles an hour, the body exterior of a plane may reach a surface temperature of 400 degrees Fahrenheit.
In that case, your plane of the future, traveling at that 750 miles an hour speed, will have to be a flying icebox.
Something like that, yeah.
What about the controls on a plane traveling at that speed?
Well, that's another problem, also being worked out. At the speed of sound, or thereabouts, the controls in a plane exactly reverse themselves.
Makes it quite a problem in itself.
Yes. But by using wind tunnels, such as this one, science can and eventually will solve all these various problems.
However, this wind tunnel is only a testing ground. Such a plane has to get the final test when the plane is actually flown by a human being in the sky.
Well, that's true. But that kind of test is coming, too. We've about reached the end of our experimental rope here, and the time is coming, close now, when a test pilot will do that very thing. Will actually fly one of these planes of the future just to give it a final okay.
Well, he can have that job. I wouldn't want it.
Nobody has ever flown that fast before, have they?
Well, there have been a few isolated cases in which test pilots got planes going at terrific speeds in the past few years. At least it's believed they were going 700 or so miles an hour. But in all cases, the planes were diving toward the ground.
That's pretty dangerous, I'd say.
Yes, and the few pilots who survived such experiences reported that their plane was completely out of control. They bailed out before the planes reached the 750-mile-an-hour limit.
Well, we'll be keeping an eye open for news the test pilot has flown as fast or faster than sound.
And if the test flight is a success, well, it looks as though we're in for a new age of flight, the super speed age.
Yes, and thanks to these experiments with radio-controlled models and wind tunnel tests, and to the men of science who conduct them, the new age of superspeed flight will be safer for the men who do the testing in the sky, and for you, who will travel swiftly to the far corners of the earth in those planes of tomorrow.
The story of the Hurricane Maker was told by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratory. Join us again next week when Dr. Thomas will be back with another interesting story to tell on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
I see where some folks are worried about America's supply of oil. Running short, they say.
Yeah, but did you see where they found a new supply in mountains of shale? We won't go short. Don't worry.
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. And here is our man of science, ready with today's story, Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories.
Thank you, Paul. Hello, everyone.
Dr. Thomas, what's all this about America's reserve supply of oil running short?
If you're worrying about not being able to run your car, Mr. Shannon, I wouldn't lose a week of sleep over the subject at all. Our story today concerns the oil situation on a big national scale.
America has, in less than 30 years, fought 2 world wars, during which both gasoline and oil were consumed at an extravagant rate. Naturally, this has materially decreased our reserve supplies, which are at present very low. Obviously, gentlemen, something must be done to bring our reserve supply of petroleum up to peacetime normal.
That's the situation in a nutshell. But now I'd like to go back a number of years to the wastelands of western Colorado, where a camper is trying to get a campfire started.
Ain't no use. Hey, Hank! Hank!
Yeah? What you want, Sam?
Come over here and see if you can get this flame fire going. I've fooled around with it long enough. Seems like this country's run plumb out of wood.
Having trouble again, Sam?
Try your hand at lighting this fire, Hank, or we ain't gonna have no supper. Leastwise, no hot supper.
Yeah, trouble is we got no wood except this little bit here. That ain't enough to get a fire going right. Well, I'll try. Well, Sam, looks like we'd our supper cold.
Oh, fix that fire. Stand aside, Hank. I'm gonna throw this rock in there and fix it right.
Sam! Sam, look! That stone you threw into the fire. It's burning.
Well, I'll be hornswoggled if it ain't. What do you make of it, Hank?
I don't know, Sam. But I do know that it's the best and hottest campfire I ever saw in these parts.
Sure is. Come on, let's pile some more of them on. Get supper going. Fire like that'll cook beans in no time at all.
Yeah, go easy on the stones, though, Sam. Might be it was just that one that burns.
No, sir. Every one of them stones is burning away like crazy.
Wait till we tell some of the boys around here about this.
They'll never believe it. You can bet your boots on that. I wouldn't myself if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
No, me neither. And these burning rocks have been here all the time, and we never knew it.
But I tell you, it's true. Hank and me built the best campfire you ever saw with it.
You show me a rock around here that'll burn like wood, and I'll eat it.
I've a right good notion to make you keep that bet, Grimley, but I won't. I'll just go ahead and prove it to you.
And now you're talking, Sam. And we can prove it on their own little fire right here. Ain't no bigger no hoot, I'll know how.
Hand me one of them rocks, Hank. Okay. Now watch this, Grimley, and get ready to eat it.
Well, I'll be a suffering poke at it. It's burning.
Just like I said it would.
Sam, I take back what I said. Every word of it. Boys, we got ourselves a real campfire. Thanks to Sam here for telling us about it. And every sheep herder in this part of the country will thank you too, Sam. As long as we got these stones, there's millions of them around here. We don't need to look for no wood. That's right.
The news about the burning stones spread rapidly, and throughout the wastelands of Colorado, Utah, and Wyoming, campfires burned briskly as sheep herders tended their flocks at night. And naturally, the story spread to officials of the government, who made a survey and obtained a report.
And so I investigated the situation throughout the entire area. The burning rocks turned out to be oil shale, gentlemen. The mountains in Colorado, Utah, and Wyoming are full of it.
Oil shale.
And big deposits, you say?
That whole section of the country is loaded with oil shale deposits.
Well, then we'd better chart them on our maps here at the Bureau of Mines, so we know where they are. But the question is, what good are those oil shale deposits?
Oil shale can be processed into gasoline and lubricating oil, you know. In fact, shale oil has been recognized as an industry over in France since the early 1800s.
That's right. And back in 1850, Dr. James Young got a patent on a process for distilling paraffin oil from bituminous coal. And that worked right up to the time petroleum was discovered in this country.
Well, if you want to go that far back, shale oil has been an industry in Scotland since around 1862. But I still repeat, what good are these shale oil deposits to us? We don't need the shale oil. We've got large reserves of natural petroleum, which is cheaper and better.
Well, shall we just forget about it then?
Just chart the shale oil deposits on our maps and let it go at that for the time being.
World War I reared its ugly head, was fought and won. Shale oil deposits remained unused, unheeded, save as areas charted on the maps in the United States Bureau of Mines. World War II fought across the world, ended victoriously for the Allies. And looking back at the tremendous inroads made by war's demands upon the country's reserve petroleum supplies, we took stock of our oil situation.
In the United States, a total of 13,400 wildcat wells were drilled, more than in any like period in pre-war history.
5,800,000,000 barrels of crude oil were produced domestically.
Another 750 million barrels came from United States properties abroad.
The two big-inch pipelines, emergency war carriers, built from inland Texas oil fields and refineries to the Atlantic coast, delivered a total of more than 368 million barrels of petroleum and refined products.
Gentlemen, I read you a portion of a letter of thanks in acknowledgement of the accomplishments of the United States oil industry in furnishing 90% of the oil requirements of the United Nations. It reads, "The Army-Navy Petroleum Board extends to you and through you the entire staff of the Petroleum Administration for War and the entire American petroleum industry its deep appreciation and admiration for the superb contribution which has been made to the victory of the United Nations by providing in full and on time the vast flood of petroleum products required by the armed forces during World War II.
Our reserve supplies of natural petroleum have been seriously depleted by the terrific demands made upon them during the war years. We have had an opportunity to investigate from what sources the Germans and the Japanese obtained their oil supplies during the war, and much of it was from shale.
And we've got an endless supply of shale oil here in America.
True. And these deposits have been charted for many years. While it's true that we have enough petroleum still underground to last for many years, it would be wise for us to look ahead to the future years and have on hand an extra source of supply.
What about the shale oil deposits? They could be used.
That's exactly what I had in mind. Shale oil. I'd like to have an investigation conducted and a report made on the supplies we can expect from these shale deposits.
Reporting on shale oil deposits, in the shale mountains of Colorado, Utah, and Wyoming alone, there are approximately 100 billion barrels of oil.
Why, that's just about 5 times as much oil as we've used since the first petroleum well was drilled back in the 1850s in Titusville, Pennsylvania.
Our reports show that the oil from the shale in those 3 states alone could keep us going for some 68 years.
Good.
And there are also shale deposits in Texas, Nevada, Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky.
We're in good shape then.
And when all those oil shale deposits are finished, we could make more oil by the hydrogenation of coal, enough to keep us going for 400 or 500 years.
Gentlemen, I suggest we start building a plant to augment our reserve petroleum supplies and build it right away.
A good idea. And we don't have to start from scratch either. We have all the data on both the German and Japanese methods.
Yes. Now the idea is to go on from there and improve on it.
What you building here, mister?
I'm going to build a plant to get oil out of the shale, my friend.
Yeah. Seems to me you took on quite a job. How you going to do it?
Well, the plant will be built right here. This will be the refining plant. And we get the shale from the mountain.
Oh, now, look, mister. That mountain's about a couple of 1,000 feet above the Colorado River. How you going to get the shale from the mountain? Fly it down?
No, we figure on having a mine up there in the mountain.
Huh?
And the shale will be mined up there, then shipped down to the plant here by aerial tramway.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Guess that can be done all right. How you figuring on getting the oil out of the shale? That's going to be tough.
Nothing tough about it, my friend. The shale comes into the plant on the aerial tramway.
Yeah.
It gets crushed, then it gets heated.
What's the heat do?
It makes the oil come out of the rock in a vapor. The vapor is condensed back into oil, and there you are.
Sounds like quite a system. Guess you just throw that crushed rock away, huh?
That's right. It's no good so far as we know now. Although somebody might come up with an idea on how to use it for something or other. Who knows?
Seems like they're finding a use for everything these days. Well, better put a clothespin on your nose when you get your system working.
A clothespin? Why? What's that for?
Well, maybe you ain't been around shale oil much. Kind of hard on the nose till you get used to it.
You mean it has an odor?
Odor, nothing. It just plain smells, mister. Smells bad. Well, so long. Good luck.
We have one more point to clean up on this production of shale oil, gentlemen, and that's the question of cost.
It's going to be a little higher than natural petroleum, of course, to produce, that is.
Yes, but that, I'm sure, will iron itself out in time. As natural petroleum gets scarcer, prices will come closer to shale oil costs, but that's nothing to worry about for some time to come.
Meanwhile, we have the oil situation well in hand, I think, or we'll have when the new plant gets underway.
Yes, and even though shale oil contains less hydrogen than does petroleum, the day may come when shale oil will be the principal motor fuel of America.
And who knows, that day may not be too far off. But when it comes, gentlemen, we're ready for it.
And so you see, Mr. Shannon, there are men of science who are always thinking ahead, planning for the future. So there's really no need for you to worry about running short of oil for many, many years to come.
The story of how America plans to get oil from shale was told by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Be sure to join us again next week when Dr. Thomas will be back with another interesting story to tell on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
And how's business these days?
Fine, just fine. I'd say I'm holding my own ever since I put in this machine here.
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, deals with a little-known but colorful chapter of man's inventive progress. The story of the cash register. Throughout the ages, back since the beginning of time, man has been faced with two basic problems.
How can I acquire possessions? And having acquired them, how can I keep a record of them? Let everyone know they belong to me.
How far back in history does counting go? Well, let's see what the historians tell us.
Primitive man had his own methods of counting. He was able to distinguish the difference between a large number and a smaller one, and in time developed what you call a number sense.
Man used his fingers for counting at first. Later he used pebbles. The ancient Babylonians registered contracts, custom duties, bonds, even receipts on clay tablets which were baked in the sun.
As long ago as 2637 B.C., the Chinese are said to have used an abacus, a counting table with little sliding balls. A form of abacus is still in use today in China, India, and in Japan.
Along in 1642, a Frenchman devised a crude machine for counting. It added figures and even gave a total.
And later, around 1820, another Frenchman made counting history by producing the world's first commercially successful calculating machine. It added, subtracted, multiplied, and divided. 4 operations.
Then followed the first adding machine.
And the comptometer was a further step in the march of mechanical accounting.
And right here is where we'll pick up our story in the history of accounting. During a period that was rich in American mechanical progress, the Reconstruction era following the Civil War. Aboard a ship bound for Europe, a nattily dressed man makes friends with the chief engineer.
My name's Ritty, James Ritty, from Dayton, Ohio.
Oh, glad to meet you, Mr. Ritty. Hope you're enjoying the trip.
Yes, I am. I'd enjoy it a lot better, though, if I didn't have a load of worry on my mind.
Well, nothing serious, I hope.
Question of money. I own the Empire Cafe in Dayton, and I have a good business. Treat my customers right. But no matter how much business I do, the place is losing money. Seems that a lot of my money just gets away.
Well, have you tried changing employees?
Oh, yes, but makes no difference. An open cash drawer is just too much of a temptation, I guess, and I'm the loser.
That's too bad. Nothing you can do about that, is there? Except watch them day and night.
Oh, that's right.
How'd you like to come down the engine room and look around?
Oh, fine. You know, I used to be a mechanic myself by trade. How do you fellas stand all this noise?
Oh, we get used to it. I see you're looking at our pride and joy, the mechanism that records the revolutions of the propeller and does it automatically.
Yes, automatically. Ship's propeller. Machinery does the whole thing. Oh.
Huh? Hey, Mr. Ritty, you looked as though your mind was 1,000,000 miles away.
The movements of a ship's propeller can be recorded. Why couldn't the same thing be done in the movements of sails in my cafe? A machine to keep records mechanically. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking, I guess.
Oh, that's all right.
You know, I've just had a tremendous idea. One that might solve my troubles, losing money at the cafe. I think I'll just cut short my trip and hurry back to Dayton and work on it. My brother John's a mechanic. He can help. Wait a minute, Johnny. Wait a minute. That piece goes in here. Like this. Say, you know, this machine is working out perfectly, just as we planned it. Well, let's see if everything's in place. 2 rows of keys across the lower front of the machine, yes?
And each key is marked with a figure. If you want to record 50 cents, you simply press this key down like this. And there's your 50 cents marked on the face of the clock back there. See it?
Ah, perfect. Johnny, this machine is going to make all the difference in the world to my business. But...
But what, Jimmy? Aren't you satisfied with it?
Oh, yes. But I think we can make improvements on it.
Just what I was thinking. Look, instead of the recorder being like the face of a clock, why don't we build a set of wheels in back of the machine? They can be mounted easily, and the amounts recorded on a dial. There you are, Jimmy. Works perfectly. And I think it's all right, but...
So do I, but we can do better. I've an idea, Johnny. Look, instead of the dial amount indicator there, why don't we substitute a tablet form? Small plates with the same money values as the keys. You see what I mean?
Sure, good idea. The plates could be connected with the indicators by rods. Vertical sliding rods.
Then, as you press the key down, the indicator rod, which would be resting on the key, would raise up until the indicator showed through the opening here in the top of the machine.
Right. And that opening can be covered with glass to keep out the dust. And alterations.
Johnny, I think we're on the right track. Let's start work on it right away.
Well, Jimmy, there she is. Reddy's incorruptible cashier. She's a daisy if I ever saw one.
Yes, but, I was thinking only last night that
not another improvement.
Yep. Look, though, Johnny, we could mount a paper roll, a wide roll, mounted horizontally, right here, above and across the keys, inside the machine.
Uh-huh. Then what?
Well, as the key is pressed down, its pin pricks a small hole in the paper just above the key. And at the same time, the paper moves up a notch. You see what I mean there?
Yes. As the key is pressed down, the paper moves up a step, with each hole punched.
Yeah.
Okay, then what?
Well, then at the end of the business day, the roll could be removed, and the part representing the day's business unrolled and the holes counted, the holes in each column.
But how would he be able to reach a total?
Oh, easy, by counting the holes. Oh, now look, say there were 10 holes in the 5-cent column. Well, multiply 10 by 5, what do you get?
50 cents.
Sure. And then you go ahead and count the holes in all the other columns, and you get the day's sales, the total.
Say, that's all right. You not only get the total for the day's sales, but also the total in each price range.
Sure. You want to try it?
Do I? This is the best idea yet. Let's go.
The paper roll machine was the first cash register to be put on sale, but James Ritty encountered hard sledding when he tried to build up a cash register business. In 1883, the two brothers decided to sell out. And now, fate steps into our story. Fate in the person of a man named John H. Patterson, owner of a general store at Colton, Ohio, and who suffered from the same malady that had caused James Ritty so much worry, an open cash drawer out of which flowed much of the business profits. He was sitting in a hotel lobby one night talking to a stranger, a New England businessman.
You say you're going to be away from your business for 2 months?
That's right. Going to make it a real holiday.
But 2 months? How can you afford to leave your business for so long? I can't leave mine for a single day.
It's quite simple. My manager's a capable man, and I own a cash register made in Dayton. Each day I receive the punched roll from the cash register, together with my manager's statement of the day's business. I check the two. That gives me a check on the day's sales.
Cash register? Well, if it affords you that degree of protection, it can do the same for me. National Cash Register Company, Dayton, Ohio. Send 3 machines at once. Signed, John H. Patterson, Colton, Ohio. Get this telegram off right away, please. Frank, as my brother and business partner, I think you'll agree it was a smart move to install those cash registers. In the past 6 months, the store has shown a profit of several $1,000s.
I know. The wisest investment we ever made, but you got something else on your mind, haven't you, John?
Yes, it's this. If the cash register is good for our store, it ought to be good for every store in the world.
I have a feeling we're going into the cash register business. Huh?
Yes. We don't know anything about it, but we have the whole wide world for a market. Thinking, planning, and doing were all one and the same thing to dynamic John H. Patterson. The year 1884 saw him at 40 years of age, embarking on a new vocation,
assuming control of the National Cash Register Company.
All right, Frank. I'll take charge of the planning, selling, and advertising. You take over the factory management.
We've taken on quite a job, selling what amounts to an unknown machine. It's not going to be easy, John.
No, it isn't, Frank. It's a challenge, and a big one. But I'm convinced that we can do it. We've got a factory, small to be sure, but it's a start. 13 employees and 2 types of cash registers to market. Now, let's go to work and create a demand for them. Get all our salesmen together for a meeting. We'll call over our opposition problems, talk them over, find a way to solve them. Bring a problem out in open forum when you've got it half-licked.
A sales meeting, the first known of its kind, marking the beginning of a new era in salesmanship and of creative selling. To John H. Patterson also goes much of the credit of being a pathfinder in the sound industrial relations upon which modern business structure is founded.
Hot, nourishing meals provided for employees at the factory.
Baths, rest periods, dining rooms.
Medical and dental service, nurses, health education.
Recreational grounds, employees' garden clubs.
Regular vacations, night classes, training courses.
Imbued with the gifts of vision, John H. Patterson formulated principles and practices that remain basic in American business. Under his guidance, the cash register, once looked upon as a newfangled money machine, became the keeper of the business conscience. Yes, the cash register, invented by James Ritty back in 1878 and given to the world by John H. Patterson, created a new era of business honesty and efficiency. The rule,
we progress through change,
still applies today throughout the National Cash Register Company. With the discovery of new processes, new principles and materials, fresh horizons are opening for their application in electronics and chemistry. And research goes on constantly, seeking new ways to serve the cause of progress. The end came for John H. Patterson on May 7, 1922. But his teachings, etched upon the tablets of business memory, go marching on. His epitaph might well be the words he once spoke at a meeting.
If ever there comes a time in this business when courage is not needed, when it is not necessary to overcome obstacles, I will know that it's time to close down, turn off the power, and draw the fires for all time.
And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Be with us again next week for another interesting story of science by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
I consider it not only unconstitutional, but beneath the dignity of the United States to accept benefits from a foreigner.
I am of the opinion that this gift should be accepted in the spirit in which it is offered.
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research.
as told by the men of science themselves. Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, is titled Uncle Sam's Attic, storage place extraordinary in the history of scientific knowledge and invention. You know, children have a habit of asking some very embarrassing questions sometimes, questions that are mighty hard to answer. But once in a while, a question comes along, and what a grand feeling it is to be able not only to answer it correctly, but to be able to fill in all the details. Just like the other day when my son came up to me waving a letter.
Hey, Dad, here's a letter for you. And can I have the stamp for my collection, can I?
Why, sure you can. What stamp is it?
Oh, I don't know, but it's pretty. New, too. Has a big building on it, see?
Mm-hmm. Look, and see what it says. Just above the picture of the building. Read it.
For the increase and
diffusion. Means to spread or circulate.
Oh, diffusion of knowledge among men.
Uh-huh. And do you see what the name of the building is under the picture? The Smithsonian Institution, 1946.
Does that mean it's just been built, Dad?
No, son. It means that the Smithsonian Institution is 100 years old. This stamp is commemorating its 100th birthday. There's a lot of history behind that stamp, son. Here, sit down beside me and I'll tell you what I know of the story. And maybe that stamp will mean more to you.
Okay, Dad.
To start this story at the beginning, we have to go back to the year 1829, when a British chemist, mineralogist, and author of many scientific writings on philosophy made his last will and testament.
Read back to me what we have so far.
I, James Smithson, do hereby bequeath my estates and fortunes to my nephew, Henry James Hungerford.
Good. Now, I have a stipulation to add. Should my nephew die without children, the whole of my estates and fortunes shall go to the United States of America, to found at Washington, under the name of the Smithsonian Institution, an establishment for the increase and diffusion of knowledge among men.
But, sire, such a bequest is most unusual.
My friend, I am a lonely and unhappy man. True, I was born to great wealth. The best blood in England flows in my veins. I am related to kings. And yet, what does it avail me? My name is buried among the titles of my illustrious forebears. I intend that my fortunes shall do good for all men, and my name kept alive through such an establishment as I have named. Thus it shall read and be carried out.
James Smithson died that same year, 1829. His estates went to his nephew as willed. But 6 years later, in 1835, Henry James Hungerford died, leaving no children behind him. When news of the bequest, amounting to about $500,000, reached the United States, it was received with surprise, doubt, and bitter opposition.
What do you think of the news about the Englishman giving us more than 104,000 pounds as a gift?
If you want my opinion, I'd say we ought to be mighty careful about accepting it.
Why?
Why? Because there's a catch in it somewhere, that's why. You can bet your boots on that. Nobody gives a fortune away for nothing.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I don't agree with you. The man wants his money to do some good in the world. That's all there is to it.
Then why did he leave all that money to the United States? Why didn't he give it to his own country? Answer me that.
Well, I can't answer it, but, well, maybe he figured the United States would one day become the scientific capital of the whole world. That'd be a good enough reason.
Well, we can talk all we want, but it's up to the Congress to make the decision as to whether we'll accept the money or not. I'm like Sam here. I think there's a catch in it somewhere.
Yes, and that's what Congress will think, too. You wait and see.
The opinions of the man on the street were echoed and re-echoed throughout the halls of Congress, where the question of accepting or refusing the gift was debated at great length.
Mr. Speaker,
Senator John Calhoun of South Carolina.
It has been established beyond the shadow of a doubt that this Britisher, James Smithson, has never at any time during his life been a visitor to our shores, and furthermore has no kith or kin residing in America. And yet this man, in his last will and testament, bequeaths to our country the sum of more than $500,000 for the purpose of establishing here in a strange land a scientific institution.
It certainly seems that there must be...
To my mind, gentlemen, the acceptance of this bequest would be not only unconstitutional, but beneath the dignity of the United States to accept benefits from a foreigner.
It's definitely unconstitutional. It should not be allowed.
In conclusion, I hold that this Congress has no power under the Constitution to accept such a gift.
It has been said that the acceptance of this gift would lower the dignity and prestige of our country. With this, I cannot agree. It is my earnest, considered opinion that the purpose of this bequest, the establishment of an institution that will benefit all mankind, far transcends any affront, real or imaginary, to our dignity. I, for one, am all for taking this gift in the spirit in which it is offered.
It was largely through the efforts of John Quincy Adams and Jefferson Davis that the gift was finally accepted, and in September of 1838, the Clipper mediator delivered the money in gold sovereigns to the Philadelphia Mint. Then followed some 8 years of debate in Congress as to the disposition of the fund.
But, Dad, I thought you said it was to be used to establish the institution. That's what it was sent for.
Yes, but the debate centers around the type of establishment that should be created. Some thought this type, others thought that type. But eventually, agreement was reached.
It is hereby resolved that Congress shall accept this trust and shall create, by enactment, an establishment to be called the Smithsonian Institution, consisting of the President, the Vice President, the Chief Justice, and members of the President's Cabinet.
Said institution shall provide for a library
And for a museum, which is to contain objects of art and of foreign and curious research, and objects of natural history belonging to the United States.
It is also resolved that said institution shall be governed by a board of regents, in which shall be included 3 members of the Senate, 3 members of the House of Representatives, and 6 private citizens, 2 of them residents of the District of Columbia.
On September 7th, 1846, the first meeting of the Board of Regents took place, and in the autumn of that same year, a most important post was filled.
The board is unanimous in the selection as secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, and as such, an executive official of the institution, Professor Joseph Henry of Princeton University. Professor Henry's scientific experiments on the electromagnet and other subjects relating to electricity are well known to us all, and his election to the important post of secretary is, I think we will all agree, a most happy one.
Under the guidance of Joseph Henry, the institution took shape. Around that time, the great western areas of the United States were opening up and afforded a unique opportunity to study the Indian tribes, as well as the flora and fauna of the West. Steady progress followed, as year after year, improvements and important additions were made to man's fund of scientific knowledge.
1847, a plan to unify and systematize weather observation was adopted. 1849, telegraphic transmission of meteorological intelligence collected by the institution was begun. 1850, a standard Smithsonian barometer was distributed.
1856.
Weather maps were successfully made.
1870.
The meteorological work of the institution was incorporated with the Signal Corps, independent of the institution.
1890.
The United States Weather Bureau was established by Act of Congress.
But, Dad, all that is just about the weather so far.
Well, that's true, son. But then the weather was a mighty important thing in those early days. Scientists were beginning to make serious studies of it through weather charts and systematic observation. So it was quite natural that the annual reports of the Smithsonian Institute covered a great deal of territory in the field of meteorology.
Uh-huh. Well, when did they start collecting things like, Lindbergh's plane, the Spirit of St. Louis?
Well, that came years later. You see, it was in 1861 that an important transfer was made, an addition to the Smithsonian Institution that started it on its way collecting things.
Well, I see that quite a few changes are being made under the new secretary, Spencer Baird.
That so? Say, where did this fellow Baird come from?
He was head of the United States National Museum. Practically developed it.
Built up around the collections of the Patent Office, wasn't it?
That's right. And now, according to this, the United States Patent Office collections and those of the National Institute are to be turned over to the Smithsonian Institution.
Man alive, what a collection that'll be. Why, all the material that's flowing into the Smithsonian Institution will cover almost every field of the arts and sciences.
Yes, and will come from all over the world, too. The system of international exchange of scientific literature alone is beginning already to pay dividends. And there's more, lots more to come.
Valuable archaeological material was gained from explorers. Rare specimens of fish, birds, great collections of plant life, knowledge of the jungles, mountains, seas, of humans, animals, insects, information about industry, the arts, the sciences.
So you see, son, that stamp in your hand, commemorating the 100th birthday of the Smithsonian Institution, represents a vast accumulation of knowledge gathered through the years and held in trust for you and your children and your children's children. Yes, the Smithsonian Institution's great store of knowledge belongs to all men, great and small alike, just as James Smithson intended it to be when he left his fortune to the United States of America, to found at Washington an establishment for the increase and diffusion of knowledge among men.
Gosh, thanks, Dad, for telling me about it. This stamp goes in a very special place in my stamp collection.
And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week for another interesting story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
What in tarnation do you make of that, Lem?
I dunno, Pard. Queerest looking mountain I ever seen afore. White, ghost-like.
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves.
Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, is a strange one indeed. The discovery of Toothpowder Mountain. Perhaps that name, Toothpowder Mountain, sounds a little odd to you, and certainly America can lay claim to having, among its many curiosities and freaks of nature, one of the strangest mountains in the world. But let's start at the beginning, back in the not too long ago, when a couple of prospectors looking for gold wearily plodded their way across the Nevada desert land.
Hey, Dave, it's getting late. Reckon we'd better bed down for the night?
Yep. Reckon so, Lem. These burrs are plumb tuckered out. Whoa, Daisy. Whoa, Ben.
Reckon this be as good place as any. Kind of breezy, you might, but then
Hold on, Lem. What's that up ahead there?
Well, can't see anything, Dave.
Straight on ahead. That's kind of hill. Might be we'd find some shelter there for the night.
Say, that's right. Funny, I hadn't noticed it. That's a pretty big hill, I'd say, Dave. You notice anything funny about it? Anything peculiar like?
Ain't hunting for ghosts, are you, Lem? Looks kind of shiny at that.
Sure does. Maybe it's a mirage. You reckon?
Ain't no mirages this time of night, Lem. It'll be dark any minute now, so let's head for the hill.
Okay, Dave. It sure is peculiar looking, that hill. Now, get up, Daisy. Get up, Bess. Come on, get along there.
Whoa there, Daisy. Bess. Well, pard, here's the hill I saw back there a ways, and it's real.
Sure is. Wonder how come it shines that way.
Reflection of the moonlight, I reckon. Well, I ain't going to worry about it. I'm tired and hungry. So let's get a fire going and rustle up some grub. Whoa, stand still there, Dave.
Well, I'll get a fire going while you unload the burrs, Dave. This where you're going to bed down?
Yep. Right here in this nice deep shadow. Should be the best night's sleep we've had for quite a spell. Whoa, stand still there, Bess, you fool burro, you. Or by thunder, I'll leave them picks and shovels on your back all night. Hurry up with that fire, Lem. I'm starved.
Hey, wake up, Dave. You gonna sleep all day? Wake up.
Oh, sun up already.
You sure can sleep, partner. Just like a baby. I got breakfast going.
Hey, Lem, what about this hill here?
Hill, did you say? That's a regular mountain.
No wonder it was so shiny in the moonlight. Just look at it. It's white as all get out. I gotta do some prospecting here.
I done some already, Dave. Get hold of some of that stuff and tell me what you think it is.
Why, it's soft and crumbly like, almost like a powder. Pretty, too, when you crumble it between your fingers. You know, partner, I reckon this stuff would make a right smart cleaner.
A cleaner? For what?
Just a minute, and I'll tell you. I'm going to try it on my teeth. Yep, feels good.
What are you trying to say, Dave? Dad, blame it, take your finger out of your mouth first.
I said it feels good. That stuff makes a right smart tooth cleaner.
Wonder if it'd clean the pans as well.
A good idea, Lem. Let's try it. Here, get a hold of a pan yourself and try it. There, Lem, I ask you, did these pots and pans ever look as bright and shiny as they do now?
Nope, not even when they was new, Dave.
Then, by hooky, we didn't discover any gold, but here's something that's just as good. A whole mountain full of tooth powder. And we found it.
Seems to me that'd be a good name for it. The Mountain of Tooth Powder.
We'll mark this spot, Lem, so we'll be able to find it again.
Okay, Dave. Suppose we load up a little of this stuff and take back to town with us next time we're in. Otherwise, won't nobody believe us when we tell them about it.
Wouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't seen it. Who'd ever think there was such a thing in this country as Toothpowder Mountain?
Wonder what this stuff is.
You got any idea, Dave?
Nope, I ain't. But whatever it is, it sure does a job of cleaning. And we got the whole mountain of it.
Lem and Dave told and retold the story of Toothpowder Mountain. But mostly their audiences were, to say the least, skeptical about the whole thing.
Hey, are you sure you weren't just seeing things, Dave? Yeah, they say a fella gets that way after being out in the desert for a while. You better slow down a bit. And what do you think it was made of, says he? The whole mountain was made of tooth powder.
Blame fools, every one of them. Seeing things, he says. Me that was prospecting round these parts afore he was weaned.
There, take it easy, partner. No use getting all head up about it. Come to think about it, it is a mighty tough story to swallow at that.
Ain't it, though? If I didn't know it was all true, I wouldn't believe it myself. But you wait and see, Lem. The day will come when somebody will find a use for that mountain of tooth powder, as soon as they find out what it is.
It took quite a few years for that prediction to come true, but it did. The news about this unique mountain spread. Its fame grew, as did the list of questions about it.
What is this mountain?
When was it made?
Why is it so curious in nature?
Science, ever on the alert to gain new knowledge, to delve into the mysteries of the past and bring them to light, that we might better evaluate its meaning, supplied the answers to these questions.
Come in. You're the gentleman from the paper?
That's right, Dr. White. I understand you've been doing some research on this so-called Toothpowder Mountain in Nevada.
Oh, that's correct. We've made a thorough investigation of it. And now I suppose you want to know what we've discovered.
Yes, I would. And so would a great many people who are interested in such a curiosity. They want to know what it is and where it came from. And what good is it?
Well, the answers are easily supplied, though I warn you, they may sound rather incredible. Of course, you don't have to believe them, but they're based upon our knowledge of life through the various ages.
I'll accept that, Dr. White. I know that you scientists have dug up a terrific amount of data along those lines. First, what's this Toothpowder Mountain made of?
Well, it was made by living creatures.
Living creatures?
In fact, the whole mountain is made up entirely of the skeletons of these creatures, which were minute organisms living at the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, but, Doctor, just a minute. This mountain isn't at the bottom of the ocean.
Well, it was once. In fact, Toothpowder Mountain was once at the bottom of an ocean which covered the plains of Nevada. When the ocean, for various geological reasons, disappeared, the mountain remained, a mountain of marine skeletons.
I understand what you meant now when you said the answers to the questions are rather incredible. But you said these were living creatures.
Well, they were living then, when the plains of Nevada were at the bottom of the ocean. These creatures, known to science as diatoms, are incredibly tiny and multiply with great rapidity. However, they live very short lives, and thus when their short span of life was up, their skeletons sank to the ocean's bed to pile up there.
Yes, I see the picture now. And these diatoms just piled up one on top of another until they made a mountain.
Exactly. And that went on year after year for heaven knows how many centuries.
It would have to take centuries to make such a pile as that. How small did you say they were, Doctor?
Well, they're extremely minute. It would require about 200 of them lined up to cover an inch. Moreover, even though they live individual lives, these diatoms are most often found in clusters, in colonies, or living in chains.
Which accounts for the piling up of such a mountain as this Toothpowder affair. Mm-hmm. Well, then, these tiny creatures belong to a bygone day, Doctor? Is that the story?
Oh, by no means. Diatoms are not to be thought of as organisms that once lived and no longer exist today.
Well, how do you mean? I don't quite see what you mean.
I mean that diatoms are to be found everywhere that water is found.
Oh, then they're still in existence today.
They existed yesterday, are existing today, and will be tomorrow. And they're still multiplying, still dying, and their skeletons are still sinking to ocean beds.
Well, now, that's a story worth telling, Doctor. Now all that remains is to know what uses can be made of this mountain. What's it good for?
Why don't you go on out there, young man, and see for yourself?
A good idea. I think I will. So this is the celebrated Toothpowder Mountain, eh? It's quite a hill, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And we've been whittling it down bit by bit for a long time now. But, as you say, it's still quite a hill.
Mr. Yates, as superintendent in charge of all these mining operations here, I guess you're the man who can give me the answer to a question about this mountain.
Well, I'll try. I've been on this job for quite a spell. Well, what's your question?
Well, I know the history of Toothpowder Mountain, how it was discovered by a couple of gold prospectors and all that.
Yes.
And I know the scientific angle, what the mountain is made of and how it came about. Now I want to know, what's this stuff used for? What good is it?
You mean what isn't it used for? Man, I could give you a list of uses a mile long and still not count them all.
You mean to say this stuff is that valuable?
It sure is. Those old prospectors discovered that it had cleaning properties way back. Well, it still has. Of course, today it's dug out, sent to the refinery, and is ground to a fine powder. Sterilized and all that.
Well, what do you know? Then what?
Then it's used as a base for a great many preparations. Shoe blackening for one, white cleaners, nail polishes, and whole scores of other similar items.
It started out as a cleaner and is still in the cleaning business, eh?
Yes, that's right. To date, we've taken out millions upon millions of pounds from the mountain, but as you can see, it hasn't made much of a dent so far.
It's amazing. From where I stand, I'd say you've got billions of pounds to go yet.
Yes, we sure have. Each year, more millions of pounds are dug out of the mountain, and each year finds new uses for it. Uses that reach into everyone's life, in some way or other.
These scientists never give up once they get hold of a problem, or a substance they can use for something or other. And having found one use, they go ahead and discover a million other uses.
Yes, don't they, though? And we all benefit from their work.
You bet. One more question, Mr. Yates.
Yes?
I guess this substance is pretty rare, all right, and there's plenty of it right here.
Yes?
But what do you do when the mountain gives out?
Well, we start digging below the ground. Scientists have been all over this Toothpowder Mountain, checking, experimenting, and they tell us that the base of this mountain lies many feet below the level of the earth. At least, that's the way they have it estimated.
Well, they should know. So when you get through on top, you start digging below.
Right.
Okay, then what?
Well, the rest of the story we leave to the scientists. By that time, they'll have a substitute, or maybe they'll have found a way to create the substance themselves, artificially.
Maybe, who knows? Well, thanks, Mr. Yates. I guess that gives me the answers about Toothpowder Mountain. Sure is one of nature's curiosities if I ever saw one.
And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Be sure to join us again next week for another interesting story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
Port the helm, we're headed for the rock.
It's no use. It's too late. We're done for.
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in a series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, is a dramatic one indeed. A story of heroism and courage, undaunted by personal misfortune. Of a man who brought light to others even though he himself lived many years in darkness. The story of Gustaf Dahlen. Now, perhaps the name Gustaf Dahlen is not familiar to you. Doesn't strike a responsive chord in your memory. But over in Sweden, it's a name that is honored and revered. For Gustaf Dahlen was a very famous Swedish inventor, a great man, and what's more, a great humanitarian. To tell his story, we're going back to the town where Gustaf Dahlen was born, a place called Stenstorp in southern Sweden. It is the year 1891, and a wedding party is in progress.
It certainly makes a man feel he's really getting old, Ben. Just seems like a couple of days ago that Gustaf Dahlen was just a boy. And here he is, 22-year-old already, and getting married.
they shoot up fast when they start, don't they? Now, his wife, Elma Pearson that was, she was only a little mite of a thing not so long ago. Now she's Mrs. Dahlen.
And she's taken on quite a job, if you ask me. He'll have her house upset all the time with those crazy inventions of his.
Oh, those crazy inventions. Did you ever see the contraption he built when he was only about 11 years old?
Oh, what was it like?
It was a mechanical device, a clock, connected with a queer-looking contraption. Built it all by himself, mind you, and it worked automatically. At a certain time, it shut the window, lit the burner under the coffee pot, and then 15 minutes later, woke him up.
Oh, that sounds just like Gustaf and his inventions. Always trying to save work for himself and for everyone else, too, of course.
Here they come, everybody!
5 happy, adventurous years followed. For Gustaf Dahlen, they were years filled with study and hard work in his chosen field, engineering and physics. In 1896, he was graduated from the Chalmers Polytechnic as a civil engineer, spent another year completing his studies at Zurich, and then returned home.
Welcome home, Mr. Engineer. Oh, it's good to have you back in Stenstorp. How do you feel now that your studies are completed?
Oh, I feel fine, Elma. And ready to go to work. I have a number of things to do. Plans for some new work-saving devices. I have them on paper now, and I want to get them into a workable model form.
All right, Gustaf. I'll keep the children out of your way as much as I possibly can. As I remember, you're a pretty dangerous person to be near when you're experimenting. No, children. Nobody is shooting off any cannons. That's just your father experimenting. You didn't get a wink of sleep last night, and neither did I, and neither did the children. You shouldn't work all night like that, Gustaf. It isn't good for you. What happened? Are you hurt?
No, I'm all right, Elma. It's all right. Nothing to worry about.
Oh, Gustaf, you almost blow the whole house down, break 2 windows, and then say it's nothing to worry about.
No, I wonder what went wrong with that little experiment. Well, only one thing to do. Try it again. Yes, Elma, I promise. I'll be more careful. It's finished, Elma, and been accepted. My hot air turbine.
You mean to say that machine is for milking cows?
That's right. A great work saver, don't you think? It's an apparatus for pasteurizing milk, Elma.
I don't know how you invent all these different things, Gustaf. I think it's wonderful. I'm very proud of you. And you're getting to be quite famous. Did you know that?
Yes, Gustaf Dahlen, at 37, was becoming quite famous as an inventor. The year 1906 found him occupying the important post of chief engineer of the Gas Accumulator Company, which was then exploiting in Sweden the French invention of dissolved acetylene. 3 years later, 1909, saw him appointed as managing director of the company. One night, he arrived home.
Gustaf, you look tired.
I am tired, Elma. Look, it's a beautiful night. Let's sneak away and go for a sail.
Oh, that's a grand idea. We haven't been sailing for a long time. You've been so busy. I'll be ready in practically no time at all.
Here's where a man can think. Out on the water like this. So restful.
It's a wonderful night, Gustaf. So dark and mysterious. You can almost feel the blackness, soft as black velvet.
Soft as black velvet. But there's danger in that blackness, Elma. Another boat was dashed to pieces the other night, just because eyes were unable to pierce that black velvet.
I know. It's horrible to think of men being killed on those jagged rocks, and no way of warning them that the rocks are there. We should have more lighthouses.
Yes, we do need more lights to warn the people of the rocks.
But then you'd need more men to look after them, to turn the lights on at night and turn them off in the morning. That would cost a lot of money, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. More than the country can afford. You know, Elma, somebody ought to figure a way to make those lighthouse lights turn off and on automatically, by themselves.
Well, why don't you try it? According to Sven, you used to figure out all kinds of crazy contraptions when you were a boy. Surely you could figure out something for a job like that.
Elma, you're wonderful. That's a wonderful idea. I'll go to work on it right away.
Well, I see where our director has invented a new lighthouse lamp. They say it's quite a big success.
That's what I heard. How does it work?
It's an automatic switch. The lamp operates on acetylene gas. Gives a fine, brilliant light. A beacon that can be seen for miles. Mm-hmm. Wonderful how simple it works, too. Has a device something like an oven thermometer, which contracts as it cools, and that opens the gas valve, and the light comes on.
Sounds simple. How does it turn off, though?
Well, the process is reversed. As the morning sun warms the metal expands and closes the valve, shuts off the light.
Oh, I wish I had a brain that could figure out things like that.
Oh, me too. But there's only one thing wrong with this newfangled way of turning lighthouse beacons on and off.
Oh, what's that?
Well, this acetylene's too dangerous to handle. It's not safe. Why, all you have to do is look at it and it explodes.
But there must be a way to make acetylene safe for men to handle it. There must be a way. I must find it. Elma, I found it at last. I found a way to make acetylene safe to handle. The answer is here in this clay. Absorb the gas by means of this clay. That's the way to do it. Don't look for me the rest of the day, Elma.
What are you going to do?
I've made arrangements to take this tank of acetylene out the country and try a little experiment.
All right, Gustaf. But please be careful.
Oh, I will, Elma. I'll be careful. Don't worry. That's a good fire. Now stand back, everyone. I don't want anyone to get hurt if there should be an explosion. I don't think there will be, but one never knows with this acetylene.
Do you want me to put the tank in the fire, Mr. Dahlen?
No, I just want you all to stand back. I'll put the tank in the fire. There.
Looks like the tank's going to hold, Mr. Dahlen.
Perfect. That clay you use must be powerful stuff.
Yes, I think we've found the answer to the safety problem on acetylene gas. Certainly this experiment we've just been through tells the story, don't you think?
A tank of acetylene set right on top of a roaring fire? Nobody could ask for a better test than that.
Good. Then I'll get the tank. We'll go back into the flat and report on it.
Mr. Dahlen, your clothes are on fire. Help me beat out the flames, Axel. Quick, hurry.
Are you all right, Mr. Dahlen?
Is anyone hurt?
No, we're both all right.
Oh, that is good. I'm glad.
Easy now, Axel. We must get him to a hospital right away. Be as quiet as you can, Mr. Dahlen.
Tell me, Doctor, is there any...
Danger? No, Mrs. Dahlen. Your husband was severely burned, but is recovering nicely. The shock was great, of course, but he will be up and about in a few weeks.
You're keeping something back, Doctor. What is it?
Mrs. Dahlen, your husband's recovery is a matter of time. But the explosion has destroyed his sight completely. He will never see again. But, Mr. Dahlen, your invention is a success.
Yes, all kinds of tests have been made, and your method of making acetylene beacon safe is a complete success.
But I don't understand. The explosion...
The explosion was caused by a faulty valve in the experimental tank.
A faulty valve? I'm glad. I was afraid it was...
We've brought great news for you, Mr. Dahlen. You've been awarded the 1912 Nobel Prize for Physics.
The Nobel Prize?
Yes. The award reads, for his discovery of the automatic regulators, which can be used in conjunction with gas accumulators for lighting lighthouses and light buoys.
Yes, the man who was responsible for the saving of countless lives through his invention of the automatic lighthouse beacon, who brought light to others, himself walked in darkness for the rest of his life. Gustaf Dahlen died in 1937, and Sweden and the whole world mourned the loss of a truly great man. Today his beacons of clear, brilliant light guide ships in every sea, each beacon a shining monument to the memory of the man who gave his sight that they might see. Gustaf Dahlen. And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Be with us again next week for another interesting story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
Doctor, excuse please, Officer Doctor.
Well, what is it, man? Speak up.
Little boy very sick. Please, must come quick to fix him.
Sick, eh? What's wrong with him?
Very hot with fever. Very sick. Very hot, but shake like very cold.
Well, we'll have a look at him. Sounds to me like it might be malaria.
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, is called The Sting of Death. It is more than just the story of a man and the work he did. It is a tribute to the toil, the faith, and the unending perseverance of those whose lives are devoted to research, that their fellow men may benefit from their trials and their successes. Such a man was Sir Ronald Ross, Major Ronald Ross of the Indian Medical Service, back in the year 1894.
No, Captain, I can't say that I agree with you. I've observed patients with malarial fever for some time.
But, Major Ross, what other proof exists? If the disease isn't caused by drinking water, or possibly, as some believe, the dank night air of the tropics, what else can it be?
It might be carried by mosquitoes.
Oh, nonsense. Simply because Manson discovered that the filaria worm that causes elephantiasis is carried by the mosquito, you and a lot of others are coming to the belief that it's the cause of innumerable jungle diseases. I say, you're getting off on a tangent. You can't blame the mosquito for everything, you know.
That's how it was. Always they wanted to hold to the old theories. Malaria caused by the dank night air or by the drinking water. On Ross's next leave back home to England, he determined to see Patrick Manson and see what his theories on the subject might be.
Now, Dr. Ross, have a look in that microscope and tell me what you see.
Let me adjust it a little. Well, the usual cells of the blood, the plasma. Here, what's this? A small round affair with a definite black pigmentation in the center.
Right you are, Dr. Ross. That is the parasite of malaria that you're looking at. The parasite discovered first by Laveran.
So, this is the little fellow that does the damage.
You'll only find that in the blood of people with malaria. Of that you may be sure. But the big puzzle is...
How does it get from person to person?
Right. How is malaria spread?
That was the important question. Many times during his leave in England, Ross, with Manson, observed malarial patients in the hospitals there, pricked the fingers of sailors stricken with tropical malaria, smeared the samples of blood on their microscope slides, and watched the growth, the action of the deadly malaria parasites.
There are the spheres, Dr. Ross.
I see them. Tiny things they are. Inside the red blood cells.
Now watch them. The little spheres break through the cell wall. See that?
Yeah.
When that happens, the victim has his chill.
There they are again, in this other smear. No, they're larger, crescent-shaped. And those long whips extending from them make them look like an octopus.
Yes, as fearful and deadly an octopus as ever menaced the waters of the tropical seas.
Ross watched, amazed at the spectacle that was going on beneath his gaze. Still, he said nothing of his theory of how malaria might be carried from a sick man to one who was well. And then, one day, as he and Dr. Manson walked along Oxford Street, the elder man suddenly stopped.
Ross?
Yes, Dr. Manson?
Ross, I've an idea about malaria.
And what's that?
I've an idea that those parasites we've been watching are carried by mosquitoes.
You really believe it?
I do indeed. A victim sick with malaria lies feverish in his bed. The mosquito lights upon him, bites him, and in biting sucks up some of his blood, which is filled with the malaria parasites, the crescents. Then, once those crescents get into the mosquito's stomach, they turn into spheres with a black pigment. Then out go those wriggling whips that find their way into the hide of the mosquito.
Then what, Dr. Manson?
Then they must turn into some form of bacillus, and the mosquito dies. 9 times out of 10, that mosquito will fall into some water. Then unfortunate people come along and drink that very water, the water the mosquito has caused to be infected. From man to mosquito to man. That's malaria.
Back from his leave now, to the post he held in India went Ross. In the lonely military station of Secunderabad, on a great desolate plain heaped with piles of ugly rock, Ross followed the trail of the mosquito.
Lachman! Lachman! Where is that man? Lachman!
Yes, Sahib. You called?
Go out again. Bring me more mosquitoes.
But, Sahib, the ones you had...
I've cut them all up. I need more.
Yes, Sahib. I get more mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes by the tens, by the hundreds, Ross's servant Lachman captured. Miserable, malarious men in great numbers, Ross paid to let the mosquito bite them. Then, in the hot hole that served as his laboratory, Ross peered into the stomachs of those mosquitoes, into every flimsy portion of their tiny bodies, probed through the magnifying eye of the microscope for the parasites, and found the disheartening answer to his research. The parasite didn't grow.
Something's wrong. Something... They're in the blood, those parasites. The mosquito sucks them into his system, and I die there. The heat of this place is enough to drive a man crazy. How can men live in it? How can... Wait a moment, Ross, old boy. You're getting off the track. Get back to the mosquitoes. Forget the heat. Water. Maybe that's what it really is. Parasite-infected mosquitoes in the drinking water. That's what Dr. Manson said, too. Lachman! Lachman!
Yes, Sahib. More mosquitoes?
Yes, more mosquitoes.
More mosquitoes. More men with malaria to pass the parasite on. Then 2 bottles of water for the infected mosquitoes to swim in. After that, the test.
You 3 men, I want you to understand what you're doing. I don't have to explain much to you, Lachman. You've been through this with me.
Yes, Sahib.
I'm paying you to drink this water. There were mosquitoes with malaria swimming in it until this morning. I took them out. If you drink that water, you might get malaria. Understand that? You might get malaria.
Yes, Sahib. We understand.
If you do get malaria, I have the medicine here. Plenty of it. It will take the fever and chills away. What you're going to do is for science. Understand? It's for the whole world. It's important. If you don't want to play along, just say so. I won't force you to. Anybody want to quit?
We drink it, Sahib.
We drink water. Fine. Thank you, men.
Well, they drank the brew from Ross's mosquito swimming pool. Then they waited, while Ross sampled their blood beneath his well-worn microscope. The hours ticked by, and they waited for the chill and the fever. But it never came. The water wasn't the carrier of malaria. Failure after failure passed across the microscope stage. And Ross worked so hard that when he finished in the late afternoon, nearly blind with squinting, he could only stumble to his quarters and, wrapped in fatigue, find comfort in heavy sleep.
New kind of mosquito. Sahib be glad to get this, maybe. Don't try to fly away. You with the colored wings. More of your family, too. Good, good. Wait till Sahib Ross see you.
Who's there? Oh, it's you, Lachman.
Look, Sahib. Fine new kind of mosquito. Very different from plain ones before.
What's this? A new kind? Yeah, let's have it. Oh, yes. Dapple-winged fellow. This is new. Can you get more like it?
Find some, Sahib. Don't know. Maybe find more.
Find them. Find more. We'll start all over with these.
Start all over. Begin at the beginning again. August 16th, 1897. Ross makes the entries in his notebook.
New type mosquito with dapple wings found. Allowed them to bite malaria patient Khan. Wait results. Dissected several of the new mosquitoes which bit patient Khan. Results. No evidence of parasites anywhere.
Bit by by bit, he hunts through the mosquito, with the same wearying result, till nothing remains to be checked but the stomach. Groggy, tired, Ross pushes the microscope away from himself in a gesture of disgust.
Oh, the devil.
And then, in a single moment, makes the choice between success and failure, reaches again for the microscope, rubs his hand across his eyes, and looks down. There's the corpuscle, the blood cell, a turn of the microscope screw, and...
What's this? Clear circular outline, too sharp for a blood cell, and too small. There's another. Focus sharper. Yes. Granules of that black pigment, and more. 3, 5, 9, 12. 12 of them. No, my eyes are playing me tricks. It's the heat I'm seeing things. I'd better get some sleep.
Right you are, Dr. Ross. That is the parasite of malaria that you're looking at. The parasite first discovered by Laveran.
So, this is the little fellow that does the damage. Oh, yes. And there's another. Again, with a black pigment in the center.
You'll only find that in the blood of people with malaria. Of that you may be sure. But the big puzzle is, how is malaria spread?
How is it spread? The mosquito? No, I can't find the parasite there. The mosquito doesn't get it in the blood of the patient.
As though in a dream, Ross awoke with the answer. No, his eyes weren't playing him tricks. He did see those pigmented parasites in the mosquito stomach.
I must go back now. I know they'll still be there. I know it.
Yes, they were there all right. Those malaria parasites were there, alive and growing. And there were more in mosquitoes that came after. The answer was clear. The fact was sure. The proof that the bite of the Anopheles mosquito was the sting of death. The starting point in the trip of the malaria parasite from a sick man to a well one. For the blessing his toil brought to mankind, great honor came to Sir Ronald and to his colleague, Sir Patrick Manson, who pointed the way and encouraged him from England miles away. And to Ronald Ross, in 1902, came that distinguished honor, the Nobel Prize for Medicine. And yet, no prize could ever repay Sir Ronald Ross for the great good he did in the name of humanity through his historic adventure in research. The Sting of Death, the story you have just heard, is another in the series of Adventures in Research by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Be with us again next week for another interesting story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
Those tenement houses are good enough for the immigrants that live in them. Too good, in fact.
Then you refuse to clean them up. Is that your answer?
I do. And there's no law can make me do it. I'll thank you to mind your own business, Dr. Smith. Good day.
this is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, highlights one man's courageous struggle against the forces of ignorance, greed, and corruption, pitting his medical knowledge in a fight to the finish against one of man's greatest scourges, disease. 1853, and New York, city of 1 million people, is in the grip of a deadly typhus epidemic. Hospitals are overcrowded with fever-ridden patients, attended by weary, overworked doctors. At Bellevue Hospital, a hasty conference is being held.
Well, gentlemen, I suppose you all know about Dr. Johnstone. He died just 20 minutes ago. Typhus. Out of our staff of 12 doctors here at Bellevue, 7 are down with the typhus fever. 3 have died of it. And the few of us who are left must take over their duties until such time as new men are available. I am told that 4 doctors are being assigned to Bellevue, which will allow some of us to get some much-needed rest. Jeffries there, I know, hasn't had any sleep for 2 days.
Neither have you, Dr. Blake.
Meanwhile, the hospital is too overcrowded to hold another patient. And the overflow must go to the branch hospital that has been established on Blackwell Island.
Dr. Johnstone was the visiting doctor there.
Exactly. And his place must be filled immediately if we are to keep this epidemic from spreading. Dr. Smith, how do you feel?
I feel all right. I'm one of the lucky ones you mentioned a moment ago. I'm immune from typhus, apparently.
Good. You will report to Blackwell Island Hospital right away. Well, gentlemen, back to work.
And here are the records, Dr. Smith.
Oh, thank you, nurse. Just leave them here. I want to look over them very carefully. By the way, how's the little girl in Ward 2?
She died this morning, about 4 o'clock.
Well, according to this record, more than 100 of our patients list their address as East 22nd Street, all living at the same house or block of houses.
Yes, it's a tenement house, Doctor.
Well, I'm going to have a look at those tenements, nurse. I'll be back in an hour or so.
Very well, Doctor.
A nest of typhus if I ever saw one. That whole building looks as though it's ready to fall to pieces.
Is it me you're talking to, mister?
Oh, no, I was talking to myself. Do you live here?
I do. And who's asking the question and why?
I'm Dr. Stephen Smith from Blackwell Island Hospital. I just came here to inspect this building.
Oh, your pardon, Doctor. Faith, it's a poor spot you've come to inspect. As filthy a hole as ever I lived in.
So I see. Why doesn't someone clean up all this refuse in the street?
Clean it up. And who'd be doing it? Who'd be having the strength, sick as they are of the fever? Go inside. You're a doctor. See for yourself. You're used to seeing dying people. Well, you'll see plenty of them in there. Go on in.
Yes, Dr. Stephen Smith, a qualified surgeon at 30 years of age, was used to seeing dying people. But as he walked through the rooms of the tenement house, noted the broken doors and windows, the filthy, rotting straw that served as bedding for the ill, underfed, miserable men, women, and children crowded into those rooms, his nostrils were assailed by the same sickening odor that told his medical mind that here was a breeding spot of pestilence.
Well, did you see? Did you find out what you want to know, Doctor?
Yes, I did. Who owns this block of tenements?
I don't know.
How can I find out?
I don't know. Maybe the agent can tell you. He lives uptown. Go ask him.
I tell you, I don't know who the owner is. All I do is collect the rents. I can't help you.
Very well. Perhaps the police department will tell me what I want to know.
Well, Doctor,
Doctor, we've made a thorough search for any law or city ordinance that compels the owner to clean up his holdings, and there isn't any such law or ordinance.
Then there should be one. I tell you it's a crime that such a pest hole should exist in the very heart of a city as big as New York.
I agree with you, but what can we do?
Who owns that tenement block? I'll see the owner myself.
Well, no. It was a job to find the owner, but we did it. We found him by looking up the tax records. He lives in a swell neighborhood near Union Square. Here is the address.
But, sir, I urge you to reconsider your decision. I beg you to clean up this sinkhole of disease before it spreads to your own doorstep.
You can talk from now till doomsday, and I'll not lift a finger. Why should I clean it up? It's good enough for the immigrants that live in it.
That's your last word.
That's my last word. Those filthy immigrants have ruined my building as it is, and I'll not move a finger in the matter. And there's no law can make me. Good day to you, Dr. Smith.
Dr. Stephen Smith was a man who was not easily discouraged. He went to William Cullen Bryant, editor of the Evening Post, and told his story.
Dr. Smith, you get the police to have the owner of this building brought into court, and I'll have the story made public.
Hey, there he is. Can I get a statement from you about the tenement house you own on 22nd Street?
Who are you, and why do you want a statement?
I'm a reporter on the Evening Post. Mr. Bryant, my editor, wants a story on that typhus nest you have there.
I have nothing to say. Stand aside. I'm going into the courthouse. Things have come to a pretty pass. Yes, Your Honor. I realize the responsibility is mine, and I promise to have the house vacated and reconstructed completely. Yes, Your Honor, I'll clean it up.
A dangerous spot was eliminated, but New York had received a scare. Prominent citizens, aroused by the story of the East 22nd Street tenement episode, agitated for sanitary reforms, proposed health laws, which were steadily defeated by city government officials who, under the protection of the corrupt political boss Tweed, pocketed the money intended for sanitary measures. In 1864, Dr. Stephen Smith, head of a committee on public health, presented a new health law to the state legislature. At the hearing,
Gentlemen, you have heard the charges made by Dr. Smith and his Committee on Public Health. Charges that the city of New York houses many breeding places for disease. These are serious charges, and I call on the city inspector to answer them.
The charges made are utterly false, and I deny every one of them, separately and collectively.
And therefore, in view of the findings of my committee, I recommend that this bill be defeated.
This meeting is called for the purpose of organizing a corps of inspectors to make a house-to-house inspection throughout the entire city of New York.
And it's about time.
Every single house in every district will be visited, and each inspector will be accompanied by one of you doctors who have volunteered your services. Your job will be to note conditions and make a complete report to this citizens' committee. Gentlemen, it's up to us to present such an overwhelming mass of evidence that the state legislature can do no other than pass the bill we shall present. And I offer as evidence these 17 volumes of authentic reports on health conditions in New York. I ask that the bill we have drawn up be passed by this legislature.
You would have us believe that 500,000 people are packed into an area of only 2 square miles, that refuse and garbage in some streets in our city is 2 and as much as 3 feet deep, that 50% of the deaths in some districts could be prevented, and we are also asked to believe...
Page after page, volume after volume, filled with reports of unspeakable health conditions.
a mass of irrefutable evidence that surely must, of its own weight, smother all opposition. And yet,
I ask that any decision be delayed in order that I can make an investigation and verify the charges made in this report.
This hearing is postponed pending further investigation by the city inspector. In view of the fact that there is considerable doubt as to the authenticity of the reports presented by Dr. Smith and his committee, I recommend that this bill be defeated.
another man might have been discouraged and given up the fight, but not Dr. Stephen Smith. He intensified his campaign of health.
Hey, did you read this, Mabel? Paper says conditions here in New York are terrible. Dangerous, pestilence-breeding spots, it calls them. He's right, too. I've seen some of them. They sure need fumigating or something.
There's only one way the people of New York can prevent another epidemic in this city. That's by voting right in the fall elections. By defeating the legislators who voted against the bill, which means protection for you and for your families. Protection against disease, sickness, and death.
This state health law, creating a Metropolitan Board of Health and giving it wide powers, is long overdue. As governor of the state of New York, it certainly meets with my approval, and I'm glad to sign it.
The long fight was over, and Dr. Stephen Smith had finally won a great victory. The state health law, which he and his committee had championed so long and so well, became the model for health laws throughout the country. Today, the influence of this man, surgeon, public health official, humanitarian, envelops every man, woman, and child in America, safeguarding their health and well-being. Through the continued efforts of Dr. Smith and his co-workers, there came into existence
a National Board of Health
and a National Public Health Association,
which have been influential in cutting the death rate in America to less than half of what it was when the association began. Few doctors ever received the public honors that were heaped upon him. In 1922, at the age of 99, Dr. Stephen Smith, father of our public health laws, passed on, leaving behind him a lifetime of service to mankind, an adventure in research that might be summed up in the saying,
"Cleanliness is very near to godliness."
Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, was titled The Dread Scourge, Typhus. Join us again next week for another interesting story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
I've never seen so many different kinds of clocks in one place before, outside of a store.
Yes, it's quite a hobby of mine, collecting old clocks. I'm very proud of them. And what a story each one could tell if they could talk, eh, my boy?
This is Paul Shannon transcribing another fascinating tale of science by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Today's story is titled Time Through the Ages, telling how man has kept track of time since the beginning of time itself. Our story opens at the home of John Matthews, Professor Emeritus of Ancient History, whose hobby is collecting old clocks.
Dad! Oh, Dad!
Here I am, Mary. No need to shout.
Oh, sorry, Dad. Didn't mean to. Oh, Dad, you remember Jimmy Blake, don't you?
Why, of course. How are you, Jimmy?
Fine, Professor. And it's nice to see you again. We're going
Jimmy
out...
and I are going out to dinner and a show with the Shirleys, Dad. Oh, I have to dash and change. Will you two entertain each other? Won't take me a minute.
Come along into my den, my boy, and make yourself comfortable. That won't take me a minute is a little misleading, you know. A minute to the female mind can be interpreted as an indeterminate space of time.
I know exactly what you mean, Professor. I guess we men are used to it, though, by this time.
I think so. I hope the ticking of my clocks won't annoy you. It does some people, you know.
Say, I've never seen so many clocks. Every kind and design imaginable.
It's a hobby of mine, collecting old clocks. I'm rather proud of this collection.
I should think you would be, Professor. I don't have a hobby myself, unless you call golf a hobby.
The finest thing a man can have is a hobby. It's quite surprising how much one can learn from it. Now, these various clocks, for example, tell an almost complete story of man's progress in the simple matter of telling time.
Gee, it must be a pretty valuable collection, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Jimmy. I have a number of timepieces in this room that are truly collector's items. That one on the table, for example.
You mean this little affair that looks like a book? Is it a book?
Pick it up and see. It's made of ivory and dates back to the 16th century. Open it up.
Oh, but it's so delicate, I'm almost afraid to handle it. But if it's all right, sir. Well, hey, that's amazing, Professor. It's not a book at all, but a
pocket sundial, that's right. You see the piece of string attached from the middle of the book to the cover?
Yes.
You see how it casts a shadow when you open the book?
Well, hey, that's the trickiest thing I ever saw, Professor. But wait a minute. I always thought sundials were big, like the ones you see in gardens.
Well, most of them were, Jimmy. There's a sundial in India, for instance, largest one ever built, where the indicator, that's the part that casts the shadow, is as big as an 8-story building.
You'd almost need a balloon to see what time it was. Hey, what's this bowl affair here, Professor?
That represents another step in the history of time. The water clock, Jimmy.
Water clock? Well, how did that work, sir?
Oh, there were various types of water clocks, Jimmy. This brass bowl type was used in India. Notice the small hole there in the bottom of the bowl?
Yes. Well, what's the idea of that?
This bowl was floated in a larger one filled with water. And each time the small bowl filled up and sank, a servant would strike the hour on a gong. And then he'd pull out the bowl, empty it, and set it to float again.
And that's how they kept track of the hours. Gosh, that's an ingenious method, all right. Tell you, Professor, I was just looking at this ancient clock on the wall here.
Ah, that's my pride and joy, Jimmy. It has rather a unique history.
Unique? Well, in what way, sir?
That represents the earliest attempts of American clockmakers.
How far back is that, Professor?
Oh, somewhere around 1792. Ever hear of Eli Terry?
Eli Terry? No, I don't think I have.
How about Seth Thomas? Ever hear of him?
Oh, yes. The name Seth Thomas is familiar to me. Though I've forgotten what he did.
Well, Seth Thomas was one of Eli Terry's helpers. And Eli Terry was one of the first men in America to make clocks commercially. And he had a rather unique method of selling them.
Hurry up with that clock, Seth. Getting daylight. I want to be on my way come dawn. Phoebe.
Yes, Eli?
Yeah, reckon I'm just about ready. Seth Thomas is finishing up the last clock now. Luke, bring Nellie out of the barn.
How far do you plan on going this trip, Eli?
Same as usual, woman. Till I sell all my clocks. If I'm too far out to get back by nightfall, I'll hole up summers till daylight before I head back home. Get a move on with that horse, Luke. Ain't got all day. Here, wife, give me a hand tie these clocks on the saddle. Now, tie 'em tight now. Can't afford to have any of 'em broken. You have to work too hard to make 'em. Whoa, stand still, Nellie.
Only 8 clocks this time, Eli? You had 9 the last time.
Get a move on. Most daylight. Got 'em tied? Your side there now, tied?
All tied on and tight, too.
Well, I'm off. Take care of things till I get back, Phoebe. Get up, Nellie. Get up! Whoa, Nellie. Whoa. Lady neighbor.
Howdy.
Got some fine clocks here on my saddle. All handmade. Best you can buy. Whoa, Nellie. Whoa.
Your name, Eli Terry?
That's right.
Well, then I reckon I might buy one of your clocks. I've heard tell you're the best clockmaker in the country. How much?
$40 and take your pick.
$40 is a powerful lot of money, Eli Terry. Why, they ain't even got a cover on them.
The clock movement and the dial are there. You've a mind to get a case for it. A cabinet maker will make you one. Or if you've a knack for wood carving, you can make one yourself.
Well, reckon I'll take this one then and get a cover for it later on. Here's your money, Eli.
Thank you. Get up, Nellie. Get up!
Martha! I got you one of them newfangled clocks. A regular wag on the wall like you've always wanted.
Well, Phoebe, you've done right well so far. Making clocks by hand and selling them the same way. Maker to buyer. But now it's time to try more up-to-date methods of manufacture.
Well, what do you mean by up-to-date methods, Eli?
Water power.
Oh.
It's the common thing, Phoebe. Hey, what's more, we can afford to sell our clocks cheaper. Bring them down to around $25 instead of $40.
And that means more folks will be able to afford to buy them.
Mm-hmm. Seth Thomas and Silas Hoadley would like to come in with me as partners.
Oh, they're both good workmen, Eli. Best helpers we ever had.
Yeah, good, honest clockmakers. It'll be a good partnership, Phoebe. A firm of Terry, Thomas, and Hoadley.
Oh, we won't have to leave North Ferry, Eli, or the state of Connecticut, will we? Oh, I hope not.
Not the state, Phoebe, no. But we bought an old mill that'll supply the water power we need. That's in the southeast part of Plymouth. We're making progress, Phoebe.
Well, Jimmy, it was around the year 1810 that Eli Terry decided to sell his share of the firm to Seth Thomas and Silas Hoadley.
Yeah, I know the firm's been doing right well, Phoebe, but guess I've worked too long alone to be any good in harness. Besides, I got an idea in my bonnet for a new kind of clock. I want to do a little experimenting on it, alone.
And where are you going to do this experimenting, Eli?
We're moving to Plymouth Hollow, Phoebe, and this time we stay. Youngsters are growing up. Got to teach them how to make clocks. Good clocks. Eli Terry and Sons.
So that's the new clock you've been working on, Eli. My, it's a real beauty.
Yeah, it's my perfected wood clock with the pillar scroll top case. All complete, Phoebe. You think folks will like it?
Oh, with all that scroll work? Oh, such beautiful roses they are. My, who wouldn't like it? Any woman be proud to have a clock like that hanging on her parlor wall, Eli.
Morning, Eli. Morning.
Well, Seth Thomas, glad to see you, Seth. What brings you to these parts?
Well, Eli, I've seen your new clock, and I'd like to buy the rights to manufacture it. Along with you, of course. I've got a few ideas of my own that'll improve it if you've no objection.
No, Seth, there's no objection. I'll sell you the rights to make the clock. What's your improvement?
A matter of distribution, Eli, distribution. I aim to form a company to sell the clocks.
Along in 1853, the Seth Thomas Clock Company was formed, Jimmy. The forerunner of a great many such commercial clock-making companies in America.
Well, sir, did the scroll clock become popular at that time?
Very popular. It was radically different from all previous clocks, and the scroll work added materially to its great popularity. About 6,000 of these clocks were made that first year.
Only 6,000? Well, no wonder you're proud of the one you have, Professor. That's a real antique. How long did the Seth Thomas Clock Company stay in business?
The company is still operating and going strong, Jimmy, and still carries the same name. It's one of the largest and best-known firms of clockmakers in the country.
Oh, sure. That's where I've heard the name Seth Thomas. He's one of the men who's responsible for the state of Connecticut being the center of the clockmaking industry.
That's right. The names Seth Thomas and Eli Terry are very familiar ones in American clockmaking history. They were the founders of the industry, set a high standard of good, honest workmanship for all to follow. Seth Thomas died in 1859, Jimmy. Sometime later, in a little community where he lived and started his clock company, an impressive ceremony took place.
And so it is only fitting that the name of the man who did so much for our community, who was not only a leader in our midst, but a neighbor as well, it is only fitting that his name, Seth Thomas, be perpetuated in the same way, and in a way that will keep his memory before us forever. This section of Plymouth, now known as Plymouth Hollow, shall henceforth, and in the memory of Seth Thomas, be known as Thomaston. Hey, that was a grand tribute, Professor.
Wasn't it, though? Of course, as you look around my clocks here, you can see how fast clockmaking progressed in America once the first step had been taken.
Yes. Why, the difference between the old clocks of pioneer days and the timepieces of today is right there on that table. The old Seth Thomas clock and the modern electric clock side by side.
Yes, and look at the time. I had no idea.
Well, here I am. I didn't keep you waiting too long, did I? Well, did I?
Well, I'm a little more time conscious than I was when we came in, Mary. Your dad's been telling me
I know. The story of time through the ages. It's a wonderful collection, don't you think?
Oh, it sure is.
Mary knows the story by heart. She's heard it ever since she was a little girl. But it still hasn't improved her conception of what constitutes a minute.
Why, Dad, I practically flew. I wasn't more than a few minutes, I know.
You were exactly 13 minutes and 45 seconds according to my clocks.
Oh, I'm certainly glad we're not living in the Middle Ages, Jimmy. Dad would be timing me with a sundial, and he'd have me taking at least 4 days to change my dress. Oh, come on, let's be on our way, Jimmy. Time's a-wasting.
Okay.
Bye, Dad.
Bye, sir.
And that's the story of Time Through the Ages by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week for another transcribed adventure in research. Adventures in Research.
So you want to be a potter like the rest of the family. Is that it, Josiah?
Oh, yes, Father. It's what I want most.
9 years old and he knows what he wants. Ah, he's a true Edgewood, Mary. Got clay in his blood.
This is Paul Shannon, transcribing another fascinating tale of science by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. It is a quiet Sunday evening in the year 1739, and in the parlor of a small, unpretentious house in Burslem, Staffordshire, England, a small family group is gathered.
Almost 8 o'clock.
Almost time for Josiah to be in bed.
Oh, but Mother, I haven't finished looking at all the pretty things that Father made. I never get tired of looking at them. You know, I think this is the prettiest vase I've ever seen in my whole life. Did you make it, Father?
Indeed I did, Josiah. Made it for your mother's birthday years ago. Long before you were born, Millet.
When can I start to learn the pottery trade, Father? Could I start tomorrow? You said yourself that you and my brother Thomas both started when you were my age.
Yes, but, well, we'll see later on. Plenty of time. I'll think about it. Satisfy you?
Oh, but Father...
You've a bad leg, Josiah, and working in the pottery might make it worse. We have to be careful.
Well, couldn't I do just a little work? With Thomas. He can show me how. Just a little while at a time.
Josiah, this is the Sabbath day. No time to be talking of work. Shame on you.
Yes, Mother. I forgot. I do so want to be a potter, like Father and Thomas, and to make things, beautiful things, out of lumps of clay.
He's a regular Wedgwood, Mary. All right, son. Thomas and I, we'll make a potter out of you, starting tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, Father. I'll be the best potter in the whole world. You'll see.
Thus, a small boy, born with clay in his blood, began a career that was to make the name of Wedgwood famous, not only in the community that was the very heart of the pottery industry in 18th century England, but throughout the whole world. Josiah took to the work as the proverbial duck takes to water, watched with fascination as his brother Thomas quickly and surely shaped cups and vases out of what had been a moment before merely ugly lumps of brown clay.
That's beautiful, Thomas. I wish I could do that, and do it just half as well.
You will, Josiah, one of these days. But first, you have to get the feel of it, and that takes time. You don't learn it all in a few days, you know.
That's what Father said. But how long would it be before I get a chance to see if I can do it?
Oh, another couple of years, I expect. And you get busy and sweep up the floor, you won't ever get to do it. Come on now, get on with it.
Thomas, how is Josiah getting along at the pottery?
All right. He's willing, and that's what counts most.
I'm worried about his bad leg. You're not letting him stay on it too long, are you?
Don't worry, Mother. I promised Father I'd take good care of Josiah, and I will. All right now, Josiah. Keep that wheel turning at a steady rate. Not fast, not slow. Just a medium rate, but even.
Mm-hmm. Like this?
That's right. Does turning the wheel hurt your leg at all?
Oh, no. Not a bit, Thomas. Not a bit.
Good. Now, take some of that soft clay in your hands. That's it. Throw it on the wheel. Begin shaping it. And quickly, though. Uh-huh. A little more water now. Keep it soft and pliable. That's it.
Oh, this is easy. The clay's so soft. I could make anything with it. Anything at all.
One day, as Josiah worked at his potter's wheel...
Oh! Oh, my leg! Thomas! Thomas!
What is it, Josiah? What's wrong?
It's my leg. It hurts. I can't stand it, Thomas.
Henry, come here quick. We've got to get Josiah to a doctor. In a hurry.
Well, Doctor, did you examine him? What did you find?
There, Mrs. Wedgwood. Everything will be all right, I'm sure. Here, sit down.
I'm all right, Doctor. Tell me.
Mrs. Wedgwood, the disease in your son's leg is spreading fast. We must stop that spread at once, today.
You mean?
I mean that your son's right leg must be amputated just below the knee. Otherwise...
Amputated? Oh, my boy.
Thank you, Doctor. I understand.
Oh, believe me, Mrs. Wedgwood, it's the only way.
Well, Josiah, what do you be... What's all this?
I've been experimenting, Thomas. Mixing clay with metal oxides. See these different colors in the marbles?
Did you make this vase too, Josiah? Oh, it's beautiful.
It's a surprise for Mother. Do you think she'll like it?
Like it? Well, that vase will occupy the place of honor on the parlor mantelpiece, if I know Mother. You know, Josiah, these new colors, greens and yellows, are different.
But at least they're a change from the dull brown pottery we use every day.
That's what I was thinking. But these things are not only ornamental, but useful as well. There could be quite a demand for them. Could you make more of them, Josiah?
Oh, of course. Hundreds of them. And all sorts of things, besides vases, I mean.
Well, then, you'd better get well, Josiah, and get back to work. In a pottery of your own.
A pottery of my own? Oh, but Thomas,
You can't hide an invention like this under a bushel, Josiah. Wait till the town hears about it. Everybody will be after you to buy it. You wait and see.
Thomas was right. Josiah Wedgwood's ornamental pottery caught the public eye and the public fancy. At 29, in spite of his physical handicap, Josiah continued his experiments, became more proficient at the wheel.
Oh, this is fine, Josiah. Very fine. Whiter than any white pottery we've ever seen here in England. Oh, it compares easily with the pottery imported from France.
Do you think so, Thomas?
Indeed, I do.
Well, I've been working on it for a long time, but it's ready now, I think. I'm going to start a second pottery to make nothing but white chinaware, Thomas, to be sold at a price that will put it within the reach of everyone.
Josiah, I don't know how you do it or where you get all your ideas, but I've never seen such fine pottery.
I'm glad you like it, Thomas.
Where on earth did you get this cream color? Or rather, I should say, how did you get it?
That's strictly a trade secret, Thomas. I've only just begun to be a potter. Wait till you see what I've in mind to do with it.
What are you going to do?
No, you don't. I'll give you a hint, though. This is to be a full dinner service, and I'm calling it Queensware. Do you know now?
No, I don't.
Then you'll just have to wait and see.
In accepting the gift of a dinner service made by you, Her Majesty Queen Charlotte of England hereby appoints you... Appoints you? Why, Josiah, Potter to the Queen. Josiah, you're famous.
It's an honor I'd never hoped for, Thomas.
A Wedgwood, the Queen's Potter. Well, now that you're a great man, you can afford to sit back and rest on your laurels.
No, that's not for me, Thomas. There's too much work to be done and so little time to do all I want to do.
Nonsense. You own 3 potteries, employ a lot of men and women. Let them do the work and you'll reap the profits.
That's not for me either, Thomas. Besides, there are so many others who are making fine pottery, don't forget.
Maybe so, but these unique designs of yours are all the rage. I'll wager there isn't a home in England, rich or poor, that isn't using your dishes on the table. That's something to be proud of, Josiah.
I am proud of it. Oh, not because I made it, you understand, but, well, because I've done one thing I started out to do. And that was to make fine chinaware within the reach of the poor man's purse. And not just for the tables of the rich as it used to be.
You've certainly done that all right. So aren't you satisfied with that? What more do you want?
All my life I've loved beauty, Thomas.
Yes, I know. Heaven knows you haven't seen much of it here in this smoky place, Burslem.
Oh, but I have, Thomas, I have. I've found beauty in the clay we work with and in my experiments. Oh, I've enjoyed every minute, Thomas, because I was doing the work I liked. The work I was born to do.
A regular Wedgwood, Father used to say. Born with clay in his blood.
But it isn't given to everyone to see beauty in clay. I know that now. And now that I'm able to, I want to do something for the men and women who spend their working lives in my pottery. And something for this town of Burslem.
It's a very unlovely town, Josiah. You could leave here and live where there's sunshine and clean, pure air.
No, Thomas, my life is here. Life has been good to me, and I want to do my share to make it better for others.
Well, do you have anything in mind?
Yes. I'm going to build a village, a model village, right here on the banks of the canal, where the Trent and the Mersey rivers meet. A village where there'll be beauty for all the men and women at the potteries.
Well, that's a good idea, Josiah.
There'll be roads to walk and ride on, not just mud tracks. And there'll be schools and chapels. Oh, there are so many improvements I want to make.
Josiah, it looks as though you're going to have a very busy life ahead of you.
Meanwhile, I have a new idea. A new pottery design that I want to work on. I'll tell you about that later, after I've done a little more study.
Throughout the years which followed, Josiah Wedgwood was indeed a busy man. He took an active interest in the planning and building of his model village, received the grateful thanks of the community with innate modesty, remained a simple man in spite of the adulation that was heaped upon him. Through all this, he found time to study, to experiment, and to work on his new design. Finally...
There, Thomas. There's the last piece. Now I'll show you the design I've been working on so long. John Flaxman did the artistic work. I lift the cover. There. Like it?
Josiah, it's a masterpiece. A delicate lilac in color, with white figures standing in relief.
Based on the classic art of ancient Greece, Thomas. It took me a long time to make this design, but the result is worth all the research that went into it, I think.
It'll be worth it if it took a lifetime, Josiah. Have you a name for it?
I call it Jasperware. Oh, I have a lot of plans for those little white figures. I can stain the stoneware blue, green, or lilac, like this teapot.
That combination, the delicate colors with the cameo figures, might easily be your trademark, Josiah. They're so distinctly you. Your own symbol of beauty. You'll see. People won't ask for Jasperware or any other kind of ware. They'll simply ask for Wedgwood.
Josiah Wedgwood lived to see that prediction come true, lived to see the name Wedgwood come to be synonymous with beautiful pottery. Other potters made beautiful dishes during Josiah Wedgwood's lifetime, but he was the first to bring them within reach of all, and that was the honor he craved most. Today, the cameo figures, dainty and colorful, are familiar sights on beautiful pottery, on furniture and jewelry. The famous trademark of a great man who, overcoming a physical handicap that would have relegated other men to obscurity, rose above it and gave to the world beauty in pottery. Wedgwood, a name and a symbol of his lifelong adventure in research. And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week for another transcribed adventure in research. Adventures in Research.
What does he know? An obscure country doctor. Let him take care of his cows and horses. We'll look after human lives.
That's right. This is Paul Shannon transcribing another fascinating tale of science by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Today's story, The Plague Conqueror.
First my husband, then my sister, and now my little boy.
No one's safe. Look at my face. That's right. Shrink away from me, like all the rest.
I can't see your face. You see, I've got it too. I'm blind now, for life.
1776, and England is in the grip of a dread plague that stalked the land. Invisible and fatal, it took its toll of men, women, and children. Men called it smallpox. To the home of Dr. Edward Jenner, a young country doctor practicing in his native town of Berkeley, Gloucestershire, came a young woman.
Come in, young lady. Don't be afraid. I came to get some advice from you, Dr. Jenner. Yes? And what seems to be the trouble? Oh, nothing too serious. Just constant headaches and a sort of dull feeling. It's hard to tell, but... What work do you do? I'm a milkmaid, sir. I see. Well, sit in this chair, and let's see if we can find what's causing this headache and this dull feeling. Well, my dear, nothing much wrong with you. Just take these, and I'm sure you'll be all right. Now, if you had the smallpox, that might be different. Oh, I won't have smallpox, Doctor. Indeed? And what makes you think you won't? I can't have it. I've had cowpox. Cowpox? Don't understand. Why, is that a reason for not contracting smallpox? Why, Dr. Jenner, everybody knows that if you catch cowpox, you'll never catch smallpox. Indeed? Very interesting observation, woman. Very interesting. Thank you, my dear. Thank you, Doctor. Very interesting. But I wonder how true it is. What possible connection could there be between cowpox and smallpox, if any? We already know that if anyone has ever had smallpox and recovered, that person will never have it again. But what have the two diseases in common? What? Can it be that the two diseases, cowpox and smallpox, are one and the same thing, taking two forms, one in cows and the other in human beings? I must know more. I must.
Dr. Jenner spent the next few weeks talking to the simple country folk of the community, asked questions, and found that it was true, as the milkmaid had said, that if anyone caught cowpox, they were immune against smallpox. Next, he visited the farms and pastures, observing carefully. At one farm...
Here, what's this? On this horse's hoof, see it?
Oh, that's the disease, Dr. Jenner. I noticed that the other day.
Is this the only animal affected with it?
Well, no, Dr. Jenner, it isn't. This horse got it, and it's spread among the cows and the hogs. It's quite an epidemic, you might say.
Then why in heaven's name didn't you tell somebody about it?
Well, there's nothing anybody can do, and it's happened before, and
Doctor,
so I...
Dr. Jenner, I ran all the way to tell you. Tell me what? Down in the village, it's a regular epidemic. Smallpox.
Smallpox?
What's that in your hands, young woman? That's just cowpox. I've had it before. I don't worry about that, but smallpox. I have an idea that right here on this horse's hoof is the source of this smallpox. Right here is when it starts.
At a meeting of important doctors in London,
It's a letter from a Dr. Edward Jenner, gentlemen, submitting a report on the source of smallpox. He claims that the disease starts among animals, cows, horses, and so forth, as cowpox, then spreads to humans in another form, smallpox. However, he states that person is lucky who catches the disease from these animals, for then he has it in the mildest form, and also is rendered immune against the terrible human form of the disease, smallpox.
Who is this Dr. Edward Jenner that he knows so much?
A country doctor, gentlemen. I think we can safely lay this scientific document aside and continue our discussion of, shall we say, saner affairs.
by the eminent London physicians, Dr. Jenner nevertheless, fired with the importance and meaning of his discovery, determined to put it to the test, discussed it with his wife.
Catherine, I'm convinced that my diagnosis is a true one. I'm right. I know it. But
then what's troubling you, Edward?
I've made various experiments up to now on animals, But I've got to know about humans. I've got to make a test.
Yes?
Don't you see, I can't ask other people to risk their lives in an experiment that might fail. And I myself am immune against smallpox.
And you want me to?
No, not you, Catherine. Our son.
Our little boy? Oh, but Edward, we can't. Suppose he should...
He won't, Catherine. I promise he won't. It's not only for us, Catherine. It's for all those poor people who live in dread of the disease. The mothers who live in constant dread of it. For her husband, her child.
You're right, Edward. We have them to think of. And you are a doctor. They look to you for help. All right, Edward. When do you want me to bring
Now. As soon as I can get the injection ready.
Very well. I'll get him when you're ready.
I filled this with swinepox. It's just a mild form of the disease and will scarcely bother him at all. You'll see. Take off his coat sleeve. There. It's done. That didn't hurt a bit, did it, Edward? The little man didn't even cry.
My brave little Edward. And now what?
We'll have to wait a few days and see what develops. I'm sure nothing will. He won't even be sick at all.
Dr. Jenner was right. The boy suffered hardly any sickness at all. A few days later...
I'm ready for the final injection, Catherine. This injection will tell the story. It's the smallpox vaccine itself, straight from the arm of a little boy who has the smallpox.
But, oh, Edward, are you sure that if anything were to happen to our little boy...
We must have faith, Catherine. If I'm right, think of all the thousands of little boys whose lives may be saved. The right arm. That's right. Steady now, my son. Now all we can do is wait and pray. It's done.
Days, anxious days followed, as Dr. Jenner hovered about his son, noted his every reaction, waiting for the best and fearing the worst. At last...
We've won, Catherine. We've won, and I was right. Madam, our son is now immune against smallpox.
Oh, Edward.
Now I have work to do. Experiment, study. I've proved it to myself. Now I'll prove it to the world.
For the next 7 long years, Dr. Jenner worked, studied, experimented. He had proved that either swinepox or cowpox vaccine would prevent smallpox in humans. And yet there were many vexing questions to be answered.
How much vaccine should be used? And what is the right time to use it? And how?
More study, more experiments, more research, more study. And then on May 14th, 1796...
Here is the boy, Dr. Jenner, as healthy a boy as can be found. His name is James Phipps, 8 years old.
All right, James. You look like a very brave lad. This little needle won't hurt you a bit. Just like a pinprick. And then I have a bag of goodies here for you. Hold your arm steady now. Just for a second. There you are. All finished. You're a very brave lad, James. And here are your goodies. Well, gentlemen, this boy has been given an injection of smallpox vaccine.
Tell me, Dr. Jenner, what's the next step in your experiment?
Nothing to do now but wait and watch for the results of the inoculation. A few days will tell.
You realize, of course, Dr. Jenner, that you're solely responsible for this boy's life. And should he die...
He won't die, gentlemen. Nor will he ever have the smallpox. You have my word for that.
James Phipps remained healthy and well. And overnight, the name and fame of Dr. Edward Jenner spread, was on everyone's lips.
It's wonderful news. I feel as though a great load has fallen off my shoulders. No more smallpox.
Well, we'll still have smallpox, but now we have something to fight it with, thanks to this Dr. Jenner.
I'm going to have my little Herbert vaccinated, and right away, too.
You'll have to hurry up, then. I was vaccinated this very morning, and there was a crowd at the doctor's house then. Must be bigger by now. Better hurry.
From the little community of Berkeley in the western part of England, the news about Dr. Jenner's discovery spread throughout the world. Russia, Germany, France. As for Jenner himself, though fame, honors, and money were offered to him, he remained in his little country house, busy with his patients, his nature studies, and his book.
Edward, I wish you would... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy writing.
That's all right, Catherine. I'm preparing a book on vaccination. Rather an imposing title, don't you think?
Inquiry into the cause and the effects of the variola vaccina. Imposing. It's frightening. And I haven't the least idea what it means.
Well, Catherine, my learned friends in London will, I'm sure. You know, I'm still rather, not annoyed, but hurt by the attitude they took when I was conducting my vaccine experiment.
Well, you don't have to worry about their opinion anymore, Edward. You have the whole world very gratefully at your feet.
That reminds me, Catherine. It's about time for my patients to be gathering. No rest for the weary, eh, my dear?
In Dr. Jenner's vaccine discovery, gentlemen, we have a potent weapon against disease. He has shown us the way. Dr. Jenner conquered smallpox, a disease which used to kill or cripple or disable in some way 1 person out of every 4. Why, then, can we not use a similar method to stamp out other diseases? There are many diseases the human body is heir to, gentlemen. Typhoid, diphtheria, and others. Vaccines, as Dr. Jenner points out, strengthen the blood and cells of the body so that they are more powerful than the disease. They're our best weapon against these enemies. Let us find them and use them.
Thus, an obscure country doctor pointed the way to further advances in medical science. Few men in the long history of the world have saved as many lives as Dr. Edward Jenner, discoverer of one of mankind's greatest boons, vaccination, the man who conquered the dread scourge, smallpox, through his great humanitarian adventure in research. And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratory. Join us again next week for another transcribed adventure in research. Adventures in Research.
Excuse me, but what's all the excitement?
Say, you must be a stranger in New York. This is the day everybody's been waiting for. The official opening of the Brooklyn Bridge.
This is Paul Shannon transcribing another fascinating tale of science by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Today's story, Man of Destiny. May
May 24th, 1883. New York is a city on a delirious holiday of joy. All business has been suspended, and thousands upon thousands of men, women, and children, dressed in their Sunday best, line the banks of the East River, watching the dedication ceremonies that mark the culmination of a dream. A city's dream, created in granite and steel, the Brooklyn Bridge, eighth wonder of the world.
These ceremonies, the dedication of this vital link between Manhattan and Brooklyn, will be forgotten in a short space of time, but the bridge itself, with its massive towers, graceful arches, and airy suspension cables, will remain forever as a lasting monument to the man who conceived it and who lost his life in its service, John A. Roebling.
It took some 16 years to build the Brooklyn Bridge, but the idea was born many years before, as far back as 1840, when John Roebling, an immigrant engineer, 34 years old, stood at the bottom of a portage inclined plane, watching a railroad car being hauled up the side of the Allegheny Mountains. And as he watched,
The rope! It's broken! Look out! Clear out of the way! Run! The rope's broken!
This is horrible. How many men are hurt?
I don't know yet. There were about 8 of them standing right here when the rope broke.
I tell you, somebody ought to do something about these portage ropes breaking.
This is the second one this week.
Yeah. Trouble is you can't tell when they're going to break. Hey, give me a hand of this beam. Joe's under here. He might still be alive.
All right, ready. Heave now. All right, again. Heave. Who is this man?
It's Joe, or what's left of him, crushed to death.
That makes 5 men crushed. 2 others got out of the way when they heard my warning. There ought to be some way to correct a situation like this, to prevent this shocking waste of human life.
There ought to be, sure. As far as I know, there isn't. Only thing we can do is keep an eye on the rope and trust to luck it doesn't break. And if it does break, jump.
But there must be some other way. There must be. Mr. Wyatt, as district superintendent, I think you'll be more than interested in an idea I have for cutting down rope breakage on the portage railways.
Indeed I would, Roebling. What is it?
Thinking about the tragic event of yesterday kept me awake all night, figuring.
Very regrettable. Very. But what is,
Well, I got to figuring out a substitute for the hemp rope we use. Hemp rope's bulky, expensive, and uncertain, cumbersome to handle.
I know all that, Roebling. Get to the point.
All right, I will. My idea is to use wire rope.
Rope made of wire? Ridiculous. I never heard of it. Where'd you ever get such an idea?
An inventor in Saxony produced wire rope about 1820.
How'd he do it?
Oh, I don't remember. But given the time, I believe I could duplicate what he did.
You better forget the whole thing, Roebling. When you've been working on these portages as long as I have, you'll get used to seeing men killed by rope breakages. Forget it. Good day to you, Roebling.
Forget the whole thing, huh? He doesn't know me. I'll make a wire rope and prove my idea's right.
John Roebling was a man of action. He went right to work on his idea, studying, experimenting, working around the clock, tirelessly. At last, his plans were all completed. He was ready for the actual twisting of the wire into rope. On his farm at Saxonburg, Pennsylvania, a group of his neighbors gathered to help.
Oh, hello, Eric. Say, what's this all about?
I don't know, Carl. John Roebling asked me and the missus to come over and help make something or other.
That sounds mysterious. You know what? Oh, well, here's John Roebling now. Maybe he'll tell us.
Friends and neighbors, I've asked you to come over and help me make a wire rope.
A wire rope? Well, that's something new, isn't it, John? I've never seen a wire rope.
Well, neither have I, Carl. But we'll see one soon, I hope.
However, a lot of wire you got over there, John.
Yes, and we'll need it, every bit. Now, first, we'll splice these wires into long lengths and wind them up on these reels so they'll run out easily. Then we'll twist 7 wires together into a strand.
Hey, John, what's that machine at the end of the meadow there?
Well, that's a machine I built to twist the strands into a rope, Carl. I'll need 2 men to operate it to keep the handle turning evenly.
Oh, me and Eric can handle that job all right.
Sure. All right. The rest of us will lay out the strands of wire, 7 strands at a time, along the meadow. And the machine will twist them into a rope. All right, everybody. Start laying out the strands. Carl, you and Eric man the machine. It's a magnificent job. Far better than I ever expected. They said it couldn't be done, but we've done it. Thanks, neighbors, a million times.
What are you going to do with it, John, now that you've got it?
I'm going to sell it to the Pennsylvania Canal Commission for use on the Portage railways to replace the hemp ropes they're using at present.
Good idea. They'll snap at it. Or they should, anyways.
Hello, Roebling. What's on your mind?
Wire rope, Mr. Wyatt.
Now, look, Roebling. I thought we had that all settled. You know as well as I do that a rope made of wire just isn't feasible. Nobody's ever heard of a rope made of wire.
Maybe not, but I've made one.
And besides, the commissioner... You what?
I've made a wire rope. You'll find it not only feasible, Mr. Wyatt, but less cumbersome, safer, and less likely to break than hemp rope.
There's no use, Roebling. We have a contract with the rope makers, and that's that. Wire rope or no wire rope.
But all I ask is a trial, a chance to prove that my wire rope is practical.
The answer is no. I'm sorry, Roebling, but no. Roebling, I've said no 1,000 times, but I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll talk to the commission about the matter and let you know. But don't expect any different answer. None of the commission ever heard of a wire rope either.
Well, Mr. Wyatt, what's the commission's answer?
Roebling, they've agreed to try out your wire rope on one of the canal's inclined planes as a substitution for the hemp rope.
That's all I need, a trial.
But this trial demonstration must be at your own risk and your own expense.
That's agreeable. When is the trial to take place?
Whenever you're ready. Well, Roebling, are you nervous about this test?
A little, but not about the wire rope. I'm sure of that.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're just about ready, so we'll know how good your rope is. Yeah, there she goes. Seems to be pulling well, I'll say that for it. And as you said, it's not so cumbersome. But look out! The rope's breaking! Watch out! Clear the track! Well, Roebling?
I can't understand it. Something's wrong. That rope couldn't break like that. It couldn't.
It couldn't, but it did. Lucky no one was hurt. But there it is, Roebling. You saw it with your own eyes.
I can't understand. I'd like to examine the place where it broke, Mr. Wyatt. Something's wrong. I know it.
Examine all you want, Roebling, but you'll find it's just like I said in the first place. Wire rope won't work.
Mr. Roebling! Mr. Roebling!
It's one of my men. I wonder what he's so excited about. What is it, Carl?
Mr. Roebling, I was just examining the wire rope at the break.
Yes?
That rope didn't break at all. It was cut right at the splice and cut deliberately.
Are you sure, Carl?
There's no doubt about it.
Well, Mr. Wyatt, there's your answer. Thanks, Carl. John A. Roebling, civil engineer. May 19, 1842. Dear sir, I've heard of your regrettable accident at the demonstration and know the story. Sorry it happened, but have a great deal of confidence in your wire rope invention. I appoint you superintendent of incline plane number 3. The state of Pennsylvania is behind you, too, for everything you need. Go ahead. Signed, John B. Butler, President of the Pennsylvania Canal Commission. Wire ropes furnished by John A. Roebling will be installed on all inclined planes, replacing the hempen ropes now in use.
Mr. Roebling, orders are pouring in for your wire rope. They want it for hoist ropes and mines,
For rigging on ferries, tow lines, for dredges. Well, we need more room.
I know. We're moving from Saxonburg, Eric. I've bought a factory site at Trenton, New Jersey. We're growing up, Eric, and this is only the beginning. I've bigger things in mind.
For over half a century, there's been talk of a bridge between New York and Brooklyn. But it's mostly talk. Gentlemen, as a qualified engineer, I say it can't be done.
And I say it can be done. I'd like a chance to prove it.
Mr. Roebling, you shall have your chance. Draw up your plans. Mr. Roebling, your plans and detailed report for the erection of a bridge linking Manhattan and Brooklyn has been accepted. And your appointment as chief engineer takes effect May 23rd, this year of 1867. Good luck.
Thus began the greatest drama in the history of bridge building. To John Roebling, it was the consummation of a lifelong ambition, the greatest engineering work of this continent and of the age. July 6, 1869, John Roebling, standing at the edge of the Fulton ferry slip, engrossed in a survey he was making, heedless of a ferry boat coming in.
Hey, there's a man standing on the slip.
Is he deaf or something? Hey, get out of the way. Hey, look out there. The ferry's going to hit him.
All right, Doctor. How badly am I hurt?
The ferry crossed your foot, Mr. Roebling. I'll have to amputate your toes immediately. No time to lose.
Then get on with it, Doctor.
Yes, just as soon as I get something to deaden the pain.
Never mind that. Don't waste time, man. Amputate. This confounded foot is getting worse instead of better, son. Washington, I've trained you to take my place. You know all the plans I have for the bridge. If anything should happen to me, carry them out to the letter. I'm relying on you to make it the greatest work of art the world has ever seen. That's the way I planned it. It's your dream now.
John Roebling's work was done, but his memory lives on in the magnificent Brooklyn Bridge, which will always be associated with the name of Roebling. We pay tribute to John A. Roebling, a master planner, and to his son, Colonel Washington Roebling, who directed its building. The imprint of their genius is left to us all, will remain forever, enriching our nation's heritage. And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week for another transcribed adventure in research. Adventures in Research.
Feel that drop of rain? There's another. And another. Yes, sir, he's done it again. When it comes to breaking a drought, that man's a regular wizard.
This is Paul Shannon transcribing another fascinating tale of science. And here to tell the story is Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories.
Thank you, Paul. Hello, everyone. I've called our story for today, The Rain Wizard. Ever hear of a comparatively new science called climatology? It was born of a wartime need to project weather conditions weeks, even months ahead. A long-range weather study. Think what that means to the farmer today, being able to look ahead and plan his crops, backed in his planning by such a science as climatology. But the farmers didn't have the benefit of climatology a generation ago. It would have meant a lot to America's great corn belt in those early years. To Joshua Layton, Nebraska farmer, walking through his cornfield with a neighbor.
It's too much for a man to stand, I tell you. Lord knows we're used to droughts and we take 'em as they come. But this is...
Yep, this is the worst we've ever had, Josh, and that's a fact. Don't show any signs of breaking either. That sun's as hot as all get out.
It ain't enough that we got the cutworm and the corn borer and wind and hail and everything else that comes along. No, that ain't enough. We got to stand by and watch our corn crop burn to a crisp. Look at it.
Mine's the same way, Josh. Burned up, acres of it. Don't know what we're going to do for money this year, Josh. Fine crop we had, too. A fine crop. Now look at it. Every ear's about to wither up. There'll be nothing left if this keeps up, not even for the hogs.
That takes the heart clean out of a man to see good corn dying for want of rain. You know, I'd give anything for a little...
Say, I just happened to think. That rainmaker fellow's due in tomorrow. Maybe if enough of us can raise the money...
Sure. Maybe we can make a deal with him. Now, let's get the neighbors together and meet him at the depot. Have a talk with him. I was worried so much I clean forgot about the rainmaker.
All right, Josh. I'll round up the neighbors and see you at the depot. That's his boxcar. They're going to put it on the siding. Let's head over that way, Josh.
You know, I'd sure like to know the secret these fellas have. How they can make rain.
Save us a heap of money if we did know. But try and find out. Never seen such a close-mouthed fellow as this one.
Well, after all, Sam, that's the way he makes his living. Oh, here's the boxcar.
He's got a rope around it, too. No chance of getting too close. Smart man, all right.
Well, let's have a talk with him, see what we can do, Sam. Now, you're the spokesman for all of us. Oh, here he comes now.
Oh, gentlemen, Shadwell's the name, Daniel B. Shadwell. And judging from the acres and acres of dying corn I see all around me, I haven't arrived any too soon.
That's right, Mr. Shadwell. We sure do need your services as a rainmaker. I'm Sam Welker, spokesman for every farmer hereabouts. First, we want to know how much you charge to make rain for us.
Well, Mr. Welker, I have a system of making rain that never fails. It's been successful in almost every section of the country. So I work on one basis only. No rain, no pay.
Suits us. How about it, men? Okay, you've got yourself a job, mister. When can you start? We need that rain awful bad.
Start? Why, right away, of course. Suppose we work out a few details, though. I'd like to get my charges straightened out before I go to work.
Well, Josh, looks as though everybody's here. Ain't seen such a crowd since the big fair.
Say, do you think this fellow Shadwell can make it rain?
I was talking to him just before you came, Josh. There's quite a system, all right. See the windows cut in the boxcar?
Yeah. You mean the front end of the boxcar?
No, that end's where he sleeps. The other end's where he keeps all his chemicals and gases and the like. Stuff he uses to make it rain.
Well, how's gas going to make it rain, Sam?
I don't know. Shadwell claims it does. Says the gas goes up in the sky and mixes with the rain clouds and forces the raindrops down.
But, Sam, there ain't a rain cloud in the sky.
Shadwell claims there is, but you can't see him. But the gas he makes can reach him. That's all I know.
Well, I reckon he knows what he's doing. Oh, there's Shadwell now, climbing up on the roof of the car. Say, what's he doing?
Quiet. He's studying the sky, doing some tall figuring, maybe. Oh, now he's coming down, going back in the boxcar.
Yeah, it sure is all fired mysterious the way these fellas work.
You ask me, the whole thing's a fake.
Oh, this fella Shadwell ain't no fake. He's got to produce rain or he don't get paid. That's our agreement.
Say, Sam, what's that funny smell?
That's the gas I was telling you about. See it coming out of the hole in the top of the car?
Sure is hard on the nose. But if that's what it takes to make rain, I guess we can stand it. Yeah. How long do you reckon it'll take, Sam?
I don't know, Josh. Shadwell didn't set no time limit. Maybe it'll take the rest of the day, or it might be tomorrow. Can't tell. Well, Martha, it's just about bedtime, and I don't see no signs of rain. Scarcely a breeze outside. Appears to me this fella Shadwell made a bad bargain this time. Oh, well, may as well try to get some sleep. Maybe by the... Hear that? I'd have sworn I heard... It's come! Hey, Martha, Johnny, come quick! Listen to the rain! Our crops are saved! It's raining! I never thought rain would ever sound like music to a hard-bitten farmer like me. But it sure does. Yes, sir. Martha, you can have that new dress you've been hankering for now. Mr. Shadwell, I've been asked to speak for everybody here at this meeting and give you our thanks for saving our crops and keeping us all out of the poorhouse. You've kept your part of the bargain, and now we're keeping our part of it. $500. Here you are, Mr. Shadwell.
Thanks, men. I take it you're all satisfied with the result.
We're more than satisfied, ain't we, man? Yeah, we certainly are. Yes, sir. If it hadn't been for you, a lot of us here at this meeting would have been looking the other way every time we met anybody from the bank. I know I would.
Well, I'm obliged to you, gentlemen. Does my heart good to know that you all place so much confidence in my ability to make rain.
Never had a speck of doubt myself. No, me neither. But there was a couple of fellas that, well, they didn't exactly say it in so many words, but...
They thought I was a fake, is that it? Well, I've heard some of the remarks myself, but in my business, there's only one answer to that situation. Produce rain.
You sure did that all right.
Yes, but being a rainmaker isn't all play, you know. It's a lot of hard work. Making rain isn't a profession you can learn overnight.
Yes, there's more to it than meets the eye.
You bet there is. To be a rainmaker, you've got to know the signs and read them right. You've got to know all kinds of weather firsthand. Then you've got to know just how much chemical to use and how far up it has to go. Things like that. I tell you, gents, it takes a heap of figuring. A heap of figuring. Well, I'll be on my way, and thank you.
Took a heap of showmanship, too, to be a good rainmaker. There were skeptics who said that rainmakers had access to weather forecasts, but they wouldn't accept a job for a certain day unless they'd seen the forecast. Sometimes things went wrong in spite of the heap of figuring. Old-timers will recall a man by the name of Rainmaker Hatfield. He had quite a reputation out California way. Not so long ago, a drought hit California. In one section, the city council decided to break the dry spell, sent for Rainmaker Hatfield, and asked him what he could do.
Well, gentlemen, I've studied your problem, and I can make you 3 propositions. Take any of them you want.
What'll they cost us?
Just, I'll come to that in a minute. Now, here are the 3 plans. First, I'll fill up your reservoir for you.
Yeah?
Second proposition, I'll produce up to 30 inches of rain without charge.
Well, now, that
But
certainly sounds all
my
right.
charge will be $500 an inch over that. And third, I'll deliver 40 inches of rain free of charge. With a charge of $1,000 for every inch over the 40. Well, now, there you are, gentlemen. Take your choice.
The city council was pretty desperate, but also cagey. They accepted Hatfield's proposition and neglected intentionally to mention which of the offers they were accepting. Hatfield went right to work. At the Moreno Dam near San Diego, he set up his towers.
All right, men. Careful with those boxes now. Don't drop them or we'll be delayed a week or more. Is that all of them? All right. That's all, men. I said that's all, men. What are you waiting for?
Yeah, kind of figured maybe we could watch you go about making rain. Got any objections, mister?
Yes, I have. I work alone, and I don't allow anyone to watch me work. It disturbs me, and I need to concentrate. You'll have to leave right away. I've got work to do.
Hatfield got right to work and sent up his gases. In practically no time at all, the rain came. Once started, the rain came down in buckets, 35 inches of it, creating quite a few problems.
My house is flooded. Shut this rain off.
Hundreds of dollars worth of merchandise ruined in my store.
Who's going to pay for flood damage to my property? You and city council responsible for this rain. I'm going to sue unless you shut it off immediately.
Shut it off!
Shut it off! Mr. Hatfield, you've ruined the whole district.
But, gentlemen, you wanted rain, didn't you? That's what I came here to produce.
Yes, but we didn't order this much rain. The whole city's up in arms. Why, man, this isn't a rain, it's a flood. It's costing people thousands of dollars.
And just what do you expect me to do about it?
Do? Why, shut it off, of course. You started it. It's up to you to control it. Shut it off.
Gentlemen, I'm a rain maker, not a rain stopper.
You mean to stand there and say you won't shut off this rain?
Well, it isn't that I won't, gentlemen. It's just that I can't. You asked for rain, and I've given it to you.
Then by thunder...
I've filled my end of the bargain. Now it's up to you to live up to your end. Here's my bill. Includes expenses.
$10,000! We won't pay it. Not 1 cent of it. We didn't order this much rain, and we refuse to pay.
Very well, gentlemen. We shall see. I shall put the matter up to the city attorney.
That's agreeable with us. We'll leave it to the city attorney. And if he says we should pay this bill, it shall be paid. If not... Here is your answer, Mr. Hatfield. The opinion handed down by the city attorney. He says that the rain was an act of God and that you had nothing whatsoever to do with it. That opinion relieves you of all responsibility and consequently of any remuneration. Good day, sir.
It's strange to think that professional rainmakers were in demand as late as 1916, that people still believed in their wizardry. But gradually their power waned as the Weather Bureau increased in efficiency. Today, America's system of weather forecasting reaches out to new horizons in the science of climatology, puts to work the vast amount of knowledge gained during the war years. Climatology, helping the farmer and the industrialist plan ahead to meet their respective climatic conditions, helping, too, to meet the rising tide of weather interest throughout the country. Climatology, a new and absorbing adventure in research.
And that's today's story as told by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratory. Join us again next week when Dr. Thomas will be back with another transcribed adventure in research. Adventures in Research.
What kind of lights are those?
Fluorescent lights, my boy. Fluorescent. You'll have them in your home someday.
Nah, never happen. They're okay for carnivals or advertising, maybe, but who'd want them at home?
This is Paul Shannon introducing another transcribed tale of science as told by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And here is Dr. Thomas.
Thank you, Paul, and hello, everyone. This is the story of a stone that gave light. Literally and figuratively, a glowing account of fluorescent illumination and how it came to be. Here is an adventure in research that began over 300 years ago and came to light publicly at the close of the last decade. Our story's beginning takes us back to the year 1602 in the city of Bologna, Italy. There, plying his trade as a cobbler, lives a man named Vincenzo Cascariolo. But Vincenzo has less interest in his leather and shoes than he has in his hobby, for he is one of the earliest men of research, an alchemist.
Anthony, my friend, how wonderful the air is here on Mount Pesaro. How fresh and clean. Oh, truly, I'm glad we have made this expedition.
In that I can't agree, Vincenzo. You may enjoy this mountain climbing, but it isn't to my liking.
No, Anthony. This is a necessary part of the alchemist's work. The search for the stone that will make gold. Here on the lonely mountain, nature hides her secrets. They wait only for those of us who are wise to find them.
Nature can keep her secrets. Let us rest for a while.
Oh, very well. Here is a shaded spot where we can sit down.
This feels good.
A little rest is important, to be sure. Even I must, but... Anthony, look! Over there.
What? Where?
There, in that patch of sunlight. That rock, see? Gleaming and sparkling like the very...
Why, a moment ago it wasn't there.
It was. But we didn't see it until the sun fell upon it.
Is it gold?
That I doubt. But there can be little question. It is the gold stone we've been searching for. Come quickly, we must have it.
Wait. Till I get up from here.
Oh, hurry. Oh, look at it gleam. Is it not beautiful?
Can we pry it loose?
Oh, of course, here. Here, Anthony, it is not very deep. Come over here beside me and we will both push on the rock together.
Very well.
Now.
It doesn't budge an inch.
Once more, together now. There. It is ours.
But it is so big. How can we take it?
Oh, never mind. I'll carry it.
Be careful.
There. I have it. Now I can cradle it in my arms and carry it easily. Come, back to the shop we go, to turn the sparkling rock to gold.
Back to his shop in Bologna goes Vincenzo Cascariolo, bearing the heavy burden of the glistening stone, filled with excitement in anticipation of the experiment to come. Now Vincenzo is no longer the cobbler. Now he is the alchemist, confidently breaking off small chunks of the magic stone, adding powders and mixtures that ate the alchemist's tools of the time. Into his furnace the mixture goes. Now, the heat. Fire to break down the elements, the only force the alchemist knows. Fire to fuse them, to cause the magic stone to turn them into the most prized of all metals, gold. And then, when the alchemist feels the process is complete, he quenches the flames, lets the glowing matter cool, hauls it from the furnace, and finds...
We have failed, Anthony. Something is wrong. There is no gold at all.
No, there is not gold, and there will never be any, for the magic of that glistening stone is not meant to give gold to the world, but light. And Vincenzo Cascariolo ends his days without ever knowing the true glory of his lucky find. Vincenzo's fortune is not without some compensation. It gives the cobbler alchemist a place in scientific history. News of the strange stone travels fast, Other men in far-flung lands hear of the Bologna stone and methodically seek out other rocks like it. And as the years roll by, their curiosity is continually piqued by the peculiar stones and rocks they find, giving off a mysterious glow in the light of the sun. Some glow with a green hue, others blue, still others orange and red, and sometimes in combinations of colors. But take them out of the sunlight, and they cease to glow at all.
Why do these rocks give out that peculiar light?
Why do some rocks glow brighter than others?
Why are the colors different?
What does it?
What accounts for it?
What do you call it?
For well over 200 years, men wonder about it, notice the effect in an ever-increasing number of materials. And finally, in the early 1850s, the answer comes from the laboratory of the eminent English physicist, Sir G.G. Stokes.
We've seen the way quinine sulfate reacts to the rays of the sun. It flashes a brilliant blue. It is quinine sulfate in solution that I have in this test tube. I have a very strong suspicion that it's only one part of the sun's rays that causes this reaction. By breaking the sunlight up into the spectrum with this crystal of quartz lying here on the table, and allowing the spectrum to fall one wavelength at a time upon the quinine sulfate in the tube, we should be able to ascertain which part of the spectrum causes the quinine sulfate to glow. Would you be kind enough to raise the window curtain so we get a beam of light in here? Thank you.
The assistant opens the curtain. Stokes holds the quartz crystal in the beam of light, and all the colors of the rainbow are showered on the table. Then he brings the test tube with a solution of quinine sulfate into the spectrum's light. The red band falls upon the tube. There's no reaction. Now up to orange he moved. Then yellow. Then green. Now the violet light at the very top of the spectrum hits the tube. Nothing has happened. He moves the vial just a shade beyond the violet band into what seems to be only darkness, and...
There it is, that blue flash of light on the tube. I was right. The invisible ultraviolet at the top of the spectrum is what causes the material to give off the light that we can see. There is the answer.
Yes, there is the answer. Stokes' law, explaining the tendency of certain materials to glow under ultraviolet light, is entered as another scientific truth, and he calls the action fluorescence.
I am extremely doubtful that it has any practical value except as a subject for research and laboratory experiment.
Now comes electricity, and with it the incandescent lamp, light for homes and factories at the flick of a switch.
Carbon filament and the bulb isn't so good. The light is too dim. It takes too many bulbs to make the place bright enough.
There's a new filament coming out. It's called tungsten. Makes the lamps a lot brighter, they say.
Say, look at this, would you? They're making light bulbs smaller now, and the cost is going down.
Gosh, those lights heat the place up. Can't you turn a couple of them off?
Yes, electric lighting is here to stay. And in the laboratories, engineers doing research on electric bulbs are constantly on the lookout. Then it comes. Someone, somewhere, we don't know who or where, makes a suggestion.
We can now produce ultraviolet rays by electricity. We do it using mercury vapor in a vacuum tube. Stokes' law tells us certain materials are fluorescent. That is, they give off light when ultraviolet rays strike them. So, why not put the fluorescent material right in the vacuum tube with the ultraviolet rays, and maybe have a new source of electric light without a filament?
Just an idea, but why not? Like Vincenzo Cascariolo had done so many years before, modern men of research go out in search of fluorescent rocks, bring them back to their laboratories and grind them up. Not to make gold, but this time to make light. Now they see a practical use for fluorescence, put their talents to the problems in earnest. And the problems are many. To get the proper material, to put it satisfactorily inside the mercury vapor tube, to make it fluoresce at all. Are they successful? Well, come to the New York World's Fair of 1939 and see for yourself.
Look at those lights, will you? Look at those lights.
Hey, they're beautiful. Gosh, I've never seen anything like them in my life. What wonderful colors.
They're all around, everywhere you look. What kind are they?
I'm sure I don't know.
Rods of light. Rods of light. That's what they are. And every color of the rainbow, too.
Made them special for the fair, did they?
Yep, newest thing out. Fluorescent lights, they're called. You'll have them in your home someday.
Nah, that'll never happen. They're okay for advertising and lighting up carnivals, maybe. But who'd want them at home?
The public sees them and is amazed. They'd have been more amazed to know that every one of those rods of fluorescent light came out of a research laboratory and not from a factory. Only the research men knew how to make them.
For a green light, the basic coating of the tube is zinc silicate.
Add beryllium to zinc silicate to make the light more yellow and orange.
Want a blue color? Use compounds of tungsten.
Cadmium and silicon coating will give you a red light.
Mix them all together properly, and you'll get a light that is white.
And that's the fluorescent lamp you use today. A lamp that's brighter, cooler, easy on the eyes. A lamp combining the elements of the sun's black light and Cascariolo's Bologna stone in one single magic wand. Now truly we can say that his is the stone that gave light.
There's more to the story of the Bologna stone than meets the eye in fluorescent lamps. I could tell you how paints made of fluorescent materials are used in signs that glow in the dark under invisible ultraviolet light. I could tell you how invisible numbers are made with fluorescent ink on laundry and dry cleaning, so the clothes may be properly sorted and still show no mark under ordinary light. I could tell you how prospectors searching for valuable tungsten hunt it down at night with portable ultraviolet lamps, using the black light to make the tungsten fluoresce a greenish blue and give away its hiding place. There just isn't time to tell the whole story, but when you add up all the useful things fluorescence does, you may be sure the Bologna stone that started it has made more gold than Vincenzo Cascariola ever dreamed of through all his ancient adventures in research.
You have heard the story of the stone that gave light, as told by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Tune in again next week for another transcribed adventure in research. Adventures in Research.
Doctor, the first victims of that nightclub fire are in emergency. It must have been terrible.
I'll be right in.
I do hope we can save them. They look pretty bad.
Steady now. We'll have a new fighter on our side this time, nurse. And this carton is penicillin.
This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories.
the story of the Golden Mold. By this time, the word penicillin has become as well known to the general public as the names of our presidents, top generals, and movie stars. To most of us, it conjures up mental pictures of lives saved by the thousands. A medical marvel that we've heard comes from some sort of mold. And then we think of that blue-greenish growth we've seen at one time or another on the white face of a piece of stale bread, and casually recall that it is a cousin of penicillin. But there's more to the story than that, for the finding of penicillin is like a tale of buried treasure. And this is the story of penicillin. In the year 1908, a young graduate of St. Mary's Hospital Medical School, University of London, stepped into the first stage of his career in St. Mary's Pathology Laboratory, there to work under the guidance of Sir Almroth Wright, the noted English doctor. The young man's name, Alexander Fleming.
Yes, Dr. Fleming. We've come a long way since Lister and Pasteur. There's no question about it. But we've a long way to go yet to reach perfection.
I can see that, Sir Almroth.
There's a wonderful field ahead of you, Fleming. You're a young man just beginning. Part of the way has been paved. It's up to your kind now to chart the rest of the course that has been started in antisepsis.
It sounds like a fascinating field to me.
It is, my boy, it is. Go after those bacteria. Find a way to help the white corpuscles of the blood kill them off. Study the wonderful doings of those white fighters. You'll find them powerful, but they need outside help. Get that help for them, my boy. Get it, and you've done humanity a great good. A great good.
And so, in the pathology laboratory of St. Mary's, young Dr. Fleming takes up the banner in the never-ending fight against the microscopic world of destruction. Under Sir Almroth Wright's guidance and with his encouragement, the young medical man gains valuable experience, studies and learns his field well, until that day when men pick up the sword of death to help the micro-killers along and march away to kill each other.
Ah, there you are, Dr. Fleming. I was wondering whether we'd be seeing you today.
I have to have my daily glass of stout, Herbert. I wouldn't miss that, you know.
Yeah, we'll be missing your daily visit, Doctor. When do you leave?
Refreshing. Why, I'll be joining the forces tomorrow. So that means I'll have to be off on the night train for camp.
Going to be in the medical corps, of course.
Right you are, Herbert.
It'll be major then, no doubt, instead of doctor.
No, just Captain Herbert.
Well, let me wish you the very best of luck, Captain. We'll be looking to you to keep the boys on the line.
Don't you think you'd better be getting some sleep, Captain?
Nurses need sleep as well as doctors, you know.
Oh, I'm feeling quite fit. One of the lads brought me a spot of hot coffee from the canteen.
Yeah, good.
I'm good for hours yet. Besides, I have to keep an eye on Corporal Graves, you know.
How's he look?
Not good, Doctor.
It's the old story. We need better antiseptics. We've got to have them. The ones we're using now kill some of the bacteria right enough, but have a look in this microscope. See what else happens.
Oh, you've a slide in there?
Graves' latest test. Have a look.
Mm-hmm.
Notice how completely the antiseptic has destroyed the white corpuscles. We're doing as much damage with those antiseptics as we're doing good. Perhaps more.
Perhaps someday someone will find something better, Dr. Fleming.
Let us hope so, nurse. Let us hope so.
With the end of World War I, Dr. Fleming comes back to his post, takes up his work in the little laboratory of St. Mary's in London, teaches his classes in the school. It's a peaceful routine, and in it the years drift by, while Fleming carries on his endless quest for the antiseptic, the germ killer that will let white corpuscles live and harm no tissue. How does he go about it? He cultures the germs, the bacteria themselves, grows them on special plates, carefully cataloged and stored on his laboratory shelves. Weird germs with strange names, germs to be feared and fought.
Staphylococci, streptococci, pneumococci. It is the job of the pathologist to find the means of destroying them. There must be an answer. It doesn't come from my laboratory. Perhaps it will come from one in which you may someday work. That is all for today. Class is dismissed.
Back from the classroom to his laboratory goes Dr. Fleming. His short figure with a graying shock of hair covers the familiar route, the same as always. Down the corridor, across the court, up the stairs. But today is not to be an ordinary day. This day is soon to be as great for Dr. Fleming as the one on which Columbus glimpsed the new America, as great as the day when the mind of Newton grasped the meaning of the falling apple, or Franklin's day when lightning reached him from the sky. Now Dr. Fleming turns the key to open his laboratory door. He steps into the musty confines of the little room. He puts down his papers and his books and walks over to the shelf that holds the culture plates. He takes one down.
Very nice. Going quite well. Let's see number 2. Nothing unusual in these cultures. Here's the 3rd. Well, what do you know about that? Spoiled. A perfectly good plate of staphylococci attacked by some sort of mold. A blue-green mold. Oh, wait. That's odd. The staff is growing on only one half of the plate. The other half is spotted with that mold. Can that mean the mold has killed the bacteria?
This is but the discovery, the merest beginning. For now, Dr. Fleming has work to do. Long, patient hours of research. Retrace what has happened, Doctor. Carried on the air, the spore of this mold has drifted into the laboratory through an open window, landed by merest chance upon that culture plate, thrived and multiplied there, as molds by nature will do. And now, by some unexplainable circumstance, as it thrives, these dangerous germs you were culturing have begun to die. Unexplainable? No. Dr. Fleming is out to find the answer.
Now, to have a look at the mold beneath the microscope. A bit unusual, perhaps, but doubtless a strain of Penicillium notatum.
Penicillium notatum. A type of mold easily recognized because of the pencil-like structure of the mold beneath the microscope, and thus the name Penicillium, which is the Latin word for pencil.
Here's the platinum wire. Oh, yes. A few inches will do nicely. Small loop at this end. Gentle dip of the loop into the mold colony here on the culture plate, and now to immerse it in a tube of nutrient broth so the mold will thrive. Then we shall see what happens.
A week Dr. Fleming waits, an anxious week, and then the first of many trials. At the mouth of the tube, there's a growth of mold, and below that, about a half-inch of cloudy liquid.
A little of the penicillium liquid undiluted against a culture of staphylococci. We'll see the result.
The result comes fast. The undiluted penicillium liquid stops the growth of the staphylococci bacteria.
10% dilution against the stuff. Satisfactory.
10% dilution. Yes, and 50%. And then 100%. Dr. Fleming dilutes it 800 times and finds this liquid in which the penicillium mold has grown can completely stop the growth of the deadly infectious staphylococci.
This is amazing. The solution is 2 to 3 times as strong in this respect as pure, undiluted carbolic acid. What effect will it have on the blood?
Now for the rabbits. Remember the other antiseptics, Doctor? Remember those men in the Army hospital? Remember Corporal Graves?
It's the old story, nurse. Have a look at this microscope. See what happens. Notice how completely the antiseptic has destroyed the white corpuscles, but doing as much
something better. Is this it? This mold liquid? This penicillium soup you're putting in that hypodermic needle now, Dr. Fleming? What will this bacteria stopper do to those white corpuscles in that blood of your test rabbit?
Hold still, Bunny. Don't wriggle so. This won't hurt you. Now, into your cage you go, and we'll see what effect it has.
No harm done. The bunny is as frisky an hour later as when the injection is made. And when a sample of the rabbit's blood is magnified under the doctor's microscope, the picture is far different than the one the nurse saw in the blood test of the soldier. The penicillium liquid injection has not harmed those life-saving white corpuscles one whit.
You're on the way, old bunny. It didn't hurt you at all.
More injections now, in rabbits, in mice. More tests against other bacteria besides the staph. Against germ after germ, not all, but many, the action of the penicillium is positive. And so, after a year of patient research, Alexander Fleming publishes his findings.
Have you seen the pathology journal this month, Doctor?
No. My copy must have been delayed.
Interesting item in there about a new germ killer.
Is that so?
Fleming found the stuff. You know, Dr. Fleming, teacher at St. Mary's.
Oh, yes.
Seems he's made a liquid from the penicillium mold. Calls it penicillin. Claims this stuff is 2 to 3 times as effective as carbolic acid in discouraging germ growth.
It does, eh? And what's it do to the tissues and the blood, may I ask?
That's the interesting thing, Doctor. It doesn't hurt it one whit.
Well, that's very interesting. Perhaps I'll believe it when I see it.
And there, in 1928, the story of Dr. Fleming and his penicillin ended. No one paid much attention to his find, and he went on to other work, dismissing his great laboratory triumph as simply another experiment. For more than a decade, this powerful medical aid lay dormant, simply a souvenir on a laboratory shelf, another article in a scientific journal. It took the rumblings of a Second World War and the interest of other researchers to bring it out of the darkness of those years, and actually give Dr. Fleming's penicillin to the world. But that is another story, and one whose results we all know so well. For today, thousands of lives have been saved. Untold pain has been alleviated, thanks to Sir Alexander Fleming's inspiring adventure in research. The Golden Mold, the story you have just heard, is another in the series of adventures in research by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Be sure to listen again next week for another interesting transcribed story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. This is the story of the lost chemical and how it was found. The story of a compound known to science as dichloro, diphenyl, trichloroethane. Dichloro, diphenyl, trichloroethane. Known to people like you and me as DDT, the bug killer. We are apt to think of DDT as a very recent discovery, for only in the last few years have we heard about this potent compound. But strangely enough, DDT is far from new, for dichloro-diphenyl trichloroethane was a chemical lost beneath the gathering dust of time for many years. Who discovered it? How did it get lost? Who found it again? What characters from the strange book of research history played a part in this dramatic game of button, who's got the button? That is the story. First, there was Othmar Zeidler of Strasbourg, Germany, a strange young student of chemistry whose preference for his work far exceeded his desire for play, a trait responsible in part for the discovery of the bug battler we know today.
Hello? Anybody home in this apothecary shop?
Eh? What's that? Who is there?
Morning, Uncle Carl.
Eh? Oh, it's you, Othmar. Why must you shout like that? You frighten me so I very nearly dropped my best mixing motor.
No, I'm sorry, Uncle Carl. I guess I'm just a little over-elated this morning.
Over-elated. You must have met a young lady at the dance last night.
You're wrong on both counts, Uncle Carl. I didn't go to the dance.
Didn't go to the big dance?
Neither did I meet a new young lady.
Ah, too bad. Then what else is making you so frisky?
I did make the acquaintance of a new chemical.
Yes, of course. What? I must be getting a little deaf, maybe. Say that again, son.
I said I met a new chemical.
Yes? Well, I guess I'm not getting that. It's you. You must be losing your reason.
Nothing of the kind, Uncle Carl. Last night, as I was working in my laboratory on some very routine experiments, I ran across a mixture that is completely different. Believe me, completely different from anything I've ever had before in my test tube.
You're sure about this?
Of course. I have the formula for the new chemical right here in my pocket.
Ah, that's good.
Here it is. Well, don't you want to see it?
Well, if I have to, I suppose I have to. Here, let me have it.
Here. Can you read it?
My boy, I've been reading formulae for a longer time than you've been eating even.
Of course, Uncle Carl. I only meant...
All right, now, let's see. Trichlorohydrin. What it is? It's a completely new chemical.
There you are. Didn't I tell you it was?
Yes, it's new, all right, but... Well, what's it good for?
Well, that is, it... Well, I haven't the slightest idea. It's probably useless. But at any rate, I think I should write it up and have it published in the Chemical Society reports, don't you?
Don't I what?
Think so.
Oh, yes, by all means, have it published. It's at least good for that.
And so it was that DDT was first discovered in the modest laboratory of Othmar Zeidler, the strange young chemical student who wrote up his discovery, published it, and faded into oblivion in 1874, 2 years before the centennial of American independence. And into oblivion with Herr Zeidler passed his mysterious new chemical, good at least for publication, to be lost among the shelves of nearly every good scientific library in the world. And while it languished there among the dusty tomes, the world was eroded by the tragedy, the misery, the failure of finance and government, methodically plagued and beridden by bugs. Creatures of our little world, armies of them that the lost chemical might well have put to rout. The years roll by now, and men ineffectually battle the miniature monsters, while dichloro-diphenyl trichloroethane is only waiting for the man who, searching with a purpose, can release it, like Sleeping Beauty from its long, long nap. Finally, in the late 30s, the Prince Charming who will accomplish the awakening steps into the picture. The stage is a Swiss chemical factory where dyes and dressings for expensive as well as inexpensive clothing materials are produced. Being a modern establishment and progressive, this Swiss firm maintains a well-equipped research laboratory. One of the chemists, Paul Mueller, has stopped his employer, Mr. Ludwig, to to call his attention to a vial of liquid that, in appearance, is very little different from the many other vials of liquid nearly overflowing the racks and shelves in the laboratory.
What's this you have here, Paul?
Mr. Ludwig, this is a little mixture I've been playing with. I found the formula for it in one of these old journals right here.
Let's see. Reports of the German Chemical Society, 1850 to 1900. Old, isn't it?
Yes, I just came upon it by chance, but I think it may help us in our moth-proofing problem.
Let's see.
These ingredients ought to have some effect. In fact, I can't for the life of me imagine why someone hasn't thought of it before.
Maybe they have. And then again, maybe they haven't. Go ahead, try it. It might work. But I'd be inclined to doubt it. Or we would have heard of it before. Yes, I'm sure we would. However, as I say, try it. If it fails, there's little loss. Little loss.
Paul Mueller did try it. He mixed the chemicals that the old formula called for, spent many an hour trying a little more of one ingredient, a little less of another, striking the proper chemical balance suitable to the use he had in mind. And then he trapped a few moths and a few flies, exposed them to the long-forgotten Othmar Zeidler's chemical.
Well, this is a find indeed. A real find.
Of his results, Paul Mueller said not a word to his employer, for the experiments had only just begun, and Paul Mueller wasn't the one to crow about his work before he had proved it could bring results. But while he worked in his laboratory there at the factory, events were shaping that were to bring the lost chemical out of the library and the laboratory to spread its active, powerful magic across many nations, to girdle the world in the path of World War II.
It's a very grave problem, Mr. Ludwig.
I understand your problem quite well, Mr. Bemmel. The insects are ruining your grape arbors.
Not mine alone, Mr. Ludwig, but all the arbors, all the wonderful, beautiful, profitable vineyards in Switzerland are being ruined. And why? Because of the war, that's why. One world war was not enough. Two we have to have yet. You must help us, Mr. Ludwig. You must.
But we are helpless, Mr. Bemmel. Trust me, I speak the truth.
But without insecticides, without any chemical at all, we are lost. The war has cut off all our supplies. The pyrethrum, very fine, is no longer available. The rotenone, excellent, is also unprocurable.
I wish I could help you. The future of our vineyards and our wineries is as important to me as it is to you. For isn't it a part of the Swiss economy? Yes. But please understand, though we are chemists, it is dyestuffs in which we specialize, don't you see?
See, of course I see. But you are chemists. Mr. Ludwig, you have your research men working in your laboratories. Couldn't they find something besides colors for fabric?
Mr. Bemmel, you are... Excuse me a minute, Mr. Bemmel.
Of course.
This cola. Please have Paul Mueller come in. Mr. Bemmel, I shall let you speak personally to our research man, Mr. Mueller, to convince you that we would help if only we could. I'm sure that if there is anything... come in, Paul. Mr. Mueller... This is Mr...
Bemmel. A pleasure, Mr. Mueller.
Of course, Mr. Bemmel. He is the owner of a large vineyard, Paul. He's faced, he tells me, with the problem of losing his fruit to the ravages of some sort of insect.
Oh, it is terrible, Mr. Mueller, terrible. We shall be ruined by them, and there is no insecticide available because of the war. That is why I am here, to ask the kind assistance of your company.
I try to assure Mr. Bemmel there is nothing they can do to get him a chemical to take the place of the ones they've been using here before.
But perhaps we can give him one, sir.
You can?
What's this? See here, Paul, this is no time
I haven't spoken to you about it before because I wasn't completely done with my experiments. But you recall the old formula, the one I showed you in the scientific journal?
Oh, I can't say that... Yes, I do. But that was for moths. Mr. Bemmel wants...
Well, there's no reason why it need be confined to a material for moth-proofing, sir. If you could see its action, you'd agree it might be suitable for disposing of many insects, aside from moths. I've tested it on numerous pests, and in every case the action is about the same. Craziness first, a mad dizziness, a wild attempt at flight, and then... poof.
Dead?
Dead.
We must try it. We must. Perhaps it is the heaven-sent chemical we need. What did you say the name of it was called, Mr. Mueller?
Dichloro, diphenyl, trichloroethane.
What?
DDT.
Out of Paul Mueller's laboratory in the Swiss dye works came DDT, into the light of day at last. Ammunition to quell the ravishing onslaught of the insects that were fast gnawing at the profits of the Swiss vintners. Soon the company turned to earnest production of the newfound chemical miracle. And farmers saw their fruit and their vegetables blossom and flourish as never before, while the population of pests grew gradually less and less. And the bugs had only just begun to die. For as reports from the far-flung battlefronts of World War II filtered in, the company producing DDT observed a very important military need for their chemical.
How can our soldiers fight the enemy in the tropics, infested as they are with malaria? We must be rid of it.
Oh, if we can lick the Anopheles mosquito in the tropics, we'll have a chance. And that isn't all. Typhus, too. That flea-borne plague is worse than any airborne infantry.
You see the news, gentlemen. You know how important a good insecticide is, and we know we have it. It might be a very good idea to contact our American office, in our code, of course, and have them pass the word along to the American government that we have a very important weapon for sale. Is the board not agree?
The board agreed indeed. And soon the news of DDT was transmitted to the American government through the American representative of the Swiss dye makers. Faced with the immediate need for an offensive against the disease-bearing bugs of the tropics and the trenches, the United States military authorities grasped willingly at the proffered formula. Then began a whirlwind of activity. In research laboratories that buzzed 24 hours a day, DDT was put through its chemical paces. Then samples carried by researchers in the field were taken to a variety of climates. DDT was tested on the spot for its talents and came through with colors flying, proved itself in action. From therein, it's a well-known story. The lost chemical, brought to light after more than half a century, was used by the Allied armies all over the world. And now, today, in peacetime, DDT is still hard at work in our post-war battles against those troublemakers that crawl and fly and fight, that carry the germs of disease to men, to plants, to animals. If Othmar Zeidler, the young man who first compounded his unknown chemical, could see it working now, he'd surely be shocked with amazement to see the multitude of uses modern science has found for what to him was a useless new chemical. An heroic end indeed, for such an unpretentious beginning to one of the world's most peculiar adventures in research. And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. This is Paul Shannon inviting you to join us again next week for another transcribed Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. This is Paul Shannon introducing another transcribed Adventures in Research as told by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratory. Of all the surgery man has made on the face of Mother Earth, none has improved her appearance as much as a road. Yes, the man-made path is the runway to the world. Whether it's an express highway dotted with cars and punctuated with billboards, or the dusty little footpath where cows tread a bovine measure, it's a road
A road that might lead to fame, fortune, contentment. It would be hard to say who invented the first road or when. But the science of engineering has labored long to devise the best road possible. Yet, as late as the latter part of the 18th century, roads of England not only provoked the citizens' disgust, but the royal wrath as well.
Get up there! Get up! Pull, you lazy beast! Pull! Well, we've done it again, Albert. Bogged the king's own coach wheel deep in mud.
It won't be the first time. Who can manage a carriage in this muck and mire? Wait a spec. There's a log over there. Maybe we can rest it out.
His Majesty will be furious at the delay.
It won't be the first time for that either. Let's see what the log's worth.
Albert! Albert!
Coming, Your Highness.
This intolerable delay occurs every time I go to Kensington. Can't you get the coach out of the mud? This is frightful. Well?
The wet weather, Your Majesty.
Wet weather, bosh! It's the lack of brains in your fat, stupid heads. Any coachman with half an eye could have driven around this hole. But the King of England must be cursed with the poorest of coachmen.
We'll have the carriage out in just a minute's time, Your Majesty. Just as soon as we get...
Well, hurry, you fatheads. I haven't got all...
And the royal temper fumed in the lopsided carriage. The royal wrath descended on roads and coachmen and mud holes and rain.
These roads are an abomination on the face of the earth. An hour late already. And what can I say? That the king has been stuck in a pestiferous mud hole on the king's own highway? Thunderation! Mud holes, filth, open drains down the center, and the vile smell of these ditches. Parliament shall act, by heaven. I shall not be delayed every time I journey to Kensington.
And Parliament took the matter in hand and hired a man to repair the roads. It would help our story if the man were an illiterate nobody who had never seen a road. But history seldom bestows a surprise ending. For the hand that guides the destinies of men has decided that nothing succeeds like success. So Parliament hired one Thomas Telford, British genius. In 34 years in London, he had made himself famous. He constructed a dockyard at Portsmouth. The Somerset House in London was known as the canal expert of all England. But he had never built a road.
Repairing the road to Glasgow, is he?
Aye, but not that it isn't time, you can. It's been a loss since the coach and horses tumbled through the bridge 10 years ago.
Well, Telford'll do it.
Aye, maybe you're right and maybe you're not. But if he can, he has a job on his hands. He'll have to repeal the weather to do it. Mud in winter and dust in summer, floods in spring and floods in the fall.
Telford'll do it, mark my word.
It will take a canny man to stop the storms and the dust and the floods. A very canny man.
And the road to Glasgow, long accustomed to its storms, its dust, its pockmarks, had further ardors to contend with. A swarm of men digging at it, slapping at it, picking at it. And Parliament fidgeted in London, not unlike a mother whose favorite son has left home to make good. It wasn't long before the curious member sent a representative to the Glasgow road to examine what strange tricks Thomas Telford could conceive.
Ah, yes, Lord Ellis. I understood you were coming.
I don't want to interfere with your work, Telford, but we have been curious as to just how, well, just how...
I understand. Just how. Well, as you can see, we're laying the foundation. That crew up ahead there is just completing the bottom layer, which you happen to be standing on right here.
Bottom layer?
Yes, that's right. This bottom layer of stone is 7 inches deep. Over that goes an inch of gravel to complete the road.
7 inches? Isn't that a bit deep, Telford? I mean, after all, you know, the money... It's the money, you know. I don't think Parliament can promise you...
It's quite necessary, I assure you, Lord Ellis. The Romans were the greatest road builders of them all, and one of their secrets was a sturdy foundation. Why, their roads, the roads they built here in England, were bottomed with stone, cemented with lime, and paved solidly with flat stones.
Well, I understand, of course, but 7 inches is... Well, that much stone is...
Well, examine this foundation yourself, Lord Ellis. The men made it of good-sized stones, all set by hand. with the broader side facing downward. No stone is larger than 3 inches across the top. The spaces between were filled with smaller stones packed by hand to make a level surface. Now all the...
Mr. Oh, excuse me, sir, but there's a slope ahead, and I don't know if my crew can follow your plan.
Mr. Briggs, there is to be no slope rising at a steeper angle than 1 foot in 30.
Well, that's going to mean a lot more work, you understand.
Naturally, so let's have at it. Oh, and Briggs, on your way back, send up that crew who've completed the bottom layer of foundation. They'll need further orders.
I'll do that.
You seem to have planned the work well, Telford. But how about, the floods, you know. Yes, it's a flood.
I'm installing a drain which runs beneath the road through outside ditches at every 100 yards. But if you'll excuse me, Lord Ellis, here comes the crew. I want to give them some instructions for laying the top strata of foundation.
Say we finished that layer as far as the bend ahead, Mr. Telford? That's smooth as a mother's kiss. Hand-packed, too. Oh, blimey, what a job.
Well, we're ready for the next step now.
The crew will be glad to get a shovel in their hands after crawling on their knees, placing them stones.
Oh, we're not ready for the gravel yet. We've another layer of stones to put down first. Those in the wagons over there.
Oh, well, they're small. They'll fit a shovel nice enough.
And here, give one of these rings to each man on the crew. Oh, Briggs, bring those rings, please.
Rings, is it? Jewelry for the workers, eh?
Yes, give one of them to each man on the crew. These little rings are to help you choose stones for the next layer. The ring is 2.5 inches in diameter. Now use only those stones which will pass through the ring.
You mean to say we can't use larger stones than what'll go through this ring?
Exactly.
Yeah, seems like a bloomin' lot of work for a road. Nothing like this was ever done in English soil before.
The Romans built wonderful roads here in England 1,000 years ago.
Well, I'll be floundering.
Oh, and Hubbard, I want you to measure the thickness of the top layer carefully. The middle of the road must be exactly 4 inches above the sides.
Well, I'll get the men busy with the shovels, Mr. Telford. This won't be easy measuring each blasted stone, but at least we won't be fitting in these little stones with our fingers.
I'm afraid you don't understand, Hubbard. Forget your shovels. The second layer of stones will also be laid by hand.
Oh, righto, sir. But if looks would kill, we'd be building this road without you, and with a shovel.
Under the smooth direction of the master planner, the road grew wider, stronger, and more glistening in the summer sun. The work progressed on what the workers felt was the oddest road ever constructed.
We're nigh out of gravel, Mr. Telford, so I'll tell the men to spread it a little thinner.
It must be 1 inch thick over the foundation. This is the final covering of the road, and it must be exactly right. We'll have to stop work if we don't have sufficient gravel, but we certainly won't stint 1 teaspoon of it.
Genius, it has been said, is merely an infinite capacity for taking pains. Nothing ever seemed to be too much work or too much trouble for Telford, the road builder. When a minor error in calculation put a hill in the path of the road, Telford remarked calmly,
"It won't be necessary to cut around it. We'll save the additional mile of distance. We'll blast the hill away."
And after 2 years of unceasing work, Telford was finally forced to pause. The gravel for the final layer was not of the right consistency, so he sent it back, and while waiting for a new load to arrive, decided to take a brief vacation.
Well, here we are in Charing Cross, Tom. I suppose the innkeeper will have your usual room ready for you.
Well, I hope so. Took the precaution of writing him beforehand. I heard the hotel's changed hands last week, and the new owner wouldn't know I was an old customer.
He seems to have fixed the place up a bit. I wonder where he's...
Mr.
this must be
Telford, the famous Mr. Telford. I'm Mr. Judson, the new owner of the Ship Hotel. Allow me to assure you that your rooms are ready, and your slightest wish,
Yes, well, thank you very much, Mr. Judson. Most considerate. But I may not be here very long.
Mr. Telford plans to build himself a house in London as soon as the road is...
Leave? Oh, you must be joking, of course. You are joking, aren't you?
No. I hope to have the road
finished. My dear sir, I just paid £750 for you.
You what?
Why, you're looked on as a fixture at this hotel. You're such an important and valuable tenant that each incoming landlord pays an extra sum. account of you, you see.
Oh, you're more famous than you realize, Tom.
Yeah, sir, if you're leaving, kindly do me the favor of not mentioning it around a few days. I think I know of someone who might be interested in buying, you know. And here's your mail, Mr. Telford. I quite forgot it with all the to-do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Judson.
Lots of them with foreign markings, I noticed. Begging your pardon, sir.
Well, we'll just sit here and glance through them, eh, Briggs?
Oh, here's one from the Public Works Committee in Wales. Oh, I want you to repair and rebuild all their roads through the mountains.
This is from Warsaw. Well, delegation wants me to draw up plans for a road from Warsaw to Brest.
Oh, here's one from Lord Ainsworth, quite an admirer of yours. Refers to you as the Colossus of roads.
Well, his lordship has an affinity for bad puns. Ah, yes, here it is, the letter I've been hoping for.
More important than these?
Oh, yes, indeed. The shipment of gravel will arrive within a fortnight, and now we can complete the road.
And the day of the completion of the Glasgow Road was a happy one for Thomas Telford. He rode in the royal carriage across the broad, smooth back of the renovated road. No mud holes to trap unwary wheels, no reason to be joggled and jostled, not even the malodorous scent of the ditches.
It's a splendid road, Mr. Telford. Parliament is, well pleased. Goodness, yes. We would like to commission you to build some bridges. And, of course, roads, of course. Yes, it is been rumored, you know, that certain foreign governments are trying to entice you away, Mr. Telford. And we hope, that is, Parliament hopes, you know, sir, you will favor England with your service. Well, Mr. Telford, what do you say?
Oh, forgive me, Lord Ellis. I wasn't listening. Just sitting here, smiling to myself.
Smiling, Mr. Telford?
Yes. I like to think I'm the first person that ever drove across this road with a smile on his face.
For horse-drawn vehicles, Telford's precision-built, hand-bedded roads have never been improved upon. They stretch their broad white ribbons to the end of the British Isles, unwinding their smooth, facile way across England, Scotland, and Wales to form a wide, smooth link in commerce and communications. And when today a barefoot country lad looks down the winding trail that leads to teeming cities and glorious worlds to conquer, he owes his dream to Thomas Telford's Adventure in Research. And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratory. Be sure to listen next week for another transcribed story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research.
Adventures in Research. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service. Of a Hungarian doctor, Ignaz Philipp Semmelweis, who back before the days of the miracles of modern medicine waged a lifelong battle for cleanliness and sterility in hospitals. Our story begins in Vienna in 1837,
where young Semmelweis has just come to study law. Free of parental restraint, the young man entered into the gay life of the city. One day, just for a lark, he joined a medical student, a friend, Felix, in witnessing an anatomy demonstration.
My, how high this place is. What do you call it?
You mustn't talk here. It's forbidden. This is our surgical theater.
So this is the torture chamber where you fellas do your butchery.
Oh, Ignatz, please, I beg you, don't talk.
Well, the show, when does it begin?
Presently. Just sit here quietly in the back and observe.
That fellow down there under the light with the frock coat and red beard, who is he?
That is Dr. Krakauer, a very famous surgeon. Oh, see, what did I tell you? He's looking up here.
And who's that lying on the table?
The patient for the demonstration.
Felix, isn't that a woman?
Was, you mean?
But I don't understand. She's so young. So young. How did it happen?
Childbed fever. Shh. Krakauer is ready to begin. Semmelweis, where are you going? Aren't you staying for the demonstration?
Semmelweis had seen enough. In 1837, childbed fever was killing 1 out of 5 married women between the ages of 15 and 44. The young law student was so impressed by what he had seen that the very next day he wrote to his family in Budapest.
I must confess to you, my dear parents, that I have no sincere interest in the study of law. My mind and heart, I fear, are unsuited for law courts and the haggling over legal contracts.
Papa, does Ignatz mean he no longer wishes to become a lawyer?
It looks that way, Mama.
Oh, such a boy. Well, what does he want to do?
If you will let me finish reading his letter, maybe I will find out. So, with your permission, my beloved parents, I should like to take up the study of medicine, particularly in the field of obstetrics, to which I should like to devote my life.
Papa, is our Ignatz out of his mind? Obstetrics?
Yeah, it's not good. I told you, Mama, not to send him to Vienna. All that music and... It will go.
In April 1844, young Dr. Semmelweis, serious and devoted to his new profession, joined the notorious First Maternity Division of the Vienna General Hospital. Notorious? Yes, because during his first month there, he saw 36 out of 208 mothers die of the dreaded childbed fever. He walked among these women, helpless, not knowing what to do.
Herr Doctor.
Yeah, my good woman. What can I do for you?
Water. I'm burning with fever. Water.
Here. Drink.
More.
No, that's enough for now. Try to rest. The fever will go away soon. Don't worry. It will go away.
But it didn't go away. During the next 2 years, 1844 to 1846, Dr. Semmelweis watched his female patients die, one by one, row after row in the hospital. He spent days, nights, in the autopsy laboratory, searching for a clue to the dreaded fever. And then, one day, while walking through the halls of the hospital, he accidentally bumped into an old friend.
Felix, my old friend Felix, it's good to see you.
Semmelweis, how are you? And how do you like being a doctor?
Well, frankly, not much. Sometimes I feel that I should have continued with law. That is easier. No heartaches, no sleepless nights. But what brings you here?
Oh, bad news. I have just received word that my best friend, the pathologist Kolechka...
A very brilliant fellow. What about him?
He died this morning.
How?
Blood poisoning. Some careless student was assisting him at an autopsy. The knife slipped and he cut Kolechka.
Wait, Felix. You say A poison was transferred from a patient by a knife directly into Kolechka's blood.
Exactly.
Blood poison at an autopsy?
Yes. What are you driving at, Semmelweis?
This is most interesting, if this is true. But wait, I must see the report of Kolechka's post-mortem. And if this is true, if it is true...
Semmelweis's fingers trembled as he read the report. Yes, the death of Kolechka was due to blood poisoning. In black and white, there it was. Blood poisoning.
Yeah, the wound of the student's knife slip carried the invisible poison of the autopsy into Kolechka. So death is not generated always inside our bodies, but can sneak into us from outside. Perhaps the same is true of these dying mothers. The doctors come straight from autopsy rooms to the examining rooms. Perhaps we bring blood poison with us on our hands. Our dirty hands. They are the real murderers of these women.
Long before Pasteur, long before Koch and Lister, Ignaz Philipp Semmelweis had stumbled on the cold fact that microbes, poisons from outside the body, can kill patients. Overnight, he became a fanatic about cleanliness, about washing the hands of all who had contact with sick patients.
Doctor, Doctor, please, let me go home. Let me have my child at home. I will die here. I know it. Please, Dr. Semmelweis.
Just have courage and rest.
Oh, rest? How can I rest when I know I shall die like all the others? How can I rest, Herr Doctor, when I'm all day reminded of death? That bell, the priest's bell.
Dr. Schultz.
Yeah, Dr. Semmelweis?
Do me a favor. Ask the priest not to march through these wards with his death bell.
Yeah, Dr. Semmelweis.
And, Dr. Schultz, do these women a favor. Wash your hands before you come into the wards.
My hands? Why, they're clean.
Dr. Schultz, where were you before you made your rounds in number 1 clinic?
Not in my laboratory.
So?
We were performing an autopsy on the patient who died of fever.
And from there, you came directly to this ward to examine these women. Isn't that so?
Dr. Semmelweis, I object to your constant questions. You are not an attorney, nor am I a criminal.
That remains to be seen. Did you wash your hands after you left that unfortunate woman in the autopsy?
My hands are clean. See for yourself.
On the surface, yes. But did it ever occur to you, Doctor, that even your hands may carry disease?
The next day found Dr. Semmelweis with the chief of the obstetrical staff, Dr. Klein.
Semmelweis,
You are making a fetish of this cleanliness.
Since when is death a fetish?
But the causes of the fever are well known. Even the great Virchow will tell you that the fever is due to an invisible miasma, bad air, atmospheric, cosmic, telluric influences. That's what's killing these mothers.
Fancy words to hide ignorance. I tell you the fever is caused by dirty hands, contaminated hands. If your interns would take the trouble of washing their hands with chlorine water, fewer women would die in your hospital.
And how do you know, Herr Dr. Semmelweis?
Because I have been gathering facts. Here in the hospital, we have 2 obstetrical clinics. In clinic number 1, the mortality rate is 11.3%. And in clinic number 2, the mortality rate is only 2.7%. Now listen to this. In clinic number 1, the patients are examined by interns whose hands are contaminated in the autopsy laboratory. But in clinic number 2, only midwives examine the patients. And midwives, as you well know, never go near the autopsy room. Therefore, I conclude, less contamination, fewer deaths.
A very pretty hypothesis proving nothing.
And I reply, if you had eyes, you would find proof right under your very nose.
Semmelweis, for a long time I've been thinking of discharging you for your attitude and insults.
Yes, that would eliminate Semmelweis, but not the fever. Dr. Klein, my appointment here ends a year from now. Let me prove to you in that year that my hypothesis is correct. Whatever our personal differences, you are a scientist. Let me try my experiment.
let me wash the hands of your staff in Clinic Number 1.
The next morning, there was an unusual announcement in the hospital. All interns, nurses, orderlies, students, and yes, even the dignified doctors were ordered to assemble in Clinic Number 1.
These are the orders. I want the delivery room spotless. Clean sheets, sterile clothing, sterile sponges, antiseptic instruments. Do not come near a patient with dirty hands. I beseech you, implore you, wash your hands. Soap and water alone will not suffice. Soak your hands in a solution of chloride of lime. I will give you a demonstration.
And so Semmelweis began. First, he lathered his hands with soap excessively, then washing them in water over and over again. Then he plunged his hands into a basin of chlorine water. Here he washed and rinsed his hands so long that they turned red. The bored group looked on. At last, Semmelweis's hands became slippery. He holds them up to his nose. He sniffs, and then he nods.
Now, my hands are clean.
As simple as all that, Semmelweis washed the doctor's hands clean of death. In 3 weeks, after he insisted that everyone wash his hands, he reported to Dr. Klein.
The mortality rate in Clinic Number 1 has dropped from 11.3 to only 3%.
And at the end of the year, he reported,
mortality rate dropped from 3% to the all-time low in the Vienna lying-in hospital of only a little over 1%.
And in that same year, Herr Dr. Klein reported,
Semmelweis, you are discharged. I have been expecting that, Dr. Klein, but I've proven my point. We know how to wipe out childbed fever. We have saved the lives of thousands of women.
You are impetuous. You quarrel. You cannot take orders.
Wrong again, Dr. Klein. I can take orders. Goodbye.
But that wasn't the last the world heard of Dr. Semmelweis. There came a day when he was proved correct, when his ideas were accepted and expanded to make possible the antiseptically clean, spotless hospital of today. But Ignaz Philipp Semmelweis saw little progress in this direction, for he became a victim of the very sickness he was trying to eradicate. While working on childbed fever, he died of the same septic infection. Later, Sir William J. Sinclair of the University of Manchester wrote these words.
We deplore the martyrdom of Semmelweis, but we can find some comfort in the reflection that he did not struggle in vain. The whole civilized world was soon to enjoy the fruits of his discovery. He shed the light of scientific progress on a region hitherto shrouded in the darkness of night.
And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today bringing you the unusual story of an immigrant boy named Michael Pupin, who came to America penniless and unlearned, but through determination and industry rose to fame as an educator and inventor in his adopted land. Some 80 or 85 years ago, in a small Serbian village of Ivor, there lived a farm family by the name of Pupin. Life was hard, and everyone had to do his share of work. Even young Michael, 12 years of age.
Now, Michael, listen closely to what I say.
Yes, Father?
I have brought you here tonight to the pasture to watch the oxen. It's very dark and no easy task for a small boy. Now, during the day, the sun and the heat force the oxen to keep cool under the shade trees. But at night, they are hungry and wish to feed. Now, do you see that cornfield over there?
Yes, Father.
When a breeze from the cornfield carries the sweetness of the young corn to the oxen, they will stray into those fields unless you watch them.
Oh, I will watch them closely, Father. Very closely.
Watching is not enough. A greater danger hides in the cornfield.
Danger, Father?
Cattle thieves. They hide in the cornfields at night, and whenever an ox strays there to feast on the corn, they steal the animal away in the dark.
How shall I prevent this?
See this long knife?
Yes, Father.
Now, I stick it deep into the earth. So. Now lie down, Michael, and press your ear against the earth. Close. Now, are you ready?
Ready, Father.
Now I will strike the wooden handle of the knife. Do you hear it, son?
Oh, very clearly.
Now press your ear against the handle of the knife. Tell me, what do you hear now?
I hear... Yes, it is the sound of the hooves of the oxen moving about in the pasture.
That is right.
Why is this, Father?
In Serbia, among the farmers, it is an old custom. We know that sound travels through the ground far better than through the air. And hard earth carries sound much better than plowed up earth. So, Michael, it is your duty to lie here at night with your ear pressed against the knife's handle. Should you hear the oxen stray away into the cornfields, strike the handle of your knife sharply. Now, that will signal other boys in the pasture nearby, and they will come running to help you.
And the cattle thieves, will they not hear our signal?
Where they hide, the earth is soft. They will not hear your signal.
This was Michael Pupin's first acquaintanceship with the phenomena of mechanical vibrations, a fact which stood him in good stead in later years. A few years later, the Pupin family gave permission to Michael to leave for America, there to seek his fortune.
My son, we are poor, and therefore cannot send you out into the world blessed with riches. But advice from a father's heart, this I can give to you. Michael, my son, if you wish to make your name in the world, provide yourself with another pair of eyes, the eyes of reading and writing. Right. Learning is the light which illuminates our path through this life and leads to a future life of everlasting glory.
The ship carrying young Pupin to America docked at Hoboken, and the immigrants transferred to Castle Garden to be questioned by the admittance officers.
How old are you, boy?
15.
What country?
Serbia.
Well, the immigration law of this country requires that you have sufficient funds on your person so that you will not become a public charge. How much money did you bring with you to America?
Oh, only this much.
5 cents? Why, you must be joking.
That is all I have.
Do you have relatives here?
No relatives.
Any friends?
No friends.
Don't you know anyone in this country?
Oh, yes. Yes, in Serbia, I study in school about Benjamin Franklin and his kite, and I know Abraham Lincoln, and I know Uncle Tom's cabin.
Well, you chose good company, boy, but not much help in getting you admitted. Do you have a trade?
What does this mean, trade?
Well, have you ever worked at anything, such as farming, carpentry, stonemason, shoemaker, a tailor?
No, nothing. But I will learn. This is what brings me to America, to learn.
5 cents to your name. No relatives, no friends, and no skills. Oh, you're a very poor risk.
Risk? What is this risk?
It's... Oh, well, forget it. I'll make an exception in your case. Okay, go ahead.
Michael Pupin was permitted to enter America. To keep alive, he did farm work in Maryland, tended mules in Delaware, painted basements in Philadelphia, and finally found employment in a cracker factory in New York. In the factory, he made friends with a boiler room engineer who took an interest in the young immigrant.
That's enough, Cole boy. Shut the door. Sit yourself down and rest. Well, you still want to be a fireman when you grow up, Michael?
Oh, yes. A boiler fireman like you, Mr. Jim.
No, my lad. You must aim higher, much higher. That takes book learning. Here, I brought you a present. It's second-hand, but it's still good.
Oh, a book. Oh, thank you, Mr. Jim.
It's a dictionary. And the first thing you've got to do is learn English. Every time you come across a new word that you don't understand, you just look it up in this book.
Oh, I will look it up, yes.
Next, you must go to school.
That is my dream.
A cousin of mine goes to Cooper Union Night School. I'll talk to him, see about getting you into classes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Jim. I wish to learn very much.
Well, that's the right idea, boy. This is a growing country. There's opportunity all over this land. Study. Go to school. Prepare yourself for when your chance comes.
The boiler engineer, true to his word, got young Pupin admitted to school. Every spare moment at work, he made his young pupil memorize famous personalities and documents in American history.
For the people shall not perish from this earth.
Very good, Michael. Very good.
I am speaking English better, yes?
Oh, much better. Tomorrow we'll try my favorite poem, The Village Blacksmith.
Mr. Jim.
Yes, Michael?
In the library at school is a big picture with many fine-looking men. Some sit and some stand.
Oh, what about it?
These men, who are they? Names like McCormick, Morse, Howe, Whitney, Morton. Mr. Jim, what did these men do?
Well, let's see. Morse invented the telegraph, McCormick the reaper, Howe the sewing machine. Most of these names belong to inventors, men of science.
Like Benjamin Franklin and his kite?
Well, that's right, like Franklin.
This is what I wish to become, a man of science, like these men in the picture.
Soon Michael Pupin was just that, a man of science. At 21, he entered Columbia College, winning the coveted Tyndall Fellowship for advanced study at Cambridge. Abroad, he became fascinated by the Faraday-Maxwell electromagnetic theory. After a year at Cambridge, he transferred to the University of Berlin to complete his doctorate under the famous German physicist von Helmholtz. On his return to America in 1889, Dr. Pupin was assigned to teach mathematical physics in the new Department of Electrical Engineering at Columbia. With his assistant, Crocker, the two men went to examine their new quarters.
Well, Crocker, what do you think of our new home? The truth? Naturally, the truth.
It looks like a cow shed. Yes, it isn't very large. Nor is our laboratory too well equipped. One motor, one dynamo, an alternator, and some measuring instruments.
And 2 green instructors.
We will expand, Crocker. It's up to us to expand if we want to make any impression upon the electrical art.
Oh, we'll expand, Professor. Be sure of that.
What makes you so confident?
You have no idea how rapidly an inexperienced teacher expands when he tries to teach a new subject to pupils who are poorly prepared.
The basic theoretical courses in electrical engineering were taught by Dr. Pupin in the morning. In the afternoon, he gave laboratory instruction. In the evening, working in the cowshed, he found time to carry on experimental research. And from this came Michael Pupin, the inventor. All of us know today that it's a simple thing to tune a radio. Just by twisting a dial or pushing a button, we get music, drama, sports, like magic. But when wireless or radio first came into being, this magic was unknown. A big problem was how to send and receive messages so they would not interfere with one another. This problem was solved by Michael Pupin.
In an electrical circuit having a coil and a condenser, the moving electricity has a definite inertia and a definite electrical stiffness. Hence, it will have a definite pitch or frequency, just like a tuning fork or even a vibrating knife stuck into the hard ground. It is obvious, therefore, that an electrical resonator, the pitch of which can be changed by adjusting its coil or condenser or both, is a perfect parallel to the acoustical resonator. I call my invention selective tuning.
Electrical tuning was not the only invention of the immigrant inventor. He perfected a type of telephone repeater or induction coil, which first made possible long-distance telephony.
The electrical vibrations in a telephone line can be likened to the simple mechanical motions in a vibrating string. Small weights placed along the string at several intervals of the wavelength will enable the desired frequencies to be transmitted much more efficiently than otherwise. So it is with the telephone line. Localized induction coils placed at predetermined intervals in the line will maintain the desired tone distinctions and power of signal.
Michael Pupin was indeed a versatile man of science. He discovered secondary X-ray radiation and made a long list of contributions to the wide field of telegraph, telephone, and wireless communication. And honors and prizes came to the immigrant inventor.
The Elliott Crescent Medal for Distinction in Physics.
The presidency of the Institute of Radio Engineers.
The Edison Medal. The Ibert Prize of the French Academy.
The presidency of the New York Academy of Science.
18 honorary degrees.
Scientist, inspiring teacher, inventor. Such was the career of Michael Pupin, the one-time Serbian shepherd boy who made of his opportunities in a free land an inspiring adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. A great philosopher died in the year 1292. No one marked the day of his passing. He had lived to a disillusioned old age, seeing none of his dreams come true. And so he passed into oblivion. But later he stood in the minds of man as little less than a god. What manner of man was he who said,
"A little groping toward the light, and then the night"?
What manner of man was Roger Bacon? This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. and today telling you the story of one of science's earliest contributors, the fragments of the story of a man named Roger Bacon.
Yes, here's the tablet. Right here, all right. Now, this is the site where he lived. It says... Oh, I can barely make it out. The great philosopher Roger Bacon, born in the year of our Lord 1214, who, by experimental method, extended the realm of science and, after a long life of untiring activity, fell asleep. 1292, in the year of our Lord.
The tablet at Oxford gives only a glimpse of what Roger Bacon bequeathed to us. 1292 is a long time back to find the measure of a man. 7 centuries of dust obscure him in his gray prison cell where he died, and his passing was not marked. And the gray dust of time obscured the books he wrote, if indeed they were ever written. Then from out the ashes of forgotten fame sprung a legend. The centuries changed and dissolved. Words were whispered, legends of great books hidden away, and a name began to take form as the centuries passed. Roger Bacon became a world of legend.
Oh, Friar Roger called Bacon. Didst thou knowest he built a bridge by the natural condensation of air? Aye, he built a bridge 30 miles long over the sea from England to France.
Oh, and what happened to it?
He passed over it safely, this bridge of air, he and all his retinue.
A most remarkable bridge. Hast thou seen it?
Alas, no. For Friar Roger destroyed it again by rarefying the air.
A most remarkable man.
But that is nothing compared to what else he has done. There is nothing in the world the man could not do. A magician of white arts he was.
Roger Bacon was dead 200 years.
'Tis said that Friar Bacon had 2 most wonderful mirrors that he built.
2 wonderful mirrors?
By one of them, he could light a candle at any hour, day or night.
A man among men. To light a candle by a mirror.
That is not all. With the other mirror...
Yes, the other mirror?
In the other mirror, he could see what people were doing in any part of the world.
See people in it? Verily, this Friar Bacon was a man among men.
Roger Bacon was dead 250 years.
And this man Bacon fashioned a head of brass that sat upon his table, and from it he could obtain the answer to any question he asked.
And Roger Bacon was dead 300 years. Today, Bacon is dead more than 650 years. Can we now see the man, not the forgotten old prisoner who died unlamented, nor the near genius with a head of brass, but the real Roger Bacon? Little is known about the external events of his life, but we now can reconstruct the summary of his internal life, his ideas. He attended the University of Oxford, where he heard such things as...
Yes, scholars, we must do as Aristotle had done. He combined the study of physics, biology, and mathematics into a universal system of logic, upon which all human knowledge is based.
Aristotle, dead some 15 centuries. Yet Bacon must do as Aristotle had done.
But Aristotle lacked the necessary instruments to verify his scientific doctrines. Can we not progress beyond what Aristotle knew and thought?
Bacon was almost 30 now, and his philosophy had begun to crystallize. So he left his role of teacher of philosophy and turned to his religion for his science. He became a Franciscan friar. But in the 13th century, science was at twilight of mysticism and guesswork. No one had made the experiments to discover what was and what was not. All this Roger Bacon undertook.
What others have striven to see dimly and blindly, like bats at twilight, I investigate in the full light of day.
My lord, constantly there are visitors to Friar Roger, and such visitors. Whence come they? Where does he find them? And more, what business hath he with such? Today there were tillers of soil and rag pickers, and old women, ploughmen, and soldiers. Yesterday there were barbers and cooks.
Bacon had chosen the whole world as his province. There was nothing known to the laymen, old women, soldiers, and ploughmen of which he was ignorant. He worked with minerals and metals and made weapons of war. He studied agriculture and rainfall. He made notes of remedies and charms employed by old gossips. He studied the books of magicians that he might expose their mystic tricks. Nothing that deserved inquiry escaped him. And the world and his friends might ask,
But, Friar Roger, of what good is it to cram your head with the gossip of the kitchen, to study the earth in the field neath the plough, turn your mind to better things?
To what better things? The world is my subject, good Edmund, and I have learned much. Suppose I should tell you that the calendar is wrong.
Calendar? Wrong? Nonsense.
Suppose I tell you that one might construct with glass an aid to the eyes.
Oh, what fancy is this, pray?
The laws of optics. It would be practical, I believe, to construct some sort of glasses to be placed before the eyes, and the aged and those with weak eyes would find it helpful.
and those stones on the table, are they to see with also?
Stones? Oh, magnets. I have been studying the characteristics of the magnetic field.
Pray tell me, Friar Roger, is there nothing you have not learned?
It is a wide world, Edmund, and there are many laws. I believe I have come upon certain of them, but I am not sure. It is senseless to speak.
No more senseless than what I have already heard.
I believe I have come upon certain laws whereby a child might appear to be a giant and a man as a mountain. Thus a small army might appear very large, and thus we could cause the sun and the moon and stars in appearance to descend here below.
Cease! You speak blasphemy, or are you bereft of your senses? I will list to no more. The moon descending, a man appearing as a mountain. What is this? What is this?
What it was, of course, was the telescope. Friar Roger hadn't discovered it, but he had come tantalizingly close, and he came even closer to other discoveries. In his manuscripts, there is a strange cipher, a secret message, a discovery he guarded carefully. So carefully, he could not trust it in print. A momentous thing to indeed be so protected. The coded message has been deciphered and read at last. And the peculiar note by Bacon read,
I have produced an explosion that outroared the thunder, and a flash that exceeded the brilliance of lightning.
What Bacon had discovered was gunpowder. But the 13th century was not ready for such knowledge, nor prepared for such a man. So Roger Bacon was put into prison, a dark little cell that was to be his home for 14 years. But with his parchment and quill, Bacon continued his study. His spirit would not be quenched. And after his daily diet of bread and water, he would write.
As for wealth, the true man of science neither receives it nor seeks it. If he frequented kings and princes, he would easily find those who would bestow on him honors and wealth. But that would hinder him from pursuing the great experiments in which he delights. In his pursuit of knowledge, the philosopher can remove even the walls of his cell and stretch them to the outermost limits of the world.
Yet perhaps all was not lost. Perhaps some men of the 13th century would listen. The Pope wrote to Bacon,
I request that you declare through your writing what remedies seem to you fitting for dealing with these matters.
Here at last, an attentive ear to what Bacon had learned. He wrote his manuscript and entrusted it to a friend. But the road to Rome was long and hard. The Pope died within a year. The manuscript never reached him. There were wars and great battles, and the manuscript fell into oblivion, not to be seen again until 1733, 450 years after it had been written. Yet we cannot say, poor Roger Bacon, as did his few friends who visited him in his lowly cell.
Do not waste pity on me. The real prisoners of life are not those like unto me, whose bodies are locked behind bars of iron, but those whose minds are chained. I pity the jailers. May God release them from the shackles of their ignorance.
He busied himself with his pen, writing his notes in code, ciphers of gunpowder and poison gas. And as the light began to fail, he gathered his friends and pupils around him in the dark gray of the prison room and spoke to them. And his eyes grew luminous, and his voice took on dreamlike intensity.
I believe that humanity shall accept as an axiom for its conduct the principle for which I have laid down my life, the right to investigate. It is the credo of free men, this opportunity to try, the privilege to be wrong, the courage to experiment anew. It is the end of the quest. I am not yet 80. A whole lifetime spent trying to catch a fleeting glimpse of the truth. What have I accomplished in the years allotted? Yea, I have only glanced at the title page of God's manuscript. And now it is almost time to close the book. Life is a little groping toward the light, and then the night.
Such was Roger Bacon, the first modern man of science. He did not cause a great stir in his own world. His ideas were not accepted. He lived to a disillusioned old age. He failed to see any of his dreams come true. And when he died, no one noted the day of his passing. Yet he left a heritage for you, for me, for all mankind that followed him. His was indeed a monumental adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research.
Adventures in Research. One of the most familiar sounds of modern civilization is this. But the signal warning of a fire did not always sound like that. Originally, the fire alarm sounded down the streets like this. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of fire and the men who fought it. Fought it in the days before machines or engines or even horses. Before the white man came to America, there were fires, of course. But they posed no problem to the Indian. If he rubbed two sticks together and couldn't control the result of his labors, The village merely picked up its portable dwellings and fled the fires to a greener part of the land. But with the arrival of white men and the formation of cities, this method wasn't so easy.
Quite some house Mr. Stewart's building, huh?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Going to be the biggest house in all New Amsterdam.
Yeah?
My, look at the work they're putting into it.
Isn't he? Took a lot of lumber, all right.
Well, one thing we got here is trees aplenty.
Yes, indeed. A couple trees alone went into that chimney.
Yep, as nice a wood chimney as you'll see in the whole town.
And a nice thatched roof. Yeah, Mr. Stewart's going to be mighty comfortable with a nice house like that.
Wooden chimneys, thatched roofs, a pretty inflammable combination in New Amsterdam. And if a fire broke out...
Sakes alive, Mr. Barton. The roof's afire.
Well, don't stand there gawking. Run to the river and get a bucket of water.
All right.
Better get two.
The council will please come to order. We cannot have this constant bickering. 'Tis plain as the nose on your face. We have to outlaw these wooden chimneys. 27 fires in a fortnight.
My dear Mayor Stuyvesant, what concern is this of ours?
But 27 fires.
There's plenty of water. There's water all around.
But there will not be if this keeps up. We will be draining the ocean dry. Just because you own some trees and sell wood for chimneys
It's no concern of yours, Mayor Stuyvesant, what I do. And if it's wooden chimneys they want...
I'm the mayor, and I say...
If the mayor is going to start saying what wood will be used for, I suggest he look at his own leg. What if a fire starts there?
But Mayor Stuyvesant, wooden leg and all, had his way. Not only a ban on wooden chimneys, but...
I hereby appoint Mr. Barden, Mr. Gorman, Mr. Bachfeld, and Mr. Dunderflag as watchful fire wardens. They will see that the ban on wooden chimneys is enforced and will be empowered to inspect all hearths and firesides to see that no flames endanger dwellings.
Get out of here! I won't have you rummaging around my house.
Now, you look here. I'm a watchful fire warden.
I don't care what you are. You won't be coming around my house again, or I'll set the dogs on you.
But I'm supposed to...
The watchful fire wardens found their popularity decreasing and their position quite unenviable. So nothing was done about fires until one winter night in 1657, when a log rolled out of a fireplace. In the most fashionable home in the colony, the rugs were afire, the draperies aflame.
Look! Baxter's house is afire!
Don't stand there staring. Get a bucket.
A bucket! The bucket!
Somebody fetch a bucket.
You've got no buckets, Mr. Baxter.
Oh, I can't find one. I don't know what the servant did with them. Hasn't anybody got a bucket?
Seem to be right scarce. Anybody got a bucket?
The sight of the most palatial home in the colony burned to ashes finally aroused the citizens of New Amsterdam.
Each home shall be taxed 1 beaver or 8 guilders for the purpose of providing hooks and ladders and 250 leather fire buckets.
Here you are, gentlemen, the finest leather buckets we cobblers can make.
Good. There'll be 50 of them at Daniel's Inn, and 5 at Mr. Baxter's home, 5 at Mr. Gruller's. Oh, yes, 50 of them at City Hall. All right, now, boys, each of us in town will take his turn patrolling the streets for an hour. And now, an hour isn't much time. And if you so much as see a spark, you immediately shake the rattle like this.
And when any of us hear that rattle, why, grab up what buckets you can and come a-running.
When New Amsterdam became New York, there were changes in firefighting also. The rattles and the buckets were still maintained, but every household was compelled by law to own a bucket. When the fire was sighted and the rattle sounded, each citizen ran to the window and threw the fire bucket out into the street. Members of the guards gathered them up and hurried off to the blaze. And men and women formed two lines between the fire and the nearest well, with one line passing along the full buckets and another returning the empty. And then, in 1731, came an Englishman named Richard Newsham.
Fantastic, eh? What? Newsham's machine. It pumps water, you know?
I've heard about it. Have you noticed the new...
For fires, that is.
Yes, so they tell me. Have you seen the new material that Altmaier has?
Strangest contraption. You pour the water into the top, and it has handles on the side. You pump it, like this, sort of.
I've heard all about it. I was asking you if
It
you...
spurts the water right out of it wherever you want it to go. What do you think of that now, eh?
I don't know about you, but... Frankly, I'm tired of it.
Oh.
Two of Newsham's machines were brought to America and were soon given an opportunity to prove themselves.
Yes, sir. If it hadn't been for them two fire engines, we'd really be in the soup. Jim Edwards' house caught fire, but with them two engines, we got it put out in a jiffy. Put it out before it did more than burn down Jim's house and the two next door.
With fire engines like these, companies were formed, volunteer societies that popped up all over New York. And when the fire bell sounded, men dropped whatever they were doing, rushed to their firehouses, donned their leather hats, and dragged their pet fire engines through the streets. They even christened their engines with such names as Old Wreath of Roses, Lady Washington, Red Rover, and before long, rivalries developed which didn't hurt the fires much at all.
Now listen, Farnley, and you other boys. The Polk Street boys beat us to the last 3 fires, and I don't like the joshing folks are giving us.
Me neither, Chief. None of us do. Well, what can we do?
Easy. See them barrels? We'll keep 'em right here at the firehouse. Now, as soon as the bell rings, you fellas grab 'em and scamper off to the fire while the rest of us pull the wagon.
I don't see what good a barrel is going to do if we can't get our engine there first.
Don't you see, you consarned fool? You get there and put the barrel over the fire hydrant. That way, whoever gets there first can't get to the water until we get our engine there.
Unfortunately, the fires didn't wait till the fistfight subsided. And while many fire companies turned to horsepower to pull the heavy engines, more than a few volunteer laddies of the old days refused to give up the honor of pulling them by manpower. But scientific progress did not wait on personal honor or sentiment. Early in the 19th century, steam was used to operate a fire pump, and vehicles were built with both pump and boiler mounted on a wagon. By the time of the Great Chicago Fire, most of the companies used steam fire engines. Another great contribution to firefighting was the flexible hose, which permitted the fighters to park the engine far enough from the blaze to keep it from burning too. And a still later development was the suction hose. With motorized fire engines, science progressed even further and developed new methods of pumping.
The rotary-type gear is a positive action pump which will draw water from a depth of 20 to 25 feet without being primed. Another type, the centrifugal pump, is also used.
And piston pumps are very satisfactory under some conditions.
But firefighters work with more than water. From the chemistry laboratories come new methods.
Where water is scarce, soda acid engines can be used. Now, these are vessels with a solution of bicarbonate of soda dissolved in water, along with a separate cylinder of sulfuric acid. The sulfuric acid is discharged into the bicarbonate of soda solution. This reaction forms carbonic acid under pressure, which forces the solution through the hose.
And foam chemical engines,
which operate much as the soda acid engines, except that the acid ingredient is a solution of aluminum sulfate dissolved in water. To this, a stabilizing solution is added to make the bubbles and foam tougher. Now, this foam adheres to any burning surface, even on a vertical wall or to a ceiling. Also, it can float on any inflammable liquid.
The fight against fire goes on. And though flames still consume millions of dollars a year, sending life and property up in smoke, man is winning his fight against fire. And he is doing it because scientific principles and techniques have replaced the crude firefighting methods of early America to make a never-ending adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. We do take a lot of things for granted. Water, air, earth, sun, ice. Well, now, ice. Perhaps you never heard of the man who invented ice. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of the Ice King, as he liked to be called. And he also liked to think he invented ice. This notion seemed absurd to the New Englanders at the dawn of the 19th century. Invent ice? With lakes, rivers, and streams frozen over? When part of any winter's work was sawing out blocks of the solid stuff.
Come on, Tom. Let's keep moving. Gosh, it's cold.
Ain't that enough? How much of the consigned stuff does Martha need anyhow?
Oh, just enough to store in the cellar. One more block ought to do it. Heave to.
While such scenes were common in the northernmost states, a young chap named Frederick Tudor of Boston found the winter months more pleasant on a ship headed for the West Indies.
Ah, there, Tudor. Another fine day for sailing. Ocean smooth as glass, eh?
Indeed. Oh, it's like a different world. When I think of the poor souls up in Boston and New England. Fetch more wood, Frederick. Get out the snow shovel, Frederick. Heat the bricks for the bed, Frederick. Oh, this is the life. Warm sun, no winter clothes.
For a young chap, you've done quite well for yourself, Tudor. Don't mind my asking, but just what do you do the rest of the year?
Oh, work in a Boston shipping firm. Started when I was 13. Oh, been there for 8 years. 8 years of cold winters and ice and snow.
Well, see, you've left that far behind. Wait till you see the West Indies. The captain says we'll be putting into port this afternoon about sundown.
Good.
Care to debark and see the place, Tudor?
Fine.
It sure is warm, isn't it? I've been doing little else but mop my brow. I don't mind it being warm, but a man can get baked in this climate, too, you know.
Oh, yes, but I love it. Oh, how about joining me in some ginger tea? That should cool you off.
Cool you off? Man, you're mad. It's warm.
Well, it doesn't have to be. Up home in the summers, we chip some ice from the ice cellar and...
Ice? We left that back there, boy. Ice. These people never saw ice, never heard of it, and wouldn't believe it if you showed it to them.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot. Imagine living all your life and not knowing what ice is.
Yeah, I think I'll go below deck. That sun'll have me baked to a crisp.
Next time I come back, I'll have to bring my own ice with me.
Back in his native Boston, young Tudor approached his father with a peculiar request.
Dad, you know that pond you own up in Saugus?
Uh-huh. What about it?
Well, I wondered if I might be able to use it.
Use it? Well, it's pretty well fished out. Just a few miles out of Boston. And the city is growing, so...
Well, I don't want it for fishing. I want the ice.
Yeah, in a few years... You want the what?
The ice. When it freezes over this winter.
Well, I don't see why not. Welcome to it, son. You're going to build another ice cellar? Go right ahead, lad. Take all of it you want.
Thank you, Dad.
Frederick, you're welcome to it, of course. Take all the ice on the pond. But, what do you intend to do with it? Not that it's any of my business, of course, but then...
Well, thanks again, Dad.
Frederick, as I say, it's none of my affair. The ice is there for the taking. What you want with it is your own concern.
Well, of course.
I mean, well, hang it, son. What are you going to do with a whole pond full of ice? That is... Well, now, mind you, I know you have a good reason for it, I'm sure, but then...
Well, I do, Dad. I'm going to take the ice down to the West Indies.
I see. Well, I knew you'd have a sound, sensible, sane... You what?
Yes, Frederick Tudor was going to bring ice to the equator. With hardly enough cash to pay for cutting the ice, he managed to charter a ship, and in the winter of 1805... sent 2 helpers down to the port of Saint-Pierre in Martinique to prepare for the arrival. In March of 1806, Frederick Tudor arrived in Martinique on a ship whose hold was filled with 130 tons of ice packed in hay.
Excuse me, you speak English?
Oui, I speak English, little.
Have you seen a couple of Americans, a Mr. Armitage, a Mr. Westland?
Je ne sais pas.
Oh. A tall man, short man, my friends, supposed to meet me here. Meet me here. Ice. They talk of ice. In boat. Boat. Ice.
No.
Let me put it this way. American money?
American money. They be at Tivoli Garden. Yes, they spend, laugh, drink. They gone.
Tivoli Gardens?
Oui, Tivoli Garden. Over there, see? It's a Tivoli.
Thanks.
Merci, monsieur. Merci. Merci, monsieur.
Are you the proprietor?
Ah, oui, monsieur. Giovanni Tivoli. At your service, monsieur.
I'm looking for some countrymen of mine from the States. I understand they were here.
I look for them, too. They leave Giovanni. They say, We see you, Giovanni. Goodbye, Giovanni.
Well-
Pay you later, Giovanni. For 2 weeks, Giovanni, wait. I cannot afford to lose such money. They you friend? You pay their bill, huh?
I'm afraid not. They left me holding the bag, too.
What bag?
I have a cargo aboard my ship in the harbor, and they were supposed to...
You bring in cargo from the States, monsieur?
Yes, and something has to be done quickly. With this sun beating down, in no time it'll all...
Of course. Sun no good for food, monsieur. Sun spoil it soon.
Not spoil it, melt it.
Such funny words you use in States, monsieur. We say food spoil. You say food melt?
Melt? But it isn't food, it's ice. And it's very...
I am sure. Nice. Very nice.
Not nice. Ice. I-C-E. Ice.
Oh, to be sure, monsieur. Oui, ice. I-C-E. Ice, n'est-ce pas?
Yes, ice.
Ice. Oui. What is ice?
Well, it's the... Well, when it freezes, you... Well... Water becomes...
Water? You like glass of water, monsieur? Of course. There you are, monsieur. Water. Compliment Tivoli Gardens.
A very nice establishment you have here.
Like in the States, no, monsieur? Just like in the States?
Well, sort of. Of course, in the States we have ice.
Tivoli Gardens, as good as States, monsieur. Nothing you have there that Giovanni does not have here.
Well, you lack just one thing. If you had that, then indeed your Tivoli Gardens would be as great as any American restaurant.
What do we not have? Giovanni has everything. Look, coffee, tea, home-baked cake, monsieur.
But where is your ice?
Ice?
Ice.
In States, monsieur. Every place has this ice.
Wouldn't dream of opening without it. Unheard of.
Tivoli Gardens as good as any place. I, too, can have ice. You say you have a shipload of this ice in harbor, monsieur?
Oh, I do, but, I've already promised it to...
Promised? I buy this ice. I pay double. You sell to me, eh?
Well, you're a hard businessman, Giovanni. All right. I'll sell you the ice.
Good, monsieur. One question, monsieur. Now I have the ice. What do I do with it?
Why, you can make ice cream with it.
Oh, ice cream? Oui, of course. Ice cream. What is this ice cream?
You never heard of ice cream?
Never, monsieur.
Well, you will, Giovanni, and all Martinique will. You have some milk, sugar, flavorings? Here, take my coat. I'll start in making some ice cream right now, and by tomorrow, Tivoli Gardens will be the talk of Martinique.
On the first night, Tivoli Gardens sold more than $300 worth of ice cream, and the customers crowded the place. The local newspaper hailed the event.
This remarkable epoch in the history of luxury and enterprise began March 6th, 1806, when ice creams were eaten for the first time in the settlement of the country lying just 14 degrees north of the equator.
And though the bringing of ice to Martinique might be hailed as a social success, financially, Tudor lost almost $3,500 due to the melting of the ice. But he tried it again, this time in 1815 in Havana, where startled natives saw the construction of a strange building.
Mamma mia, he say it is an ice house.
An ice house it was, with double partitions and dead space between the walls and heavy plank flooring. In the floor, gutters were embedded like eaves spouts, which caught the melted ice and conveyed it to a barrel outside. At the barrel, Frederick Tudor stood with the watch in his hand.
Hour's up. Runoff amounts to 56 pounds. Now, that's too much. We'll need more hay to cover the ice. Better. 33 pounds in an hour. But not good enough. We'll bank earth around the building and try that. 18 pounds. We can't do much better than that.
But Tudor was still not completely satisfied. His shipments increased, his fleet enlarged. But what could he do to preserve the ice? Hay was not enough. He tried tan bark, chaff, wheat, pulverized cork, even coal dust, until he hit upon another item of New England waste, pine sawdust. With the help of that and new special tools, augers, tongs, picaroons, his ice exports jumped from 4,000 tons a year to 65,000 tons. He sent apples to the tropics, brought tropical fruits to the States, and was soon recognized as the ice king of the world. 4 years before his death in 1864, he had the satisfaction of seeing his ships carrying ice to 53 ports all over the world. And the last glimpse we have of the Ice King is at 80, as he stands at a frosted window in the cold he so despised, watching the weather and remarking,
"The frost covers the window. The wheels creak. The boys run. Winter rules. And $50,000 worth of ice floats for me on Fresh Pond. Ice to cool the palates of the world, that I might be warm."
The world has come far since the days of Frederick Tudor and his shiploads of ice. And in no respect has it progressed further than in the science of refrigeration. Today, modern electric refrigeration and ice-making methods have long since made Tudor's enterprise out of date. But his discovery of better insulation to protect his ice helped push forward the day when the ice itself would be unnecessary. An unusual result, indeed, to Frederick Tudor's equally strange adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. Science has performed some unusual experiments. A Dr. Pavlov made news some years ago by ringing a bell to call dogs to dinner. And soon he noticed the dogs developed a curious reflex.
After being exposed to the ringing bell to indicate mealtime, soon the dogs began to drool simply upon hearing the bell.
And this comes as no news to the father of any youngster who has been exposed to the bell of the ice cream man. So today, let's examine the story that lies behind one of the most delectable products of science.
I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream.
This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of ice cream. A story that should interest you whether you're young enough to recognize the sound of the ice cream man's bell or mature enough to remember the candy butcher who walked through the railroad cars shouting,
"Ice cream! Get your ice cream here! Freeze your teeth and give your tongue a sleigh ride. Freeze your teeth and give your tongue a
Now, strange to relate, Dolly Madison didn't invent ice cream. No doubt Mrs. Madison was an amazing woman, but no matter what the legend says, Dolly Madison never made any remark like this.
You know, James, for dinner tonight, I believe I will have something different. I think I will invent ice cream.
No, ice cream was known long before Mrs. Madison brought her delightful presents to the White House. Considerable credit should be given to the Emperor Nero, some 1900 years ago.
I understand, my dear Navarro, that the banquet tonight is to outdo anything that Nero has yet accomplished.
No, indeed. Well, surely it will have to be sumptuous to banish from my memory the last state banquet I attended. Oh, 100 donkeys bearing grapes. Roast pork crowned with a goblet and garnished with cheesecake. And hen's liver done to a turn.
But the dinner tonight will be even greater. I hear the mighty emperor has a surprise in store.
A surprise? But even Nero could not have a more richly laden table than before. Oh, the sweet memory of it. I was ill 3 times.
I am beside myself with curiosity. What rich treat can Nero be planning?
Well, one thing I know. He shall spare no expense to see his guests are rewarded. Until tonight, Principio. Was there ever such a repast? Oh, indeed, Principio, our emperor has truly gone beyond our fondest expectations.
I am disappointed.
Oh?
The boar's head stuffed with apples, it was only passable, was it not, my love?
Wretched, all of it wretched. I should never have come if Nero had not promised a treat.
But I had presumed that Nero...
The mountains are...
I trust the banquet tonight has met with your expectations. But we have indeed saved the best to last. Enter, slaves. Bring on the ice.
Ice? Did he say ice?
Oh, indeed. But where did it come from?
Well, it is ice, with some succulent sauce poured over it. Ooh, it is indeed ambrosia. Oh, a gift from the gods. What is that, Marius?
But ice in Rome? How could he have done it?
I have just heard Marius has whispered to me that the emperor brought it from the mountains.
But the mountains are such a distance.
He kept a steady stream of slaves traveling back and forth with snow and ice to prepare the dish.
Hail, Emperor Nero! Hail!
Flavored ices were known back in the days of Nero. And records disclose that ancient nomads of the Hebrew tribes made a similar discovery. They carried their wine in skin pouches, and as they wandered to regions with snow banks, they would stop to cool the liquid. When left in the snow too long, the liquid would freeze. The result was an icy drink that they recorded as having a most pleasant taste. The next record of the ancestors of ice cream dates back to the 14th century, and a renowned Venetian traveler named Marco Polo.
Yes, my friends. In Cathay, the noblemen served milk frozen. They proffered me the goblet. I tasted of it. It was indeed a strange and wonderful taste.
But how do they make such a milk, friend Marco?
Alas, I do not know. The mysterious secret they would not reveal.
Frozen milk. Marco Polo, that is too much. Frozen milk. It is simple. Obviously, they simply freeze the cow.
About the beginning of...
spread to France, and then to England, where Charles I honored the French chef who prepared it by giving him an income for life. Ice cream showed up in the United States in the year 1700. By 1750, recipes for it appeared in cookbooks in the colonies. And by 1774, the New York hostesses could say,
"Oh, my dear, use no other caterer. Phineas Gadsden is the only one I would even think of. He makes ice cream."
And in an old account ledger belonging to George Washington, we find this written.
May 17th, 1784. For the purchase of a cream-making machine for ice, did today spend the amount.
Finally, in the early days of the 19th century, many people put their minds to a simple machine for home manufacture of the frozen delicacy. Some sources indicate the modern home ice cream freezer was patented by William G. Young in 1848. Others believe that a Mrs. Nancy Johnson antedated Mr. Young's intriguing machine.
Ma! Oh, Ma!
I'm down in the cellar, Albert.
Miss Green's up here to see you.
What you say?
I say Mrs. Green's here.
Land of Goshen, tell her I'm busy.
She's busy, Mrs. Green. She's down in the cellar. I guess she's working on that machine of hers. Only she won't tell us what it is. Well, she won't let any of us down there. Says it's no business of ours till she's finished it.
Mrs. Nancy Johnson did have a surprise in the cellar, a machine. And finally came the day for the great display of it.
But golly, Ma, what's it do?
Now you just keep your hands off, Albert. I'll show you in just a minute. Did you skim the cream off that pail of milk?
Yeah, Ma. Put it right there on the bench.
Well, now, Albert, you'll just see what I'm up to. I just put these paddles into this pail, see?
But what's it good for, Ma?
Now you just watch now. I pour in the cream and the sugar. And now then, I'll put this pail inside the wooden bucket here. Now what did I do with the snow?
Snow?
Albert, don't you be laughing at your ma. Here, pack that snow in around the bucket.
Oh, it's cold.
Yeah, that's right. Now pack it in hard now. There. Now you just start a-cranking that handle on top. And before long, you know what we'll have?
No, what?
Ice cream, Albert. Genuine homemade ice cream. Now you get to work a-cranking there.
Ice cream? Gee, this ain't work at all.
What Mrs. Johnson had done was invent a practical home ice cream freezer, and with it also devised one of the sweetest household chores any youngster ever had, cranking the handle on an ice cream freezer. The basic idea of any home freezer remains the same, a metal can which revolves inside a wooden tub or container. Inside the metal can are paddles or dashers, which mix the ice cream and maintain a smooth, creamy texture.
It's just like bread, in a way. You have to keep turning the handle and mix the air in. Ice cream without whipping would be like bread that didn't rise.
But today's ice cream is a far cry from the homemade product of 150 years ago. Fresh milk with extra cream and sugar are basic requirements. Nowadays, pasteurization and homogenization make a superior product, and automatic whipping and freezing controls are new scientific measures that guarantee smooth texture and even quality. Today's ice cream is manufactured by two different methods. One is the batch freezer, which means just what its name implies.
That's right. Make up a batch at a time. It's a refrigerated container in which a revolving beater whips the ice cream mix to to make it smooth. Around the freezer is a closed jacket where a refrigerant keeps circulating, causing the mix to freeze. And the flavoring and berries and nuts have to be added at just the right time.
The other method in use is the continuous freezer.
This is a refrigerated tube with revolving blades surrounded by a refrigerant that keeps a constant temperature, usually 25 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. The ice cream mix is pumped through, taking only a few seconds, pouring out in a semi-solid state at a temperature of about 21 to 22 degrees above 0. Flavoring and sugar are part of the mix before freezing starts. Fruit, nuts, candy, and other such flavoring materials are usually continuously fed into the semi-frozen ice cream and thoroughly mixed into it by a machine that can even add maraschino cherries in the correct proportions without squeezing out their pink juice. This mixing takes place just before the ice cream flows into containers. Then it moves into a refrigerated storage room. We call it a hardening room. There, temperatures range from 15 to 30 degrees below 0. After several hours, the ice cream is hardened throughout.
But whichever way it's made, from manufacturer to dealer, science constantly checks on its food value and purity. And every youngster from 1 to 100 checks on its delicious goodness. Proof of this is that over 2.25 billion quarts of ice cream are consumed every year in the United States. About 14 quarts a year for every man, woman, and child in America.
Yes, it's been a long road from frozen water to a super special chocolate sundae. And Nero, Marco Polo, George Washington, Dolly Madison, Nancy Johnson, and William Young have all had a hand in it over the years, helping bring to perfection one of America's and the world's favorite foods and greatest delicacies.
I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream.
Adventures in Research. In a land where peace is prized, what is more reassuring than the man in uniform, be it the policeman or the soldier? And one of the most important pieces of equipment either one uses was once yesterday's secret weapon. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you of yesterday's secret weapon. As far back as one can dip into the history of nations, they have had a common aim. The ancient Greek ruler Dionysius in the year 430 B.C. expressed it this way.
We must needs invent a weapon for protection, whereby the power of one man can be increased beyond the capacity of his ordinary arm.
And so Dionysius invented a weapon which he called Polybolus, a weapon which projected a succession of arrows supplied by a magazine or hopper. In the years to follow Dionysius, this purpose remained the same, to increase the power of the individual. At the Battle of Hastings, some of the English archers used bows which fired 2 or more arrows simultaneously. And with the invention of gunpowder, an idea was born in the mind of a German monk named Bernard Schwartz.
I cannot banish from my mind, Franz, the writings of the Englishman Bacon.
Ah, I have seen you reading what he has written. And you have wrinkled your brow as one who is deep in thought.
I have been. For as I read of this gunpowder that the Englishman writes of, strange visions scurried through my mind.
Visions?
Yes, of iron tubes for men who now carry bows. No longer will they carry those bows, but instead long iron tubes with strange arrows padded to fit into this tube.
Oh, strange thoughts you think, Bernard.
And in this tube is this gunpowder of which Bacon has written. The gunpowder packed in the tube discharges the arrows.
And the arrows are propelled through space?
It is a haunting vision. For Bacon's writings have seriously aroused me. For if I can see such strange devices, what will the mind of man invent that is even more strange, more awesome?
It was not long before such a device was invented. The French had a name for it, orgue, which is to say organ, and it did resemble a pipe organ, with its 6 to 10 barrels mounted side by side on a frame. They were fired by a single lock, firing a quick match, which ignited the charge of all barrels in rapid succession. These weapons the French called not only orgue, but also rebol de can, which means, of all things, little bit of laughter. But from medieval France, our picture changes to America, which in the year 1862 was in the throes of a civil war. And to the War Department, Dr. Richard J. Gatling of Chicago, an inventor by trade, paid an important call.
But, Dr. Gatling, the machine gun is nothing new or novel.
I realize that, sir, but...
And all of them have had one thing in common. Yes, every machine gun that you inventors have tracked to my office all had one thing in common.
But my idea is a radical change.
All the same, Doctor. None of them work.
If you will but listen, General, I'm sure I can explain the theory of my gun to you.
Oh, in theory, it undoubtedly is perfect, but in action...
Let me explain. The gun consists of 6 barrels, fixed in a circular form around a central axis. Behind the 6 barrels is the loading mechanism. The cartridges are fed into the top barrel by a trough at the top of the mechanism. As the gun is fired, the cartridges fall into the top gun of their own weight. Then, as the operator turns the handle, the entire axis revolves. While the gun at the top is being loaded, the gun at the bottom is being fired, and ejects the empty cartridge as it moves up to the top, and so on.
And when the gun explodes from the heat?
No, sir. The entire gun is covered by a water jacket which cools the barrel.
Excuse me, Doctor, but though I'm certain your gun would undoubtedly show a great amount of effort and inventiveness, we're in the middle of a war. And we have no time to spend in searching out new gadgets.
I realize that, sir, but if I can't convince the War Department officially, would there be any objection to my using your soldiers to demonstrate just what this weapon can do?
Well, Dr. Gatling, such demonstrations, all unofficial, of course, might be most agreeable to the War Department.
Of course, unofficial.
Yes.
One of my employees could operate the gun in action, showing the men in the field just how this machine gun operates in action.
Man, oh man, won't that give him to him, Bo?
I never thought I'd see anything like that. Boy, if we had 2 more of them things, well, they could send most of us home.
Ain't that so? I never saw any gun like that one. Why, this Gatling fellow...
Man, don't you know? That there's no gun. It's a gat.
The newspapers in the North carried no details about the Gatling gun. In fact, it was merely referred to as the unofficial secret weapon. Thus, the Gatling gun's reputation never crossed the Atlantic. Europe was concentrating on problems of its own, the Franco-Prussian War, and newspaper correspondents there began hinting of a dark secret, too.
It is reliably reported that the mighty army of Napoleon III has a secret weapon which will disperse the ranks of the Prussians. Although only a few soldiers have been permitted to see it, it is reported that it is the discovery of a Belgian officer who some 20 years ago invented this new and fearsome device.
Never was a secret kept so dark and so hidden. False rumors were planted to confuse any Prussian eavesdroppers. For indeed, the secret weapon of France was a machine gun, invented quite independently of Dr. Gatling's. On Mobilization Day in July 1870, the French moved their new guns to the front, wrapped in tarpaulins and heavily guarded by armed soldiers. It was quite a secret, although some newspapers had uncovered the story and hastily revealed it to their readers.
The mighty secret weapon of the French army is a gun that fires 12 times per minute. The device weighs 1,800 kilograms and loads 2,100 cartridges. The gun itself is used in artillery fashion to supplement the long siege guns, invented in 1859 by American.
But actually, this did not give the secret away. For the French, in an absent-minded moment, had shown the Prussian staff officers just how it worked during maneuvers some years previous. But that was not the only mistake the French generals had made. Their almost fatal error was in classifying the machine gun as artillery, and the Prussian generals could well remark.
Ha! The range of their weapon is limited to that of the Chesapeake rifles, such as French infantry uses. A range of, 1,000 yards, perhaps a little more. So their secret weapon gives us a target that is even more attractive than their field gun, even more. For our guns cannot range it, and their little secret weapon cannot reply. A secret weapon.
But the French newspapers continued their enthusiasm.
The mighty, wonderful weapon is a tremendous advance in France's military history. The great secret weapon of the Emperor's army will bring a speedy victory over the Prussian force.
But as the Prussian armies made further and further inroads, the fate of the machine gun, the wonder weapon, seemed well marked, even to the French.
The weapon is more of a liability than an asset. It is stupid to believe that an infantry rifle, even if mounted on wheels in series, can perform the task of artillery.
The High Command of the Prussian army has proved that the machine gun as an armed weapon is a failure, bringing complete discredit on those responsible for its use. The machine gun is not an effective instrument of war.
And so Prussia and France, two of the greater powers, believed that the machine gun was a complete failure. Nevertheless, Queen Victoria's England became curious about the wonder weapon with the tremendous firepower.
After extensive tests before the House of Commons, the War Office believes that this is a superior weapon. Although many years have elapsed since the American Gatling invented the machine gun, no one has yet improved upon it, nor have we seen a single performance of any machine that matches it.
In 1882, however, came a new name and a new chapter in the history of the machine gun. The name, Hiram Maxim.
In 1881, I visited an electrical exhibition in Paris and was made a Chevalier of the Legion of Honor on account of some electrical and chemical work that I had done. Well, a while later, I came upon an American I had known in the States.
Well, Maxim, Hiram, good to see you again.
Well, hello. I haven't seen you in years.
Yeah, been a long time. But I've been keeping up with you in the papers.
Oh?
Yeah, I saw you mentioned about a year ago. I said to my wife, hey, old Hiram's been decorated by the French and kissed on the cheek for his work in electricity and chemistry.
Yes, but, you can't live on
Yes, I know. Lots of honor, but no money, huh? Well, you listen to me. If you want to make a pile of money, invent something you can pick up in your hands and say, I invented this. Something you can put a patent on. Well, something like a stove or a chair or, well, in these times, like a gun.
Well, that made me think of the time when I was only about 14 years old. I was making drawings for my father of a hand-worked machine gun. I also thought of the powerful kick I got the first time I fired a United States military rifle. So, on my way from Paris, I made a drawing of an automatic rifle. Within a few weeks, I had set up residence in London and started an experimental shop at 570 Hampton Garden.
Although Maxim's first thoughts were of a repeating rifle to be fired from the shoulder, he soon evolved the machine gun to fire from a tripod, and he worked with tremendous energy and speed.
Patent 3493, registered July 16, 1883, being an invention of improvements on machine or battery guns and in cartridges for the same and other firearms. Patent 6063, January 3, 1884. Patent 7844, February 23rd. Patent 9407, May 23rd.
What made Maxim's machine gun so revolutionary was its many automatic features. Maxim produced a self-loading and self-ejecting single-barrel gun. The principle was simple. The gun barrel, after firing, recoiled in its mountings. This pulled a string, which snapped the barrel back into firing position again. The movement backwards and forwards operated the mechanism, which, having fired the bullet, ejected the empty cartridge and loaded another in its place in the chamber. The cartridges were held in clips in a belt, which the action of the gun moved through the feed block from right to left. The result? A Maxim machine gun, the basis for all such rapid-fire weapons now in use. And while it is best known as a weapon of death and destruction, still, it is an essential instrument in the hands of those who would maintain law and order and peace in a troubled world. Part of the good and evil that came from Richard Gatling's and Hiram Maxim's adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. Discoveries sometimes start in strange ways. For example, the first United States exploring expedition ever fitted out had at least some of its roots in the agitation a few years previously of a retired Army captain who believed that the Earth was hollow. This is the story of Lieutenant Charles Wilkes and the continent of Antarctica. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of the man who found a continent. Our story begins on the 27th day of January, 1823, in the lobby of the House of Representatives.
Did you say to the center of the Earth, Johnson? He wants to send an expedition to the center of the Earth?
That's right, Farrelly.
Ridiculous. What makes him think there's anything at the center of the Earth? Or that an expedition could get there if we did send it.
Captain Sims has been carefully developing his theory since 1818, almost 5 years now. He says he has reason to believe that the center of the Earth is hollow. Now, he presented this petition to the first session of the Senate last March. Oh, here it is. A petition stating his belief of the existence of an inhabited concave to this globe. And further...
He has people living there, too.
And vegetation.
Ridiculous. Johnson, it's ridiculous.
Yes, let me continue, Farrelly. His desire to embark on a voyage of discovery to one or other of the polar regions. his belief in the value and great honor to his country of the discoveries which he would make.
You mean to stand there and tell me that Captain Sims actually believes that the center of the earth is hollow and inhabited, Johnson?
He does. Now, in his theory of concentric spheres, Captain Sims also says that the interior of the earth is lighted by two suns, and that this interior region may be reached through two openings in the earth's surface, one near the North Pole at about 82 degrees latitude, the other near the South Pole.
This Captain Sims is out of his mind.
Well, he has repeatedly invited Baron von Humboldt and Sir Humphrey Davy to descend to the earth's interior through these holes. So far, they've not accepted. No discoverer has as yet ventured that far into the polar regions, either north or south. Sims' first petition, last March, was tabled. But he is again requesting that the government of the United States fit out an expedition to explore the interior of the hollow earth. I shall present that petition.
Well, don't count on me to back it, Johnson. The whole thing is preposterous.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Johnson of Kentucky. Your petition, Mr. Johnson.
What is the petition?
To the Honorable the Senate and House of Representatives in Congress assembled, the petition of the subscribing citizens respectfully showeth that, in our opinion, both the national honor and public interest may be promoted by the equipment of an exploring party for the purpose of penetrating the polar regions beyond the limits at present known. And it is our further opinion that Captain John Cleves Sims, late of the United States Army, who professes to have originated a new theory of the earth, which may be verified by a voyage to the north, will be a suitable person to be entrusted with the conduct of such an expedition. We therefore pray Congress to pass a law granting an exploring outfit in conformity to our memorial, and thereby at once subserve the cause of philosophy and the earnest wishes of your constituents.
Mr. Johnson.
I move that the petition of Captain Sims be referred to the Committee on Foreign Relations.
Mr. Speaker!
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Farley.
Are you gentlemen aware of the fact that this theory of Captain Sims states that the center of the earth is hollow and inhabited by living beings? This is the land he would have us explore. This is what Mr. Johnson would have us support. I move that the petition be tabled.
Mr. Speaker, I hope that Captain Sims' petition will not be laid on the table. The memorial here presented has many respectable signatures. Something useful might grow out of the investigation of it.
Mr. Speaker?
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Archer.
Mr. Speaker, it strikes me that the object of those presenting the paper is probably to establish a commerce with the interior inhabitants. May I therefore suggest the propriety of referring the petition not to the Committee on Foreign Relations, but to the Committee on Commerce?
Mr. Speaker, may I ask a question about these interior inhabitants to which the gentleman from Virginia refers? Does he mean the inhabitants of a new land in the usual meaning of the word? Or does the gentleman refer to those of whom Captain Sims speaks so earnestly? The interior inhabitants of the center of the earth.
Gentlemen, the question before the House is whether the petition shall be referred to the Committee on Foreign Relations. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion defeated.
The Hollow Earth expedition was never fitted out, but the polar regions it referred to were to be heard from soon again. This was a time of expansion and discovery. New England whalers had established a base in the important seal hunting grounds of the Shetland Islands. It was vital that the United States, better know this mysterious region at the bottom of the world. In 1818, the same year that Captain John Cleve Sims first broached his unusual theory of the hollow earth, a young New York boy was made midshipman in the United States Navy. 18 years later, when the Sims petition to Congress for a polar expedition was all but forgotten, a later Congress did appropriate funds for just that type of voyage. And that same New York boy, now Lieutenant Charles Wilkes, accepted command of this, the first scientific expedition ever fitted out by the United States government. And as Wilkes read his orders...
You will proceed to explore the southern Antarctic to the southward of Powell's Group, and between it and Sandwich Land, endeavoring to reach a high southern latitude. You will take all occasions not incompatible with the great purposes of your undertaking to extend the bounds of science and promote the acquisition of knowledge.
In August 1838, a little fleet sailed from Hampton Roads, Virginia, bound for uncharted southern waters. By February, the group had set up a base of operations in Tierra del Fuego on the frigid southern tip of the American continent.
Captain Maine reporting.
Oh, sit down, Maine.
Yeah, thank you.
Now then, Maine, how's the condition of the Porpoise?
Why, good as could be expected, I'd say. She wasn't much of a ship to start out with.
I know that, Maine. Neither were the others. But we're here now, and we're going to make it the rest of the way. How about the Seagull?
Her captain reports the men are restless, sir. They're looking for activity soon.
They'll get it, and plenty of it. We sail to the east tomorrow. Log of the ship Vincennes for the 3rd day of March, 1839. Explorations to the east completed, and base established in the Shetlands. And now we sail south, filled away at daylight, and stood for Palmerland. At 6:30, we made land, which I take to be Mount Hope, the eastern point of Palmerland. After extensive explorations, we arrived at the port of Sydney for supplies. December 16th, 1839. The Vincennes, Peacock, Porpoise, and Flying Fish sailed today from Sydney after a welcome rest. The day is bright and warm. January 10th, 1840. The gales continue. The warm summer of Sydney is far behind us. Today a fog arose in the south. We made anchor on a small island, and after securing, I received a visit from Maine of the Porpoise.
It's about the men, Lieutenant. They can't put up with this weather and exposure much longer. This snow and cold and fog.
Yes?
Well, sir, it's physically dangerous to keep these men exposed anymore. Their clothing and equipment are inadequate. It's a wonder they aren't all abed now. Keep this up much longer, and you'll not have enough well men to sail even one ship out of this frozen desert. As medical officer of this expedition...
As commanding officer of this expedition, I make the decisions.
But we've been a year now in this cold.
And we'll be another year if need be. My orders are to explore, and explore I shall. We've seen enough now, Maine, to make me suspect this might be a continent we skirt and not an isolated group of islands. We're going to sail on until we have proof. Those are your orders.
For 1,600 miles and more, Wilkes and his crew sailed along the ice barrier. It was continuous, uninterrupted. Here was proof enough that this was truly a continent.
January 30th, 1840, at Piner Bay in the land of the Antarctic Circle. I make this bay in longitude 140 degrees, 2 minutes, 30 seconds east, latitude 66 degrees, 45 minutes south. And now that I am convinced of its existence, I give this land the name of the Antarctic continent.
I have here a communication to the Secretary of the Navy, addressed from Sydney, New South Wales, March 11th, 1840. It is a report from Lieutenant Charles Wilkes, advising on the success of an expedition which this body authorized and for which it appropriated funds. It says, "It affords me great gratification to report that we have discovered a large body of land within the Antarctic Circle, which we named the Antarctic Continent. And I refer you to the report of our crews and accompanying charts enclosed herewith."
Remarkable achievement, fairly remarkable. I'm proud I had the foresight to support it. This Captain Sims had something.
Johnson, this wasn't the Sims expedition.
Yes, he had something. Remarkable theory. Remember it like it was yesterday. Hollow Earth, openings into it from the South Pole.
I was saying, Johnson, they've disproved that old Sims theory. Lieutenant Wilkes wasn't
Now
involved.
that they've found the place fairly, I'll get together a bill to authorize exploring it. Foresight, that's the ticket. Wonder what those people down there are really like, eh?
Oh, no.
Little could John Cleve Sims have dreamed, as he propounded his novel theory of the hollow earth, that someday, within a few years of his final petition to Congress, the United States would send forth a polar expedition, finding not a gateway to the center of the globe, but proof of a new continent at the bottom of it, in a daring adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. A woman's life has become one of dignity and comparative ease, thanks to the miraculous labor-saving devices that science has provided for the efficient operation of her home. Time was only 150 years ago when a woman raised a large family, ran the home, and endured long hours of exhausting work without the benefit of electric ranges, refrigerators, washing machines, vacuum cleaners, and the 1,001 modern-day inventions that make a woman's life easier and happier. Time was when a woman had to face the drudgery of pioneer life with only her 2 hands and a strong will. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today bringing you the story of Maria Coventry, a pioneer woman.
My name is Maria Coventry. I was born in 1840 in a little town in Vermont. My father was a wealthy manufacturer, and he loved to entertain his friends. I had every luxury that a girl my age could want. But my real desire was to marry Clayton Coventry, a hand at my father's mill. Clayton was a hard-working boy, but my father wanted me to marry among our own class. So I had to meet Clayton secret-like when my folks wouldn't miss me.
Maria, I thought you'd never get away.
Oh, Clayton, I don't dare stay long. Father never took his eyes off me the entire evening.
Maria, don't go back.
What do you mean, Clayton?
I spoke to Parson Rab. He's waiting for us right now.
Us? Married? Tonight?
Tonight. And by tomorrow's sunup, we'll be heading for Illinois.
Illinois?
I got a letter today from my brother out in Peoria.
Oh, Clayton, I don't know what to do.
Do what's in your heart, Mariah. I know it won't be easy. I can't give you the luxuries your father can. In Illinois, life will be hard. We'll have to build our own home from the ground up, build our own furniture and utensils. We'll have to work from sun up to sundown. But I promise you, Mariah, it'll be a full, good life. What do you say?
Say? Why, we mustn't keep Parson Rab waiting. It was a long trip from Vermont to northern Illinois. We went by boat as much as possible, then by ox cart over mountains and plains.
Mariah, see that hill? Let's build our new home up there.
Oh, Clay, couldn't we build down in the valley?
Nope. We're going to build out in the sunshine, where it'll be warm and healthy for our children to play. Go on there, you slowpokes. Go on. Can't you see we're almost home now?
And build we did, right up on top of the hill. It was a beautiful spot in a grove of trees. Of course, there were lots more trees than nowadays. We cut them down to build our log cabins. All the men neighbors came to help, to cut down those big trees, to make them into logs, then split the logs into boards. We women folk couldn't help much with the hard labor, but we did cook up good hearty meals that the men loved.
The meat should be about ready, Mariah.
It smells good to me, Mrs. Jones. Of course, I never did much cooking back home in Vermont. Thanks for showing me.
Oh, land sakes, child. 'Twon't be long before you'll know all there is to it. Get your man to build you a good fireplace with a chimney that'll draw. Use hardwood. That gives the best coals. You know, food tastes better when cooked over coals. Now make sure your iron pots hang right over the hottest coals, and that's all there is to it.
Oh, Mrs. Jones, I feel so helpless.
Oh, don't let it worry you none, child. Life is pretty hard out here, but put your back to it, and with the help of the Lord, you and your man will pull through somehow. You men, drop your work. Supper's ready.
In late fall, we moved into our new home, our cabin. For the first time, I learned what a woman's place was in making a home. I had to make candles for light, the soap from fat and lye ashes. I learned to spin to make cloth, to tend chickens and feed the pigs, to make my own clothes and Clayton's, to cook and pump water from the well, to cut wood. Yes, and tend babies. A family of 10 young ones was common hereabouts, and children brought more problems.
I guess we'll have to make the garden a mite larger next year, Mariah. All these small mouths to feed, we'll be needing lots more food.
The more children, the more garden. The more garden, the more work.
I know, Mariah. Back in Vermont.
Back in Vermont, Clayton, I was just a pampered, lazy girl. Now I haven't time to worry about dances and dresses and such. I have a rich life now, Clayton.
Bless you, Mariah.
And then my life that seemed to be running so smoothly suddenly changed. It was the Civil War. At first I convinced Clayton that we needed him at home. But by 62, he began to worry.
It's like the president says, Mariah. A house divided can't stand. This war was supposed to last 3 months. Now look at it.
But, Clayton, what will happen to me and the young ones? Who will run the farm?
I won't go till after harvest. The war won't go on, Mariah. I'll be back for spring planting.
I pray so.
You see that I got to go, Mariah. It's my duty.
Yes, I suppose it's your duty. 2 long years he was away. 2 long years. And I, the woman of the house, planted and harvested the crops, same as all the other women whose men had gone away to war. And then one day, Clayton returned.
Maria! Maria! You look wonderful.
Oh, Clayton. I'm so happy I don't know what to say.
When I was out there, I wondered how you were getting along back here alone on the farm, Maria. And now that I'm back, I'm afraid I won't be much good. Not much help.
Don't you worry none, Clayt. We'll manage. And so it was. My husband came back from the wars, but not like he left. Somewhere out there, a bullet ruined his left arm, and he had to leave part of it behind. And life took up where we had left off before Clayton went away. The children grew bigger, and the house had to be enlarged. This time we got fine boards from the mill at Solon, and we didn't need neighbor help. No, we had our own help right in our own house.
We haven't much more to do, have we, Father?
Nope, son. Next time this week, we'll be living in our new house. Mighty fine-looking house it is, too, if you ask me.
Yes, a fine one it was, with both a front and back door to it, and large windows in every room that let the sunshine pour in. Yes, it was a fine house. But Clayton didn't enjoy it for very long.
Mother, with Dad gone, I guess it's up to me to carry on now.
Yes, son. Your father would want it that way. It's your farm now.
Don't worry, Mother. I won't disappoint you. We'll spread out a bit and clear out more pasture land and put more under cultivation.
More land, William? Are you sure you can handle it all?
Oh, it's easy today, Mother. Why, with all the new machinery coming in, farming's getting easy.
Ah, machinery. Reapers, harvesters, mowers. No more strained backs using the sickle. Soon even the scythe was set aside. Yes, life was changing, and fast. Then one day, William came home and told me.
Mother, this is Ellen.
How do you do, Mrs. Coventry? I hope you don't mind about William and me.
Mind? Of course I don't mind, Ellen. William had to get married sometime, and I'm real glad he picked a nice, pretty girl like you. And you look real strong and healthy, too. Even then, a woman had to be strong and healthy. There was still plenty of hard work to do. The chickens and the livestock and the milking. But then there were compensations. Kerosene lamps now, no more candlelight. Trains bringing in things like shiny new dishes and store-bought cloth. We women went more and more into town, shopping in the general stores. But we still did our own canning and took care of the garden. There were schools now for the children. They were getting educated, their heads filled with new ideas. And one by one, my children grew up and left the farm.
But, Mother, we've got a fine house over at Woodstock. In the wintertime, we have steam heating. You wouldn't have to hug that old coal stove to keep warm. What do you say? Come live with us.
But I didn't want to leave the farm. I was getting along, and the farm was the only home I knew since leaving Vermont. My eldest son, William, was running the farm, and his wife, Ellen, had sort of taken over.
Now, Mother Coventry, you needn't go out. Let the children hunt the eggs and hoe the garden. You stay by the fire and keep warm. Don't forget, you're not so young anymore.
She was right. I was getting along in years, and the years were flying. And then another president said that we had to go to war to save our democracy.
But, Pa, I feel it's my duty.
Well, I haven't anything against your going, John, but well, who's going to help me run the farm?
Oh, Grandma ran it all alone when Grandpa went away. You told me so yourself.
Yes. I guess I'll have to manage without you, son. Go in and explain to your mother.
He went off like my Clayton did. And the day came when he, too, returned. No, he didn't lose any arm, but he coughed something terrible. Gas, they called it. But we finally got him better. Lots of sunshine and fresh milk and vegetables. But John never seemed to have his grip anymore. He tired quickly working in the fields. And pretty soon he came to his father.
The government has offered me a chance to study, Dad, and I thought maybe I'd better study mechanics or engineering. Engineering's becoming more and more important every day.
And John was right. Everywhere you looked, you saw its results. Milking machines and pumping machines, automobiles and tractors, and newfangled inventions like telephones and electric light and goodness knows what else. Every day it was something new. Yes, a way of life gradually fading away. A life of handwork and long hours, changing into another way of life, made easy and comfortable by the blessings of new machines and power to run them. Yes, my old eyes saw it all the miracles of modern science that made a great industrial America. I saw them all come to pass.
And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to the Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research.
Adventures in Research. Did you ever have one of those unpleasant nightmares in which you dream you're falling through space, hurtling earthward with nothing to stop you, and then wake up with welcome relief? The fear of falling is one of mankind's few really basic phobias. But there was a man who took much of the danger out of falling. His name was André Garnerin, and he fell 8,000 feet through space to prove his idea of a piece of silk. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of André Garnerin, the man who perfected the first parachute. The idea first came to him in his physician's office in the late 1700s.
There, Andre. That should do it. If you're careful about not putting your weight on your ankle for a while.
It feels much better, Doctor. How long do you think it will take my ankle to mend?
Oh, now, not so fast, Andre. You have a nasty sprain there, and I suggest you keep to the ground for quite a while.
But, Doctor, I intend to make a balloon ascension.
Aha, as I suspected. You and those insane balloons. That's how you sprained your ankle in the first place.
It was no one's fault but my own. If we had gotten rid of the ballast more quickly, we wouldn't have landed with such a jar.
Ah, Andre, every time physicians find a new way to keep a man alive, man invents some new way to kill himself.
If you had ever been up in a balloon, Doctor, you'd realize the wonder of it. You'd see why I feel so strongly about... Hey, now there's a thought. Why don't you take an ascent with me? The next time... Oh!
Aha! What did I tell you about keeping the weight off that ankle? Thank you for the invitation, my friend, but I am not foolish enough to risk my neck. I have a higher regard for my life, not like some doctors I could mention.
Who is that?
Oh, that fool Lenormand. Have you heard of him?
Lenormand? Dr. Lenormand? No, I do not believe...
Well, I went to medical school with him. Even then, he was a dreamer. I thought he would outgrow it, but like yourself, he seems to want to risk his neck in some foolhardy adventure.
He is a balloonist?
Oh, no. He is inventing a method for saving lives in a fire. Oh, a worthy purpose, I grant you, but the way Lenormand is going about it, letting his practice wither while he experiments around with this idiotic idea.
Just what is this idea?
Well, as he explains it to me, it is a way of rescuing people from the upper stories of a burning building. He told me, as sane as you please, that he is devising a parasol of some kind, so people can leap to earth without injury.
A parasol?
Well, a special kind of parasol, to hear him tell it. A piece of cloth which would be shaped like a cone upside down.
Huh?
The air would fill out this cone and hold the cloth aloft, so the descent to the ground would be gradual. Mind you now, I am only saying what Lenormand told me.
The air would fill out the cloth and keep the person suspended beneath it so he wouldn't be dashed to the ground, huh?
Well, as I say, it is one thing to talk of such foolishness and another thing to try it.
Try it? Does it work?
Well, that is what Lenormand intends to find out. He intends to jump from the top of the Montpellier Observatory Tower, putting his faith in a little piece of cloth. Why, he will be dashed to bits.
A piece of cloth? It just might work. I must see Dr. Lenormand at once.
Well, I hope you can talk him out of it, Andre.
Talk him out of it? Why, it's the most amazing thing I've ever heard of. Talk him out of it. I will use this idea in ballooning.
Andre Garnerin saw in the idea a great aid for balloonists. He was there in the crowd when Dr. Lenormand took his amazing leap from the observatory roof with a piece of oiled silk 14 feet in diameter well strapped to his person. He jumped. And, surprisingly enough, landed safely. Nothing came of the idea as a fire-saving apparatus, but the remarkable leap gave more fuel to the idea in Garnerin's mind. A device somewhat like it to save balloonists. Although Leonardo da Vinci and countless other men had the same idea, none of them had ever put it into practice. Garnerin, giving his ankle time to mend, worked out a practical idea for a parachute. He then went to England to interest people in the idea.
I am not interested, Mr. Conqueror. I have no faith in the device whatsoever.
But it has never been tried. Using one to land from a balloon, I mean.
Oh, but it was, not 2 months ago, and right here in England. Funny you didn't hear of it, Mr. Conqueror.
I was in France. Probably the news...
It was a chap named Arnold. He used to be a purser in the Royal Navy, as I recall.
I'd like to know more about it.
Well, he had a basket attached to this parachute and had one of his assistants all stretched out in the basket. The idea was to go up 1 mile in the balloon, cut loose the parachute, and let the basket come back down. A big crowd turned out to see it. He had signs all over London. See a gentleman sent down by parachute. Well, sir, they failed to get the balloon off the ground before the assistant got pitched out of the basket. The wires let go, and there the balloon went sailing up through the air, and the parachute and the basket was left below. Mr. Arnold went up with the balloon and got pitched out in the Thames River. I figure that's the way it was meant. People and parachutes should stay on the ground.
No one seemed very interested in another parachute, not after Arnold's failure. But Andre Garnerin was determined and went ahead with his plans.
Pardon, you are Mr. Glochet, the tailor?
I am. What can I do for you, sir? A new suit, perhaps?
No suit. I'm interested in silk.
Silk. The gentleman wants the shirt.
No.
You're wise to come to Gloucester, sir. You're from France, I see, eh? You'll not find anywhere in your country such a tailor as myself.
But
now, if I can ascertain the size...
I want 870 square feet of silk.
Yes, sir, 870... What? 870 square feet?
It is not for a shirt. I want you to sew a parachute.
But I never... Well, I mean, what is it?
You have to do it exactly as I say. You will be well paid for your pains. Now, first, I will need 870 square feet of silk. Now, this is to be cut according to
Andre Goneril planned well. His parachute was designed much like modern ones. A centered disc of silk cloth bordered by 32 panels of silk strips. Instead of the cone shape, Goneril devised a cloth which resembled an inverted cup, a cup 23 feet in diameter. Goneril's measurements were comparable with modern parachutes, and by modern standards, he had a safe parachute. He had estimated the speed of his descent and the weight of himself and the basket that would be attached to the parachute. And one more thing, a most important addition.
At the top of the canopy, I want a small hole for air to escape.
Later, Andre changed his plans and closed that opening so he could attach the chute to the bottom of the balloon. But remember that small opening he had planned. It would have been better had Goneril kept to this original idea, but it's too late now. He's ready for the ascent from Volunteer Ground, London. The year is 1802. A large crowd has gathered to watch this breathtaking spectacle of a man purposely hurtling himself to earth with nothing between him and his reward but a thin wisp of silk.
That's what the blue's going to do. Going to let himself out of the balloon.
I wouldn't trust my life to a piece of cloth, mind you. Not while I have all my senses, I wouldn't.
Watch now. Any minute the balloon will go up. He'll start as soon as they get that fool parachute put on the bottom of it.
There we go.
That's the parachute hanging down from the bottom of the balloon. There, you see it? You see it?
We'd better say a prayer for the poor blighter.
As Andre Goneril sails toward the clouds, the crowd seems to grow quiet. From the balloon, Andre can see the vast meadows and open spaces ranging below him. He fingers the cord that connects the parachute with the balloon itself. He is up to 8,000 feet now. He takes a knife and cuts the cord that keeps the parachute aloft.
Here he comes!
The balloon rises sharply when freed from its load, and Goneril begins to plummet earthward. Then the parachute billows out, and his fall is checked. Now, the fall becomes gradual. And then a most unpleasant thing begins to happen. The basket in which Goneril is riding begins to swing back and forth, back and forth. At times, the basket swings so high as to be almost level with the top of the chute. Goneril swings to and fro like a human pendulum in the sky.
Look at him swing! Oh, he'll be pitched right out of the basket.
Mommy, he's swinging like a hammer.
Goneril is almost unconscious from the severe oscillation of the parachute. The chute side slips rapidly toward the earth. But Goneril has presence of mind enough to throw ballast out of his pockets. This checks his descent somewhat, but he is still falling to earth at the rate of 20 feet per second.
If he lands when it swings like that, he'll be smashed to bits, he will.
The swinging of the parachute is now lessened as Goneril comes close to earth after dropping 8,000 feet through space. He is ill and wobbly from the dizzy swinging, but he lands safely.
Here he is! Here he is! Come on, men! Come on!
Is he alive?
Bless you, Goneril! Bless you!
Get me out of this cloth.
Hey, come on, men! Come on! Get this cloth off him or he'll suffocate under it. There we are. You did it, Andre.
Let me shake your hand.
Oh, please. I would like to rest a bit. No, that swinging up there, I don't feel very well. If you don't mind, gentlemen, if I could just get some air and be left alone. I feel rather dizzy.
Come on, buckos. Let's hoist him up on our shoulders and carry him back to town.
That's it. Up you go, Andre.
Oh, no, please. Dear.
And so Garnerin rode through space on a silken parachute, the first man to leap from a balloon and fall 8,000 feet through space and suffer no harm. The swinging of the parachute was caused mainly by the lack of an air vent to let the excess air escape through the top of the chute. Oddly enough, it was an idea which Garnerin had abandoned and which nearly cost him his life. But the air vent was soon restored, and man, having conquered the skies, now conquered the journey back to Earth. Thanks to Andre Garnerin, who rode through space on a piece of silk in his Adventure in Research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. The list of known elements totals only 100. Only 100 elements, some of them man-made, compose everything we know. And one man discovered 2 of them. His friend said of him,
"Oh, William, he's never been wrong in his life. Never once."
His enemy said,
"Who, William? A money-hungry hermit who never discovered anything."
But to most of his contemporaries, he wasn't known at all, because he was the Recluse of Fitzroy Square. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of William Hyde Wollaston, a man who discovered 2 elements and one of the best-kept secrets in chemical history. It's relatively hard to locate a recluse. He doesn't want to be found. But if we were looking for William Wollaston, we would have traveled to Huntington, England, in the year 1800 and inquired.
Who? Dr. Wollaston? Oh, he don't live here no more.
But, my good man, I can see with my own eyes. Here's his shingle, William Wollaston, M.D.
I ain't arguing with your eyesight. If you're looking for his shingle, it's there, all right. But if it's the doctor you're seeking, he ain't here no more.
Well, when do you expect him back?
I don't.
Oh, he's moved his office. Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
He ain't moved his office because he don't have no office.
Oh, now, look. I studied with Wollaston at medical school at Cambridge. I know he started his practice in Huntington, and there's his shingle on this door. Now, don't stand there and tell me fibs, my good man, or you'll be asking for trouble.
Appears to me you're doing the asking around
then
here.
Then kindly answer me. Where is Dr. Wollaston?
All right. There ain't none.
Oh, now, see here.
Now, you see here. He used to live here, but he moved away for good. And the reason he left his sign here is because he don't need it no more, because he ain't a doctor no more. Folks around here miss him, too. 8 years he was a good doctor to us folks. Then one evening, came back from someplace and he says to me, Aubrey, I'm through. Through being a doctor, through doctoring folks. You know, I think he just got to like his patients too much. Well, many's the time I've seen him when some patient died. Well, he was carrying on more than the kinfolk did. Yes, sir, just too good a man. So he just up and quit.
The sufferings of Wollaston's patients caused him too much mental anguish, so he retired from medicine after 8 profitable years and took up applied science for his livelihood. We finally could have tracked our elusive man down. He moved into lodgings at 14 Buckingham Street, Fitzroy Square in London. With double bolts on the doors, locks and chains that would keep out any intruders, it seems that William Wollaston is guarding some sort of secret. We could have heard rumors. This secret he's guarding so closely and working so hard at involves the metal platinum. We could have asked the scientists of his day about platinum and heard...
Yes, platinum. A grayish-white metal known since antiquity. Most interesting because the primitive cultures made no use of it. They couldn't melt it, you see, and we can't work with it. It isn't malleable, so it really isn't much good. It's one metal you can't work. It's light, would be valuable for making, say, laboratory vessels, wouldn't dissolve or melt. But then, what good is it if you can't shape it?
And maybe we would have found a clue to what went on behind the locked and bolted doors of Wollaston's laboratory. Rumor was that he was trying to find a way to make platinum malleable. But who could say for sure? No one was allowed inside the room where Wollaston experimented, until one visitor...
If you'll wait here, Mr. Hawkins, in the hall, I'll summon him. He'll be here directly. Stay right here now, and I'll tell him you're here.
So this is where he is, huh? Odd place. Enough bolts and locks to... That door there must lead to the laboratory. Jove, look at that lock, will you? And a length of chain to... I say, it isn't shut. A light push might... Aha! Yes, this is the laboratory, all right. Light isn't too good. Beakers, chemicals, and here seems to be a furnace. If I could find a light, I might...
I am William Wollaston. You wanted to see me?
You gave me a turn. Well, William, you remember me, don't you? Hawkins? Egbert Hawkins from Cambridge?
My servant gave you precise instructions not to leave the hall, I believe. But you took it upon yourself to enter my laboratory.
Oh, now, see here, William. I was just looking about.
Spying. Very well. You want to see something, I'll show you.
Oh, now, look. No point in getting all upset about this. You do remember me, don't you, William? Up at Cambridge with you?
I'll light a light, sir.
Oh, no, it's not necessary. I'll come back another time when you're not quite...
You're here now. I believe you were looking at the furnace when I discovered you. Very well. Come along.
Oh, really? It isn't...
This is the furnace. Come closer. Take a good look, because it is the last time you'll ever see the inside of my laboratory.
Please, you're hurting my arm.
Seen enough? Now get out, and never come near my place again.
No, Mr. Wollaston didn't like visitors, and people kept their distance from his locked doors and hot furnaces. And then one day a handbill was distributed. Little boys were handing out printed advertisements on the streets of London.
What is it, Harry?
Well, it's a sign bill.
What's it say? Another auction, likely.
No. It says new silver.
New silver?
Called, palladium. It says here it has various properties that show it to be a new element. A new noble metal related to platinum. It's sold only by Mr. Forster on Gerrard Street in Soho, in samples of 5 shillings, half a guinea, or 1 guinea each.
New silver? Now, what the deuce does that mean?
It seems an odd way to announce a discovery of scientific importance, doesn't it? To have boys hawking handbills through the streets. But if it prompted our curiosity that day in 1804, we might hurry to the shop of Mr. Forster, where he sells articles of natural history, and purchase a sample of palladium.
Palladium? No, sir. All sold out. Don't have a bit of it left. Funny thing, one man bought up the entire supply. We might get some of it from him. You know, he came rushing in here and bought all the palladium I had. His name is Chenevix, Richard Chenevix. He lives right over on Nichols.
Why, Mr. Chenevix, whatever is all this?
Here, give me a hand with this, Hobson, please.
Well, yes, sir, but with me, what on earth is it?
It is supposed to be a new metal, palladium.
A new metal?
Supposed to be. I fancy that some charlatan is trying to put something over on the public. Palladium, indeed. I fancy this is some of that old hermit Wollaston's work. Sneaky business, printing a handbill about it. No mention of it to the Royal Society. No paper on it in the journals. No, Hobson, I think that Mr. Wollaston is trying to palm something off on us. Well, he'll soon find out he has a tiger on his hands when I get through with him.
Richard Chenevix challenged Wollaston and his new metal.
And my own experiments with this palladium prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is not a new metal at all, but an alloy of platinum and mercury. Mr. Wollaston has hoodwinked us all. Well, almost all of us. If it had not been for my sagacity and my astute experiments,
And what did Wollaston reply? Nothing. The recluse of Fitzroy Square said not a word. He refused to discuss it. But in a newspaper of the day was an anonymous letter that read,
If Mr. Chenevix says the new metal is not but an alloy, why does he not prove it by making some himself? I will give £20 to anyone able to make 20 grains of palladium. Signed, a friend of science.
And the friend of science sat back in his anonymous quiet in his bolted lodgings. No one ever claimed the reward. Then, a year later, Wollaston made an announcement and cleared up the mystery.
In addition to palladium, I have isolated a second new element from the ores of platinum. The salts of this new metal are a beautiful rose red, and for this reason, I call the new element rhodium.
And then came another announcement, which helped explain the locked and bolted doors on Fitzroy Square.
I have found a method to make platinum malleable and useful. Now vessels may be built of platinum that can safely hold sulfuric acid and other corrosive liquids. With my new platinum, it will be possible to make of platinum anything that requires the use of gold. For reasons I do not care to discuss, this secret will not be disclosed until after my death.
Wollaston kept his word and did not reveal his secret except in a posthumous paper published in 1829. Some say he made a fortune from the secret. Others say he had better reasons for his action. Be that as it may, this lone man in a locked laboratory discovered 2 new elements, and they have become 2 important elements in this busy world. Palladium.
Accepted by craftsmen the world over as a precious metal for fine jewelry. Less costly than gold and platinum, yet light. And it has many industrial uses. Your telephone contains palladium for tarnish-resistant contact points in the dialing mechanism. Palladium is used in the manufacture of streptomycin. Your dentist uses it often in place of gold for fillings.
Medicine cabinet, molars, and telephones. But what of Wollaston's other element, rhodium?
A rhodium alloy is used in thermocouples for measuring high temperatures. Chances are your cigarette lighter is plated with rhodium, and the reflectors on your car headlights are plated with it too.
Palladium, rhodium, and workable platinum. This is not all that came from behind Wollaston's locked laboratory. He was the first to observe the dark lines in the spectrum of the sun. He devised lenses for microscopes and applied them to eyeglasses. He devised the goniometer, an instrument for measuring angles, and the cryophorus for freezing water by evaporation. He believed he preceded Michael Faraday in his experiments with electric current. Small wonder he was a controversial figure to his contemporaries.
Money crazy. That workable platinum brought him all that money. Made a fortune out of it and didn't tell it to no one. That's why he's so secretive.
A genius. Why, many's the time I've seen him write with a diamond on a piece of glass. Letters so small you could see nothing but a ragged line. Yet put it under a microscope and you could read every word of it.
Met him on the street one day, and he showed me how he could carry a battery in his watch pocket. Had a thimble he built into a galvanic battery. Heated a platinum wire white hot from a thimble.
Controversial William Hyde Wollaston passed away in 1828. And though he won little of worldly renown during his lifetime, years later the Duke of Edinburgh opened an exhibition to pay tribute to Wollaston's great work. His name is preserved in the mineral wollastonite, and in optics, a prism, a lens, and a wire bear his name. And the Wollaston Medal is still awarded annually as provided in the will of the Hermit of Fitzroy Square, an enduring memorial to a most unusual adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of one of the outstanding achievements in the winning of the American Southwest. It is not the story of a victory over the Indians, but of a victory over a more relentless, implacable foe, the desert. The city of Phoenix, Arizona is today a busy, thriving community. Capital of the state, it is an important shipper of cotton and vegetables. It nestles in Arizona's Salt River Valley, irrigated by water from the Salt River itself. It is also a world-famous health resort. The time was when Phoenix was anything but a health resort. The scorching heat of the desert made it almost impossible to live there, and the early settlers found themselves faced with a major problem: water. And so in 1867, one of the early American settlers in the valley organized an irrigation company, and for several years the Salt River Valley prospered. 200,000 acres were reclaimed from the desert, and living conditions were much improved. This, then, is a good time to begin our story. A time when the men of the valley thought the battle with the desert was over, won with hardly a fight. We are back in the year 1889, in a general store in the busy little town of Phoenix itself. As usual, it's a hot, dry summer day. The kind of day when men and animals seek whatever shelter they can find.
Hi, Ed. Ain't seen you in a month of Sundays. How are you?
Okay, Jim.
How's the wife and kids?
Good.
Everything okay on the farm?
Yep.
Hot enough for you?
It sure is. 108 right outside the door. That's hot enough for anybody.
You bet your life. Tell me, how's crops?
Not bad, Jim.
What you raising?
Cotton, mostly. A few acres of vegetables here and there.
Getting all the water you need?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, Ed?
Oh, nothing, I guess. When you add it all up at the end of the year, I guess I am getting enough water. Trouble is, it ain't steady. Seems like just when I need it most, I get the least.
Shucks, Ed. That's nothing to beef about. Like you just said, when you add it up at the end of the year, you are getting enough.
It isn't that. It's just that ever since I moved into this valley, I've thought we ought to find a way to store water so we'd always be sure of a steady supply. So in case anything ever happens, we'll be safe.
Safe? Safe from what? Ain't nothing gonna happen, Ed. Salt River's got plenty of water, and you know it.
Yeah, maybe so. We're not getting 1/4 what we should be getting.
Now, don't say that. We got the river pretty well dammed up, ain't we?
Just a few dams made out of rocks and brush, that's all. If we ever had a flood, they'd bust in no time.
Well, what do you have in mind?
What we need in the Salt River Valley is a real dam made of stone and cement. One that'll store up so much water we'll never have to worry.
And who's going to build it?
Well, right now, I don't know.
And what's more, who's going to pay for it? Don't know that neither, do you?
Now, hold on, Jim.
Wait a minute, Ed. I like you. I always have and always will, but I've heard that kind of talk from you so much I'm getting tired of it. We're getting along okay here in the Salt River Valley. Maybe our dams ain't made of stone and cement, but they work good enough for us. We've taken more than 200,000 acres away from the desert. We've grown crops on them, yes, sir. And anybody who don't like it here can just get up and go, and the sooner the better. Now, Ed, you listen to me. You're a smart young fella, and you got a lot of common sense. Hey, Ed! Well, I'll be darned. Walked right out of the store, and he never bought a nickel's worth of nothing.
Ed went right on talking about the need for a real dam. He did more than talk. He even picked out a good location. But as long as there was plenty of water in the river, nothing was ever done about it. After all, people said, why not leave well enough alone? We're doing all right. And all the while, the desert listened and bided its time. In 1897, it struck its first blow, drought. No rain in the valley, no rain in the mountains. The water in the Salt River grew lower and lower. People waited, but there was no rain. 2 years passed, 1898, 1899, and still drought. Meanwhile, cattle died, fruit trees died, crops withered, and families moved away in droves. To guard the dwindling water supply, armed men patrolled the irrigation ditches. 75,000 acres of once fertile soil were forced out of cultivation as the desert returned to claim its land. In February 1900, Ed's prediction came true. A flash flood swept away every dam on the river. In March of that same year, a dust storm. Clouds of dust hovered over the valley. Thick, heavy, throat-parching dust. The desert's gesture of triumph. Its signal of final victory. Stunned by the fury of the desert attack, the men of the valley sadly assembled in a town meeting to decide their future. The chairman of the meeting, the Phoenix storekeeper, called the citizens to order.
Men, ain't no need to say why we're here. You all know as well as I do. We're here because we're running out of water. Because our cattle and our crops is dying. Because we just can't live here no more. My advice to each and every one of you is to get out now.
Mr. Chairman, you mind if I say a few words?
Go right ahead. Speak your mind all you want to.
Thank you. Men, my name's Ben Fowler. Most of you hardly know me. Up until a few months ago, I lived in the East. But I've come out here to settle down in your valley, and I just want to say this. I know how it feels to lose cattle and crops. I know how it feels when you can't spare your kids a drink of water. But I tell you, we can save this valley, and now's the time to start.
That's so, Mr. Fowler.
Well, suppose you tell us exactly how to do it.
By building an honest-to-goodness dam that'll hold.
Mr. Fowler, we've heard that talk around here
All right, now,
before.
wait a minute. Now, just wait a minute. I've talked this over with engineers, and we have a plan. Not only that, we have a site picked out.
Where?
The Tonto River Basin, right near where the Tonto empties into the Salt River.
Mr. Fowler, that's 65 miles from the nearest railroad. You'd never get your equipment up there.
Well, I think we could.
Even if you did. That there's the steepest gorge on the whole river. You couldn't build nothing there.
My engineer friend thinks it can be done.
Well, how much do you figure it'd cost?
Oh, about $5 million.
$5 million?
Oh, hold on now. Hold on. I know as well as you that there isn't $5 million in the whole territory. So I've got another idea. Now, if I tell you, men, we may be able to raise the money elsewhere, would you consider staying on here in the valley and working for this dam?
What'll we do in the meantime? Where'll we get water?
Rebuild the rock and brush dams that were destroyed by the flood. And while you're doing that, I personally will try to raise the money. Now, is that a bargain?
Just a minute, Mr. Fowler. Before you ask everybody to stay here in the valley on your say-so, we got a right to ask a question. Where do you figure to get this money? That's one answer we want to hear.
Okay, I'll tell you. I think we can get the money from the federal government in Washington.
You mean you'll go to Washington yourself?
Yes, and what's more, I'll stay there until I find someone who realizes we've got to have water. Now, is that good enough?
It's good enough for me, Mr. Fowler.
Good. Now, all you men who are willing to stay in this valley until I come back from Washington, all you men say aye. Aye. All right, then it's settled. I'll leave tomorrow morning. And if necessary, I'll take this matter clear up to the President of the United States, Teddy Roosevelt himself.
So Ben Fowler went to Washington, where he talked to everyone who would listen. Most people listened sympathetically and then went about their business. But there were two men who were anxious to do more than listen. They wanted to turn words into action. One was a man who was dedicated to the cause of land reclamation, a man named George Maxwell. The other, an important ally and friend of Maxwell's, Congressman Newlands. A meeting between Newlands and Fowler was finally arranged, a meeting that proved to be an historic one.
Now, Mr. Fowler, before we go any further, I want you to know I'm on your side. I think the Salt River Valley must be irrigated, and I think it's the government's duty to help. What's more, the president thinks so, too.
Oh, he does?
He certainly does. You know how Teddy Roosevelt feels about the West. I think he was born out there.
Well, that's mighty good to hear, Congressman.
Yeah, well, it doesn't hurt any. But we need more than that. We need facts and figures. Now, you say this dam will cost $5 million.
Yes?
A lot of money, Mr. Fowler.
Yes, I know, but look what it'll mean to the nation, Congressman. I don't hesitate to say that a dam on the Salt River will mean more to the United States than all California's gold, Colorado's silver, and Arizona's copper, and I mean every word.
I think you're right, Fowler. The only trouble is, where will we get the money? Oh, I know. You'll say, let Congress appropriate the money. Well, let me tell you this. The minute a territory like Arizona gets $5 million, every state in the Union will want some.
Yeah, that's what everybody tells me.
And they're right. No two ways about it.
Yeah, I guess they are. And I think it's time I went back to the valley because there isn't any more I can do here in Washington.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Fowler. We're not giving up that easily. After all, Arizona's a mighty big place. Going to be a state someday. Lots of land out there.
Oh, there sure is. Lots of public land, too. Land owned by the federal government. Say, Congressman, that gives me an idea. Why couldn't the federal government put some of that land up for sale and use the proceeds to build our dam?
Well, no reason at all. By George, that's it. The government sells the land, and the cost of the dam is paid for. Fowler, if I were you, I'd stay right here in Washington to see the Newlands Reclamation Act become a law.
On June 17th, 1902, a telegraph instrument in Phoenix ticked the happy news that the Newlands Reclamation Act had been signed by the president. people forgot their personal interests and began to work together in harmony. They set up in advance the details of a plan for the equitable distribution of the water that would be supplied to them by a dam which was not even built yet. Since the site was 65 miles from the nearest railroad, a road had to be built to transport supplies and machinery. Every single ton was hauled in high-wheeled wagons, drawn by old-fashioned mule trains. Almost 350,000 cubic yards of stone were cut from the mountainside. 184 feet at the base, 16 feet at the top. The dam stretched more than 1,000 feet across the mouth of a gorge. It impounded 1,400,000 acre-feet of floodwater. Begun in 1906, the huge main dam was completed in 1911 and dedicated on March 18th of that same year. On that day, it was officially named the Roosevelt Dam in honor of President Theodore Roosevelt. Since 1911, land reclamation has continued in the United States. But it took Roosevelt Dam to convince people that reclamation was practical. It was the result of the resolution of a group of determined men who turned a raw wasteland into a thriving, prosperous community. Winning a victory in the desert was their adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories.
Adventures in Research.
Why all the excitement? What's going on?
Haven't you heard? It's an experiment. Man is going to ascend to the sky in a balloon.
Welcome to another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. And here with another story to tell is Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories.
Thank you, Paul. Hello, everyone. You know, we've been hearing so much in recent years about the tremendous strides made in science of aeronautics, jet propulsion, robot planes, rocket ships, the newest flying wing, and their amazing feats which have captured modern imagination. It makes one stop and wonder how far man can go in his great adventure in the sky.
Yes, it used to be that the sky was the limit, but today the sky is only the beginning.
Yes, indeed. But as we read the headlines telling of new horizons reached in man's insistent efforts to conquer the skies, let's go back to the practical start of this great adventure. Back in the year 1782, in the small French village of Annonay, some 40 miles from the city of Lyons, two young men, Joseph Montgolfier and his younger brother Jacques, lay flat on their backs in a field, idly watching the white, fleecy clouds in the sky.
Oh, I have never seen such clouds before, Joseph. Just floating along so serene, without any effort at all. It would be nice to be able to float along like that.
Yes, but I'm more interested in the clouds that remain suspended in the sky, as though they were anchored between the sun and the earth.
Yes, odd, isn't it, the way they hang there? I wonder why that is.
Oh, probably because of some vapor in the cloud. It would be wonderful if we could capture some of that vapor, or whatever it is, and put it in a bag and set it free, just to see what it would do.
What would it do, do you think?
Oh, the bag filled with vapor would probably rise up in the air and either float along with the clouds, or it might hang suspended.
Well, we'll never know anyway. We have no cloud vapor to try out such an experiment.
It's true that we have no cloud vapors, but have you ever noticed how the smoke from a fire will do the same thing on a windless day?
I mean, remain suspended in the air?
Well, yes, but what?
Come into the house and help me, Jacques. I'm going to try a little experiment. Ah, here's what we need. A small bag. Here, you smooth it out while I light a small fire.
Mm-hmm.
You got the bag all smooth, John? All right, give it to me. Now, hold the open end of the bag above the fire so that the bag fills with smoke. See? See how it is filling? How the smoke makes the bag bulge?
Yes.
Now I crinkle up the open end so that none of the smoke vapor can escape. Let the bag go. And
Joseph, it rose straight to the ceiling.
It did, didn't it? Come, let's try it again. That first time may have been an accident, although I very much doubt it. Well, Jacques, our experiment with the smoke vapor was certainly no accident. The bag rises to the ceiling every time.
Yes, but what does it all mean?
I'm not quite sure yet. But if the experiment works with a small bag like this in the house, it should work even better with a larger bag outside.
Of course. Let's try it.
All right. You find a large bag, and I'll build a fire in the corner of the field. Hurry. This is a perfect day for such an experiment. Warm and dry, with scarcely a breeze, so the smoke from the fire will rise straight up into the bag.
You're right, Joseph. What do you want me to do?
I have the fire all ready. Careful with the bag now. Now, when the bag swells out with smoke, take this piece of twine and tie the open end quickly. I'll tell you when.
All right. Careful not to get the bag too close to the fire, though. It's only paper, you know.
Ready with the twine. The bag is almost full. Now. Finished?
Yes.
Here she goes.
Oh, Joseph, just look at it go. Straight up into the sky.
50 feet if it's an inch.
It's wonderful.
For a beginning, yes. But if it works so well with a bag that size, it should work even better with a bigger bag. Come, let's try it. Just look at that, Jacques.
It must have risen over 100 feet.
That one rose more than 200 feet.
Let's try bigger bags.
Yes, they hold more smoke.
400 feet. They're going higher and higher.
We'll make an even bigger bag. According to our measurements, that one rose almost 600 feet into the air.
600 feet. Almost out of sight.
Jacques, we mustn't mention a word of this to anyone. Understand?
Well, why not, Joseph?
Because this is something really important, that's why. I think we've discovered something, but we want to be absolutely sure about it before we tell anyone.
You're right, Joseph. They may laugh at us and think we've lost our reason. I promise I won't say a word about it to anyone. But what'll we do next?
Well, let's see what we've learned from all of these experiments. First, we know that when we fill a bag with smoke from a fire and close the open end tight, the bag rises.
Well, yes, we've proved that over and over again. It's the smoke from the fire that makes the bag rise.
Yes, so we shall keep on with our experiments until such a time as we can make a bag, a truly big one, and fill it with smoke and send it sailing into the sky among the clouds themselves, just as we planned in the beginning.
Well, will that take us long, do you think, Joseph?
Long? At the rate we're going? No, it won't take long. A day or so, perhaps.
Joseph Montgolfier was a little wrong in his reckoning, however, for it was quite some time later that the two brothers, assured by this time that their views were correct, broke their silence.
Well, Jacques, at last I think we're ready to let the whole world know what we've discovered.
I think so, too, Joseph. Shall we go through the village and tell everyone about it?
No, this is something big, so we shall make a public announcement. That will make it impressive. We'll send out invitations to everyone in the village.
And to all the villages round about, too.
That the brothers Montgolfier respectfully invite them to witness an ascension of their balloon, but recently invented by them and being demonstrated for the first time. That will excite their curiosity.
Oh, I can't wait to see the looks of surprise on their faces when they see what we've done.
On June 5th, 1783, a curious holiday crowd assembled in the marketplace at Annonay, where the great experiment was to take place. In the center of the square, a place had been cleared for the balloon, deflated at the moment. The Montgolfier brothers, busy with the preparations for the ascent, were kept busier answering the spectators' questions.
Just as soon as we can get things ready, madame. Yes.
What
What did you say the name of this thing is?
It's a balloon, which means big bag, as you can readily see.
What's it made of?
My brother and I made it out of paper and linen. The outside covering is linen, and then there's a paper lining on the inside.
What's that chopped straw on the ground for?
That's an important part of the experiment. We light the straw, and the smoke from the fire provides the lifting power for the balloon. Are you about ready, Jacques?
Quite ready, only the crowd must be kept back.
Monsieur the Mayor will, I'm sure, help us with that little task.
Gladly. Friends, it is required that all of you remain a safe distance away from the balloon in order that no one may be hurt or any harm before the experiment itself or any persons connected with it. There, we are now ready for the ascent, my friends.
Light the fire, Jacques.
Personally, I do not expect to see very much, but this is much better than slaving away at my work.
Pierre, you should be ashamed of yourself for making such a statement. I, for one, agree with you.
But see, the balloon is filling up rapidly.
And notice its size. Tremendous.
Fasten the end, Jacques. Quickly.
There. It's fastened.
Then stand aside. There she goes, up in the air.
Look, it climbed straight into the sky.
At a great height. Almost now it is out of sight. Truly an amazing experiment.
Yes, indeed. I came to laugh, but now I shall stay to offer my congratulations to the brothers Montgolfier.
Yes, the Montgolfier balloon experiment was, to all intents and purposes, a great success. Filled with smoke from the straw fire, it rose to a great height and descended 10 minutes later at a distance of about 1.5 miles. Yet, in that short space of time, a great link in man's efforts to fly was forged, and history recorded the birth of the balloon. The news flashed across the country, and the race was on as men vied with each other to improve on that first flight.
Have you heard the news? The Montgolfier brothers have built a huge bag, a balloon, and caused it to ascend to a great height in the air. It's amazing.
Amazing, yes, but their theory is wrong, I think. It is not the power in the smoke that causes the balloon to rise, but the lightness of the heated air compared to an equal volume of air at a lower temperature. You see, I have been studying the results of their experiments.
It is still amazing.
True, and I propose to repeat their experiments. But I shall use hydrogen gas, which has been already proven to be 7 times lighter than air. Furthermore, my balloon will be made of thin silk and varnished with elastic gum. Their balloon stayed up only 10 minutes. Mine will stay up for hours. Well, it remained aloft longer than the Montgolfier balloon, at least. 35 minutes longer.
September 19, 1783.
Today, Joseph Montgolfier repeated his balloon experiment before the King and Queen at Versailles. The balloon rose to a height of 1,500 feet and descended after 8 minutes at a distance of 2 miles.
October 15, 1783.
Jean de Rosier became the first human being to ascend in a balloon. Riding in a captive fire balloon, de Rosier demonstrated that fuel could be taken aloft and the fire fed without difficulty when in the air.
December 1st, 1783.
In Paris today, a physicist, J.A.C. Charles, made an ascension in a balloon inflated with hydrogen gas. He rode in a car suspended from a rope net covering the upper part of the hemisphere. Elevation was 2,000 feet. Time aloft, 2 hours. Truly an astounding feat.
January 7, 1785.
Surely, ballooning has at last reached its climax. Today, Jean-Pierre Blanchard and Dr. J. Jeffries, an American physician, made the first balloon voyage across the English Channel.
How wrong he was in saying that the trip across the Channel was the climax of flight. After that, many improvements came along. New frontiers were reached and left far behind as balloonists became more venturesome. But there were men who regarded the balloon with a scientific eye. Men like Dr. Jeffries.
I am of the opinion that the balloon can be used to a great extent as an instrument working in the interests of science.
What could one possibly learn from a balloon?
Many things, my friend. We know so little about the world that exists above the earth, the temperatures, magnetic forces, the rate and direction of air currents. Who knows? Perhaps the balloon can help us a great deal in our search for new knowledge.
Prophetic words indeed, as time has shown. Present-day aviation owes much to such men as Dr. Jeffries, who carried out atmospheric observations, Charles, who invented the balloon safety valve, James Glacier, whose balloon ascents resulted in obtaining valuable meteorological records, and many, many others. Daring aeronauts all, who followed the adventurous trail blazed by the brothers Montgolfier on that summer afternoon 164 years ago, when an idle thought pointed the way to the birth of the balloon.
Telling the story of the balloon, forerunner of modern aviation, was Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week when Dr. Thomas will be back with another interesting story to tell on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, is an anniversary tribute to a man who contributed much to the power and the glory of America, George Westinghouse.
It is 1866. Another war has come to an end. A horrible conflict, not between nation and nation, but between brothers of the same nation. The Civil War is over, and on the ashes left by the dying fire of hate, America must build a new and better future. As the songs of battle fade into the past, a new song is born. A song of whirring wheels, of machines. A new era of industry is dawning, and a new way of travel to replace the covered wagon.
Pa, how far are we from California?
How far? Well, now, that all depends on how you look at it.
What do you mean?
Well, if you mean how far in hopes, I'd say we were practically there already. But if you mean in miles, it's pretty far off. Get up there!
Pa, do you think there ever will be any way to go to California outside of on a wagon?
I don't know. Those fool steam locomotives might be some good, but I'll take the wagon any time instead of riding one of them railroad trains.
Why, Pa?
Well, for one thing, they don't travel out this far. And besides, they ain't safe. It's easy to stop horses in a wagon, but a heavy train of 5, 6 cars is something else. Now, there's been too many wrecks on the railroads.
But I tell you, sir, this brake of mine will stop a train. I'll prove it to you if you let me.
Don't make me laugh, Mr. Westinghouse. No railroad will let you have equipment to prove something that is only a fanciful dream. Imagine stopping a train with wind.
But I tell you, this is what the railroads need. A brake that will give the engineer control of the train, instead of relying on the braking crew to stop it.
There is no doubt about it. If such a brake could be made and perfected, it would give the railroads what they need, a real chance to grow. Yes, there's no doubt about it.
Let's try.
And so the new brake gets its chance and proves itself. George Westinghouse's air brake is destined to shape a new era for America. But even as the first air brakes are being made and improvements added in the Westinghouse plant at Pittsburgh, a gold spike is being driven to join the rails of the Pacific Road, the first transcontinental railroad line at Promontory Point, Utah.
That's the last spike, boys!
Chicago, please.
What's the train fare from here to Kansas City?
By boat? Oh, heavens, no. I'm going to go by train.
Throughout America, the wheels are rolling. The trains are getting longer, carrying more passengers, helping America to grow, to build newer cities beyond the thriving young city of Chicago, out to the great far west. They're getting longer, they're rolling faster, and they'll stop, for the engineer wants them to, when he has to stop.
She's really eyeballing now, Tom.
Yeah, with 23 cars rolling right along, too.
You know, when I first started engineer, I never thought I'd be carrying a load like this.
Or going as fast, either.
Or being sure I could stop. The man who invented this air brake was powerful smart. Powerful smart.
And while new cities grow to the west, dwellers in New York and Boston and Hartford and Columbus are finding new contributions of the iron monster of the rails with its newfound brakes of air.
Good morning, Mrs. Grant.
Oh, good morning. I was looking at this. What is it, a new kind of vegetable?
Oh, that's oranges from out in California. You ought to try some. They're delicious, juicy as can be.
You mean they grow these out in California?
Yes, ma'am. And they ship them here in these new refrigerated railroad cars. Keep things wonderful, they do.
Yes, the rails are humming. America is growing. And industries, new industries, are growing with it.
Biggest year the meat factories have had yet. Those railroads sure can haul the freight. How can we do without them?
We'll have to expand our plant. Next year, the railroads figure to need more steel rails than ever in history. It'll mean a big thing to us if we can supply them.
The market's up in textiles and shoes. Higher in wheat and other grain, too.
I saw half a trainload of reapers going out to Kansas only this morning.
America is moving on rails, building on rails, thriving as she grows. And again, the mind that conceived the air brake, searching for new needs, sees in railroading the urgent demand for a system of safe signaling to control the ever-increasing traffic.
They have something like it in England, but here's the logical answer. An interlocking signal and switching mechanism powered by compressed air.
Another creation of Westinghouse genius to speed the trains on their way, safely on the open road, safely in the tangled terminal yards. Switches and signals that men need not set by hand. Perfect powered control of America's main arteries of transportation. Yes, it's a wonderful America now, with its trains and telephones, its bicycles with the big front wheels. It's a new age we're living in, a plush and gilded age, with new speed and lighter labors. Lighter nights, too, with electric lights. But there's considerable speculation about using electricity for power.
Steam. Steam is your only source of power.
Electricity ought to be put to use.
Well, it's fine for lighting a few of those lamps, but it isn't practical. That's right. You can generate enough for the lights, but you can't carry the power very far from the generator.
If I had more power, I could turn out twice as much steel.
Give me more power, and I'll make enough shoes for everyone in the New England states. Give me power. Power.
Power.
Power.
In Pittsburgh, George Westinghouse turns his agile mind to the solution of the problem of power. Sinks a gas well in his own backyard. Takes out 28 patents on gas control and distribution devices to furnish an inexpensive fuel for power to replace coal. But manufacturers all over the eastern states are crying for still more power. More lights are burning by electricity, more motors running. But electricity for power just won't travel over any distance.
Yes, it will. There's a way. Instead of generating current that goes in only one direction, make it go back and forth through the wire. You can carry it on for miles that way.
Who says so?
That's a laugh. That's alternating current. The voltage is too high. Kill you like that.
No one wants that stuff.
I need power. Try AC.
Another new melody in America's Song of Progress. The humming of an alternating current generator. George Westinghouse moves ahead in the face of all the disagreement. The first AC system is installed to light the main street of Great Barrington, Massachusetts.
Tarnation, Hetty, the town's going plumb wild over that display of electric lights last night.
I know, but isn't it wonderful?
Yeah, in a way it is. Old Doc Jackson was driving right down Main Street when they started the generator going out at the old mill. Scared his horse so, them lights coming on like that. He bolted, and old Doc couldn't get her stopped for half a mile.
They say it's very dangerous, electricity.
Well, I heard the Westinghouse men say it ain't so. Some other fellow from up at Massachusetts Tech says different. A man don't know what to think to hear so much pro and con.
Pro and con. Yes, indeed. While the argument raged, George Westinghouse and the men who worked with him carried out their research in the field of alternating current. With Nikola Tesla, he developed the polyphase AC motor. And the newspapers shouted,
"Paper, electric lineman killed at work. Read about the corpse and the wires. Paper, one more lineman roasted to death.
Obviously, we must return to the use of gas. Electricity is far too dangerous.
I insist. The only practical source of power for factories and for illumination is alternating current.
Your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Step up and buy your tickets now. See the most marvelous, the most wonderful dance and sensation of the age, Little Egypt.
Here, ride the Ferris wheel, the only vertical ride in existence. See the entire World's Fair in a glance as you glide through the sky like a bird. How many?
It's 400 years since Columbus landed in America. And here is America commemorating the achievements of all those years in the magic splendor of the Columbian Exposition. Here is all the world on display, and the glory of it is crowned by another step to a greater future. The entire fair is bathed in the light of thousands of electric lamps installed by George Westinghouse and powered by the Westinghouse alternating current generators specially built and on display in the fair's marvelous machinery hall.
Mama, what are those big machines?
They're electricity machines, honey. Now stay back here with Mother and don't be climbing all over that iron railing.
What's electricity, Mama?
It's what lights all these electric lights at the fair.
Does electricity come out of the machine?
Yes, dear.
I don't see it.
Of course you don't. It runs along the wires.
It does?
Yes, dear.
But you said you can't see the electricity.
Well, you can't see it.
Well, then how do you know it runs along the wire?
Oh, for goodness sake, must you ask so many questions? Come along, the people are looking at you and laughing.
But I want to see the electricity, Mommy. You said it runs, and if it runs, I want to see the...
For hundreds of years, Niagara, giant among waterfalls, has poured billions of tons of valuable water over its foaming crest, dashed it against the rocks below, where it rushed on down the river to the sea. Niagara, a wonderful place for a honeymoon, the favorite spot of couples newly married. Now, men of vision cast a far-seeing eye upon it and see in Niagara's rushing water a source of energy to manufacture electricity.
A wonderful source of power. If we could harness our source, make it generate electricity.
You have no use for all the electricity that you generate.
Oh, not at Niagara, perhaps, but, well, there's Buffalo, and there's all upstate New York.
Oh, yes. Try and get it from Niagara Falls to those places.
The use of alternating current, proven practical at the World's Fair, is certainly the answer to the problem of carrying power.
Can you make it work at Niagara?
Can you make it work?
Can you?
The answer comes 3 seconds after midnight on November 16, 1896, when, generators installed and tested, the circuits are closed, and Niagara lights the city of Buffalo, 20 miles away. Niagara is at work, thanks to the genius of George Westinghouse.
There's power at Niagara Falls.
Power at Buffalo. Bring the plant to upstate New York.
Carborundum, aluminum, electrochemical plants, new industries for America, new jobs for Americans. new useful products for the markets of America and the world. The contributions to transportation and power continue. George Westinghouse takes out hundreds of patents and doesn't stop even then.
Subway trains.
Elevated trains. Electrified railroads.
The new steam turbine for steamships.
Elevator systems for the rising forest of skyscrapers. Speed, safety, power.
That is the power, and this the glory.
If someday they say of me that in my work I have contributed something to the welfare and happiness of my fellow men, I shall be satisfied.
And this is the glory, the only glory George Westinghouse ever asked.
And that's today's anniversary story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week for another story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. The next time you look at a newspaper, book, or magazine, notice that every line is exactly the same length. They all begin and end just right, one below the other. Printers call it justifying, and it's one of those little things we all take for granted. But getting a machine to set type this way wasn't so easy. One man spent 20 years and $2.5 million. Turned out one of the most ingenious devices in the entire history of mechanical invention, and produced a colossal mistake. This is the story of patent number 547860. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of an invention that has been called one of the best examples of the high potential of the human mind. Yet it dissipated several fortunes, drove men to insanity, and turned out to be completely useless. Let us begin our story one day in the early 1890s at the home of a Mr. James Page.
Now, James, stop pacing the floor. Sit down, can't you?
What time is it?
It's 2 minutes since you asked me the last time. Now, do sit down. I swear you'll wear a path in the carpet.
Why isn't he here? He told me he'd stop in at 2 o'clock. If there's one thing I like in a man, it's promptness.
Well, perhaps he got tied up with some friends. After all, a famous man like he is...
Famous. You just wait, Maud. When my machine is on the market, we'll see who the famous one is. Why, they'll be talking about me like Bell or Edison. The city of Rochester will sit up and take notice of James Page.
Oh, James, will you sit down and stop looking out the window? You're pulling my lace curtains out of shape.
Oh, where is he? Where is he? I mean, after all, he said he wanted to see the machine.
Well, goodness gracious, James. A big, important man like Mark Twain has more...
That must be him. That's it. Answer the door, Maud. No, I'd better. No, you'd better. How do I look?
You look just fine. Now, don't get excited.
I'm as calm as can be. I wish you'd quit telling me to stop being excited.
Just a minute, I'm coming. Well, good luck, James. And remember now,
Don't worry about me. If he can't see what a tremendous invention it is, somebody else will. After all, it isn't every day an invention like this comes along. If Mark Twain doesn't have the sense to appreciate it, it's his loss, not mine.
Won't you come in? You must be Mark Twain. Why, Mr. Twain, I've read so many of your books, and I never thought I'd have the chance to meet you in person.
Well, I'm honored, ma'am. Oh, Mr. Page, good to see you again.
Mr. Twain, you're late.
Eh? Well, upon my word, perhaps I am. Frankly, I feel lucky to have been able to get here at all. But you know me. Let me hear of somebody inventing something, and I'm like a kid at the circus.
Here, Mr. Twain, let me take your hat. My goodness, a real, live, honest-to-goodness author in our own home, James.
Yes, Maud?
You know, I don't believe I've ever met an author before. Maud. I mean, a really successful one.
Maud, excuse me, please. If you will leave Mr. Twain and myself, I would like to get right down to business.
Yes, if you will. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Supposed to meet my publisher this afternoon, and I really shouldn't have come here at all. But, well, I just can't resist a new mechanical device.
This is not just a new mechanical device, Mr. Twain.
Oh.
It is an invention that's going to revolutionize printing. Not since Gutenberg invented movable type has there been anything like it.
Well, where is it? I'm anxious to see it.
All in due time, Mr. Twain, due time. You'll have to let me explain it in my own way.
Well, if we can speed things along. I have an appointment, and I do understand roughly what your invention is supposed to do.
I doubt that you do, sir. Only I fully comprehend the machine and understand the exacting technical details of it. Do you have any mechanical aptitude, Mr. Twain?
No, afraid not. It's just that I like to tinker. Well, let me say that I'm interested. Curious, you know. Why, when the typewriter first came on the market, I was interested right off. Even wanted to invest in it. Why, they tell me that I was the first author to write a manuscript on the typewriter. Imagine that.
My invention will make the typewriter as out of date as plowing with oxen. Now, let me begin.
Yes, if we can. I don't like to rush, but...
Mr. Twain, may I remind you, I am the inventor. As a potential investor in my machine, I want you to fully understand what it can do. Now then, consider the problem. For nearly 100 years, man has sought to compose type by machine. Yet every attempt has left the basic problems unsolved. Until today. Until I put my own mind to it and solved every possible problem that has confronted inventors in both Europe and America for almost a century.
Yes, I know about the typesetting.
Please let me finish. Now, the problems were these. A piece of type must be picked up from a compartment in a case. It must be carried to the frame from which the impression is to be made and dropped at the end of a line. Then the machine must repeat these complex motions until a second single piece of type is inserted, and so on. Spaces must be inserted between the words which are formed until a full line is completed. A line of characters and spaces. Now, these are but minor problems.
Minor?
Consider this. All the lines of type must be of equal length. If the line ends in the middle of a word, that word must be either removed or added.
I see.
So our spaces between the other words must be rearranged, made thick or thin, to exactly fill the amount of space in the line. It is that problem that has baffled the scientist for 100 years.
I understand all this, Mr. Page, but may I see the machine in operation? If it is what you claim, then I'll be only too happy to invest what funds I can and see that your machine is successful. But I must first see it in operation.
Mr. Twain, follow me. I shall show you what few men have seen. The page, distributing, setting, and justifying type machine. 20 years, Mr. Twain. 20 years I've been working on this. Why, the keyboard alone took me 10 years of constant study. And now, Mr. Twain, here it is. Gaze upon it.
Great day in the morning. It's monstrous.
Monstrous? It's beautiful. 18,000 separate parts, 800 shaft bearings, more than 3 tons, Mr. Twain, yet so precise it requires only 1/12 of a horsepower to run it. Now, Mr. Twain, I shall show you how it operates. First, I turn it on. Get started, Mr. Twain, you shall say. The machine thinks for itself. Yes, that's what you'll say. Now then, observe this keyboard. 10 years of work and study just for the keyboard, Mr. Twain. By the proper strokes, it will write not a letter at a time, mind you, but a word at a time. Think of it, a word at a time. Now, Now, kindly watch. Observe that I am now setting into type the first line. Note, Mr. Twain, that I'm using all of my fingers in different places on the keyboard. Now, when the machine arrives at the end of the line, it stops, and I go on to the next line. And now the machine does what many have claimed is impossible. For while I am setting the next line of type, the machine is calculating.
What?
Yes, actually has a calculating machine to compute the amount of space occupied by each word in the line. It divides that into the total space in the line and determines the exact amount of space needed between each and every word.
It's amazing.
Yeah, there, it's finished. Here, you see?
This is the line of type you set there. All spaced out and ready, eh? Now, let me see. It says, "This is a sample of the work of the greatest invention of all time."
And indeed, if size and complexity had anything to do with greatness, James Page's invention was mammoth. All 3 tons of it, all 18,000 separate parts of it, and all 20 years of constant work on it. As to a detailed explanation of how it operated, no man living can say. There are records of it at the Patent Office.
Patent number 547860. Granted this 15th day of October, 1895.
The patent application contained 204 sheets of drawings, over 1,000 separate views. Before it was finally granted, attorneys argued, examiners checked, and the investors held their breath.
Now, see here, Mr. Armbruster. If you can't handle the matter, I will see that we find an attorney who can. You're supposed to have a knowledge of patent law.
Mr. Page, why don't you find some other attorney? Check the entire city. See if you can find one attorney who will even listen to you. It took all the persuasion of your entire group to get me to take this. No one regrets it more than I do. Now, if you'll just tell me what I want to know.
I'm trying to tell you, sir, but I refuse to be bullied and badgered.
Look, we have to explain how the machine works. You are the only one who can do it. Already we have filled 2,000 sheets of paper explaining this machine of yours, trying to put it down in clear, simple English.
Mr. Armbruster, how many times do I have to be subjected to this? I've explained and explained again. I've told you how each part works until I can recite it in my sleep. This is the 5th time I've gone through this.
In 50 years of patent law, I have never seen anything like it. Do you know why we have to go over this again and again? Do you think I enjoy it? The last 2 times you explained it to the attorneys, didn't you? And they tried to explain it to the patent office. Do you know where those 2 attorneys are now? Both in the asylum. That's where they are. Now, I don't say that your invention drove them there, but never in the history...
There is nothing complicated about my machine, and I refuse to be bullied and badgered. It's the greatest invention of the century, and any fool should be able to see that. If you can't, I'll find another attorney.
Time and effort and money was poured into Page's amazing machine. Before he had finished the first working model, the backers had spent $1,300,000, and another $1 million was spent in getting the patent details arranged. 1 death and 2 cases of insanity occurred among the examiners, but Page never stopped working, improving, redesigning, rebuilding his great invention that would set, justify, and distribute foundry type. It was the most complicated machine that had ever been patented up to that time. And what happened to it, you ask? History records the answer, and chances are the end came in a conversation something like this.
Well, Mr. Page, there's the patent. Now, what about production on these machines? If they're to earn anything, they'll have to be mass-produced for newspapers, magazines...
Oh, but, Mr. Armbruster, I'm sure we can never produce machines like this on a large scale. We'd have to build thousands of other machines to construct the parts for it. There are 18,000 parts, you know.
You mean we'd have to build thousands of other machines to make one more of these?
Yes, and then assemble the parts. it might be done, but as for now...
But, Mr. Page, when you built this, didn't you ever think of mass production? Where else is the good of a machine that sets and justifies type unless you sell enough of them to become useful?
Why, Mr. Armbruster, we can start small. Get an order for a machine, and I'll build another one. And then when that job is finished...
Mr. Page, this machine has taken 20 years. And another thing, I've seen this machine of yours work, and it works well. But I've never seen anyone else operate it. It just occurs to me, is anyone else able to operate this machine?
Anyone else? Anyone else? How absurd. No one else can operate my machine. No one else can service it. Well, you're mad, man. Raving mad. Only I understand my machine.
And so ended James Page's glorious achievement and miserable failure, patent number 547860. Not until Ottmar Mergenthaler and his idea of the casting of type was the mechanical typesetting problem licked, and James Page's attempt goes down in history as a colossal failure, but still an interesting adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research.